You sneaky. You're running as an outsider.
I am an outsider.
Is this true?
Yes, it's true.
Yes, it's true.
This man has no dick.
Come on. Really?
You smoke crack cocaine.
Exactly.
Let's give the people what they came for.
Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
Mr. Prime Minister, will there always be a Canada? There will always be a Canada. All right, elbows out, elbows up.
It's like people only do things because they get paid. And that's just really sad.
Ready? Are you ready? Get them out of here! Get them out of here! Get the hell out of here!
Enough with the woke shit.
So the answer to that is to stop being stupid.
I can't do it. We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Get your special sock out, nerds. It's gonna get good.
Is the federal government stealing from us? Are they sabotaging our industry? Are they taking us down the path to communism? Are they censoring us? Are they stealing our guns from us? Come on, let's go!
Let's fucking go.
Welcome. 3 months from today, you'll be asked to vote for option 2 on question 10 in the referendum. But a lot is going to happen between now and October the 19th. Let me put it to you this way. Over the next 3 months, the full weight of the federal government of Canada, the Liberal Party of Canada, and the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, will come down on Alberta to try to stop us from gaining our independence. Not only that, the full weight of the Conservative Party of Canada, its MPs, many of whom you voted for, and its leader, Pierre Poilievre, will come down on Alberta to try to stop us from gaining our independence. And a little closer to home, a woman you probably voted for and trusted will be campaigning against you for trying to get a better life for yourself, your children, and your grandchildren. Not only that, these parties have endless amounts of money. Throw in the mainstream media and the $1.4 billion of your money to the CBC, and this is a pretty steep hill to climb. But today, we can make a difference. Today, we can make a stand. Today, we can send a message to Ottawa. So far, third-party advertisers on our side are doing very, very well. We're outraising the other side, but we have hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they have millions and billions. If you can, over the next 12 hours, please contribute. Please donate to the third-party advertisers we'll be talking about today. It's the only way we can win this thing. Welcome to the Telethon for Independence. Now let's kick some ass. Side. Welcome. It's good to have you along today. My name is John Bolton, and welcome to the Telethon for Independence. You're going to see an address on the bottom of the screen for the next 12 hours, albertatelethon.com. And this is your opportunity, as I said in the intro there, to make a stand, to send a message to Ottawa, to raise a lot of money. There will be a lot of forces against us over the next 3 months, and it is exactly 3 months to the day where we will be voting in the referendum. You know, I was out last week and I was honored to be asked to be the MC at a Stampede breakfast. Keith Wilson, Tanya Clemens for Let Alberta Decide asked me to go out there and just kind of introduce them. But I said something there that I'd like to pass along to you today if you didn't hear it. I think it's wonderful that we all have something in common here. If you're watching this right now, we have something in common, and you know what it is. We all want Alberta independence, and we want it dearly. We do want it for our children, our grandchildren, and for ourselves as well. We believe we can do this. The other side thinks we can't, and I think that's been ingrained into their mind for a lot of years, maybe where we've been living all of our lives. We in Alberta believe we can do this. I fear the future in Canada more than I fear an independent Alberta by a long shot. The other thing we have in common here is that we've made a lot of friends. One of them is sitting right beside me right now, my friend Mitch Sylvester. I met him middle of June last year. First time I spoke with him. I've spoken with him a dozen times at least. I've seen him at least a dozen times. You've seen Mitch. He's become my friend. I go to places. I see so many people. They walk up. They want to shake my hand. I want to shake their hand. They're my friends, all of them. I saw one of them thrown into the street a few weeks ago in Edmonton. I didn't know who that was at the time. He was my friend. You know, I was thinking earlier this morning that the other side will do, well, they'll win by any means necessary. And I thought that's not true. They won't resort to violence, but I guess that hasn't been the case. It's happened a few times. It's happened during the petition campaign. It happened in Edmonton. It happened in Red Deer. That Cool Shit is the name of the place. Some guy put traitor on a sign, broke some windows, and we have to fight back against this. If we don't push back, we get pushed around, folks, and it's time to push back today. It's time to raise some money, and it's unfortunate that when it comes to politics, and this is politics, money will make the difference. The other side has billions. We've got hundreds of thousands, which is wonderful. We're going to need millions. I don't know how much money we will raise today. I don't even want to guess. It might be a little, it might be a lot, but you've got a chance to make a difference today, my friends. albertatelethon.com. We're going to talk to Mitch Sylvester. He's come here from Bonnyville today to be on for about 45 minutes. Put on a suit. We don't put on suits very much, do we, Mitch?
Not very often.
So we're going to talk to Mitch. We've got a friend in here. We've got a song before the top of the hour. Caroline Richards is going to sing one of her own songs before we get to Berta Proud Dad at noon hour. But what I'd like to do right now is I'd like to bring on another friend of mine, Matthew Rowley, Dr. Matthew Rowley, if we can do that right now, and have him say a prayer and pray for us here over the next 12 hours that we can raise a lot of money to help us win when it comes to the referendum on October the 19th.
You stood on those stone cold government steps, faith and freedom, loud and clear. Folding chairs and town hall stages spoke the truth they came to hear. They stood in line for hours, braved the cold and wind. You talked about their children and the mess we're living in. From the back row of the hall to the front row of the fight. You said if they're gonna hear us, it's gonna be tonight.
Come on, let's go. So that's going to be the battle cry for our movement.
Let's go! You came to sign on the freedom line. Ink on paper, hearts on fire. Every name like gasoline, kicking up that rebel choir. Let me shake your hand. Thank you for your time. Fight up voices, strong and true. You stepped up for Alberta. This one's for you.
I feel like I'm with friends here.
Yeah, and that's exactly correct. That's what the whole thing with all these events are for. People understand that they're part of a group of like-minded people that think and have the same ambitions and goals as they have.
You stare down that lens in your studio light. Coffee gone cold, face pale from the night. From the dark hours to the evening show, you hit go live and refuse to let go. Slow roll down from Edmonton, high beams cutting through. Northbound up from Calgary, every small town waiting on you. Truck stop coffee cooling between petitions in the rain. Call tables and gravel out sharpening every name. You came to sign on the freedom line. Ink on paper, hearts on fire. Every name like gasoline, kicking up that rebel choir. Let me shake your hand. Thank you for your time. Fight up voices, strong and true. You stepped up for Alberta. This one's for you. Again. You filled up clipboards in sleet and rain, roadside lots by the highway chain, in echoing halls where the floors were bare. You passed that pen like a whispered prayer. You came to sign on the frozen ground, heard your own heartbeat like a drum's low sound. Looked around, saw you're not alone. Countless souls fighting for a home. You came to sign on the freedom line. Ink on paper, hearts on fire. Every name like gasoline, kicking up that rebel choir. Let me shake your hand. Thank you for your time.
We've gotten by round 3. Now we're in the Stanley Cup final. And away we go. Thank you very much. God bless all of you.
For Alberta, and I raise this one to you. This one's for you. You stood that line. You stood on the...
Good morning, everybody. I'm so glad to be here. I'm so glad to be with you on this day when things matter and when we're making a difference. I'm glad that we can take this opportunity to stand up for Alberta, stand up for what matters, stand up for our children and our grandchildren. And I think it's appropriate that we begin this with a prayer, with a recognition that we need God's help, that if we just try to do it ourselves, we're going to be in trouble. I want to open by reading part of Psalm 24 to you. The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, the world and those who dwell therein. For he has founded it upon the seas and established it upon the rivers. Who shall ascend the hill of the Lord, and who shall stand in his holy place? He who has clean hands and a pure heart, who does not lift up his soul to what is false and does not swear deceitfully. He will receive blessings from the Lord and righteousness from the God of his salvation. Such is the generation of those who seek him, who seek the face of the God of Jacob. Let us pray. Lord God, I thank you that we have this opportunity to spend time together, working for something that matters, focused on something that's important, looking to the future of our province. I do pray, Lord, that as we campaign, as we work, as we strive to do what we believe is right, that we would have pure hearts and clean hands, that we would keep our focus on you and on what is right, that we would not allow ourselves to be dragged into some of the evil and the violence and the wickedness that we have seen from those who sadly are in opposition to us. Lord, I pray that you'd protect us from pride, from anger, from anything other than good-hearted, wholesome, and focused love for our province and for you. Help us today as we engage in this telethon. I pray that everyone would have strength, that they would have hope, that they would have joy. And we do pray that we would have money donated that would support the cause, that would support what we believe is right. Thank you, and we praise you in Jesus' name. Amen. Enjoy the day. I don't know when we're going to be switching back, but just in case, I want to tell you something more. We have an opportunity here to do something that really matters. It's interesting when we look around and we see the problems that we have in Alberta, the problems that seem to be so unavoidable or impossible to break, and yet we have the ability to break them because we have done many things like this in our past. Alberta started as nothing. And it was just people working hard, working together, loving one another and caring for one another that built this province into what it's supposed to be. I'm so glad that we have an opportunity to do these kind of things, to work together, to build for the future. We don't have to wait for someone else. We can trust.
And you have. So from all the bottom of my heart, thank you very much, because it's going to be a big help, because it's very, very important for us to raise funds.
You know what I want to do, Mitch? I mean, I asked you if you come here from Bonnyville. Yes. That's what you said. Yes. And everybody out there needs to understand there's a lot of moving parts in this today, 12 hours. I mean, thanks to Jagger and Max is here today trying to put this on. It's quite an undertaking. And technically, we're going to probably work out some bugs through the day. That's going to happen. We understand. But everybody I asked to be part of this, they didn't say, I'll let you know later. It was, yes. That's what this movement's been about. So much yes. We believe we can do this, Mitch.
Well, we have to do.
Yeah.
And we believe we can do this as well. So what you alluded to a little bit earlier is all the, in the video, you see all the people that work on the street every day, all winter long to collect those signatures. We were talking at breakfast this morning, and I said to that place, I stopped in Claire's home, 35 below zero. They're in a cargo trailer, basically. Knock on the door to sign. So I had to stop. So I stopped, knocked on the door to sign. Turned out the guy was originally from Bonnyville.
You're right.
And away we went. And I said, so how many signatures are you expecting to get today? 5?
Yeah.
In 8 hours of sitting out there in 35 below zero.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it takes. And that's what it took.
We started off the telethon today with pictures of people on the street. I'd like to play that video that we had to play off the top. We didn't have a technical issue there. I'll play that for you later, but it was kind of a tribute to you and the canvassers. And while it was a tribute to you and the canvassers, I thought it was very important to point out the fact that we're here because of them. I remember last year you said to me, there'll be bumps along the road, John. And boy, there's been some bumps. I think it was March the 4th at Elections Alberta with the petition was it March 4th? We had it May 4th. And that was a bump. But we're here. We're going to at least have a question, and those canvassers, God love them all, right?
Every step along the way now.
Yeah,
we have to win.
Mm-hmm.
So now we've thanks to all those people that got us here, because without that we really wouldn't be here. There would be no question. The Premier would not have put this question on the ballot if they had not had any idea that we had 301,000 people sign this thing and turn it in for us, and then give us the ability to get to this point. And they didn't think we could.
Yeah.
I know they didn't.
No, they didn't. No, not at all. I want to go over the third-party advertisers we're supporting today. There are others. I want to tell you that. It has been a challenge for me. I picked a lot of these, actually most of them before the 15th of June, because they were most of the third-party advertisers that were in, people I trusted and knew very well. We've got one other. We've got 7 today. Let me run through them quickly. Our friends Kathy Flett, Angela Tabak from the Alberta Women for Independence, Alberta's Choice, Sheila Gunn-Reid, also, John Tompkinson, United Alberta Flags, Corey Morgan, Pathway to Independence. Corey's been all over the place. Really started off the sign thing. People are collecting them like cards now. It's amazing. We're going to talk more about that probably today for sure. Jason and Paula Levine, The Levine Show. Keith Wilson, Tanya Clemens, Let Alberta Decide, and Stay Free Alberta. We're so aware of what that's about. Mitch, can you tell us about Stay Free Alberta? You're really starting your fundraising today to push forward over the next 3 months.
Yeah, we've been busy doing a lot of things, raising money everywhere. But Stay Free Alberta is a third party that started. And what we're planning to do with that is, I'm not planning to do with this. I was told that what they're planning to do with it is...
Who was telling you that, Mitch?
Well, my wife was telling me that. And she's basically the proponent of that.
Right.
And her idea is that we're going to take the money that we raised today and talk to people on the other side through their media.
Yeah.
We're going to go on radio. We're going to go on television. And you know what? I've done that before. Mm-hmm. I did that before during COVID, I was actually running COVID ads on mainstream media. I actually got sued by the CRTC and won. Actually, to tell you the honest to God truth.
Good. Yep. Right.
So you know what? We're not strangers to that. I believe that if you want to talk to people, I think you have to talk to where they are, right, and take it to them. So I think that's what we're going to do. And of course, we're in the Northeast. So she says that we're going to be able to, put flags and banners and all manner of stuff in the Northeast where we live. And so, we're going to focus on those two things.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate part of politics, and this is obviously a very political thing, but we need a lot of money here. AlbertaTelethon.com. You can go and support any of these or maybe all of them if you have the means. And if you're there and you don't have the money, by all means, don't do that. I mean, I always tell people, they say, John, thanks for what you do. And I say, I do a little bit, you do a little bit, everybody together, we do a big thing. But money is so important. We have to, the other side's got so much of it.
Well, so what people have to understand is if you got $20 for this, it's a big help.
Yes.
And we've been running around Alberta telling people through APP that if everybody gives us an APP gives us $20, we're going to have enough money to roll. Mm-hmm. And so everybody has to understand that our strength is in lots of people. If we get lots of people donating, participate that way. People say, "Oh, well, what can we do?" Well, you can give us $20, mm-hmm. and that's a big deal. And if you can give us more, of course, we'll take as much as you would like to give us.
Well, and again, every little bit helps, and a lot of little bits make a big bit. Mm-hmm. Maybe I should. There's a quote for you.
Yeah, and it's absolute truth. So if you get 10,000 people giving $20. All of a sudden you've got a big chunk of money.
You sure do. What we're doing today is pretty monumental. It goes for 12 hours, which we've been calling this the biggest online event in Alberta history. I think it probably is. And it's certainly going to be a lot of fun through the day. We've got some remarkable people, thanks to all the hosts today. I won't run through all of them right now, but we will get to them before the end of the hour, I hope. But we're also going to Edmonton. We've got a studio in Edmonton, thanks to my friends James and Mike. Mr. Alberta are going to be up there today. We're going to an Edmonton studio later on. The Fringe is going to be on tonight from Edmonton. We're also going to go to Mexico today. We're going to Mexico. Nat and the guy are friends who escaped Canada a number of years ago. I think it was during COVID. We've got to know them. They're very much into the independence movement. Very smart young couple living in Mexico. I was telling them how envious I was of them through the wintertime that they were down there. But they're going to be joining us as well today from Mexico. We've got all of the third-party advertisers on. Dennis Kalma, who you know very well. We've got The Value of Freedom here in the studio. He wrote that along with Jeff Rath. They're going to be on today. And we've got an amazing event happening tonight. If you haven't heard about it, I think Airdrie could be shut down tonight, Mitch. Yeah. We're having a big party up there starting at 8 o'clock with Mr. and Mrs. Albertan. And John, talking to Albertans, will be hosting up there from 8 till 9. But the party goes from 8 to 11. We'd like to thank Paul's Pizza. I mean, they've been remarkable. They've had some difficulties because they supported us, much like what happened in Red Deer yesterday. Thank you so much. And it has been difficult at times for people to support this. We heard this through the petition campaign. I don't know whether I can sign because, I might worry about losing my job. And it's pretty sad to think that, isn't it?
Well, it's pretty sad to think that we're there, right? And that's why we're doing this.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I mean, the point of the matter is that if you're scared of government, then I think you've got a problem. And how much did we hear that? We heard that all the time. I'm scared to sign this. I don't want anybody to know. We had people drive 80 kilometers to sign somewhere else so their neighbors wouldn't see them.
Yeah.
But that being said, you know what? When I started this, there was a lot of anti-Alberta independence. But now, the last few days of the petition signing thing, I was in Cold Lake actually for 2 or 3 hours visiting with those guys that were collecting signatures. And the number of people with thumbs up and honking horns compared to at the beginning,
the opposite thing with the finger in the middle of the hand.
Yeah, well, we had some of those.
Yeah,
we had some of those too. But you know what? There's hope for them. And you know what the good part about it is, really, as far as I'm personally concerned, they're all going to benefit from a free and independent Alberta.
Do you think? Let me ask you this: I think Alberta is going to be better off than Canada.
Oh,
believe
absolutely.
That? Yeah.
Oh, without question.
Sure.
Well, and especially with the fact that
was a lead-in question. I knew you were going to say that.
We're not right off the bat.
Yeah.
So then, if they're not trying to sabotage us, the ability to work is going to increase. The ability to earn is going to increase, and the ability for us to do things with that money that are not tied into, moving the money to the politicians in Ottawa. That money can stay here and help us.
I was thinking something coming in today. Maybe people who are watching today were thinking the same thing. The people that want Alberta to stay, do they want us to stay for the betterment of the people, or do they want us to stay just because they're going to miss the money? What do you think?
They're going to miss the money from Ottawa?
Well, no. What I'm saying is, do the people who want us to stay in Canada want us to stay because of the betterment of the people, or just they want us to stay because they want our money?
Well, of course they want our money because they treat us like that's all they want.
Yeah.
They keep electing governments that are anti-Alberta, anti-West. And so as a consequence, well, not so much anti-West because, BC's part of that.
Right.
But the whole thing is that if you look at the graphs, Alberta overcontributes in everything by a lot. And they're the only one. They're the only one. If you look at the pension plan, maybe BC has a little bit overcontributed over the years, but the graph is incredible. Like Alberta's way up there, BC's down here a little bit, and everybody else is a net taker. And that's the same with EI. It's the same with lots of things.
Yeah, I was before I did this event, I had to go through Elections Alberta. I was talking to Corey Morgan. He said, the rules kind of set the standard for you, so you kind of stay within, the game plan here when it comes to being a third-party advertiser. But I had to go through Elections Alberta to assure we could do this. We're not really gathering any money here to distribute. We're asking people to go to albertatelethon.com, click on a link, and give something to one of the third-party advertisers. I'd like to say, though, when you do this, fill in the information, all of it, particularly when it comes to something like PayPal and e-transfers. If you don't fill in the information properly, that money will go to Elections Alberta, and the third-party advertisers really can't help you all that much. So make sure you fill in all the information, and then the TPAs, as we'll call them here, won't have any issues when it comes to having to report to Elections Alberta. But I'm on a roll here because you brought something up with me prior to us going on today, and you said the word Lukaszuk, who is not playing by the rules. And I was thinking, Mitch, that might be a good incentive for people to give some money. Let's get Thomas Lukaszuk here today, right?
Yeah.
He's not playing by the rules.
Well, Elections Alberta said that he doesn't have to follow the rules because Canada's always been here and he's not campaigning for change.
Yeah, that's not
true. So what I'd like to know is, as a proponent of the question, should it be okay for us to say that, we've always had the ability to petition government? So then maybe we should go under the same rules. And if that's the case, I'm game. I'm 100% all in. But you haven't mentioned something that I think is very important.
Yeah.
The most you can give to third parties cumulatively as an individual is $5,000.
That's right.
And but if you have a company and yourself, you can give for every company the same amount of money.
Each family member as well, correct?
And each family member.
Right.
So just saying. So but as far as the Lukaszuk thing is concerned, I think it's gone beyond reason. And we've been protecting ourselves in court now. We're on our third court case now. And they're lawfaring us to death, and they're doing it on purpose. And so here's the thing: we're going to have to stand up for ourselves here, very, very shortly. And I believe it.
Yeah, well, I look at the relationship and the rules the way they're different for that side than it is our side here in Alberta, much like the rules between Canada and Alberta. It's kind of a parallel in a way, So. Yeah, it's not fair, but use that as an incentive to give some money today. Let's get that guy. But I don't want him. Listen, I'm not focusing on him too much. I'm focusing on the positivity of this movement, and it has been an absolute joy. It's been the most profound. I think a lot of people watching right now, and if you're watching right now, has this not been one of the most profound things to happen in your entire life? I'm 61 years old. I got a lot of years behind me right now, and this is the most amazing thing I have ever been involved in. I spent a lot of time working on the telethon, as other people did, as our hosts have done, and it was worth every minute. You're out every day running around. You've been doing this. You've been out every day for a year longer, and other people as well. And it's been a remarkably profound event for me and thing to happen in my life.
So you know what? It's been a real interesting journey for me, because I was never into politics. Never had anything to do with politics. 3 years ago, I wouldn't have dreamt that we would be here, first of all, and I also wouldn't have dreamt that this movement would have grown to the way it went. Having 7,000 canvassers has never been done before. Collecting these kind of signatures has never been done before, and I really, really believe that if we had the ability to say, okay, well, you know what, these signatures are going to be actually verified and kept in private, nobody will know that you signed, we could have doubled or tripled that number.
Right. Yeah, no, it's just been amazing. And I almost miss it. I'm glad they don't have to do it anymore, but I'd be driving along down towards Britis or out towards Elbow Falls in the wintertime, and I'd see people sitting at the side of the road. It was cold, just like your friend. And I'd pull over and I'd stop and just say, thank you. And shake their hands. I did that so many times.
Well, you have to appreciate that, right?
Yeah.
Because they're there for the right reasons. They're there for the cause. They're there so that we can win.
Yeah.
And that's what everybody has to understand here about giving money. If we're going to win this, we're going to need your help. Yeah. And there's no way that we can do this by ourselves. It's absolutely no way. So everybody has to help.
We're going to bring in a friend of mine in just a moment. We become very good friends. He doesn't live near me. We're going to bring him in just a moment. You're talking about money. He's going to have a challenge for people here in just a moment. And I wanted him to come down here because he's a guy that's out running around all over the place, putting his time into this event. I just love this guy. And he's a good friend of mine now. I'm going to bring him in just a moment. I'm going to tell you about some of the guests and hosts we've got coming up today. Let's do that. Coming up in just a little bit, Dennis Kalma will be on with Alberta Proud Dad at noon hour. Dennis, I call him a secret weapon of the independence movement. Dennis does not a lot of events, but he's very effective once he goes at. As a matter of fact, I can't tell you how many people were at the Queensland Community Centre on January the 10th. Everybody I've ever met was there that night, because that's the night, that's 7 days after the petition campaign started. And there was an event there put on by my good friends, Jeevan Mangat and Heather Field. And Dennis Kalma was there, and Corey Morgan was there, and Eva Chipiuk was there, and I was the MC that night. And somebody walked up to us halfway through the event and said, there's 1,500 people lined up outside to sign the petition. There were only few people who actually could do that, and they wrote their arms off that night. And after that, you saw people lining up everywhere around this province. It was insane. But it was after that event, Dennis was there, and he was there when you were in Dalhousie up in the northwest part of Calgary. Yeah. And I watched you two guys go back and forth answering questions, and my head was spinning. It was amazing. So Dennis will be on with Alberta Proud Dad. Our friend Jason Levine will be on with Marty up north at 1:00 today. Our good friends Macy Madison and Mike Holmes with Corey Morgan and Daryl Comic coming up at 2:00 today. Good friend Igor Riltsev, everybody just calls him by his name, Igor, will be talking with Tamara Leach and Sheila Gunn-Reid today. So they're going to be on just around 3:00. Nat and the Guy from Mexico with Tanya Clemens and Keith Wilson. Okay, they're going to be kind of remoting that. Chris Scott with Dennis Callum again, who's doing double duty today. By the way, if you'd like to ask a question of Dennis or Chris, let's go Alberta1@gmail.com. Send in your questions so they can answer them. And that's happening at 5 o'clock today. Pardon me. From 6 to 8 p.m., we'll have Mr. Alberta Critical Compass as well with Kathy Flett, Michael Wagner, John Tompkinson will be on with them as well. And then Mr. and Mrs. Albertan will be on at 8 o'clock from Paul's Pizza. Derek, our good friend, Unacceptable Fringe with his wife, Mike, Keith Wilson, and Tanya Clemens doing double duty from 9 until 10. We'll wrap it up here and send it out to Paul's just after 10 o'clock tonight. What a day.
Yeah, and lots of great people.
Yeah, they're all great people, and every one of them said yes, as did our next guest. Can we bring my friend Wade Collins in from Sylvan Lake? Come on in here, Wade. Come on in here, my friend. Hey. Pull your mic over there if you could. And get you on mic. I just want to tell you, I was talking about friends, Wade. I started out talking about friends today. And how many times have I spoken to you at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning? I'm getting up. You're still go to bed. And this happens all the time, doesn't it?
Yeah, many times we spoke.
Yes. Yeah. And you're up in Sylvan Lake. I've got to get out to your peace sign up there. I'm going to come out this summer. I promise you. Okay. I'll definitely be out there. But what have you been doing? You've been working real hard. I know you visit Corey Morgan. You're probably driving him nuts. You've been picking up his you've got signs all over your property.
He's getting sick of me calling him almost every day saying, "Hey, Corey, you got some more signs? You got more signs?"
Yeah.
His signs are going like hotcakes, and the 4x8s are getting out there too to private properties.
We've got others that are doing signs as well. Jason Levine's doing signs. We've got Kathy and Angela who are doing signs as well. Sheila Gunn Reed's doing signs. Yeah. Lots of signs out there right now. People are collecting them like they're collecting cards, aren't they?
Yeah. Like I just gave the last of my Tanya Clemens and Keith Wilson's away yesterday, actually. Yeah. And the people, I've got donation cans and people just come and they donate. And but the signs are free.
Here's Mitch, here's a guy you see. So many different. I know he shows up in Saskatchewan. We were over there talking to them as well, right?
But with Wade, it's bigger than that.
Yeah, tell me.
Wade has followed me around and helped set up my events, and for a long, long time.
I know.
And one of the saddest days that I had in the last couple of years is when he said he's going to work, and that he wasn't going to be able to come and help us out anymore.
Yeah.
And he was following me around the province, pulling his truck with his trailer on his own dime. And we finally tried to give him gas money at the end, where we finally were paying him at least gas money to get him there, because he's such a big help.
He is. And you're among thousands, Wade. A lot of people are doing stuff like you. We've just got an army of wonderful people that are helping out and helping out by, donating today at albertatelethon.com, but there's just thousands of them, Wade. You got a bit of a tear in your eye there.
I have met hundreds of people in this movement, and I got to tell you, everybody is so honest and happy. I swear, you could leave a bag of money in the middle of an event, and at the end of the event, when nobody else is around, somebody be running around with that bag going, "Hey, whose money is this?"
That's right. Yeah. I knew of you, but
awesome people.
Do you know when we really first met? Do you remember?
No, I don't. Somebody was just asking me that. Caroline was just asking me that today.
It wasn't very long ago.
No.
It was at the Big Four at the event in January.
Oh, that's right.
We stood in the middle. And, I want to tell you something. I was going around, I interviewed Mitch that night, talked to other people, and I really met you for the first time. We kind of stood beside each other and became friendly. And I walked up to Wade, and I'm going to ask you the same question. Why do you want Alberta independence, Mitch? Or sorry, Wade?
I'm in this for my grandchildren. It's not going to do me any good at all.
Same answer.
But my grandchildren need to live in a free country, and they need to be able to prosper to the best of their ability, and not just work for the man. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I look at your eyes again. I think I said in the video I put out, my friend Wade got a bit of a tear in his eye when he said that. How many people have said that to me? Did say that to you, Mitch? Oh, yeah. Want to do it for my children and grandchildren?
Every day.
Yeah.
Every day. And we're in the same situation, probably all three of us. Mm-hmm. An independent Alberta, we're at the stage in life where, we have to do this for everybody else. And my grandkids are little. I've got some 3, 5-year-olds, 7-year-olds. And I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at the difference between the opportunity that I had as a 20-year-old compared to the opportunity that these kids are going to have the opportunity to have. And there's a marked difference. I started my business as a 20-year-old.
Yeah. I bought my first house. I was 18.
Couldn't do that today.
No.
Well, let me tell you my story. As a radio broadcaster for 35 to 40 years. Started when I was about 20. And my first full-time job, I made $11,000 a year. I mean, think about it. That's less than $1,000 a month.
And you lived on it.
And I lived on it.
Yeah.
I lived on $11,000 a year. I had a car. I could put gas in it. I could afford food. How are things working out for us now? You know, think if we could keep that $5,000 for every man, woman, and child in this province, and we could keep it here.
Yeah.
But they want to keep the money. They want our money, and we want to keep it here for us.
Imagine what we could do with the interest alone on the extra money that we send.
Yeah, I agree.
Just on the interest.
Yeah,
you know?
for sure.
But for me, it's not all about the money. For me, it's freedom. I still say freedom first. All the rest are details. We're Westerners. We'll get her done.
You know what's happening today? Bill C-9 goes into effect today. And it's just another one of those free speech rules that are coming in, laws coming in, where eventually you're going to see it, knock on your door and you said something on X or you said something and they're going to take you down for what do they call it? A non-crime hate speech or something. I don't know what it is. So they do it 30 times a day over in England. Same thing.
And if you've gone, and they're going to go back a year.
Oh, yeah, probably.
They're going to go back a year.
Retroactive.
I'm in big trouble.
Yeah, we're all in big trouble. And you know what we're saying isn't hate. It isn't hate. It's just there's a saying, liberals believe in free speech or believe in your right to say what you want until they disagree with it, basically. And that's kind of where we are in this country. But C9 comes into effect today. Now, Wade, you're here. This is something that happens on telethons. Maybe some people will do this throughout the day today. You remember telethons, but you've got a bit of a challenge for people here today, and you're holding a couple of bills. We don't see a lot of money these days, Wade, but you got some cash here. Show it to the people.
I just got to say, first of all, that we wouldn't be where we are in this movement if it wasn't for Dennis Modry, Jeff Rath, and Mitch Sylvester.
Thank you.
The Energizer Bunny, man, he just does not stop.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to make the first donation to Stay Free Alberta TPA, I guess, if you haven't gotten any yet.
Mm-hmm.
So my challenge is, here's two $100 bills. I don't know how clearly you can see them, but you'll see what a good photocopier I have. Anyways, so my first donation and my challenge to everybody out there, if you can, match this donation and give it to Stay Free Alberta.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wade. I almost feel guilty taking money from Wade for all the work he's done for me. But thank you very much.
It's for a good cause. We all have to pony up because this is it.
It is.
This is it.
Yeah, and as I said off the top, you're going to have the weight of the federal government, the Liberal Party, the Prime Minister. You're going to have the Conservative Party, Pierre Poilievre, and whatnot. They're going to be coming for us in big time, and it's going to get. I've heard more and more, Mitch, and I said this. I think the real battle begins around Labor Day. We've got to keep percolating right now. We really have to keep percolating. This is when we can build up our war chest, because those last 6 weeks are going to be very important. People are worrying about soccer and the barbecue and things like that right now, summer vacation. But we have to this is where we can really build things up, like today at albertatelethon.com. Make a donation. Do you agree?
100% agree. And we need the money now. It's going to be late on Labor Day to do anything with it. Yeah. So you need to have it now so that you can get organized and you can see what you can do, so that you can advertise, and you have to buy advertising space so that you can have your ads ready. You can have everything ready to go for that 6-week push. And, the signs are going to be up and all manner of things. But we need to get competent people doing that work for us. They have professional people doing all that kind of stuff. So for us to get the biggest bang for our dollar, we have to have people that know how to do that. We have to send the right message. We have to have that all researched, and we have to be ready. And in order to be ready, we have to know how much money we have to spend. So, I mean, like in any business transaction, any business thing, you set a budget based on what you have, and then away you go. So if we're going to fight them at all and be effective, then we need to have some money. And there's lots of us and very few of them. And the beauty of this is we're not going to be beholden to any big corporation or anything after this is done. This is all going to come from us, all going to come from the grassroots people. And you know what? We can do this.
Yeah, we can. Does it seem like it's flown by to you, or do you think this is like a slow process? I mean, it seems like it's just yesterday I was talking to you for the first time, and here we are more than a year later. We've come a long way in a very short time. And I think of Corey Morgan, who I talk to quite often. He wrote a book, The Sovereign's Hand Guide. And 20 years ago, he tried to do this himself. It's been 2 decades for him. He's been waiting for an opportunity. And Dennis Modry and people like this who've been into this for a long, long time. All of a sudden, it's upon us. Does it seem like a bit of a dream to you?
Well, the way it happened was very interesting. But we put pressure on government. We put pressure on all kinds of people. And you know what? You have to be there when the opportunity presents itself, and we were. And we were ready for it. And so, when Carney won, I think that was the impetus. That was right there. That was when this whole thing
that was
started.
The free and fair election you're talking about?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because really, you weren't deeply into this until that, wasn't it? Yeah, I think you told me that Carney pushed you over the edge, didn't he?
Oh, I was an independent Alberta within Canada guy before that.
Right. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And so at that point I said, well, I don't think there's a hope that we'll ever have another Conservative government in Canada. And the way they're operating, and you were talking just earlier that the politicians are taking all the money. Well, just understand they're taking all the resources too. So the ability to earn,
and they're taking all the freedom,
and that too. So what we've got going on is, before that I started into politics with COVID when they shut my store down. I had no idea what was going on, left or right, didn't pay attention, didn't care. So anybody that's out there that was or is, and it's not too late for you. Somebody asked me to come to a House meeting, and that's what got this whole thing started. So does it seem like a blur? It does. It's been a lot of work though. I'm not going to lie to you. It's been full-time work for a year, or more than full-time work for a year. And for the last push here, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go as hard as we can. We need to win this. And in order to win this, we need people and we need money.
We need money. Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about that right now. Again, thanks to all of the hosts for being here today and all of the people contributing to this event here today. But what I think people need to know is that, you've got the people in this studio, the one in Edmonton. We've got our friends in Mexico. We're going to Paul's Pizza tonight. Wade's come here. My wife's helping out. She's bringing over food. I'm hoping it's out there when I leave there here in about 13 minutes and get something to eat.
Yeah.
But the people that are watching right now, you're part of this as well. I mean, we're a million or more strong here today. And that's what we need to understand is that, you've got these people sitting in studios around, well, I guess we're an international telethon here today, which is pretty remarkable. But you're a big part of this today. I know a lot of people have contributed already. I have, but I keep going back to help out even more. So if you can do that and you can support one of our third-party advertisers today or more than one, that would be great. I do want to pass along some information. I was talking to Jason Levine. Jason's been a third-party advertiser. He was through the petition campaign as well. So he's a wealth of knowledge. And Jason and his wife, Paula, and their kids have been great friends of mine. A real blessing of this campaign and this. They'll always be friends of mine. So donations of $50 and under. People sent me a text or an email earlier saying, I don't want my name published. I don't want them to have my name. They're scared.
Yeah.
They're scared.
Yeah.
What do I do? How do I get around that? Well, donations of $50 and under do not require personal information. So if you go to the website and you give $50, you don't really have to put too much personal information in there. And they're not going to know who you are. They don't have to input that information.
So John, how many $50 can you give in one day?
Well,
does that work? I don't understand. I'm just saying, you can do it multiple times.
You can give up to $5,000
at $50 at a time.
I suppose you could do that.
Right.
I suppose you could do that. But then $250 donations and below per third-party advertiser, and your name does not appear on the Elections Alberta website. So that's another thing to keep in the back of your mind.
Well, I just got to say, Elections Alberta, if you're watching, this $200 I just gave to Stay Free Alberta. My name is Wade Collins, Post Office Box 90361, Sylvan Lake, Alberta, T4S 1S6. And if that isn't good enough for you, well, I'm sorry.
Okay. You have to be an Alberta resident. You know how many people outside Alberta want to help us get our independence? Have you noticed? It's remarkable.
But it is, but you know what? We don't get a whole bunch of donations from outside of Alberta. And we get none from the U.S.
Well, we can't during this campaign at all. You cannot give money.
You can if you're Thomas.
Well, yeah,
come on.
And as much as you want, right?
Absolutely. There's no limit there.
And there's an important little bit of information you need to understand. None of the third-party advertisers will share your personal information. So you don't have to worry about them. But people are scared, and that's what really bothers me. And, you know, people say they're going out handing out signs, and I'm taking pictures, and they run out of the way because they're worried about their employer seeing them. Part of this, that scares me. I mean, I want to get away from that place. That's why I want the independence.
Well, that's exactly right. So if you feel that way, then you understand you have a problem.
Yeah.
And if you're scared of your own government, then you have a problem.
I put my car in the Reynolds car show here a couple of weeks ago at the Reynolds Museum in Wetaskiwin. There was like 600 cars there. And the lineup of people just to go to the museum and go to the car show, there was many, I mean, it was a huge lineup. Very few people were wearing any kind of freedom garb.
Yeah.
I was the only one that had a sign. It was one of your signs, actually. Alberta's time is now. And I had it right in front of my car.
Mm-hmm.
Many people coming up and giving me high five or shaking my hand, thanking me. But nobody was wearing an Alberta flag or a hat or anything to do with independence.
Yeah. You know, John Tompkinson with United Alberta Flags, I interviewed him last night because he's one of the third-party advertisers. He was out with Jason yesterday, and I interviewed him when he was on the road. Where was he? In Rimbey, I think. And that's what they're trying to do, spread around flags, which I think is wonderful. They're giving out all kinds of flags. He's hoping to have flags all the way up and down the highway between Calgary and Edmonton. There's a quote that I remember. People who watch my channel regularly know I love quotes. I keep quotes. I have an app in my MacBook right here sitting in front of me that keeps quotes. I love quotes from the founding fathers of the United States of America. You can learn a lot from these people. They were pretty smart. Thomas Jefferson said, when the government fears the people, there is liberty. When the people fear is tyranny. And we're getting closer and closer to that all the time.
Well, and it should be a concern. It should be a concern.
Yes.
And those of you that think it's not coming to your house are sadly mistaken.
Absolutely.
There's absolutely no way you're running away from this. And you're going to live it every day. And you know what? All of this stuff starts slowly and becomes bigger. And if you don't believe it's happening, just look at the C-bills.
Mm-hmm.
All of them. So here we are in a situation where they keep passing these little bills and everybody says, oh, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
And then they pass another one. And then pretty soon, cumulatively, which is what's happening, this is a disaster.
Yeah, there's a saying, slowly, and then all at once.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you're over the edge. Yeah, I want to ask you, what did you do, Mitch? What was your profession? What did you do through your life?
I was, you know what? I went to university for 4 years. I graduated in biology. Didn't use it for 10 minutes.
Yeah, right.
Got into business.
I think there was a little biology
got into business right away. I started my business at 21. I'm still running the same business today.
What was the business?
Sylvester Sporting Goods. Sylvester Source for Sports.
Did you sell guns?
I sold a lot of guns. I still sell a lot of guns.
Tell me about that. You know, I was at the legislature. I'm trying to think of what was the first one. We did an independence rally on May 3rd, 2025. Jeevan Mangad and some others put that one together. A few thousand people showed up. It was pretty amazing. Right after the election, 5 days after the election. And there was a man sitting there with his two kids. And I walked up and I said, would you mind if I spoke to your kids? And I'd like to talk to you. And I asked the father, and I said, why do you want Alberta independence? And he said, they're coming after my guns. And that is a real issue with people, isn't it? And for somebody who was into sporting goods and sold some guns, that's a huge thing. And they keep taking more and more, don't they?
Well, you know what? When they first introduced the gun registry, I was in business for a long time before that. So I want to tell you something. You can sell guns to people without a gun license and it's fine.
Yeah.
Because I was in business for 20 or 25 years with that when that was going on. Not that I think that should be the way it is. I think that the system that we had before they started to lock this down was excellent.
Mhm.
But here's the thing. When they came out with the gun things and say they're going to register stuff, I had people, and I called them tin hatters, far right guys saying, you know what? That's just the first step towards confiscation.
Mhm.
And you know what I said? Never happened in Canada.
Yeah.
Never happened here. I remember it like it's yesterday. And then when Stephen Harper got in and they took away the registry,
Mhm.
I got called from the RCMP saying, hey, don't change a thing. Just keep registering people's guns. About 6 hours later, I got a call from Government of Canada saying, if you dare register any more guns, we're going to come after you for privacy issues.
Right.
So here's the thing. You got the RCMP telling you something, you got the government telling you something else, and we won that. We have the most reasonable gun laws in the world, really, before this. And now here we are. And there's 350 or 60,000 pals in Alberta. That's gun licenses. And so those people should be 100% in support of all this. Because really, you don't need a gun to shoot a moose. You can shoot a moose with a bow and arrow. You can whatever you want to do. If you cannot protect your home, there's absolutely no way you can be a free person.
Right. Well, lots of reasons. We're going to wrap it up here because we're going to go in. I'm going to queue up our next guest who we're going to have on here. So this is kind of special. So maybe Max and Jager can get Caroline Richards ready. But before we get to her, I just want to say, there's lots of reasons that we want Alberta independence. And we all have different reasons. A lot of people say money. I say I'm tired of hearing no from the federal government. We've been told no so many times. And these recent announcements of so-called pipelines it's ridiculous. $43 billion in your money to build a pipeline after it. Danielle Smith said, if we have to use government dollars, it will be a failure.
Absolutely.
Well, you have failed, Premier Smith, as far as I'm concerned. There's lots of reasons for us to contribute. So if you can do this today, albertatelethon.com. Are we ready? I was just running Jager with our guest in just a moment. Throw it to her in just a moment. We've got Berta Proud Dad coming up in just a moment after our guest. And Dennis Kalma will be in. Dennis is awesome. Berta Proud, thank you so much for being here today. We're going to throw it to Caroline. So here's what happened. A couple of weekends ago, I do my independence calendar on the weekends, and somebody sent me this grainy video of this woman playing a ukulele, singing a song called Alberta Rose. And I was just thrilled hearing her sing this song, an original song. So I said, please let me know who she is. And everybody says, that's Caroline, John. You got to get Caroline on. So I contacted her. She's just wonderful. She's here today. I think we're sending it to the other studio. I hope that happens. But our friend, Caroline Richards with Alberta Rose, thank you so much. Mitch, thank you.
Thank you,
my
John.
friend Wade, thank you so much. Berta Proud coming up in just a moment.
Thanks,
thank you very much.
Thanks,
Over to
John.
Caroline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donate.
It's great.
So you're getting a bit of a lag here. There'll be like a floor monitor, a floor director for you, or I can be that. We'll tell you when, because you're going to hit. Geez, you're probably 30, 40 seconds behind right now. There's some stuff if you want to, just on the TPAs and everything. So, where were you here? I was sitting here. You can sit over here. Sure. The camera's right over here.
Freedom on your mind. We're happy if you come and live as long as you align. If you're looking for a handout, you won't get it here. Hard work, a job, low taxes, love and no fear. 'Cause we're taking back our chickens, cows and ducks. We're never eating crickets. Thank you very much. They've canceled our gas and oil 'cause that's just what they chose. And that's the very reason that Alberta rose. And that's the very reason that Alberta rose.
Thank you so much.
Well, you're welcome.
Thank you for being here.
It was easy to do. It was, yeah, a little more stressful than I thought, but that's good. Oh, thank you. Well, something extra, right? Oh, I hope so.
It's okay. We're smiling and not swearing.
That's good. That's the main thing.
Thank you so much.
Well, I really appreciate it. What? Oh, thank you very much.
Wow, what a fantastic crowd. There are thousands of our fellow Albertans here today. Thank you for being at the largest ever rally for Alberta sovereignty in Alberta's history. We are at an inflection point, ladies and gentlemen, a time in history where we have a choice. And that choice is, do we continue to be subservient to Ottawa and the enslavement by our federal government? Or do we chart a new path forward to freedom and prosperity through independence? We have the leverage. We have the power. We have the ability to empower our provincial government to be able to, for the first time in history, negotiate a new sovereign Alberta from a position of strength. And that position of strength comes from a successful referendum on Alberta sovereignty.
Albertans, it's time we face the truth. Ottawa's system cannot be fixed from within. Every path to fairness is blocked by design. Every single year, we lose between $20 and $28 billion in equalization payments. That's about $6,000 per Albertan. Or for an average family of 4, that's $24,000 your family gives away to Ottawa for no services in return. That's money that you earned and money you'll never see again. But after all these things, they have not yet broken our spirit. Alberta is not getting a fair deal in Canada right now. And here's the truth. If we actually want real change, the kind that means opening up the Constitution, that's nearly impossible for Albertans to do on our own. But if we vote yes in a sovereignty referendum, that changes everything. Suddenly, Alberta is not begging to be heard. We'd be negotiating from a position of strength for the first time in our history. And when that happens, when we vote yes to sovereignty, Ottawa will listen.
I'm told constantly on my channel, Fringe, there is no way you can vote your way out of this mess. I beg to differ. Alberta, you've been handed a golden ticket. You've been given a golden opportunity. You've said for years, your vote has no weight in the federal elections. Our Senate is unrepresented. Our votes just put bums in chairs.
Well, that was some amazing footage from the legislature. And I would like to give a shout out and a thank you to Caroline Richards for that tune that she gave us. That was absolutely amazing. It's Berta Proud Dad, ladies and gentlemen. How is everybody doing? And what an honor it is to have Dennis Kalma with me for this next hour on the telethon. And you guys might know Dennis from his book, co-author or principal author, The Value of Freedom. And it's important to remember when we're doing something like this today, how we all got here, right? How we all decided to get to this position. It wasn't very long ago that I was championing Pierre Poilievre and Battle River Crowfoot and going up against people like Grant Abraham. And I really thought that we could fix this country. Come January, I decided to make a little shift when I started seeing people cross the floor. And I'd seen that before. It's not like I hadn't seen it before, Dennis, but that was really the final straw for me. And I always like to ask people what was their line, and what was your line?
So I'd been an independence or someone very unhappy how Canada was running for a number of years. And my solution at some point was to say, okay, it's time for me to leave. I'll leave in retirement and away I go. But then Pierre came on the scene and I thought, hey, this guy's going to get in. He's going to win. Should be no problem. He can start undoing the mess that we were in. And then we had that wonderful election there in April of last year, and he lost, and we literally had no influence. And I saw if there was any chance for Pierre at all, that it was gone and probably gone forever.
Mm-hmm.
If Pierre couldn't get in with all of his popularity, how on earth could anyone else ever get in? So I got mad, and I was just on X for the first time, and I saw Jeff Rath go by, on various posts, and I thought, yeah, that makes sense. I like what he's saying. This is good. And Jeff's quite a forceful speaker, so that was good. Yep. So I pinged him. I chatted with him and said, hey, you need some help. I'm willing to help any way I can. He says, well, have you ever written a business plan? I said, sure. Dozens of them when I was an executive at a bunch of different countries around the world. He said, okay, can you give it a shot? So I said, okay. And we started writing The Value of Freedom.
Wow.
And that went on for about 6 weeks of heavy duty writing and analysis and so forth. Primarily Jeff and I. He did a lot of the policy work. I did mainly the analytics and the numbers. And at that point I was committed and just keep on going.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, it's important to remind people that, they like to label us in this independence movement that we're just a bunch of rednecks, right? That's what they like to say. And that's fine. Whatever. They can say what they want. But I'm a Red Seal heavy duty mechanic.
Yeah.
That's what I am. And what's your background?
I'm a theoretical physicist by training. So I got a degree in physics. And I spent my life primarily dealing with organizations under stress. Long story, I won't bore you with how I got from physics to that. But effectively, I was a guy that dropped in when a large project or an organization was failing, and they brought me in to try and fix stuff. One of the things you have to do when you try and fix stuff is figure out what's wrong and write a plan to get out of it, a business plan or some sort of major project plan. So that's the background that got me here, and that's the one that I'm sticking with. Yeah, well, that's the whole point, right? So we all come from different walks of life. Yep. So like myself, a mechanic, you physicist, that's crazy. That's awesome. And we get along fine.
I've never talked to a physicist in my life. This is the first time. But I know other mechanics. I know doctors, lawyers, nurses, teachers. I know, this independence movement really is full of a bunch of people that just want what's best for their province, and they're seeing it. So I recently just became a grandfather.
Ah, congratulations.
Right? And thank you. And that gave me another reason to fight, right? It was like a whole new thing. Like, I was fighting for my kids before, and now there's another reason. And I like to talk about not just the floor crossing, what brought me over to independence. I like to remind people of this. When Stephen Harper back in 2015 left office, he left Canada with about a $590 billion debt. That's what we had. And that was from 1867 to 2015. Yep. We accrued that debt. Now we're sitting at 1.3 trillion in 11 years. So we more than doubled that debt.
Yep.
If we keep going under the current spending, and people, you can look this up. I'm not pulling this out of my ass. You can look this up. If we go under this current spending, 1.3 trillion is going to balloon up to 3 trillion under Mark Carney.
Yep.
And what does that do for Alberta?
Well, that's the thing I think people are not talking enough about. There's people who rightly say, oh, there's risks about becoming independent and things that have to be done to get us as an independent country. And that's all true. There are risks and there are things that have to be completed. More about that later, by the way. But they neglect to take into account what happens if we stay. And the answers are not pretty at all. First of all, we're seeing no end of laws and acts aimed primarily at curtailing Alberta industry, but also other industries. We see reduction of our freedoms. We see no end of prosecution of pick on Tamara Leach, going after people for doing things that at worst should be a minor charge. And you see all this stuff going on. And then to your point exactly, and then we're going to spend ourselves into penury. At some point, and if you read history, for example, the Weimar Republic from the 30s, they effectively spent their country into oblivion and opened the door for an extremist who we all know as Adolf Hitler. Now, no one wants that to happen, but the point is the country is bankrupting itself one buck at a time, one borrowed billion at a time, one more donation to some cause overseas at a time. And if we don't stop it, Canada will be in the crapper, and we'll be in the crapper with it.
And you know what? That's a very good point. We're already there. I just got to interrupt 1 second, talk to our producer here. We're getting people saying that he's a little bit quiet. So if we could fix his audio, that would be awesome. There we go. Let us know, guys, if that is working better. That would be awesome. As well as, since I took this little break, let's make sure we're sharing this out. Share this on this. This is out on every single influencer on the independent side, most of our platforms. If you're sitting at home right now and you're watching, share it to your groups. Share this out, because this is truly about the third-party advertisers today. We're raising money for the third-party advertisers, and I want to get into that with you. Those are the boots on the ground people. These are the people doing the work. And if you're looking at mainstream news, CTV, CBC, global, they have a lot of money, unlimited funds. They're funded by the government, over $1 billion per year. 1.4 billion, I believe, or 1.6 and 1.4 goes to CBC. These third-party advertisers, they need our help. As Alberta Independent supporters, as people sitting at home right now, people sitting right here, I'm gonna say this quick. Danny Bucks just came out. Danny Dollars. So if you guys, sorry, wrong one. 1 second. If you guys applied for your Danny Dollars and got your $100, ladies and gentlemen, your $100. Alberta Proud Dad got his $100. I didn't apply for Danny Dollars, so I'm just donating $100, but I know Danny Dollars just came out. This is going to go to Jason Levine's TPA. That's what I'm going to give this one to. I've donated to some other TPAs, but this one's going to go to Jason's today. He's on next with Marty, so stick around for that. So what is the importance of these TPAs?
They are absolutely critical. And because of all the silly restrictions put on the amount of spending, we're going to need many of them. That's why we don't have one big one. And TPAs are each developing their own personality. So there's ones that want to pursue cities. There's ones that want to pursue, for example, door knocking. There's other ways of approaching it, but we need many of them pulling it together. But all of them cost money. We've got lots of volunteer labor, lots of people willing to help and put in their time, like myself. But at some point, there's things that cost money. You want to run advertisements. You want to buy flags. You want to, signs for people's front lawns. That all costs money. So we need people to contribute some cash. Now, we're not big, fat, and happy like CBC. We don't need $1.9 billion. But we do need some. So I encourage people all the time to contribute what you can. The Danny Bucks are a wonderful idea. But as Mitch was saying earlier in the program, is 100,000 people contributing $20 is a lot of money.
Yes, it is. And that's what we're trying to do with this telethon today is get out to as many people as possible. And, I'm donating 100, maybe you can only do 10 or 20. It is what it is. But the whole goal is to fill these TPAs up so they can go out and do that boots on the ground work. I have a little bit of stuff here that we could talk about. Right now, if you go to albertatelethon.com, it's posted on your screen, guys. You're gonna be able to pick from the multiple TPAs which one that you want to support. Be sure to fill out all of the information, name, address, etc., to save the TPA a lot of aggravation. That one's very, very important. And failure to fill in all information while using PayPal and e-transfers may result in your donation going to Elections Alberta at the end of the campaign. That's not something
want to do that.
We want. We're going to get into Elections in Alberta in a second. You can donate up to $5,000 through the entire referendum campaign. Each family member can also donate up to $5,000. Donations of $50 and under do not require personal information. $250 donations and below per TPA, and your name does not appear on the Elections Alberta website. You must be an Alberta resident to donate. I am clear about that. I get this to my DMs all the time. Guy from Ontario who's really supporting what we're doing, or British Columbia or wherever else. You cannot donate, but you can share this stream. You can share our content. You can share other people's content
and you can be part of the movement that way. And none of the TPAs will share your personal information. For more information, go to Elections Alberta website, electionsalberta.ca. So albertatelethon.com, ladies and gentlemen, let's get those donations in. That's why we're here. That's what we're trying to do. Let's talk about Elections Alberta for a second and Forever Canadian People. That's something that I really want to talk about because Thomas Lukaszuk has been rolling around the province in a campaign bus. He's got 2 campaign headquarters, and he's saying he's not campaigning.
Well, it's complete crap. I mean, what drives me crazy is Canada used to be run under the premise of the hypothetical reasonable man. That would be the idea that the judges will look at something and say, is it reasonable in the eyes of that reasonable man or woman? You look at what Thomas is doing, any reasonable person would look at it and say, that's campaigning. He's doing a partisan message. He's advocating a particular side of the referendum. All that kind of stuff is true. And yet somehow Elections Alberta seems to think, well, that's fine. You're just talking. It's okay. But you, on the other hand, Keith Wilson, who is doing similar kind of messaging, albeit for the other side of the question, all of a sudden they're looked at and scrutinized and tied down by all these rules. It's crazy.
It is absolutely crazy. And watching the double standard take place shows exactly what kind of state of affairs we are in and why Alberta independence is so important, because under an independent Alberta, we'll have checks and balances for all sides. Because that's the thing, too, that people don't realize is just if we go independent, we're going to have opposition, right? It's not like everybody's going to leave the province, which people say everybody's going to leave. I think a lot of people will come to Alberta if that's the case. But we'll still have opposition, and we're just going to have a better system that I believe will be more transparent and work for the people, by the people.
Yeah. So let me give you 2 things. First of all, remember, if we win this referendum, or rather when we win this referendum, Naheed Nenshi will be an Albertan. He'll be a politician. He can run for office, and people may well vote for him under the new system. We're going to have people of all stripes, just like we do today. And you know what? They're all welcome, because Alberta will be a free place. Now, how can I say that? I just finished a tour with Bruce Party and Matt Rowley, 3 cities. We talked about constitutional models, talked about approaches to how you can set up a country to be more durable, more stable, more free than what we have today. Matt Rowley advocates a reformed Westminster system. Bruce Party advocates a very libertarian approach. I tend to be the middle ground guy that says, okay, the Constitution should be more of a Republican Constitution. But we presented that to quite a few people in those 3 sessions, and all of them, all 3 models have the same elements regarding personal freedom, political freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom to bear arms if necessary. All those kind of things are built into all 3 choices. And all of them will work, and all of them can fail. But the idea is that we can craft a country that's more durable, more reliably governed, has more controls on government, gets rid of the excesses, things like uses of the Emergencies Act we talked about a few minutes ago. All those kind of things can be structured in our new country to protect the rights of citizens and make us a prosperous country.
Yeah. I want to talk about that a little bit too. So I say this a lot on my channel, is we are a British Commonwealth. You and I sitting here right now are loyal British subjects. Whether we don't want to be loyal British subjects or not, that's what we are labeled as. And the current system in Canada under the British parliamentary system is designed for a king to look over his loyal subjects. So what you've seen with the Emergencies Act, for instance, when you see what happened in Ottawa, I was there as well, and I seen what happened, is we have privileges granted to us by the Crown that can be taken away from us at any time. It's not a charter of rights and freedoms, it's a charter of privileges, and the Crown can take those away. Now, if you see the Emergencies Act, like you just mentioned, you know, it was ruled to be unconstitutional. So basically illegal what the government did to us. Now the government is appealing it. And now it's all the way up to the Supreme Court. The only reason it's in the Supreme Court, in my opinion, is they want to use it again.
Yes.
And is it a good possibility that they might use it against Albertans?
Let's put it this way. I wouldn't exclude the possibility. I think that let's presume we win. Let's presume it gets serious and we start saying, okay, we're winning the yes-no referendum that follows. And it's starting to be a roll, a momentum is building. I can see them, because I don't trust them as far as I could throw any of them, saying, okay, we have to stop this. It's a threat to national integrity. It's a threat to the nation as a whole. They can take all those kinds of things and say, okay, this warrants being an emergency. Look at the parallel. A bunch of truckers parked their trucks in one city with bouncy castles, no less. And they invoked the Emergencies Act for that without even speaking to them. When you got 500,000 or 600,000 people who are all saying the same thing, that's going to look like insurrection to them.
Yeah.
Now, we talked about this a few minutes ago. I think it's a vastly different situation. The truckers were away from home, in their trucks, in a foreign city, a strange city, and it was a fairly small group. What's going to happen when they find out 600, 700,000, a million Albertans who want to leave are now trying to be governed under this Emergencies Act? It will not be a pretty sight, and I wouldn't recommend it for anybody. We can do this peacefully. We can do this professionally. We can do this in a good way that all parties walk out in a good situation. But I don't trust our government to not invoke the ag.
No, I don't either. And you said something there, a key word, peacefully. And that's what we have been. We've been peaceful. We've been doing our rallies. We've been going to our areas. They did the canvassing, but it hasn't been peaceful on the other side. And we've caught video evidence of that. A guy getting a cigarette thrown at his face. We saw a guy get pushed into the street there in Edmonton. We've seen, Marty up north, who's going to be here on the show after this, hosting Jason Levine. He canvassed, I don't know how many days in a row out in the blistering cold, and he had some nutsos come up to him. And, it hasn't been peaceful on one side. And this is truly what we're up against. Again, for the reason for the telethon, ladies and gentlemen, is to get the money to the people doing the boots on the ground. That's the whole purpose of this. So if you haven't donated yet, please go to albertatelethon.com. Pick your TPA, any TPA. Like I said, I'm using my Danny dollars, and I'm going to be giving $100 to a TPA. And I'm pretty sure you guys can too, because if this means something to you, and never mind, look at your kids, look at your grandchildren, and do you want them to have a better future than what they're going to currently have under the system? And that's what I want to kind of move into, is this white paper that has been talked about, because a lot of questions I get on my channel is, what currency you're going to use? What military you're going to have? You're landlocked. There's so many people pushing back against Alberta independence, acting like a country has never been created on this planet before, or changed countries. Little plots of land have left countries and become countries, and they act as if, this is something that is not doable. And I know there's a white paper being worked on. I know you're part of that. Is there any update on that? Is anybody going to, because I know there's a lot of people looking for that.
Yeah. So I'm co-lead for development of the white paper with Keith Wilson. So I'm spending most of my days dealing with the team that's actually pulling it together. Now, people say, it's very complicated, it's very difficult. There's actually about 19 areas that be dealt with. Things like taxation, things like policing, things like pensions. None of them are new to world. There's not one thing that has to be recreated for Alberta that is not already done in Canada today. We're just trying to figure out what the right solution is for Alberta. The other thing with transition planning, people immediately start to land about, this is going to be, what's the long-term plan for currency? What's the long-term outlook for military long-term? We're not planning for that. That is the job of the future legislature. And that is their job to say what the long-term is. We're covering the period of time from when we win the referendum until a constitutional conference is held, a new government is elected, and they begin putting in the policies and laws required to operate the nation long-term. So we're scaffolding. We're bridging the gap from winning that referendum to a new government being fully in force. Now, one of the things we are developing is the model for the Constitutional Conference. That is, how do you handle transition authority? And it's obviously Danielle and the UCP, presuming they're in power, will be a big part of that, because they are the government in power at the time of we win the referendum. It covers that. It also covers what's the method by which we choose the constitutional model we want to use in this country. Is it a republic? Is it a Westminster system, like Matt says, or is it Bruce Party's, very strong libertarian outlook? That's not for us to decide. It's not for Keith to decide, me to decide. We're going to put the tools in place to say, let the people decide what the Constitution should be, and then let the people choose the leaders under that new Constitution, and let those leaders and those elected representatives make the decisions for the long term. So it's not rocket science. And there isn't a question on that list you just mentioned a minute ago that doesn't have a clear and simple answer.
Yeah. Well, isn't that how it's supposed to be, though? It's supposed to be democracy. Isn't the people supposed to decide? And it's funny how, the roadblocks that people are putting up and saying you don't have an answer for this, that, or the other thing, they're totally oblivious to the fact that Albertans, people who are here, people who voted, that we are for an independent nation. We're actually going to have a voice. Like they're against that. It's insane. It's insane how people don't understand that the whole point of this is to create a country that is not Canada. But we don't hate Canada.
No,
I don't hate Canadians
at all.
And I just don't see a way out of this anymore. And this is where we are.
Yeah, and maybe two things. Finishing up on the transition planning a little bit. So just want to give a bit of background. We are writing those papers, roughly 19 subject areas. They're going to be reviewed by people who know the area. Many cases, they're written by subject matter experts. So it's not Dennis and Keith madly writing away in a dark corner somewhere. It's guys who know the subject area. They're actively writing, okay, how do you handle air traffic control? What's the right way to approach policing? What's the right way to do border services? All those kind of things are being built by people who know those subject areas. Mm-hmm. They're going to get reviewed. We're checking them for integration to make sure they all line up with each other. And we'll publish roughly the end of July. And then we will have a version of the transition plan. And most critically, we'll have a budget. Danielle Smith went online and said 400 billion, and other people have said 300 billion. Complete and utter crap.
Yep. I was just going to get to that.
Total crap.
Yeah. The whole Danielle Smith, the Premier Smith thing. She was actually on my show and people said that I wasn't hard enough on her, which I went and I looked back at the show and 100% I wasn't hard enough on her. But the beautiful thing about this is she's going to be on my show every month now. So perfect. I have an opportunity next month and the month after that and the month after that, right? And lately what I've been seeing come out of the Smith government is I'm a little bit disappointed in how she's advocating for, to remain in Canada when actually she should just be governing the province, right? And that's she allowed us to go use direct democracy, go to a referendum, and then from there we'll give the government a mandate of what we want, right? So I'm a little bit disappointed on that. That's going to be on my next show. I'm going to be asking her questions surrounding that. But what do you see the elected officials doing? Because the Calgary Stampede was literally just here, and I was in a lot of those rooms with a lot of those elected officials, and I noticed one thing. Same people, different venue. It was like that everywhere I went. It was the same people in the room, the same bureaucrats, the same money, the same people. And they brought in Doug Ford, they brought in, liberal ministers, and they all sat there and they're saying, look at us, guys. Canada's working. We're putting a pipeline in. Yeah, and we're all friends. We're shaking hands. We're doing photo ops, and we're gonna get this built. And you don't need to be independent. What do you say to that?
Well, first of all, it's really nice to go into a room and shake hands and take pretty pictures. That doesn't get stuff done.
No, it doesn't.
And I look at these MOUs. Back in my business background, MOU was the very beginning. It literally was usually non-binding. Just, hey, you and I agree to do sort of something that sort of looks like this. Show me the hard contracts. Show me the private proponents that are actually going to build this stuff. Government can't build crap. Look at how they run the post office, for crying out loud.
Yeah, good point.
So they're not builders. They're bureaucrats. I've worked in government a couple of times. Mm-hmm. I saw it up close. I've experienced it. Didn't like it, by the way. So for them to go and talk and beat their gums, that's wonderful. But then look and see what we're doing. So they actually are now saying things like EB in BC will get some sort of tolling or tariff on Alberta oil that transits BC.
Yeah.
Where is that in the Government of Canada structure?
It's not.
It's supposed to be eliminated under our federal structure, yet we're going ahead with it. Doug Ford, oh, wonderful man, wonderful. Let's build a pipeline over the Canadian Shield into Sarnia. Where's the market?
Yeah.
Tell me again where that extra million barrels a day is going to go. Sarnia is well supplied to the U.S.
Yeah. Line
5.
Yeah.
Why do we need another line?
Yeah.
Are we going to ship it to Montreal? Mm-hmm. It's going to go out to the East Coast?
Yeah.
They've already said no way.
Yeah.
You think Plamondon under, if the election in Quebec goes the way I think it will, he's going to allow Alberta oil across? Not on God's green earth.
No.
So when I hear all this stuff and I hear all these guys go, that means I think they're over the target.
Yeah.
They're afraid that maybe we're right.
I think they know
this is the
we're
best
right.
answer.
Yeah, I think they know we're right. I think I think honestly, like, because you have people like me, people like yourself, and many of you guys watching right now, that you didn't come to this lightly. It's not like you decided, oh, okay, you know what, screw Canada. I just want to become independent because this is such a great movement. This takes hours and hours of volunteer time and doing your research to figure out what's exactly going on and what this might look like. And then look at the work that you're doing with the white paper with Keith Wilson and many other people. But what you said back then was, about David Eby, Doug Ford, Quebec, all of that stuff is all the proof that anybody should need, in my opinion, that Canada's not working. So when they were in the Stampede, taking pictures, shaking those hands, kissing the babies, and saying Canada's working, you got a guy with David Eby that was paid off $13 billion basically to get out of the way. And then before that, it was a condo buyout to get out of the way. You have Wab Kinew, who's in Manitoba, who is an NDP diehard. You got to get to him. What are you going to give him? So again, ladies and gentlemen, we're bribing other Canadians to get our oil and gas to market that pays for social services that makes our country better. Make it make sense.
Yeah, there's no way it does make sense. And I go on to other structural failures. Okay, let's say they actually build the pipelines. Well, we still haven't changed the representation in the House of Commons. The fact that PEI has far more strength per voter than we do here. The Senate is still appointed and largely liberal, certainly not aligned with the needs of each province. The courts are still the highest authority in the land as opposed to Parliament, something that Pierre Trudeau did to us. All these things are still in place, and I see no plan by anybody to remediate those things. If Carney stood up tomorrow and said, we're holding a constitutional conference, we're building a proper Bill of Rights, we're making an elected Senate or some better structure for the Senate, and so on and so forth, I might say, okay, maybe it's worth listening to the guy. But placating us with a couple of pipelines, especially with carbon capture tied to it, is ridiculous. They're trying to buy us off, and I think it means we are on target.
Well, absolutely, 100%. That Pathways project, for instance, is a waste of taxpayer dollars to dump CO2 in the ground that is absolutely going to do nothing for anybody. It's just a waste of taxpayer dollars to I don't actually know what it's for, because if you look at it, Brookfield's probably involved one way or another. Brookfield's you can go down that rabbit hole all day and find out where they're making money, but they've never made more money than they've ever made since Mark Carney's been in power.
Right.
I can tell you that, and that's facts. You can go look that up. The thing is the importance of Alberta independence is different for everybody, I think.
Yes.
I look at it for the future. I own a home. Right. I own a home. I have a car. It's not about me. It's about the future of this province.
Yes.
And going back to Ottawa, I was dumb. I was to sit there, and I could say this, and I've said this publicly. When I supported Pierre Poilievre in Battle River Crowfoot, I thought if he wins, there's going to be some real change. And then, like I said, when they started crossing the floor, that's when I kind of changed my tune. I looked at my wife. I said, we got to support Alberta independence. And if you don't want to support Alberta independence, I'm supporting Alberta independence. I'm going to do it anyway. Right. And so she hasn't publicly come out and said that she supports Alberta independence yet. And she hasn't even told me. Right. But I think she might. Maybe her and I'll do a show on that. But how long have we sent Conservatives, members of Parliament, to Ottawa to be representing Alberta? Never mind Alberta, British Columbia, Saskatchewan, right? Everywhere in the West. And they have not been able to get anything done. No. It's the British parliamentary system.
Well, look at Stephen Harper.
Yeah.
We had a Conservative Prime Minister. He was one of the authors of the Firewall Letter. He supported all the kinds of things we think need to be done. And he was in office for 10 years. And I know he had some crises in minority governments, but he was unable to make any real material change to anything. Look at even Jason Kenney with the equalization referendum a few years back. He wrote letters, he got nothing. Silence, crickets. So it's not like we haven't tried. We've been trying to do this since the 70s. My first eye-opening moment on the whole thing, maybe Canada's not working, was the NEP back in 1982.
Okay. I wasn't born yet.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm an old guy. I remember I lived downtown as a young guy, 23 years old. And I was walking down the street before the NEP, and it was bustling, and buildings were coming up, and people were running around, and really active and hectic. Wonderful place. NEP comes in. A few months later, construction sites shut down. No traffic. layoffs were starting to happen. Everything just died. Killed because of some guys in Ottawa making a decision that perhaps we ought to get more of the profit out of Alberta oil for the rest of Canada rather than the people that own it, the people of Alberta. You start seeing those kind of things happen, you start to move.
Yeah, well, if we want to go to a more recent time under Justin Trudeau, we had Jagmeet Singh sitting there as like a proxy prime minister.
Yep.
And he was basically controlling the writ. He was literally, you can do this, Justin, if you do this. And then just recently with Elizabeth May, the leader of the Green Party, which I believe is a 1-seat party right now,
so. Yep.
Was able to basically prop up the Liberal government with a budget, right? And a non-confidence vote. Like, the system's broke.
Yes.
There's no doubt if you look at the system, there are projects that just can't get done. So we're going to get into First Nations.
Okay.
It's a very polarizing topic. I understand it. I've been talking about it a lot. I am First Nations.
Okay.
I am First Nations. I have a status card. I get chastised for being a pretendian all over the place. So we're going to get to First Nations in a second. But before we do, ladies and gentlemen, please like and share the live everywhere. No matter which stream you're looking at, it doesn't really matter. Share it to your groups, share it to your family, share it to your Liberal grandma. It doesn't really matter. Maybe she won't invite you over for Christmas dinner. That might be okay. But AlbertaTelethon.com, ladies and gentlemen. We're trying to get money to these TPAs. That's what we're trying to do. This stream is going from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. It's ending off at Paul's Pizza in Airdrie. So if you guys could make it up there to Airdrie tonight, that would be absolutely amazing. But guys, donate to your TPA. Like I said, if you're just joining in, I use my Danny Bucks. I'm giving $100 to Jason Levine's TPA. He's the next guest on the show here. I'll just leave it right here for him, and then he can have it. And but yeah, we appreciate all the support for you guys tuning in. Please like and share. First Nations. All right. So the First Nations have been having a big stink.
Yep.
And one
at least their leaders have.
Their leaders, yes. And that's very important because Sunday night, I'm recording an episode with the First Nations guy who is on our side. And, and basically there are a lot of them on our side. I tried recording with 4 other people. Once people found out who it was, then all of a sudden they said, no, I can't do it because they were getting bullied and harassed and everything else. And that's their right to do so. I understand it. Their leaders are upset. They're basically gaslighting, I believe, the population and saying that we're going against their treaty rights for asking a question. My confusion there is this, and I don't know your stance on this, but if that is what they're going to stand on and that's what they're going to fight, that means every time the government makes a decision in the legislature, they need consultation under their understanding.
Yes. And what does consultation mean?
Yeah.
In normal world, consultation, if I have to consult with you on a topic, I hear your opinion, we discuss it, I see what can be done to work in your thoughts or what you desire into what I'm doing. And at some point, you may decide to agree to disagree. And sorry, I'm going ahead of this anyway. Mm-hmm. And other times you say, hey, we were able to work out some middle ground we both live with. That's consultation. What I hear a lot of these Indigenous leaders saying is they want to veto.
Mm-hmm.
They don't like something or somebody or some question or some act or some law. They want to stop it.
Yeah.
Well, that's not consultation. That's a veto.
Yeah.
And I think on independence, the part that people lose is that, the Indian Act is not exactly working well.
No.
I've got a couple of people I deal with a lot, First Nations people. I ask them things. I've given them clauses out of the Constitution relating to First Nations and ask them things like, could you live with this? If this is how we handle treaty rights, could you live with it? Now, it's a small number of people, but they say, yeah, we could, because we don't like the Indian Act as it stands.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd rather take our chances with Alberta and have a new deal with a new structure that gives us much better options and equality.
Mm-hmm.
I think then people, they would take that.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is what I like to remind people too, because I've dealt with treaties, my own treaty, and then I've read other treaties. There's a big misinterpretation of the treaty. People don't understand what ceded territory means.
Yep.
That's a whole other argument for another day. I don't want to get into that in this one. But there's not one treaty in this country that has ever been adhered to by the federal crown. There just isn't. So what I see is we have leaders who are misrepresenting their base and their people, going out there for one reason or another to now stay in Canada and to go as far as going across the pond to the king.
Yeah.
Right. And taking a photo op with him. And you got Naheed Nenshi on the other side taking photo ops and playing political games. But if you had a First Nations chief in the room today, if we had one in the room, and I'm working on it, I'm trying to get First Nations chief. So if you're a First Nation chief out there and you want to have a discussion with me respectfully, I absolutely want to talk to you. What would you say to them?
I'd be saying, is your life under Canada what you want it to be for yourself and your people, all the people you represent? Is that what you really want for them? Because your poverty rate's through the roof. Your life expectancy is 19 years shorter than for non-Indigenous people. Is that what you really want? If the answer is yes, that's what I want, that paints one picture. If the answer is no, okay, what's the path by which these things get resolved? Ever more money? Or how about we try a different approach? What about pursuing freedom, true freedom for your people? Let Indigenous people, they should have their own reserves and own it, be their land. Yes, we have to accommodate the fact that we have obligations that we made to them 100 plus years ago. We have to discharge that contract, as it were. We have to deal with those things. How about we deal with them in a more modern way, in a way that will persevere and last for a long time? But more critically, it will give you and your people the freedom to run things the way you and your people want them to be run.
Yeah, and that's very well said. And the important thing that I've been saying is actually have real consequences for people breaking the rules and the law. Because right now, the federal government, we still have, I believe, 6, and don't quote me on this, but 6 First Nation reservations with boil water advisories, no clean drinking water. It's 2026. Justin Trudeau, back in his campaign, he said that he was going to get rid of that altogether. He was going to clean up the drinking water. He had 10 years to do it. Never did it. Right. But he definitely sat in front of a rock that was in the ground with a teddy bear to win the election. And in Saskatchewan with the residential schools, the First Nations are great people. They're beautiful people. They have a rich heritage, and they have a very, very stained past.
Yes.
And the Crown has treated them terribly. I look at Alberta independence as being that opportunity to right a wrong.
Yes.
And make a better deal with them that will have real consequences if those deals are broken. And it just boggles my mind and frustrating that they're just siding with the Crown. And it's not First Nations people. I think you said it good. It said it right. It's the leaders.
Yeah.
It's truly the leaders.
Well, and Ezra Levant did some polling, and now it was not huge numbers, but he saw close to half of Indigenous people are in favor of separation, the rank and file, the normal, the average First Nations person. So you think roughly half are on board. That's not that far off what the rest of the of Alberta thinks, and maybe even slightly higher. So I think we have to take into account that we want to build a country where all are equal. We want to build a country where all have freedom to live their life as best they can. And that includes First Nations people. It brings tears to my eyes to see all this suffering and all this pain that's been caused for a century or more when there are ways to fix it.
Yeah.
So let's fix it for once, for all.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do it again. AlbertaTelethon.com. I'm reminding you of it. This is the whole purpose of this. Let's get those TPAs filled up. We have to get some money out to them. We are combating CBC, CTV, Global, and also Forever Canadian, who doesn't have to report anything. And they're driving around this province in a bus, and they're saying that they're not campaigning, which is absolutely insane. I'm going to read this little sheet of paper for you guys just so I get it all right. Just so this might be some information you can pass on to your friends as well. So the website for that is albertatelethon.com. Remember, this is a fundraiser, and we need you guys to donate. That's what we're looking for, guys. Go to the website, click the link, and fill in the appropriate information for the third-party advertiser, TPA, you want to donate to. Be sure to fill in all of the information, name, address, etc., to save the TPA a lot of aggravation when reporting to Elections Alberta. Failure to fill in all information while using PayPal and e-transfers may result in your donation going to Elections Alberta at the end of the campaign. This will be out of the TPA's hands. You can donate up to $5,000 through the entire referendum campaign. Each family member can also donate up to $5,000. Donations of $50 and under do not require personal information. $250 donations and below per TPA, and your name does not appear on the Elections Alberta website. You must be an Alberta resident. That is clear, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot be from anywhere else. You must be from Alberta. and none of the TPAs will share your personal information. For more information, go to Elections Alberta website, elections.ab.ca. Let's talk about undecided people. Let's talk about the people that I run into every day now. Right now, I'm between a ball tournament. So I was at my daughter's ball game this morning, had to change in the parking lot, got into this stuff, and then I'm going to change again and go back to the ball field. And a guy was asking me, and he knows who I am. He knows I have a podcast. He knows I'm pro-independence. And he said, Lawrence, he's like, I just don't understand why we can't fix Canada. And we talked about it a little bit already, you and I, in this show. But what do we say to those people? Because I give them the $1.3 trillion in debt, 590 with Harper. Like, how can you see after $3 trillion in 2030 what this is going to look like? Some of them just are comfortable in the status quo. And what do we say to them? What else can we give to them? Is there anything in the value of freedom that we can give to them? Is there something that we can be saying different?
Well, I think we've covered some of this already. I mean, where's Canada going to be in 10 years if we don't change our trajectory? Show me a path. That's the thing I ask them. Let's discuss what's wrong. Structural problems with government, courts, highest authority in the land, the spending. We discussed all that. Okay, so let's agree on the set of problems. And quite often people say, yeah, I agree with that. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Fine. What do we do about it? Let's take them one by one. How do you fix the overspending? How do you fix the representation question? How do you deal with equalization? And what really gets to me? Not one of them has ever given a solid answer. No one's come back and said, okay, here's a path by which you can remediate the Constitution, change these things, go back to the older system where Parliament was supreme, blah, blah, blah. You don't see that at all. So then at some point you have to discuss with these people and say, so there is no path within Canada to fix it.
Yeah.
Let's take my side for a minute. Let's pretend that you're willing to be independent. What would the country of Alberta look like? And that's where the value of freedom comes in. Because that document was put together to make the case that an independent Alberta is fiscally viable. It was not, here are the policies of future Alberta. They're example policies. It's meant to say, if we just keep the money we send out today, keep it in Alberta, we have enough money to keep the provincial spending the way it is today, as country spending, compensate for all the federal programs and transfers that currently go out, but come back, stand up and operate the services like military and policing and so forth that we need, that are provided by Canada, and still have enough left over to be able to give some tax relief.
Yeah.
Now, let's walk through those numbers.
Yeah.
Where have I got it wrong? I've had dozens of conversations with people. Prove me wrong. Find in that document where the numbers are wrong, where the assumptions are so far out as to make the outcome change. And to this point, no one has.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, we're going to do an update, or I'm going to do an update on the value of freedom. Once you get the transition plan done and its costing done, we'll make the two tie together. And there's some things that, if I could do it over again, I wouldn't have done it that way. Some of the structures of how we put the numbers together and clear it up and clean it up. And I think, but the case remains solid.
Yeah.
So now, hypothetical person at your ball tournament. So here's the Canadian world where there's no path to fix this. Here's the Alberta world. Has it got some risk to it? Absolutely. But let's presume we can work through the risks. Albertans are good at dealing with tough problems and solving them. We'll solve these as well. Now, when we get there, let me see, you have lower taxes. You're going to have a freer country. You're viable, very viable financially. You're next door to the largest market in the world, the USA. There's no reason why we can't have good relations with Canada. There's no reason why not. What's bad about that answer?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. And when you talk about having a relationship with Canada, that has to happen.
Totally.
Right. And people think that Canada is just going to cut off Alberta from everything. They don't realize that we have the CPKC line that goes through Alberta from the Port of Vancouver. And I don't know about you, but every time there's a port strike, shelves go bare in places, right? Canadian Tire's not getting their stuff. We have CN Rail that goes through Alberta. We have corridors that go through Alberta. There's negotiating power here.
Yes.
And do you know much about the negotiating power, what that would look like in negotiating, or have you guys thought about that?
In depth. I mean, that's actually last couple of days, that's some of the white papers I was working on. I mean, the guts of it is we do have very large leverage with Canada. There's about 90 billion of east-west trade that occurs. The rest of our trade is with the Americans, 80% plus. So 90 billion's not a small number. It's a big number. But you know what? We can stop that trade. And the rest of Canada imports from us mainly things that are hard to displace, energy and agricultural products. What do we import from the rest of Canada? Manufactured goods, financial services like banks, consulting services and so forth. Well, you know what? The Americans would love to provide those to us. And you know what? It's also good for Canada to sell those services to us. So why wouldn't we come to the point where we rapidly realize the best answer is to make a workable treaty agreement with the Canadians, that they can do business in Alberta, we can do business in Canada, and we'll do it on a fair and reasonable basis.
They would be forced, right? Like they would absolutely be forced.
We could force them.
Yeah, to have to negotiate with us because they get so much from Alberta.
Yeah.
Everything has to come through Alberta.
Yes.
And that's not something that I want to see where we're fighting like, two cats in a barn. I want to see us collaborate and work together. And, moving into the kind of the last segment of the show here is back to when we were talking about the stampede with, them all coming here and trying to show Canada is working. It's kind of what Carney's doing now.
Yes.
Right. Carney has come out with all these major announcements.
Yep.
He wants to do all this power grid. He wants to upgrade it. He's saying, stay, not leave, like all this other stuff. And Carney, I believe, is just here to do what Trudeau was doing and just finish it off. That's my belief anyway. Yeah. And he's very anti-Alberta and trying to be pro-Alberta.
He's a central control guy.
Mm-hmm.
He could very well fit in the Soviet Union of the 80s and before. He believes in centralized control and centralized operation. That model's been proven false over and over and over again. And so he's trying to essentially run roughshod over things like provincial jurisdictions. I worked at the grid operator, the ISO, for a few years. One of my more interesting pieces of work. And power is essentially a provincial jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
Every province has a different. There is some benefit in making sure the grids interconnect and can support each other. But that's a pretty limited thing, and it's done today. We already get power in from BC to handle brownout type conditions and so forth. And they get some stuff from us too. So why are you trying to exert more control on that particular part of provincial life?
Mm-hmm.
Because he's a centralist.
Mm-hmm.
He wants it centralized. He wants to get rid of the option for Alberta to do its own thing because he knows Alberta's different.
Yeah.
He knows Alberta's strong, and he knows if he doesn't stop it now, it may never be able to be stopped.
Well, Albertans are just built different, right?
Totally.
We are just built different. And, you look, we'll go back to Marty, who's coming on here in a minute. That guy was in snowstorms, sleet, and rain, and many of you guys out there were doing the exact same thing. So thank you for that. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart and my family's heart. We're just built different. We believe in something. We want to achieve that goal and achieve that mission. Mark Carney and Danielle Smith and many of these premiers are doing a damn good job, though, at chiseling away at people's already brainwashed people through the CBC and the CTV. And it's comments all the time. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. And then now with the threats of violence and all this other stuff, I think by donating to these TPAs, I think what we're doing today with the telethon is very important.
Yes.
So let's close it off. Let's talk about the TPAs. Let's talk about what they're going to do and how it complements the stuff that you guys are doing with the white paper.
Okay. So the TPAs, as we said earlier, they're pursuing all sorts of paths, signs, the spreading the message around, door-to-door type stuff, get out the vote kind of stuff, all sorts of things that I'm not really good at.
Yeah.
But what they need is information and content. So there are many people who rightly ask, okay, Dennis, you made the financial case in the Valley of Freedom that, hey, we can survive financially. But I don't see how we get from being a province to being a nation. That feels awfully scary.
Mm-hmm.
And have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? So we need to write it out in black and white. And that's what the transition plan is going to be.
Okay.
Now there'll be a very complex version with all the jargon in it. We're going to make a simplified version in communication materials so people can get it without having to read through. Because most of these papers are between 20 and 40 pages
Yeah,
long.
nobody's reading that.
Yeah, I don't like reading it. That's my job right now.
Nobody's reading that.
It's pretty heavy duty.
Yeah.
So, but we want to make the case that there is a workable, doable, plausible path to get from being a province to being a country.
Okay.
When we put that out, it will not be under Keith and Tanya and their third-party advertiser. It will be a bunch of us volunteers, went through a hypothetical case, put together a plan that we believe would work, and now all the TPAs can use it, share it, and promote it to people who have that question.
Yeah, no, that's super important. So what, is there a timeline? Do we have a timeline yet? Obviously, it's got to come out before October, right?
Yeah.
Before we go in October.
Yeah.
I know a lot of you guys are doing work, and it is important to emphasize these aren't Alberta rednecks, hanging out and just putting together a white paper. You guys are professionals with professional backgrounds from industry.
Oh, yeah.
And you're putting this all together.
Oh, yeah. We've got people who are recognized subject matter experts in their field, people from oil and gas, people from transportation, people from taxation. We've got lawyers involved, of course, because many of them see the agreements that operate the country in detail. There's about 40-ish people involved right now. The timeline that we're aiming for is end of July to put at least the first draft out, and it will be a draft.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to put it out there and say, here is the plan, go chisel it in stone somewhere. It's going to be, here's what we think will work, and then we'll look for other people who know the area to say, yeah, but you missed this, or I think there's a better way to do that. We're already taking input.
I think that's actually the appropriate way to do it, to be honest, is you guys get together in a room. You guys are putting this together, put it out to the people as a draft, because you never know who's going to read that.
Right.
There's going to be another expert from some industry or some other guy who might have a better idea. And I think that's what we need to do as Albertans. I think we do that really well as Albertans. And that's why they try to shut down us having conversations. I just wanted to remind the viewers at home that today C9 has started. So the Online Hate Speech Act has now started. So there'll be another reason to go and support Alberta independence, because bullshit bills like that will not happen in an independent Alberta. We'd be free to speak our mind and do what we're doing. So I look forward to that white paper end of July. You said that's a draft, and any final words that you have for people on Alberta independence, on the undecided, because on the decided, like, we can sit here and talk. We're both decided, right? We want Alberta independence, and we can sit here and have these conversations. And I love having these conversations. But I'm really starting to love having the conversation with the undecided. What's the best ammo we can give somebody to go in?
That is the core group. The town halls are wonderful and they're great fun. But face it, everyone in the room is already decided, or so close to it that it doesn't matter. It's the people the people you work with, to ask them, hey, what's your position on it? Have a respectful conversation with them and say, why do you think we should stay in Canada? What are your concerns with things we've talked about? And try and give them information, not to try and force them to decide at the moment, but be respectful, be thoughtful, and say, hey, that's enough for today, but can we get together for a beer next week and discuss it further? That's the way you bring people over.
Yeah, you know what? I live in a little town outside of Calgary called Langdon.
Yep.
It is a redneck town. I'm not going to lie. It is. It's the good luck town. It's got a horseshoe as a symbol. And I was driving out because they were doing the Langdon Days Parade today, so I had to go a different way out. And there's a house that I never see because I don't go out that way, that had Forever Canadian plastered all over it. You want to know what I did?
What?
I drove by.
Yep.
Right? I drove by. But yet, on the other side, we have people kicking over signs, spray painting signs, being vandals to businesses. We don't need to do that on our side.
Never. Never.
Our job's to educate, right? Our job is to love our province, do this for our kids. We don't have to get violent. We don't have to do that.
No, and you know what? They're all citizens.
Yeah.
I pick on Bruce and Matt. We have radically different views on how the country should be run. But, we're three good friends. We go for a beer, we laugh, we talk, we argue. Yeah, but what about this and what about that? We sat through 6 hours of sessions a few weeks ago. And you know what? We had good conversations.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no reason why people cannot have that same style of conversation with their neighbors, with their friends, their coworkers.
Absolutely. Well, Dennis, this was actually absolutely amazing. It's my first time talking to you, and I know I met you at the pancake breakfast last Sunday.
Indeed.
You came up, and we knew we were going to be matched up in this, and I was like, Dennis, I don't want to hear anything. I just want to go in there. I want to be raw. I want to be real. I just want to have a chat with you, and this actually was awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, The value of freedom right here. Can anybody get access to this?
It's online at the APP website. Download it and get it.
Awesome. Thanks so much, my man. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's an awkward one, but that works. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to want to go to albertatelethon.com. Let's get some money in these TPA's pockets. Let's do it together. Alberta is counting on you.
You stood on those stone cold government steps, faith and freedom, loud and clear. Folding chairs and town hall stages spoke the truth they came to hear. They stood in line for hours, braved the cold and wind. You talked about their children and the mess we're living in. From the back row of the hall to the front row of the fight, you said if they're gonna hear us, it's gonna be tonight.
Come on, let's go. So that's going to be the battle cry for our movement.
Let's go. You came to sign on the freedom line. Ink on paper, hearts on fire. Every name like gasoline, kicking up that rebel choir. Let me shake your hand. Thank you for your time. Fight up voices, strong and true. You stand up for Alberta. This one's for you.
I feel like I'm with friends here.
Yeah, and that's exactly correct. That's what the whole thing with all these events are for. People understand that they're part of a group of like-minded people that think and have the same ambitions and goals as they have.
You stare down that lens in your studio light. Coffee gone cold, face pale from the night. From the dark hours to the evening show, you hit go live and refuse to let go. Slow roll down from Edmonton, high beams cutting through. Northbound up from Calgary, every small town waiting on you. Truck stop coffee cooling between petitions in the rain. Call tables and gravel out sharpening every name. You came to sign on the freedom line. Ink on paper, hearts on fire. Every name like gasoline, kicking up that rebel choir. Let me shake your hand. Thank you for your time. Fight up voices, strong and true. You stepped up for Alberta. This one's for you. Again. You filled up clipboards in sleet and rain, roadside lots by the highway chain, in echoing halls where the floors were bare. You passed that pen like a whispered prayer. You came to sign on the frozen ground, heard your own heartbeat like a drum's low sound. Looked around, saw you're not alone. Countless souls fighting for a home. You came to sign on the freedom line. Ink on paper, hearts on fire. Every name like gasoline, kicking up that rebel choir. Let me shake your hand. Thank you for your time.
We've gotten by round 3. Now we're in the Stanley Cup final. And away we go. Thank you very much. God bless all of you.
For Alberta, and I raise this one to you. This one's for you. You stood that line.
And we're back live. before I introduce everybody, including myself, I'm laughing because Max, our producer, was in the background counting down 10, 9, 8, and Jason said the same thing that was going on my mind. We're on a rocket. That, by the way, that would be insane to be on top of a rocket waiting to be launched. Like, I don't think I would do it.
It'd be less stressful than this is right now, though.
Yeah.
I think it'd be good.
So welcome back, folks. I'm the host for the next hour of the Alberta Telethon. So I'm Marty up north. I'm sure some of you guys know me. If you don't, I'm just one of the local guys here in Calgary who got a bit of a following during independence because I spent about 200 hours on the side of the highway collecting signatures. And we'll talk a little bit about that. So, and with me today, so by the way, this is a telethon about third-party advertisers. So you're not actually going to donate to this telethon. You're going to donate to third-party advertisers. And I have with me some of the original people who set up a TPA. I have Jason Levine and his wife Paula, and your TPA is simply
the Levine Show TPA.
The Levine Show.
Yes.
Is it your first TPA, or did you have one for other events in the past?
We had one for the petition period.
Yes.
So we were one of the few that actually did a TPA during the petition period, the signature period.
Yeah.
And then we did a second TPA during the referendum campaigning period.
Okay. And so for viewers, right, TPA is third-party advertising.
Advertisers.
Third-party advertisers, right. So, and there's several various or different ones that can be set up. Some are set up for campaigning during political campaigns.
That's
Some
right.
are set up. Now, there's been a bit of confusion because yours is not, some of the ones set up currently are for the referendum. Yours is set up for
the referendum.
For the referendum also?
Yes.
Okay, I thought it was under a different category. So
No.
you're
No.
set up for the referendum. Okay. And how complicated is that just to set up a TPA?
Well, let's go ahead. You
Yeah.
did it all the work.
Well, it's fairly straightforward. The whole point is, though, that there is forms to fill out. And one of the interesting things I discovered is that when completing the form, the very last set is they ask you to basically answer the 10-question referendum that's upcoming. I guess to see what side are you on. But it was very, very interesting. That was the new discovery. The yes. So questions 1 to 9 was a yes, no. And then the very last one, question 10, was option 1, option 2.
Wow. Okay. And why would you set up a TPA? What motivated you guys to want to set up a TPA?
The first one during the petition period, when the signatures were being collected, we were doing lots of events, going out there doing our events, which we're doing anyways. We've been doing this way before the petition period. But there was concern about whether or not we would be crossing the line in any way, shape, or form, because we do collect donations to put our events on, and we are talking about independent subject matter. But we weren't actually saying go sign. We weren't actually doing that step of saying go sign, because if you did that, then you have to be a TPA. And then as this kind of grew out, Mitch Sylvester and his team, Stay Free Alberta, felt far more comfortable using events that have TPAs associated with them if they're going to send campaign or canvassers there. So we wanted to make sure everybody was comfortable with that.
Yeah, I guess we should go back to that, right? So during a political campaign in Alberta and probably most jurisdictions in Canada, people are not simply free to advertise, to share their opinions. I mean, the moment you share your opinion, you're crossing the line. I guess, explain that to us. Like, what's the difference between being a journalist? Because you guys are fundamentally journalists, but then you sort of cross a line during a campaign where you're not just reporting on the campaign. Is that the concept?
Well, during the first petition period, when we made the conscious decision, which would be go sign the petition. Like if you say go sign the petition, you're a proponent of it.
Yeah.
And then that means you've crossed the line. And also you need to spend over $1,000 on your advertising towards that messaging. If you do those two things, then you're now in the third party advertiser category. We made the conscious decision during the petition period not to cross that line because we wanted to focus on the journalism and have speakers. Now, luckily for the Alberta elections rules for financial contributions, if you're doing speeches, commentary, news, those are exceptions.
Right.
You don't actually have to register for it. But we took that step just to be safe and be careful. And we also did all our reporting as well. When it comes to the current one, the referendum one, because we've taken the conscious decision to say vote option 2 on October 19th, that crosses the line. And we definitely are spending a lot more than $1,000 on this campaign. So we have to be a third party.
Yeah. And before we move on, I just want to, just about you crossed the line in a big way in the past, right? You actually campaigned.
Oh, our federal election, municipal election. I've been doing a lot to get involved because that was my initial motivation, was to represent my neighbors and get involved behind the scenes inside of lawmaking. That's why I ran as an MP in the federal and a councillor for the municipal.
So you've been a private citizen, still are.
Yeah.
You've ran for politics, not successfully though at this point.
Well, it was a great learning experience from that perspective, for sure.
Yeah. And then you've done media, and now you're, in this instance, you're a bit of a, what would you call it, a lobbyist?
Campaigner. I think campaigner is a fair word.
A proper word, campaigner. Okay. Okay, excellent. I mean, I was in sort of, not quite the same way. I mean, I'm a private citizen, right? A lot of people think that I'm more than a private citizen, but I'm a private citizen who perhaps has an audience, and that gives me a bigger voice. But I am just still a private citizen. During the petition period at the beginning, when Mitch filed his paperwork and started collecting signatures, I did not become a canvasser at first because I was worried of repercussions from Elections Alberta. I literally was worried about that they would come and say, well, you're not a private citizen, you have too much of an audience. And so then I explored it a little bit, and then I realized, no, I'm a private citizen and I can collect signatures. Yeah. And so I was reluctant at first, but then I jumped on board and became a canvasser.
And what a canvasser you became. Yes. Holy smokes. Yeah. Thank you, Marty.
Well, I mean, I joke about that. I spent, not just me, actually, me and my wife, Karen, we became somewhat of a popular among canvassers because we had a very, I call it like a fishing spot. Right. For me, canvassing was like fishing. At first, I'd load my pickup truck with my signs. The flags were the lure, and then I would drive around. And in the beginning, I tried a couple of different places. I honestly thought at first it was going to be very easy to just collect signatures. It took a lot of effort, and eventually we found a cool spot. It was my fishing hole, right? So it was the corner of Bow Trail and Bears Paw Road, and we became a fixture there. And people would come and signed a petition. And we spent, I'd say, about 200 hours, like 200 hours all told, collecting. By the way, and the people who came to visit us, I was amazed at the generosity. And I was worried about that too, right? I had people who would bring something as simple as a coffee. And I would post about that, a picture of me with somebody and saying, thank you for bringing me a coffee. And I had people report us.
Yep. Yeah, I saw that. And that was unfortunate.
Yeah. Reporting me for accepting a coffee. I'm like, anyways, so what do you guys, what are you doing with this money that you're collecting as a third party advertiser?
Every dime in, a dime has to go out. We have to report all of that by the end, because anything that's left over at the end, it has to go to a charity or Elections Alberta. So we want $0 left at the end.
Back to Elections Alberta?
You have to spend it.
Spend it.
Spend it. So we're doing lawn signs, we're doing digital billboards, we're doing events, booking the venues, flying people out, accommodations. All of those are valid campaign expenses.
Yeah.
So we're doing a lot of that.
And then you're I guess you're constantly navigating that fine line between, because you still are journalists, or do you suspend your journalism during this period?
Well, we keep the show separate from the TPA. So our morning show is still the morning show. We bring on guests, anybody that wants to come on, we talk to them. But then after we take that hat off, we get onto the road and do other things. We keep it separate.
Yeah.
And Paula has been fantastic with the books and making sure everything's separate, so we're not crossing any lines. In fact, she gets so detail oriented that she'll call Elections Alberta and say, we want to sell hats. How are we allowed to do that? We want to do it correctly. How do we allocate that money? How do we account for the cost? How do we do that? And she does a lot of those phone calls.
We'll come back to that. I want to know about the relationship you personally have with Elections Alberta. But before we go too far, so like I said, this is a telethon. I have a hard time with that word. I don't know why. Telethon. And
because there's no phones around.
Yeah. Right. So if you go to www.albertatelethon.com, you will see all the TPAs. They're all listed there. So at this event this week, we're promoting 7 of them. I think there's a few more. I think there's about 12, maybe 13. I don't think I might be mistaken, but I think the 12 or the 7 are listed on the screen next to me here. If not, go to albertatelethon.com and they're listed there. Now, if you want to donate to them, you have to donate to them individually. Correct. And so in your case, what's your TPA called? Where do people go to donate to yours?
So the levineshow.com /TPA. And then you click on the donate button there. You can check our events. You can become a volunteer. You can request a lawn sign. Everything's on that particular page.
And so, and every TPA is probably set up differently, I imagine.
Different, but the same at the same time.
Different, but the same kind of thing. Okay. And what do you like? How do people donate? Is it credit cards? Is it PayPal? What is it?
So we do credit card, and we also do e-transfer. So the way we did our e-transfer is you request the link from us by filling in the details we need in order to accept it. Because e-transfers, if we just put the email address on the website, people can send it to them. And we don't collect their information. And if we don't know who they are and we can't contact them back, that money goes straight to Elections Alberta, not us.
Because of
because we don't have the details to record it.
Because that's the rule that they said, and you're complying with the rule.
Exactly.
Now, do they audit you?
They
Elections Alberta?
They will at the end. At the end of it, we're going to be submitting all of the contributions that came in. We'll also be then accounting for each of our expenses. And yes, there will be an audit at the end. So we want to make sure as we go through each I is dotted and then each T is crossed, because again, if we receive something in and we cannot identify the contributor, we can't accept it, and we then subsequently submit it.
And there's rules around identifying the contributor, where the contributor's from.
Yes.
Where do they have to be from?
They have to be a resident of Alberta. Sorry for those who are out of province who would love to support the cause.
And the one who did.
And the one who did. The gentleman from Manitoba, he actually sent a contribution by a credit card, and when I looked, it's like, oh, Manitoba, sorry. So I reached out to him saying, sorry, we have to refund. He said, but I work in Alberta. I said, however, you're not a resident.
Wow.
So we did have to refund him his contribution, but it was really heartfelt to see that someone out of province wanted to contribute to the Alberta cause. So thank you very much.
Yeah, no, that's good to hear. So it has to live in Alberta. Now, I'm sure there's ways. I mean, if somebody lives outside of Alberta and you want to contribute or do something for the movement, I'm sure there's a way. What would you suggest for somebody like that?
Share the stuff out.
Yes.
Have conversations with people. Reach out to people you know in Alberta. That's another way to get people aware of what's going on and how to support that way. But when it comes to the financial contributions, unlike somebody else we'll talk about later, when it comes to the financial contributions, it has to be a resident of Alberta.
Now, I'm not advocating, loopholes, but I think there are probably sort of unintentional loopholes. Like if you're having an event and you have a bucket there and you're collecting a few bucks from people at that event, are you verifying that they're from Alberta?
So we contacted Elections Alberta about that on two different fronts. One, who are the people? And two, how do we control whether or not they put $50 or less in there?
Yeah.
And what Elections Alberta actually guided us on is said you can pass the bucket and count it at the end. You don't have to do anything as the bucket's going around.
Right.
Yeah.
So they answered that question clearly because because in the federal election, we actually had to take attendance and then do the math and see what the average was. And if we fell outside the average, then we had some trouble. But
I'm in favor of some of this. I mean, I am in favor, but at the same time, it's an example of our democracy. Some of our institutions are becoming so complicated for just the average person to participate, right?
Yes.
Like to me, this is like, this is the steps you have to take as a third party advertiser, as a politician, as a candidate. Did you have to take similar steps?
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Especially on the municipal one too. We had to make sure where donations were coming from, and they had to be from the area. We didn't actually do donations during the campaign. The municipal one, we actually just covered that ourselves. But the federal one, we had the same thing. We had to register everybody.
So being a politician is running is no longer just about, hey, putting your hand up at a nomination meeting and say, I'm happy to run as the MLA or the MP.
There's criminal record checks. We have to go through provide all court cases we've ever been involved in. There's a lot of background that goes into this now.
And to me, as an observer, it feels like certain people have to jump through more hoops than others. Because when I look at all the politicians that are elected at all levels in our country, I go, wow, there's no way that person did what you just said, right? I want to jump in. I was going to go to the bit of the double standard, but before we go there, how is your relationship with Elections Alberta?
It's pretty good. I can't complain. They are available by email and by call. And when we have had this, like, we're going to be doing an event later. We've got some questions. I give them a call. I've been fortunate enough to get a call back if I've had to leave a message. So no complaints. quite frankly.
And the tools work, like the...
And the tools work.
It's a little time consuming.
Yeah,
but
it's time consuming, but my little wish list would be that right now we submit our contributions. We have the ability to do it throughout the day, and then we file on Thursdays. I'd love to do that with our expenses. So I have this concern that at the end of it all, I'm not just going to be giving them one number, but because I'm probably going to have to itemize everything.
with receipts,
I'd love to be able to be submitting that right now. So that's on the suggestion box.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I don't want to get controversial here, but the private sector, you guys are providing some pretty important financial reporting and as part of transparency. And I don't think that transparency is reciprocated by our government.
No. In fact, there's 3 exceptions to who has to do the transparency requirements on any of this. If you're a political party, so NDP or UCP, if you're an MLA or constituency association, those are the 3 exceptions. They can go and advertise for this referendum all day long without disclosing anything, and they have none of the limits we have.
And okay, so let's go there. So they're right now on the let's call it the stay side. Is that what we're calling it, the stay side,
Sure.
or the forever communist side? I don't know. So on the stay side, there are a couple of groups that are prominent. One is, of course, Thomas Lukasik's group. In your opinion, should he be following the same rules as you?
Right. So I have some legal training, and there's 2 things I want to explain here. There's the letter of the law and then the spirit of the law.
Okay.
The letter of the law says you cannot go over 60 kilometers an hour. The spirit of the law is, well, in an emergency, you're running to the hospital, we will overlook it.
Yeah.
Under the letter of the law, he's on the safe side right now because he's not even saying option 1. He's not mentioning the date. He's not telling them what to do on the referendum, which is the line.
Yeah.
However, on the spirit of the law, is he campaigning? By all metrics and measures, for sure.
Right. So he's walking a very fine line. So his posters, for instance, don't say choose A or B. His posters are
choose unity.
Choose unity. Okay. So he gets away with that. And that was part of that was almost word for word in the bulletin that Elections Alberta put out yesterday or 2 days ago.
It was last week, and I read that one. It was basically, here, Thomas, here are the rules, and you're okay.
Yeah.
That's basically the bulletin.
Okay, because I made a comment on X. I thought, wow, they're making an interpretation based on him in particular. So, okay. So
it felt that way, sure.
It felt that way. And that's an example. Now, there's another, the For Alberta, no, is it For Alberta? For the Nenshi group. What's his For Alberta? For...
Something like that.
For Canada, FAFC, something like that. Yeah. Anyway, so that's Nenshi.
Yeah.
And there's probably a little NDP logo.
There is at the very bottom of the webpage. It says NDP party.
So he goes around. At that point, he's a political party with representation in Alberta, and he has almost unlimited budget.
Yeah, using party funds, absolutely.
And the same thing for the Alberta Referendum 2026 website from Danielle Smith and the UCP.
Oh,
that one also falls under that exception.
I forget that one. Right. So she's okay. Right. Right. Yeah, I forget that one. Who else?
Because she's got all the 10 questions on there, and she has her position.
Now I haven't gone to look. Do we still have? We still have a Liberal Party in Alberta. I think I'll have to go see where they stand on all of this, and then. But then the new up and coming party. What are they called?
Oh yeah, the Tory one.
Yeah,
the Alberta Tories or something.
That's the Alberta Party rebranded. Yeah, interesting. Awesome. Yeah. Okay. So where do we go from here?
Let me give you some of the legal, not so much loopholes, but some of the things people don't understand that they can do. So
not that you're advocating this. You're
I'm just
pointing out,
providing the rules.
You're providing.
So the rules are cash donations or donations of $50 or less does not require a TPA to get your identity. There's no rule that says you can't make a subsequent and a subsequent and a subsequent.
Yeah.
FYI. 250 and up, you end up on, no, not 250 up, 250 and below, you do not end up on the Alberta Elections Alberta website with your name in the report. But that's per TPA. That's not accumulative over the TPAs. So if you gave us 250 and another one 250, it's not like suddenly you end up on the website.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
So that's cool. And the last one I would let people know is there's no age limit. So every family member has the 5,000 limit.
Right.
Yeah. So a family of 4 would be 20,000.
I'm a weirdo. I'm in the same category as you in this sense. I do follow politics closely. I do go to the Elections Alberta and I go pull the financial reports. And I always encourage people. I mean, that's one of the things I do on X, right? Is I'm showing people how to be good citizens. And these are the things you should do. You should, if you're not involved politically, maybe you're not running, but you should still know what's going on and go to the website and go check out Thomas Lukaszik's financial statements. And then you will see just what you said. It's like, oh, interesting that 6 people with the same last name are donating $5,000 each, right?
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you this.
Well, just be clear, Thomas, he hasn't disclosed that for this period. He did for his petition period, but he also has on his website, anybody can donate and no limits. So he's doing something.
He had money left over from the
187,000 or something.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. Like for us, that would be everything.
Yes. Yeah. And what's your limit? Your total limit?
607,000.
607,000. So between we're promoting 7 TPAs here. Like I said, there's perhaps a dozen, but if the 7 each do 600,000, that's only $3.5 million, or $4.5 million ballpark, right? Yeah. Compared to the other side, compared to Nenshi, compared to others, that's not a lot, and that doesn't go very far, right? Now, we learned this during the petition collection period, the signature collection period. Like people said, we should, Stay Free Alberta should have done more big events.
Mm-hmm.
A big event at most halls is what? Like if you're going to rent a hall somewhere and you're going to try and you did an event. You and I went on a tour for in April. What's a typical event?
I would say the average is about $800 or so for 100 to 150 people. But if you get higher than that, then it definitely gets.
So you get events and then buying flags, trying to get advertising. If we could get advertising, right? Like, could we run an ad on the CTV?
Technically in a CRCT, they can't deny you.
Yeah.
But in Canada, they don't have the equal opportunity rules like they do in the US. So the Democrats have to get so much, and so the Republicans, they have to have equal amount.
Yeah.
We don't have those rules.
Yeah.
And they can, in their own way, deny you, and then you have to take it up to the next stage.
Because I've honestly not seen any ads on the platforms that I'm familiar. Like I'm on YouTube a lot.
Yeah.
I see NDP ads on YouTube all the time. I haven't seen any of our group, our side, put any advertising so far. Maybe some will come. Where was I going with it? Oh, this is the question I was going to ask.
Mm-hmm.
So am I ever at risk of getting a knock in a letter from Elections Alberta? Like, I mean, I don't advertise. Do I advertise? How?
No.
I'm a private citizen. So how do I say to Elections Alberta, like, what's my defense?
Well, the 2 things you have to do in order to get their attention is, one, you have to say vote option 1, option 2, yes,
I am
no.
pretty close to saying that, right?
Okay.
I mean, I'm
but
promoting.
that's just one piece of it.
Yeah.
The second one is then you have to spend more than $1,000 towards the advertising of that.
Which I'm not. So
if you bought Facebook ads or X ads or boosted your post, that would count.
Okay, but the $8 I pay Elon Musk to be on that platform.
Well, even that's well under 1,000.
It's well under 1,000, so I can stay on X all day long and say, "Hey, folks, vote to vote for Alberta independence."
And that bulletin you read laid that out.
Yeah,
it actually says, if you're online and you're just doing posts, those don't count.
Yeah.
But if you boost them, then you're spending money, then they count.
But the fact that I make a few bucks online, that's
income.
No. That's income.
There has to be expenses to advertising.
Okay, so I'm allowed to make income, but I'm not.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. So
you're clear.
I'm clear. I thought I was. I thought I was, but I mean,
in another way that you're clear is you're commentating. That is an exception to the rules. So if you're commentating, you can do that.
And that's a whole other topic for another day, right? I think. I mean, was it today? It's today. C9 goes into effect.
Right. So get all your speech out now. No, actually, it's retroactive.
That one's anti-hate. I'm more worried about what's the one C22. There's a couple of bills that
34 is a bad one.
There's a couple of bills that are trying to. It goes back to what we were saying earlier. The ability to participate is getting tougher in our democracy. And they're making it tough to participate as a candidate. They're making it tough as a commentator and as we get censored.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. I'm glad you said tough as a candidate. If you run as an independent candidate with no party affiliation, it's even harder. You have more financial restrictions. You cannot do anything until the writs drop. All day long, all the time. Yeah. They can actually collect donations at any time and put it towards the campaign when the writ drops. As an independent, you can't do that. And you also have limits on your personal contributions that you don't see on a party level either. So there's even restrictions. So if you really think Canada can vote in an independent candidate, and I went through all of this, this is what was so difficult, was on the financial side, we actually have a lot more restrictions on this.
Probably the fastest path is run under one of the parties, and
even the purple one,
kicked out.
Even the purple one, but that does allow you to have a lot more access to financial support.
Yeah, yeah, interesting. Yeah, it's I worry about the censorship side of it, and
it's getting worse.
I joke, but I don't think it's a joke. I think many of us will not be on social media in a year from now. We'll have been silenced to the point where we'll just give up.
There's no doubt Elections Alberta's watching right now.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt that there's people out there trying to find a slip up and send it to Elections Alberta and report it. Like, I'm good. Probably 20% of everybody watching right now are hoping we fail because they're trying to find a way to get us in trouble.
Yeah, and I've lived it. I'm sure you live it, but there are things that happen in our lives now as commentators, as influencers, as people putting our necks out there on a cause. There are things that start to happen that are not coincidences.
No.
I've had way too many weird events in the last 4 months, and they're not coincidences. When somebody's parked out back in my 40 acres and almost has binoculars on me, they're listening to us.
And when we do the lawn sign handouts and stuff, there's always a vehicle somewhere down there that never picks up a sign and they just hang out. I'm sure people are watching.
When I had my pop-up, they weren't even hiding it. They weren't even hiding it. I mean, the way I was managing it, I had a pretty good group of volunteers, right? So I didn't have to go to the spot every day. So I would send people, but I got into the habit. It's like, nobody's going alone. Like, there'd be days where I might have to run somewhere, and Karen would say, well, I'll go, and I'll be like, no. Like, you're not going alone. There's too many crazies. And there was one day where I wasn't there, and I get a text, and it's one of my buddies says, there's a van parked across the street, and they got eyes on us, is what he said. I'm like, okay. So I drove over there. I went and knocked on the door, and that guy was not very nice right away. And then he put the camera on me. Turned out that he was that one was a genuine. I accept the explanation afterwards that he was genuinely looking for somebody else.
Okay.
But anyways, are they knocking on the door? No. Like, I mean, time goes by fast, but it doesn't go by that fast. So, so what else? So, let's talk a bit about independence then. So what brought you guys onto the movement?
I'll start with that one. So before the federal election run, I was talking to a lot of people as part of my candidacy. I was going out there talking to people. And that was the number one thing people brought up, that they're tired of trying. Because as a federal candidate trying to change the system on the federal level, that's my platform. Here are the things I'm going to do for you. Here are the changes I want to bring to you. And a lot of people are going, well, that's great, but we just want out. We don't want you to try and fix it. It's already broken.
Yeah.
So I had a lot of conversations like that made me go, maybe they're right. And as I was making my way towards April 25th to actually have the vote, I started to understand that what the representation that was wanted from me in Parkland County was to represent sovereign Alberta, whatever that looked like, and head towards a vote and then represent them after the vote. So that's what I put into my campaign messaging, was the support of Maxime Bernier, who said, absolutely, a sovereign Alberta is the right message. Go do that. Because that's what I was going to promise to my constituency was, if you vote for this, I will be that voice in the House that fights for you on this, because that House is not going to fight for you.
But you, okay, so you heard that from constituents, and so you're acting as a representative. But had you made that same sort of?
Not yet.
You hadn't jumped there. Okay.
So on April 25th.
So you're late to the party, or late-ish to the party.
I went through an education phase first
to
understand really what are all the generational issues with Canada, because I came to Alberta late in life. And then that's why I got that education. And then the actual election results, where we saw the two parties go as high as they ever been, we've seen before. Third parties all took a nosedive. All Albertans got behind the Conservatives, and it didn't change anything. By 8:06, the results came out, and we weren't even counting our votes yet.
Yeah.
So at that moment, I'm like, that was the last chance to try and fix Canada in the old system. That's when, and let me share you what the actual decision was. Jeff Rath reached out to me election night, and he read to me his message to Alberta that he released the next day. And it was a great message. It was very inspiring. Then Mitch Sylvester talked to me. He said, we got 4,000 new members an hour since the election was called.
Yeah.
And we're very, very excited about going. And then Danielle Smith sent a message and said, watch for my announcement tomorrow. We're doing election reform and we're going to make sure that everybody's ready for this. And that was when she dropped it to 10% and other things. That's when I knew that there was a huge drive to push towards independence amongst all of the movers and shakers.
That win that night was of Carney was a great push for independence. But I just want to come back to something. Perhaps maybe not everybody who heard what he just said is familiar with this, but I'll go back a few years earlier. Back in the so when there's an election, when there's a federal election, we used to be in a total blackout.
Yeah.
Back in those days,
that's right.
Those days, we used to get our news from CBC. So on the day of the election in Alberta, we would not get any news from what was happening in the rest of the country until the polls closed here.
That's right.
Now we could find out. So when I was a young adult, 25 years old, if I wanted to know, I could have called my mom in Ontario and say, "Hey, mom, like, what are the results looking like?" Right? Today, you can kind of do it with the internet, even though there's supposed to be blackouts. But as a 25-year-old. Once the CBC would start to report on the election at 8 o'clock, because the polls closed here at 8:05, we knew the results.
Yeah.
And our vote hadn't counted. So, so
my personal decision that night was, it's broken. We tried. We did what we could. It's time to shift gears now.
Yeah, and you heard my story because Jason and I did it, and Paula, we did a tour in April, and I told my story a bunch of times. I mean, like you, I'm from Ontario. I'm a transplanted Albertan. I came here in the late 80s, early 90s. I came here in 89. And I came here for work. That's it, work. And when I showed up here, there was this thing called the Alberta Advantage, which was simply work hard and you'll get rewarded. And that helped me for decades. I mean, my life was good. Able to raise a family and afford a small house and whatnot. And something changed dramatically in the mid, 2012, 13, 14. And so for me, it was a game changer was my time working for TransCanada when we were trying to build these. Oh, no.
Oh, we're good now.
That's not the building? No, that's our phones.
There's a child missing.
Autistic drivers.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
So everybody pay attention to that one if you're in the area. It must be Calgary.
As long as it's legit. That's legit.
Yeah,
I mean, again.
Then again, no coincidences, right?
There's no coincidences.
Even with our door going back and forth and squeaking.
Were you at the main event, the big event at the
Big Four
building?
Big Four. I saw you there, and someone pulled the fire alarm.
Somebody pulled the fire alarm, right? And then that was cool because people pulled the fire alarm, and I think was it Eva Chibiuk or somebody, maybe Mitch, whoever was on stage, didn't skip a beat, kept on talking, and nobody left. Right? Yeah. Nobody left. Yeah. I remember helping Andrew. What's Andrew's website? Andrew Bocage. What's his handle on X? Andrew's the guy who went and put the Alberta flag on Adams Island.
The island.
Yeah. Anyways, good job for doing that, Andrew, by the way.
And the second time, too, because someone tore it down.
It's gone now again. It's gone. That's so...
Well, maybe they wanted it on their property.
Actually, we'll talk about that in a second. But that night, Andrew, we helped Andrew because while the fire alarm was going on, he lost one of his kids. He couldn't find a kid. And that's for any parent who has a young child, that's a moment of panic, right? Let's talk about that, actually. Let's talk about... so Andrew goes to Adams Island, and Adams Island, for people who don't know, is when you're driving from Alberta to Banff, you go by Lac des Arts, just before Canmore, and you'll see that cement plant, and there's a big lake, and on the lake there's a little island, and a lot of times on the little island there'd be different flags. I've seen the Canadian flags, I've seen an Acadian flag, and Andrew went out there and put an Alberta flag. And then some group subsequent to that went and tore down his flag and put a Canadian flag. Then Andrew went back, and Andrew did the right thing. He's like, because when he went the first time, he didn't take down anybody else's flag. Right. He just put up an Alberta flag. When he went the second time, he left the Canadian flag, and then he put up his own. And now the Alberta one is gone again. And we're seeing that. Somebody asked me this regarding the signs right now. Are we starting to, is it starting to feel like a campaign? And my answer was yes, because we are seeing, we're seeing signs. So the important, we're seeing our signs go up, but we're seeing the other side go up. But you broke a story yesterday, or you reported a story. What happened in Red Deer?
So in Red Deer at Cool Shit, which is a fantastic place because they have a lot of that
What
there.
do they do there?
It's everything, but there's a lot.
IT place or computer store, or are they?
Well, you can buy electronics there, garden equipment, or coveralls. It's basically a garage sale, pawn shop, plus retail, all in one.
Okay.
It's really cool stuff. You'll probably enjoy it. You walk around
with
like,
the
I want one
wealth
of those.
of Alberta gear as well.
But he does have
he's
a lot.
business. He's a private business who's put his neck out by selling Alberta flags. Weird. Not weird. Sad that becomes an issue.
Yep. So what happened there was when we arrived, because we were doing a pop-up for our sign giveaway there, he's a great guy, Rob. I called him up, said, hey, we'd like to use your parking lot, can we? He's like, absolutely. Because it's best to have permission from a private owner to do that, because even pop-ups are trouble, like you saw with us in Edmonton with the police. But anyways, as soon as we get there, he's like, they broke my windows this morning.
No.
And spray painted Trader on a sign. At least it spelled it right, just to be clear. But yeah, they did just, and I asked them, how are you going to cover this? Insurance going to cover this? It's like $2,000 deductible. It's best to just cover it himself. So it's a financial loss for him. But that's not even the first time we've seen something like that. Corey Morgan sign spray painted. We saw somebody take a sign down on video. We even had Mitch as far as the petition period with that bullet incident in his shop.
Yeah. I had a crazy lady. It wasn't me. It was across the street. So I had 2 pop-ups, and then I actually had several incidents, right? But the one was a lady got upset. She put the
I remember that one with the minivan.
I'll give my friend's name. It's Sean, right? So Sean, we had all been instructed. You take out your phone. Once you take out your phone, a lot of crazies calm down, right? So Sean took out his phone. She grabbed his phone and she threw it in the ditch. Funny thing, kudos to iPhone. I don't know what he had, an iPhone 14 or whatever. It kept on recording. Even underwater, you could hear the muffled sound. Then he brought it up, and she went around and she knocked down all our flags.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And I'm like,
I think she blocked her license plate at the end.
Yeah,
right?
You're so upset that you're offended by the flag of this province.
Yeah.
And I'm not, yes, I've given up on Canada, but I'm not offended by the flag of Canada.
Not at all.
It's your
Not at all.
And if we ever become our own country, it's still your flag. I'm not going to be offended. But it's crazy that flags are used that way.
The justification that they have for vandalism and theft is not acceptable. That we see people are literally having lawn signs taken off their lawn. Again, they're having their businesses vandalized.
Yeah.
Just because you believe that you are correct doesn't mean it's so.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of illegal activity. And what did the police advise? Well, it works both ways. However, we are not actually going out and stealing Canadian flags, Canadian lawn signs, or anything like that.
And sorry to cut you off, but I was disappointed during the signature collection period that none of the political parties were coming out against that. I wanted Danielle to say, listen, this is like
condemn it,
right?
Yeah.
Menchie, you should condemn it. You should all condemn it. This is in fact, and you mentioned traitor. I got called a traitor so many times, and I'm like, there's no pure. First of all, it's not treasonous.
No,
it's in our laws. I'm allowed to do this. A province is allowed to separate, and I'm simply exercising a democratic right. Like I'm sitting on the side of the road collecting signatures. And I want to come back to that, but sorry, I interrupted you. You had something you wanted to say.
Well, I just wanted to kind of build on what Paula was saying there. About 1 every 20 people that come to grab a lawn sign choose not to take a lawn sign because they're worried about their cars being keyed and someone attacking them and just putting themselves out there.
Right.
But they just stop by to say, hey, I just want you to know, support what you're doing, keep it up. Thank you very much. Yeah. Would you like a free lawn sign? No, I'm more worried about my neighbor or someone attacking my car and stuff. And that's sad because it's true.
But it does work, right? I mean, I put up a lawn sign. Yes, I put up a lawn sign because some of us people say you're brave to do it, but some of us need to be brave to encourage others to do it, right? It was fascinating when I was on the side of the road. I know that there were people that were driving and trying don't look.
Yeah, we see those too.
Don't look, right? There's something going on, but don't look. But I know that I reach people regardless because, Marty's on the side of the road and some people came by and said, what are you doing? It's like, that's all I needed. Perfect.
Yeah.
If after 20 days you finally stopped and asked what I'm doing, That's awesome.
Well, you're a data guy, so let me give you some data over the last few days because we've been going around sitting on the side of the highways doing this again. For every sign that gets picked
Aren't
up,
we crazy?
a little bit. For every sign that gets picked up, we get about 5 honks, pro honks,
Right. Yeah.
supportive. For every honk, we get about 10 thumbs up and silent
Explain what you're doing. Be very pragmatic. So you're setting up.
I'm breaking up into 3 different groups of support.
Yeah.
No, I mean, what are you doing what are you physically doing? You're driving somewhere and you have piles of signs and you're handing out signs?
Exactly. Yeah. So kind of like the petition period, we were collecting signatures. Now we're handing out the signs.
Right.
And a lot of people will yell, I've signed already. We're like, well, come get your sign.
Yeah.
But what I'm getting at is there's 3 groups of support out there. The silent ones that won't honk, but they're supportive.
Yeah.
They let you know. Then the ones that are willing to honk, and then the ones that are willing to pull over and put up a sign.
Yep.
So there's a lot more support out there than people think.
Absolutely. 1/3. It's a rule, right? I mean, 1/3 of the people are totally decided on independence, 1/3 are against it, and there's that middle ground.
We're not seeing that third anymore, though. For the Rocky Mountain, we had 2 people, 1 thumbs down, and 1 guy that's kind of rode on his bike says, "Make sure you include everybody." I'm like, "Well, we are."
But last week you and I had a chat, right? I told you I was driving up to Grand Cache and I was following the Cowboy Trail. And I had every intention of documenting all the Alberta flags because I've driven the Cowboy Trail, folks, is like Highway 22, right? That sort of parallels the Rockies, and it goes from I think it goes all the way at the Alberta-US border, and it goes all the way up north of Grand Cache, basically. So I was following that, heading up to Grand Cache, and I told Jason, I've been driving it many times, and over time I've noticed the number of flags. That's Alberta Independence Land. Yeah. Actually, along there, up in Bonnyville, there's a few big pockets that are really, and I was ready to document it, but then all the Alberta flags now across from them are Canadian flags.
Yeah,
I've noticed an increased effort to try to counter the flags.
And that's democracy.
That's democracy.
And I don't get mad at seeing a Canadian flag at all.
Yeah. Now, I got to give a shout out. I mean, there's some little towns. I drove through Tomahawk. I don't know. You're close to Tomahawk, right? Yep. I don't go through Drayton. A lot of times when I'm heading north, I purposely go through Tomahawk because gas is cheaper there. And it is one of the most, they had your signs all over,
the place.
Yes, they did.
You know the guy who did that?
You know who did that? Oh, yeah. So shout out to Tomahawk.
Yeah. Our buddy Cliff up in Tomahawk.
Shout out to Cliff directly. Then. And then
he came in, saw us right away. He took a bunch and then he came back same day. Said, I'm already out, but keep going. We gave him a couple of
is he also a distributor kind of thing?
He knows everybody. Cliff is the unofficial mayor of Tomahawk and area.
Okay.
Yeah, he's definitely getting it out there.
Got permission from the landowners that we could put the signs up. So that was great.
Yeah. No, it's good to see. And I don't know why that Tempo gas station in Tomahawk's always cheaper, but it is what it is. So I get not taking a pause, but just a reminder, this is an Alberta telethon. We're trying to get you guys to, we're trying to raise money is what we're doing. We need to raise money for this battle. The battle is coming up quick.
3 months.
3 months, right? October 19th. And so pick any one of them. I mean, ideally, you can throw a few bucks to all of them because they're all doing something slightly different.
Remember, 250 on each one of them. You're not on the website.
Yeah. You're focused right now on providing signs for people.
And events.
You'll shift in gears at some point. You're still doing events, right?
Oh, yes. We have many events lined up coming up.
What are your events like there?
Well, the next one is going to be a tour with the Holmes family.
Okay.
So the sisters and the father and Maxime Bernier.
Yeah.
To give the lessons from Quebec.
Okay.
To let Albertans know why this is so important. It's not a political thing. It's a referendum why it's so important thing.
Yep.
We're doing a one-day family event on April 5th or August 15th with Lindsay Butler for music. It's a thank you and appreciation to canvassers and
Lindsay, who's the president of the...
No, Lindsay Butler. You're thinking of maybe Sherry, her mom.
Okay.
Yeah, but Lindsay is a country music folk singer.
Okay.
Fantastic. But this is an appreciation to all the volunteers, campaigners, and canvassers. So please bring your family to that one. Yeah. We're doing Bruce Party. He's going to come out again and talk more about his stuff. Dennis Kelma, Matt Rowley.
And as an example, like when you bring out somebody, I'm sure it'll, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm sure most people volunteer their time. Bruce probably doesn't charge you a speaker's fee per se, but I'm sure you try and extend something. I mean, it's not cheap for Bruce to fly and this. I mean, you did it to me, right? I'll speak personally.
Yeah.
I didn't charge a speaking fee to go speak.
Nor do we pay anybody.
But if you can throw a few bucks because I got to pay for gas, that's one of the things that the TPAs are for.
The accommodations and hospitality and the venue, all of that stuff is covered by the donation.
Yeah.
And when someone like Bruce comes into Alberta from Ontario, he gives a different perspective.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, here's why Alberta should do it. You're going to save Canada.
Now, on that topic, I mean, some people volunteer an incredible amount of time. Incredible.
Oh my goodness.
Well, let's do the math. At $25 an hour, 200 hours, $50,000. You donated in your time.
No, it's not that much.
Do it.
It was enough to qualify for EI in most provinces.
25 an hour would be $50,000. And that was you and Karen.
Yeah. No.
That's a generous amount of time.
And I'm retired, but some people are doing this while they're still like Mitch Sylvester, who was here in the first hour.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in his chair, I think.
The man is a machine, right? Like I couldn't keep up with him. I mean, he was, how many miles does he put on?
120,000 kilometers.
In
his new truck
in just over a year or something like that. So he's
I got that update in the outside when I saw him.
Yeah. And Miss Sylvester, everybody. I mean, there's so many people, Jeff Rath and Dennis Modry. A lot of people have put in a lot of effort. You guys, I have.
Kathy Flett put a lot on.
Chris at the whistle stop.
Chris Scott,
it's years of doing this, right? And it takes years off your life at some point.
Corey Morgan.
I was never gray like this.
Corey Morgan drives a lot too, and I had more hair at the beginning.
Yeah. Now, actually, sort of on that topic of people stepping up. What's your thoughts on there's two schools of thought. There's a lot of people that are asking for leaders.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not one of them. I'm still of the opinion that this is better as a grassroots movement without a leader. But what's your thoughts on that?
I agree with that, Marty, 100%.
Yeah.
Each time that there was an attempt to have like some sort of election, pick a leader, let's get behind one, my first instinct was no, because you're leaving one target. And as we saw, they do go after with lawfare, with hit pieces.
Yep.
And if let's just say hypothetically, if Mitch Sylvester was the leader, they would attack him even harder. Or if Jeff Rath was the leader,
isn't it interesting? I mean, I saw that last week. Right, I saw Jeff Rath. It made the news because one of the judges froze his assets or something like that. It's a civil case, right? It's he actually represents a party that won. He won a settlement for a party, and he had negotiated a fee. And
the First Nations group over $53 million. He successfully got for them.
And so now, anyways, normally that kind of little that wouldn't be news normally. That happens in civil litigation all the time. But because it's Jeff Rath, it's big news.
Yeah,
and it gets blown out. And when I first saw that, that's all I thought. It's like, well, it's Jeff's turn.
Mm-hmm.
It's just Jeff's turn. I mean, I took a turn at it. You took a bit of a turn. I took a turn. I mean, I had associated my name with the
Centurion Project,
Centurion
and they
Project.
came after both of us for that.
Yeah, and I was like, oof, and
that was just a taste of what Mitch and the rest go through.
Yeah, just a taste, and I don't wish it on anyone. I mean, it's intimidating. Like I'll repeat what happened that day. I mean, I'm on stage. We're on stage, and all of a sudden we hear that there's police cars, and there's 8 police cruisers outside coming to quote serve a cease and desist papers to David Parker,
which had nothing to do with the event itself, but what he was doing behind the scenes.
And then it was served by Elections Alberta. And so you're telling me that somebody at Elections Alberta called the police chief in Calgary and said, hey, I got to go serve papers. I need 8 cruisers. And the police chief said, oh, sure. They don't do that for anyone.
No.
Well, you remember when the Q&A happened and someone asked from the audience, why are the police here? And my answer was, I don't know, but I know what the headlines are tomorrow.
Yeah.
I guarantee you what they're going to run with this tomorrow. And they did.
Yeah. No, it's no different than when the RCMP sent 2 officers to Medicine Hat to go bring Tamara Litch on the warrant.
That's right. Yeah.
She would have walked in voluntarily anyways, right?
On Canada Day too, right? She spent the weekend.
There are definitely some double standards, and there are definitely attempts and efforts to make some groups feel a lot more pressure. So you're right. Okay, so back to that. We're on the same page.
And just keep an eye on September.
Yeah.
There'll be September surprises right before the October. September, that's when they're going to hit.
Nothing's a coincidence. When an event happens, when there's a press release, when there's a story that breaks, you know this. I mean, stories that break on Friday are different than stories that break on Mondays. So yeah, and so whose turn is next?
I don't know. It could be us for all I know.
I mean, they love picking on Jeff.
Yeah.
Mitch gets away with. They're not. I hope they don't go after Keith and Tanya, but I think they could be.
I think they're certainly going to be targeting them for sure. Maybe I don't know about anything bad for Keith, but you don't have to do anything bad. They can frame it and twist it in such a way.
Yeah.
And hey, he's been trying to destroy Canada since the convoy. And maybe they'll drum up some old stuff from there. But Keith and Tanya are pretty clean. Most of us are pretty clean. In fact, there's even internally, we're
totally clean. We're average. Like,
well, we're trying to.
I mean, I know these people. Like,
Even
Chris Scott, they go after Chris Scott.
Even internally, like if anybody has anything that's remotely possibly a headline, fix it, clean it, or arm's length. Okay. But everybody else that's up front right now, I don't even have speeding tickets.
Yeah, actually, interesting time, sort of a neat segue. They went after Paul's Pizza for a while.
They did.
And so, perfect segue. There's a party tonight at Paul's Pizza, right? So after this, the last segment of the telethon will be broadcast from Paul's Pizza in Airdrie. And we were worried that we were going to host a little party there on a Saturday, but Paul said, oh no, apparently Saturdays are dead in Airdrie in the middle of summer because everybody's out rodeoing.
Not tonight.
Not tonight. So tonight the party's at Paul's Pizza, right? So, and we'll be there. Come for selfies and stuff like that. Come say hi. Come support Paul too. I mean, he's not a TPA, but why is he taking the heat? What was his? What started the heat?
I think he stood up against the issue with immigration and some of the troubles there.
Yeah.
And just saying, I don't think mass migration and immigration is a good idea. I think it should be merit-based. Just taking that position.
Do they know what he looks like? Do they know?
That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right. That doesn't matter.
So it's not Paul's Pizza. It's Farouk, but he's an immigrant. Critical of the immigration system.
But that's what I saw them going after, was some of his common sense comments around that subject. Just mention it, they call you a racist and supremacist. So.
And that's another thing, right? We talked about the cost of events. The cost is one part, but the other thing, how many events have you been canceled out of because the place where you're trying to hold the event said no thanks?
Yeah, there's 3 levels of those. There's those that won't book you at all. Now the city of Edmonton sent us an email saying, don't bother. We're not going to have any of your events anywhere in the city. It's city facilities. We have those that book us, but then cancel us. And then we have those that cancel like the day of.
Which is really nasty.
Which is tough. Which is tough. But it does happen. Okay, it does happen. Yeah. And Paul is fantastic at going on a phone and finding an alternate venue, and we move it quickly. Yeah. It does hit the attendance for sure.
Yeah.
Because people show up to the other one, they didn't get the message. But it happens everywhere.
People were doing that to Paul's, right? They're calling Paul's Pizza ordering like 15 pizzas. He got wise to that pretty quick. I think every pizza shop's wise to that.
Yeah. And by the way, what they don't understand is the Streisand effect. When they do that, we actually hear about Paul's Pizza and we support it more. It's just like the Tabor billboards.
The town of Tabor saying no billboards. Okay.
Well, do you know how much free advertising he got?
Now?
What's that?
It's Cochrane now.
Is it?
Yeah.
Cochrane, take your sign down bylaw.
Sent a letter, bylaw officer sent sort of a warning to somebody who had I think it was one of Corey's signs on the fence.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So now I think that guy's going to paint the sign on his
fence. That would be wonderful.
Fantastic.
You push us too hard, and that's what we do, right? I mean, I was on the, let's go, it's a weird shift, but I was upset when I first heard that the petition wasn't going to be counted.
Right. Yeah.
And before that came out, I was worried about the ruling. And I said, if the judge says this is invalid and I have to stop collecting signatures, that's when I would have said, well, then I'll be in contempt of law because I will go sit on the side of the road and I will continue to collect signatures. So there's a time where it's okay to push back and disobey. And I think if a bylaw officer comes and says you can't have a sign on your property, I'll just put a bigger one.
Well, Jeff Bezos.
You'll have to drag me out.
He has way over the limit for his hedges. He just pays the fine.
Yeah, he just pays
the fine. Yeah.
Yep. Doesn't matter.
That's true. That's actually it has nothing to do with this, but I saw that I was standing in line at the customs, coming back with my 2 bottles of booze, and the guy in front of me had like 10, right? And that's what he says, like, I just paid the duty.
Yeah.
I'm like,
of course.
Wait, it's still cheaper.
Yeah, it's a rich man's game sometimes,
still
right?
Cheaper. How are we doing for time? Do I have to start wrapping it up? Okay, I got a producer. I don't know how I wrap this up. Thank you both for coming down.
Marty, it's a pleasure to work with you again.
Where can people find you? Always. I mean, we know what's the net. come by events. Actually, I'll just say this, right? They're ordinary people. We talked about this, right? So if you see Jason and Paula, you see them on the street. If you see me on the street, say hi. Like, don't be shy and come chat. We love chatting. Where are you going next? What's your plan? So we're
going to take an actual week off now. So we'll announce that now. So we planned to take last week off, but we didn't. We took it off from the show, but we're on the road every single day.
Yeah.
We're actually going to stay home, get off the road for a week, and then get back to it because we have that August event. 7 days, 5 stops with Maxine and the Home Sisters.
I think it's okay to take a small break. The referendum's on the 19th. We need to be kind of like Olympic athletes.
We got to mow our lawn.
We're Olympic athletes. We have to peak like right about there. We don't want to peak too early. All right, folks. Boy, this hour went by fast. Thanks for coming by.
Thanks, Marty.
As part of the series of different interviews I'm doing with third-party advertisers, I'd like to welcome my friend Jason Levine, who is a third-party advertiser. Jason, it's good to have you down here in my basement. Welcome to my home.
John, I love it here. Your community is great. Your home is wonderful, especially that garden in the front with all the signs.
Well, yeah, I've got signs everywhere, and we'll talk about your signs in just a moment. You've actually been in for quite some time. You were a third-party advertiser during the petition campaign, and you're in during this part of it as well. Why'd you get involved?
Well, we were third-party advertisers before it was cool, right? We got involved because we wanted to make sure that we were not going to become a headline at some point by trying to do events. We wanted to make sure we understood the rules for Elections Alberta, especially when you're getting out there having conversations. Where are the lines, then how to work with them, and make sure you don't cross any of them.
You know, there are some very difficult rules to follow, but it does give you some guidelines so you can stay in your lane, correct?
It's nice when everybody plays by the same rules, because the better team wins at the end. But it's important to ensure that you understand them, even if you're part of the public, because sometimes they can get themselves into trouble just by trying to help out. If they don't understand the rules, like the $1,000 limit for individuals. And we wanted to make sure that we could go beyond the $1,000 in order to get larger events, billboards, and signs.
And we can talk a little bit about that as we're recording this right now. It's a couple of weeks before the telethon, which is on right now. You're kind of cruising around the province, Edmonton, Red Deer, Calgary this evening as this is happening. And we're recording today with Bruce Pardy, Dennis Kalma, Matthew Rowley talking about the Constitution. One of the things you're doing, you're going to do more of these events as we move closer to the 19th of October?
100%. We were testing on a new format, a public input format, where we're asking the audience to provide their questions, comments, concerns, even some of their ideas on what a constitution could look like. Because there's many different models out there and people talking about different models. And we don't have an open mic, which is kind of a unique thing where we have everybody writing down on a card. So I'm sitting at the table with all the cards while the gentlemen are answering the questions, and I'm getting ready for the next one. It's a smooth process. We get as many questions in as we can, and people have been loving it.
What's the importance of the Constitution as we move forward, and that people know about that prior to the 19th of October and the referendum?
People want to know, how is this going to work? They understand the problems. I think it's very clear. Even Jason Kenney said we've got a lot of problems with Ottawa. But at this stage, what is going to be the solution to that? What can we be looking forward to? And can I be part of that? And that's why having a Constitution question at this stage with the public is very important. So it allows them to get into the conversation and have a piece of that as well and kind of own it, a little bit of stakeholder, because this is a Constitution for the people, by the people.
You're trying to be visual. A lot of the different TPAs, third-party advertisers, are trying to be visual. You're one of the groups that has signs. I've got one of your signs along with many others in front of my house right now. You're doing billboards. Why is that important?
Because people sometimes are not online watching their stuff, and they're watching other things like CBC. And when you're getting onto the public and seeing your community with a support of something, it'll get your attention. And the billboards around the legislature, I think, is also a good idea, because that's where the lawmakers are. And they'll be driving down these roads all the time, and they're going to be seeing, oh yeah, that vote in October 19th, and these guys are for option 2. There's a lot more people that are getting involved with that and getting behind that too.
I think we forget that I wake up in the morning, you probably wake up in the morning, others wake up in the morning thinking about politics. I mean, God, what a way to start a day. But we think about it all the time, and most people don't. And that's why those visuals are important.
It is too, because it kind of reminds them something big is going on. Maybe they're not paying attention to any news. Maybe they're just in their own bubbles, in their own communities, their own worlds. And just even seeing a glimpse of that, like, wait, what is that? Let's go to livingshow.com and see what that's about.
Right.
They can check out interviews that we're having, find your show as well. And things like this telethon is super important because it's going to really put the focus on a whole bunch of people who are working hard right now. And feel pleased that you're doing this, John.
Right. Well, it's a pleasure to have you here. A great segue into me talking about the telethon. If you'd like to support Jason and what he's doing, just go to albertatelethon.com and make a donation.
You're on.
We're live now? Okay. Normally, we start a segment when we're in our little basement studio with alrighty then. But since we have Daryl Comic today, we're going to say aloha, everybody. So we're excited to be here today. But the first thing I want to do is remind people our family is all about dialogue. And that also means asking questions and hard questions. And so there's an email that everybody can go to write the spicy questions to Chris Scott for his interview later. So go to the email, letsgoalberta1, the number 1, at gmail.com, and send all of your hard questions there, whether it's regarding, finances or the potential constitution for an Alberta, because I find a lot of people are struggling to think about that. There's this misconception that it's a hard thing to do to separate. And fair enough if you've never done it, like Canada hasn't. But people, even within the last 50 years, there have been minimum 50 countries that have separated. It is not a new phenomenon, especially here in the West. You can even go back to Rome history. They also separated before. Usually people associate the fall of Rome as like their comparison to today's America or even today's Canada. But Rome also had separating states as a sign that the system needs refurbishing. And so people need to start thinking about those things. So send all of your questions to said email. Now, for context about what we wanted to talk about here with Corey and Daryl, Dad?
Yeah, so first off, this is an honor for us to be a part of this. So we got to put our thanks out. And we're used to be in our studio. We're a small channel and growing because as circumstances presented themselves, most people that have watched our channel know that our wake-up call was in 2020, and then getting involved ended up being the accountability process that we had to find our way through. And so here we are, just trying to help with the culture war because we believe wholeheartedly, there's nothing on record that attributes that this was a Mark Twain saying, but it's easier to fool someone than to convince someone they've been fooled. And one of the ways to dispel magic tricks that get played on the minds of individuals is by knowledge, there's a biblical verse, Hosea 4:6, I like quoting. It says, "For lack of knowledge, my people were destroyed. Because they rejected knowledge, I reject them as priests before my house." Mm-hmm. The meaning of all of these types of quotes and sayings is that that's on us. That's on us as individuals. So for us to be asked to participate in this is an honor because that's wholeheartedly where the motivation is for our family at this stage of, I guess you want to call it the collective battle, is to bring awareness because our citizens and our fellow Albertans, they mean a lot to us. We all went through things and we have this long context from 2020 to this point. And that is going to be one of the themes of where we would like our segment to be is how we got here. Because there's this tension that's arising out there with, you got your Forever Canada camp and your Independence camp. And yet the funny thing is that not even 5 years ago, we were just all Albertans facing unknown circumstances and different protocols that were offered by our government. And it would seem that this is a thread. There's a theme here. And there are those almost acting more conservatively, saying, well, we don't want any type of separation. We would like to stay within, our United Canada. And it's like, all right, well, fair enough. I understand. That's awfully conservative of you. But there are those, though, that find themselves going, we played that game. And this is one of the beauties about having Corey Morgan with us. I've also done like Dr. Marika Wagner's works and books, is that there actually is a long history of Alberta being in this circumstance since 1905. It precedes 1905 in all actuality. We're not going to go down a history lane, but I like bringing in the context of the larger picture and that we're all a part of it. At one point in time before the Americans became Americans, they were British subjects. Mm-hmm. Well, that's funny. We're British subjects. And so we actually have a lot in common. It's our humanity first and our neighbors. And so we want to promote the TPAs, the third-party advertisers, of which Corey is also one of them. Mm-hmm. There are 6 that are going to be getting promoted. I know all the previous guests, segments have done this thing. We're going to make mention of them too as we go. I do not have the cheat sheet. I'm not excellent with games. But
So I said it goes to my daughters. But anyway, so that's the context, and we're thankful to be here. And let's start with the questions and conversation, because how did we get here, Corey? Why are we here? And I don't mean us as in just the five of us sitting in a studio.
Well, that'll fill the hour if we really want
Right?
to. That's a big question.
Okay, currently then with the TPA aspect, that this is because you got a long history.
I do.
You do.
I guess what I'll point out is a whole new generation of Albertans have realized and come to the conclusion that change within the system is futile.
Mm.
I think so. The independence movement was always comprised of people who had come to that conclusion. Aging myself, I was 29 when I started the Alberta Independence Party back in 2000. And that was my conclusion at that time. But people still, I'd call them reluctant independence supporters. They always wanted to cling to one more lifeline, one more bit of hope, one more way to think that they maybe could fix this. And the one that really devastated us as an organization, as we were gaining a bunch of steam and getting a lot of attention at that time with the Chrétien government and things happening, was Stephen Harper came out with the Alberta Agenda. And Bosencool, who now is one of the most hardcore federalists apparently against us and things like that, saying we don't need to go that route. We can fix everything. We can get a pension plan. We can get a police force. We can collect our own taxes. We can do our own EI. 26 years later, and he had a majority government. Nothing, not a single one of the things in the Alberta Agenda has been accomplished. And we currently have a provincial government that's reticent in bringing those in as well. I mean, they talk and talk and talk and talk, and nothing changes. And I've been very supportive of our provincial government in a lot of ways. They've done a lot of good things. It's been one of the better governments we've had in a long time. But when it comes to Ottawa, talk. You're never going to talk a pipeline into the ground. You're never going to talk my pension better. You're never going to talk my personal rights back into being after we've had our bank accounts seized. We've been locked down. So a lot has changed. I believe COVID contributed to this as well. That was a big wake-up call for a lot of people who thought the government's benign. The government would never do such things to us. Our freedoms are protected. They're safe. Realized, no, actually, we're just one more sneeze away from being locked down again because nothing has changed. And it's come to a head with people that final hope they were hanging on to. Okay, Canada prefers Liberals. They'll give us Liberals for 8-10 years at a time, but they'll give us a breather with 4 years of a Conservative government now and then so we could have somebody who's less bad to us for a little while in office. And when it came that close, but all they had to do was slap a new coat of paint on another Liberal, throw them in the front, and not only were they put back in, but with a stronger mandate than they had before. That's when I think a tipping point of Albertans realized that's enough. It's enough. The system doesn't work.
Or it's working exactly as it was designed.
Well, it wasn't, though. I hear that all the time, and I don't believe it. I believe it's out of date. I believe it was built by a centralized government, again, 100 and some years ago, who were looking from the perspective that this is 4% of the population. Thus, you build a system to treat it as if it's 4%. But they didn't build in or think about the growth that would come later. I mean, the abuse of the system by those who control it, it's working exactly how they would like. I just don't feel it was ever designed necessarily. I do believe the founders thought they were building something good. But it's the problem with a system 100 and some years ago. How many things from 100 and some years ago were useful today? We have to change this thing. We have to adapt it. Meech Lake and Charlottetown were the last two big, these were prior to you guys' time, but these were the last two big pushes to try and change it. And they didn't even come close. And
I was younger than they are now in that scenario.
So it's realizing you've got two choices. Accept this status quo and realize that we're just going to have our rights degraded. We're going to be a second-class province within a larger federation. Or pursue independence, which is really the only one and only way we can see now to shatter and break out of this. Looking at the amount of conversation, looking at this growing support, looking at this organization, more people have come to that conclusion than ever have before. So it's been an incredible year.
I mean, a classic example is the telethon in and of itself. The fact that it's manifesting as it is now, with as many hosts that it's appearing, with the viewers that are watching and everybody that's in on it. All of the TPAs we have 7 on the list here. But there's even Albertans for Freedom. They're coming out, and those are good people. There's so many more that aren't on this list, which is, just a testament to the culture that Alberta's trying to continue for fostering, which is all what we're about.
Well, and we did an interview recently because we were having a debate with people that are sharing the sentiments that you're talking about, which is the feeling like if we just hold on a little bit, right, then we could get somewhere. And it was with a lovely lady on our CA board named Judy. And then it was with one of the TPAs, Angela Tabak from the Alberta Women's Independence Network. Yeah, thank you, Alberta Women's Independence Network. I'm like, that's the longest TPA name.
It's a fantastic group.
It's a great group.
Yeah.
But when she was talking, Judy, she was mentioning that it's like, well, I mean, in the past, it was relatively like good enough to ignore, as in getting involved in government was just something that not a lot of people were paying attention to because they thought that life was okay, right? But it was more of, well, yeah, you're surviving, but you're not necessarily thriving. And then she made the comment that, you know, what, like, are we really going to try and separate on the auspices of just bad 11 years of Liberal government?
Since
And
Pierre Trudeau, I think, was her timeline. It's only been
yeah,
bad since
and
Pierre.
I instantly was thinking of you and all of your historical context going like, oh, honey, like, it's far more longer than just 11 years of Liberal government.
No, it's much deeper and it's cyclical. I mean, I think something that drove home to a lot of people, those of us old enough to remember the first Trudeau, like we had to go through another one. Like, does this country ever learn? Is it going to change? And no, it doesn't.
Yeah, the bruised and battered wife syndrome.
Yeah, I guess we keep going back, but it looks different this time. I was going to do a quick announcement. This was passed on to me. Keith Wilson just announced they've raised $25,000 today so far.
Awesome.
Let Alberta Decide is the name of their TPA. And yeah, I checked about 2 hours ago with ours. We'd raised $5,200 already a couple hours ago. This telethon, and people are really responding all over. I mean, Keith's obviously going to blow me out of the water, but it's great. We're all winning.
Well,
so,
and if I'm not mistaken, each TPA has a max that they can receive. Is that correct?
607,000.
Yes, and so
We still got lots of room. So
exactly. I know that Keith is very popular, and so is Tanya. I mean, what an attractive woman. Who wouldn't want to give her money? But I digress. I mean, definitely try and spread the love once you can. That way people can divide and conquer. The more signs, if the more houses that look like John Bolton's with 7 signs, the better.
Something I also just wanted to add to play to the context, because there's so many people that are still on the fence, and that was alluding to the fact that even if we went through past grievances before, like maybe with the COVID-19 situation, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily feeling like Alberta independence is the way to solve that problem, right? Like trying to figure out how to fix the system using kind of the battlefield that they set up for you, right? But when we were having that discussion on our podcast with Angela and Judy, it was one of the things mentioned was, okay, well, why can't we, plead to the other provinces? Because all of the bills that are coming forward, every single province is going to be facing these censorship laws, and it's not just going to be Alberta and et cetera. And I'm like, for sure, like there are laws that are going to make every single person in Canada a victim to a terrible, terrible system, tyranny, essentially. But coming at it from a young perspective, since Maddie and I are kind of a bit of the younger demographic in this movement, I was like, timeline though is the rate at which these bills are coming forward, and where we've see historically where Mark Carney and now his majority government have come from, and just all of the different third groups that he's intertwined with, Chatham House, Bilderberg Group, etc., right? And people not looking, either reading his material, like his book Values, or looking at the different historical policies that have come out of these groups, I think is just a huge ignorant bubble that they are not willing to explore, unfortunately. But I was like trying to convince like 50% of all provinces to try and change and open the Constitution in any way. I'm like, I don't know about you, but I'm going to be having to bear most of the brunt of what's coming down because I live longer. So I was like, I think time-wise, I'm like, can we speed things up, please?
Correct, too. You would need to convince 70% of the provinces with 50% of the population.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's not going to happen. There's just no way. Quebec isn't going to agree, and you're already getting close in the population numbers. With Senate reform, when 80% of our Senate is on the other side of Manitoba, there's no way those provinces are going to agree to that change. The problem is the status quo serves them, and they don't have an incentive to change it constitutionally. We might get some legislative wins. Things you're talking about, these authoritarian type actions bills coming out of the prime minister right now, but that doesn't change the system. And I mean, we aren't protected until the system changes. So yeah, we should talk to the other provinces. I mean, there's no sense suffering, and we still want to be as pragmatic as possible and get as good a policy as we can in the meantime. But we have to realize that this is just going to be an unending cycle of battling against these authoritarians until we bring in a system that protects us.
Ayn Rand's, right? Like, tell me the incentive, I'll tell you the outcome.
Yeah.
So
Right. Yeah, that's actually one question that on the interview that we did with the independence debate with the two ladies, I was asking about the question, all those signs across Calgary, those ones conveniently don't get vandalized. The ones that stay in Canada, no to the 9. We were talking about the referendum, and Judy said, those other points, she's not as radical as some of the Forever Canadian group that like to say no to all of them, because apparently all of the other questions imply independence that you leave, which is ridiculous. But one of my questions is, because she said, let's just focus on the other referendum questions rather than, the potentially separating one, which isn't even a separation question, but people are still looking at it with the trepidation of its implications. And so a question that I have for you is, with talking about reform and the system, because we're a very solution-oriented family and you're a very solution-oriented guy. That's why you've tried so many things in the past and you're like, okay, I'm narrowing it down. But the referendum questions, some of the stuff that you alluded to with the firewall letters being, Senate reform, and then the police force, the taxes,
Alberta pension plan.
The Alberta pension plan. The thing is that I'm struggling with is that even though Judy likes some of the other questions, I think 7 out of the 9 of them are just on immigration. And so why is that a mediocre solution, just to assume that those 9 other questions will get Alberta somewhere?
The bottom line is most of those things, when they're talking about those questions, require constitutional reform.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, and you're not going to get it. How many times have we, as a country, got to realize that and look at it? So it's giving that false hope. It's similar to the Alberta agenda that was put out. It's giving those people that out again. Say, well, we could just do this and this and this. For example, in a federation, it's understood, like Quebec has a bigger say in who can immigrate and who can't when they're determining people coming into Quebec. But it still can't stop people once they've landed in Quebec, Alberta or Ontario. Once you're in the federation, a migrant can go to any province they please and set up shop. There's nothing a province can do. It wouldn't be a proper federation if you could set up borders like that.
Right.
Which is why I want to see a federation. If
Right.
we want to control if we want to control immigration, there's only one way. We need to be our own nation. Other than that, immigration will be a federally managed aspect, because it must be in a federation. And we see that they use that again, not for our benefit or our good. I mean, immigration's been very good to us in a lot of ways. Alberta was built on immigration. All the statements about it, and they're true. And there's people who come from all corners of the planet, bring fantastic skills and innovation and business, whether it's from India or England or Sweden or South Africa. But mass immigration is the problem, uncontrolled immigration. And nothing in those questions in that first part of the referendum are going to change that. We can just keep putting, it's similar to the equalization question that Jason came. Very nice. We can all vote one, but guess what? The only way to change it, you got to change it. Some of the stopgap things I do like that are put out from the provincial government, talking about reducing some of the services, that are available to people if they haven't gotten full citizenship or permanent residency and things like that. That helps address some of the temporary foreign worker abuse we've had, or student visa abuse. But it's still, these are Band-Aids. The mass migration is the problem. And I love to see solutions, but I'm not seeing solutions, seeing tweaks on a bigger problem. The only reason we're seeing the federal government scaling back on the mass immigration right now is just because they finally hit the tipping point. They couldn't deny the damage that was being caused as we had a housing crisis, healthcare system being overloaded, cultural issues with some crime waves. I mean, come on, let's face it. Let's look at every big shooting, big event, big things that are happening all over, the extortion gangs, the grooming gangs. There are always people from somewhere else with a different cultural norm that's coming in. And you can only absorb so much before it becomes more problematic. Got to tap the brakes seriously on it. And again, it's always going to be in the hands of Ottawa as long as we're here. People wondering why the immigration was cranked for getting a bit geeky and so on, but it was just an economic thing, really. People read more into it than was there. But Trudeau likes to brag in his administration that we never really went into recession that much while they were in. But how did you avoid that? Well, if you crank in mass immigration, your GDP actually stays pretty good. It adds to the GDP.
Right.
But the GDP per capita is is
That's a false
plummeting
GDP number
and
anyway.
not enough.
GDP is actually supposed to be what a country produces, like
Yeah.
physical production.
Well, and that's a separate. Yeah, I
Yeah,
understand.
not being doctor on the
No,
books by
Mm.
a bunch of handouts and inflating numbers.
but
That's
as
a convoluting of,
yeah,
of GDP.
But as a general measure, anyways, the GDP per capita aspect was when Trudeau came in, it was 51,000 in Canada. It was 55,000 in the United States, and these are in American dollars. That doesn't mean every person getting that much. That's just that measure, and an imperfect measure, as you said, but it is a bit of a baseline. Now we're sitting at 55,000 per capita in Canada, 90,000 in the United States. This is our closest cultural and trade and linguistic partner, like similar resources. Our GDP per capita should have been rising just the same way theirs was over these years, and it's not. We're all getting collectively poorer. People aren't recognizing. The tool to do that, though, was mass immigration to try and pad those numbers to make it look better than it was. And now we're really paying a price for it. But there's nothing to stop the next government from the same thing. That's what I just keep getting at. Until you change the system.
What if we
there's
just get a
nothing stopping.
conservative in?
Well, then you might get somebody who's less bad for a few
Less bad, exactly.
Yeah, I've always felt that strategy was kind of like that. There was an experiment that was done on rats where they put them in a vat and they got to swim for 15 minutes and then they would drown. But before the drowning time on the second batch of rats, you pulled the rat out, saved it, dried it off, gave it a little bit of food, then put it back in. And that same rat gave you 600% more time worth of swimming because it had hope of being rescued.
And yeah, and it's a good analogy.
That's conservative
experiment. And I mean, again, there's a lot of great members of parliament and people within the party who work hard and mean well. But the reality, and that's just math, and that's what I put in my book, that Sovereignist Handbook, in just explaining to people, if they want to win, they must cater to Ontario and Quebec. It's not personal, it's math. You're never going to win. And those provinces have different interests than ours. In fact, they're usually in conflict with ours, which means the Conservative Party will be in conflict with us. The most hardcore independent supporters aren't creative when Liberals screw us. We expect them to when Conservatives do it. And that's when people realize we aren't winning. When Brian Mulroney gave the CF-18 contract to Quebec, when Manitoba had a far superior standing. But why? Because we needed votes in Quebec. Code. Don't worry, they'll throw you under the bus in a heartbeat. When Mulroney dragged his butt in getting rid of the National Energy Program until oil prices collapsed and suddenly the country was now expected to buy our oil at a higher price to help us out. You know what? We don't need the program anymore. And he screwed the West. These things keep happening. We have to understand that. And, Polyev, I think he'll do fewer bad things if he ever gets in than Trudeau or Carney did. Will he change anything? Absolutely. Not a chance.
Yeah, I think that's... I know John Bolton said keep this positive, and so I'm going to try and keep this positive.
I can redirect it after. Go ahead. Take your avenue.
If people think this is a negative thing, the thing that maybe people should understand about my family's mode of attention, we don't bring up the system or the history in order to say, oh, look at how bad things are. It's more so when you're looking at solutions, because Corey, you alluded to well-intentioned people. And I think that's even a lot of the Judy. Judy is, she's a fantabulous woman. She's really well-intentioned. And so, but solutions, like even just talking about, I can see you have the Valley of Freedom document from the APP on here. And our family went over that whole document, did a series to help people start thinking, because that's the scary thing for a lot of people right now is the solutions. You have all these good intentions and people that want Canada to succeed. And they see that there's not actually that big of a divide, like Macy alluded to. The bills that are coming out and all of the bad policies that are happening to us here in Alberta, it's happening across all of Canada. And so, and from my perspective, those other provinces, they suffer a lot as well because they are capping themselves from prosperity by trying to reach those equalization payments. I mean, people don't even know in Quebec, they are capping some of their energy prices just so they can continue, but they would easily be able to cover their own. They don't need to cap.
And that's some of the positive, like the positive end, and people are painting it as a negative. And we got to remember to keep pointing out that that's a positive. The independence is the positive.
Yes.
It is getting off of the hamster wheel. It's moving on. And it's not motivated by wanting to hurt the rest of the country.
No.
My issue, again, isn't the rest of the country. It's the system. The people of Canada are fantastic. The history of Canada has been very, very good to me. I got to grow up in a relatively peaceful, prosperous place. But now my job is to protect it and make sure it's still like that for the next generation. I believe independence, now there's a big caveat, would actually be a catalyst that would help the rest of the country, because then they would shatter them out of this system too and make them reform things, and they would become better, because we should all be incredibly prosperous with the amount of resources we got.
Yep.
But the big caveat is that's some of the discussions we got to have with the value of freedom and perhaps with Keith Wilson's white papers and so on. We got to make sure we build a better system than we left. We have to be careful. I mean, we're humans. If we broke out and then went right back into a system similar to what we just left, then we don't deserve it.
No, exactly.
So we've got to have those discussions.
Yeah, morally unfit for purpose then, if that's the case.
Well, then also, like, a lot of people, when we talk about the independence movement, they think this is very utopic, as in you guys are almost painting it like rose-colored glasses, everything's going to be fixed and everything's going to be solved. And that was one of the remarks that encounters that we did receive. And from a young perspective, it looks like almost like naive save the world syndrome, right? Where it's like, well, this is gonna get it solved. But I was like, at the very least, the mistakes that we will come across, because that's reality, we're going to make some in the pursuit of trying to become our own country, are ours. Like, we made them, as in a lot of what it is that we are dealing with today are downstream of choices that I know me and Maddie didn't pick that. And so I'm like, I would rather be making my own mistakes, but also then consequently I have the risk of making my own success. And I'm like, well, that's what I would like to have the choice in being able to do, because right now, as you're alluding to, we don't have that choice to even thrive.
Yeah, I'm forgetting the author of the book, but in Last of the Mohicans, one of the characters' lines is, I would rather make the gravest of mistakes than surrender my own judgment.
Well, there you go. And we've got such an opportunity, if we began a new nation, though, to be able to look at all the models around the world and pick and choose and perhaps build something superior, you know, the most modern and freedom-oriented sort of system that's ever been built for that time. And maybe another country will surpass us and keep competing with better systems. I mean, people are going under the assumption that our Constitution is perfect. It is. I mean, if you're saying that we should just accept it and take what you will, that means there's no point pursuing change within it. And we got to break out of that thing for the sake of everybody.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I love about all these different TPAs, especially the variety of them, because even Kathy and Angela with the Alberta Women's Independence Network, right now they're doing different series on some of the bills. And then your education, because you have personal experience also with all of these different independence movements over the time of Alberta's history. Everybody's got different things that they're bringing in, even Keith Wilson, Tanya, looking at those white papers. The solutions, people, when we talk about the systems and the potential future, people that haven't looked into it, they associate it with a negative because it's unknown. And people are really scared of what they don't know. Hence, you know, the devil I know versus the devil I don't. But a line that me and Macy have continually gone to was said by Cynthia Chung, who is a Canadian historian we absolutely love. And she said, how do you know it's a devil if you don't know it? There's nothing saying that it is. And so all of these documents and all of the work that these TPAs are doing is they're bringing to light their priorities and what they want to fix in the world. And it's a vast variety, which is why you should donate to all of them as much as you can. But that's the sort of thinking that they are spreading. That's the point of giving them the money and the donations. So it's not just the signs, but it's the ways that they do it. And then when they go across and give town halls, they're not all talking about the same thing. And those are the system changes that everybody needs to start just recognizing is it is supposed to be in your hands. Every country that, for the most part, we know that there's infiltration, which we talk about on our channel, which we also have to be aware of, but to pay attention to those things in order to even think about what could you do if it was in your hands. And a lot of people don't know because there's a lot of gaps. But then even looking to people like you reading your books, donating to people that are putting in the effort to write the papers and do potential constitutions. It's like, we're not alone in this. And sometimes people think that they have to figure it all out. But there's a lot of people and a lot of TPAs that know it needs to happen. And so you just reach out, and that's the community we're building. Our whole channel and why we love people like Corey, why we love people like Daryl's, because it's a culture that's being built here. And that is the real foundation of any new country, is the citizenry.
And Thomas Paine did the common sense that went around through the Americas. And a lot of that was to just bring about the actual awareness necessary for
an informed consensual decision about how they felt like they needed to
And
stand up.
we need smart, honest discussion. Something you mentioned
Yes.
earlier, which is true, and some
Agreed.
people are a little guilty of it, of promoting a utopia. Look, this
Mhm.
isn't going to be
True.
easy. There's going to be hurdles. There's going to be a difficulty in transition. I mean, let's assume in a year or two there was an actual binding vote and a strong majority of Albertans voted to go. I mean, we're a ways from there yet. We got to be honest about that.
Sure.
And the other part is there's going to be some disruption. The dollar is going to go down.
Gonna.
There will be some businesses leaving. There will be capital, held until there's stability and things happen. There's going to be battles within the movement itself over which model they want to see in a new province. We've got a lot of those things we got to be honest about. I think people's BS detectors go off if you say we just vote yes and everything becomes perfect. I think that's part of why the first pension thing out of the provincial government sort of flatlined with Albertans, because the LifeWorks report took such a overwhelmingly optimistic view and interpretation of it on how much Alberta would be entitled to, that not only did the rest of Canada say you're not getting away with 60% of the principal, but a lot of Albertans were just saying, hey, you're really kind of shooting past the target here. I understand the interpreter saying, can't oversell. We got to be realistic about what we're putting out there too.
Sure.
It can push people the other way. I mean, when somebody comes and offers you paradise on the doorstep, more often than not, they're full of crap.
That sounds too good to be true.
Yeah.
Usually being is too good to be true. I mean, we're liking it also to take a look at this honestly. They say that you're a recovering alcoholic. This is like, there are many people that have found their way through that. My dad was one of them. So the thing is like, you have to have a certain honesty, even on where you are on the map. I mean, that's like this whole journey for me and my family started with me apologizing to my clan, just going, I was pretty savvy, consider myself to be a relatively streetwise guy. And I did not understand the lay of the land that I was on, the map. And it was from that place that now here we are all these years later and in this position and making friends all over, not just Alberta, but like now we've got some international audience as well. And it's like, this is coming from the ring of truth. It's a frequency. Tell the truth as best you can, or at least the best of your knowledge. And if all of a sudden we like to change our axioms, if somewhere along the way, people that are on another side of a particular issue would like to try to convince and edify my mind or that of my family's, then I would like to encourage them, come to the table. Let's have the discussion.
Sure. Sometimes we're wrong.
Right?
Oh
yeah. Well, obviously, because that's how it started for us. There was a whole lot more wrong than there was right.
Yeah. And it takes, as I said, I'm a friend of Bill's myself, been through part of that, all of that process, and it's been good for me. And a big part of that isn't just pointing out what's wrong with everybody else. It's that harsh self-evaluation of realizing the truth about yourself. And you can't prove until you've faced those truths and understood those things, like to shield yourself from. And those lessons can be applied in a broader way and in general.
Yeah. The ask, seek, knock parable, and lots of people got to remind themselves that whole thing is 3 sets of action. So
Well, that's why Maddie and I, we emphasize culture the most and education in terms of our fight. And so when people come and ask questions about what it is that the specific group is or organization and what it is that they need to be looking at, I'm like, all of it, every single one, because when we were going down the cultural route and then we started getting into the history, even of, as Dad alluded to, the beginning, our technically our old British subject brothers and sisters, the Americans, right? The people like the Benjamin Franklins, I read his autobiography, and they're the type of people where they had to form communities, and it took decades to actually get the populace intellectually thinking about these concepts of what does the freedom mean, even when you ask yourself what does it mean to you exactly? And then they would have to figure out how to form almost their own groups that we've kind of seen starting to stir in the surface with the Bruce parties and Matthew rallies, where it's okay, so what would a new documentation look like if we were trying to actually physically say what it is that we want, right? And then that had to build an entirely different networks upon different networks, right? He had a thing that I loved called the Juno Club, and that's actually probably where Juno News gets their name derived from, where he and a group of his intellectual friends and such would try and discuss these ideas, almost like in the Value of Freedom document. And then afterwards, those friends started to create their own, because they were we want more people talking about this, writing their essays, their articles, and be trying to see what it is that we can prompt. And then when the time comes to come together to kind of go like during their time, they had to actually physically fight, right? So it's like, and we may or may not have to do that, I don't know, but they did that, and so they had to form their own coalitions. But it was like everything was so much based upon the community that they were building that it was like the government and the system. It was never about like the rat experiment. You don't have to rely on somebody to come and save you. It was like they figured out a way where they were like, no, we're just gonna stake our claim because we are educated enough to make the republic and therefore keep it, right? So
yeah, like all the founding fathers that wrote the Declaration of Independence, some could argue as far as the minutiae, 27 to 32 grievances they actually put in evidence. Most people think it's just the beginning. It's like when you actually read the whole thing, they list the grievances and crimes, if you will, that were perpetrated upon them. And I see why Alberta is in no different of a circumstance when you actually look at how we got here. These are an awful lot of motivated people right now. And this leads to a question that I definitely wanted, now that I have you here, was since you have that past that you've had, and now you're sitting in a very unique circumstance as we are on the cusp of the largest tidal wave of knowledgeable people in this field per capita in Alberta than you've ever seen. How did we get there in your opinion? And what gives you hope about this go around?
Sure. I mean, two things that were kind of in those two parts of the question. The first part is similar right off the bat. When I talked about perhaps what led up through COVID, through repeated failures, things like that have led to this tipping point, and then finally, hope for change being snatched with a federal election that woke people up. But something that's very different this time that gives me a lot of optimism is the modern communication means we have that didn't exist only 20 years ago. When I had the Alberta Independence Party, literally we had volunteers who were licking and stamping envelopes and mailing them to people asking for donations, sending membership cards. Only about 10% of our membership had email. At that point, we can communicate literally to hundreds of thousands of people for pennies, share information. We have these broadcasts. The legacy media aren't the gatekeepers of information anymore. Now, that comes with a risk. We've also got more exposure to BS than we ever have in our life. There's personal responsibility in looking through and who is saying the right things or the wrong things or right things, what their motivations are.
How to think through those things.
Yeah, but we have those opportunities like we never had before. Now I'm optimistic, but at the same time, I see a bit of a void. I don't know. This is uncharted territory, and it makes me excited, but also some trepidation. Part of the problem is mixed messaging. When you have a smaller group with the founding fathers of the United States, but you're spreading that out, and that's with limited print and so on, you could actually control the message a lot more closely. Thankfully, the message for them was predominantly good. Right now, the message is barraging people from 100 directions at once, and it can get diluted, it can get confused. I think, though, we've been kind of watching an evolution of social media. Certain people have sort of just risen organically through. People responded and reacted to what they were offering more than others. And now it's coalescing. I mean, with an event like this sort of shows a disparate bunch of people. I've never seen a campaign like worked on partisan campaigns all the time. Now with this variety of TPAs, it's a double-edged sword. I think it's great because they're coming from a bunch of different directions. Mine just specializes in signs, flags, visible displays. There's much, much more to the movement than that. But I'm kind of saying, well, I'm going to bite off this corner and take care of it. And Keith and Tanya are going to take care of a lot more of the policy-oriented and press releases and leading that. Maybe other ones are going to move more on the organization of the ground game when it gets going, and it allows us to kind of diversify and get that out there as well. If any of these TPAs blows up, happen, sure, you're insulated. It's one of 12 or one of 16. But at the same time, there's disadvantages. You're not necessarily moving in the same direction. You might have others giving different messages. I'm still, for the most part, optimistic with the way we've been working together. It's different than a party environment. In a party environment, you're naturally competitive with each other. You have to be. Eventually, even if you're parties that like each other, you have to be running for the same seat in the same spot at some time or another. That's the point of the party, and you will have to compete. These TPAs aren't competing at all. I mean, we're all, I guess, asking the same pool for people to contribute and help us out, volunteer-wise or monetarily, but still, it's not harming me if another TPA does better than what we're doing. It means that they're filling a void that we didn't fill. So it's good. It's moving towards the right end, and we cannot be at each other's throats. Instead, we're all moving in the same direction. So I'm really pumped about this. And again, I don't know what we're going to see because we've never seen anything quite like that. but it's turning into something all on its own that I never would have predicted 10 years ago. And I'm loving the direction.
I don't know why, but I mean, the way he described it kind of reminded me of when Dad was first talking about becoming a dad. Some of those same like insane excitement, but also like crippling fear.
Yeah.
And I feel like this whole kind of trying to raise a nation, and you could talk about it. I haven't had kids, but it's comparable in my brain to the experience you mom did on raising a kid. It's scary because all of the books on parenting that are written like this is how to be a good parent, they're suggestions, and like there are universal certain things. My family learns a lot about the brain so we can help and manage everybody easier, though it doesn't guarantee success. And that's one thing I learned even reading the Socratic dialogues was that he would talk about all of these great people. Even Socrates, he had kids, but why aren't they known in history? So just because you have, supposedly a good Canada or a good parent country, because Judy wanted to give credit to some of the systems, and you said earlier, some of the things in the system, they came from good roots. There's some good things in the Magna Carta, and then we did copy some things from the American Declaration. But there's no guarantee that the same quality and virtue gets passed down throughout the generations. And looking at that and looking at how Canada has, what you alluded to earlier, strayed from the thing, the idea of raising this thing into something new as something scary. The positive thing about knowing the brain that we learned is we were listening to all of the different constitution debates from Dennis, from Matthew Rowley, who was a bit more of a monarchist, and then from Bruce Party. And it was a very overwhelming discussion if you've never thought about these things, because your brain goes, what if, but how? And because all of the problems that we see today, we want to figure out how to manage it. And some people say, well, the solution is not to manage it. And knowing history, we can find examples where not managing it caused problems, managing it caused problems. And so one of the things when people look at different constitutions and solutions for what Alberta could be, the thing is knowing the personal responsibility that you're talking about is because no matter what the system is, we have seen republics fail. We have seen monarchs fail. We have seen democracies fail. So all of these notions about what it makes to be a good parent, what it takes to be we are discovering that it really takes each and every individual, and that's what these TPAs are founded on. They're very grassroots movements. And the reason that we are so enthusiastic about that, we started with federal politics and the PPC, and then we were like, okay, try locally, try and get a bit more in our hands. So then we tried provincial. That did okay. Then we went municipal. That did okay, though you'll find that there's problems amongst all three. And then once we realized the culture and how it doesn't matter really how good intention the system is, if you don't have a good educated populace, people that do their research and talk to one another, if they don't have the time, they have a friend that they continually consult, just like a family would, because the family is supposed to divide and conquer. That is how we actually reach the success, because on paper, it can look as beautiful as it wants, but it's always up to the person that is actually implementing it. And that is one thing that I've learned, even you going through all of the motions that you have with your different movements. It's like some of the parties had great foundations, but why did they fail?
Well, we got to look at the others and learn and look at the better models. I'm not going to look at the morbidly obese person for advice on how to lose weight. I'm not going to look to Syria for how to have good governance and avoid civil wars. But we have those examples, and there's a lot of positive examples we can look to. And that's where I'm seeing an opportunity. But we do have to think about it. So where are things going well? How are they doing? I love Switzerland model as an example. Again, not perfection, but certainly an interesting one for a landlocked country with population in different areas. There are other working models of democracies all over. There's some interesting ones really emerging in Asia, actually, that are doing quite well. Look to the best. We've got a lot of negative models. I mean, it takes critical thinking, though. Yeah, what went wrong there? Not every parent is good. I mean, yeah, often are good intentioned, or some aren't good. awful to think of, but you know, so we take our advice from the parents who are successful with what they've done, or we look at that and we can see that. So it's just a whole lot to bite off.
And it's a correction. Staying on the parenting model is something to consider, because like one of the discussions that we have around our house a lot right now is, once again, like, how did we get here? Because it's very reactionary where things have come, right? A series of events played out, and then people felt like they just got like cold water splashed on the face, and then also went and had a cold bath, and they didn't know how to Wim Hof. Like, they're finding themselves in shock, and then it's caused the motivation. But even in that, there's lots of areas where we've kind of slipped a little bit. We're not people going at each other. But I mean, these are family fights. These are the things about even family. I mean, that's how we are looking at the whole overarching and all the different people. And that's why we are so, like, once again, because we're going to divert attention back to the TPAs. We should read these off too. Like, let's actually give the names of them all. And hopefully as a ticker, we've got them all here, right?
Yeah, we got Stay Free Alberta, Let Alberta Decide, The Levine Show. Speaking of a good family, Corey Morgan, United Alberta Flags, albertaschoice.com, and the Alberta Women's Independence Network. There's also Albertans for Freedom. There are so many more. So,
and the reason why I just want to encourage that is that we want to put out there as a message also for our segment, because we're coming into the landing zone here. It's 2:48. I think we're 3 o'clock or something
like that.
Until somebody comes in and yanks us out.
Yeah, the little hook.
But the thing is that these are all of our family. And including, we would like to give them the tools and the knowledge and exposure for equipment, because odds are there's going to be a lot of people that will watch this telethon, and the odds are they're going to be advocates for this movement as it is, in order for them to even tune in the first place. What I'm hoping that is that somewhere along the way, we've given them some tools, some things to think about, some research to go and do, and books to go and read, because I thoroughly enjoyed your work. I did it twice,
so good.
and it was really, really early, as before you even revamped it a little bit for where we were. Just same with like Michael Wagner's works and whatnot. It's because I honestly feel that as Albertans, in order to be able to not get bamboozled by a lot of the misdis and malinformation slogans that are out there, and there are people with fantastic intentions, but they're tripping over their feet in a lot of ways. So in order to be able to navigate through egos and icons, I'm hoping that the dialogue and these types of events can equip people. I saw Mike get slid in on on Daryl.
About time.
I was just waiting for
Either that or Corey's going to have to like swing it around.
Right?
Snowball's no good.
No, that's all right. No, it's. I mean, it's fascinating for me because I've watched the evolution of the Holmes family. So for me to see where they started, what they've overcome, where they're going, and the opportunity to build community has been outstanding. And Corey, you've kind of been the godfather to everybody in independence for such a long time that there's so much respect there. And I think that's when you're. I mean, I'm watching 45 minutes of you guys engaging on the evolution of the idea, and gals are catching up. Mike's saying, "Hey, let's go," and you're going, "Hey, we've been there. Here's how the picture looks." And I think that's what's encouraging, right? I mean, for those of us who are always behind the scenes trying to make it happen, or you were out there in the front getting shot at the whole time. There's a lot of respect for those who have come before us, and I think as the group gets bigger, it's important for us to remember respectful to that history. Because this hasn't happened in 1 hour, 1 day, or right. This has been going on since like 1904. And said, Mike, let's not go back to that. Start there, but
subscribe to us, tune into us, and we'll talk about that.
and it's there. And a couple of things that you talked about, and great that people are donating to the TPAs because there's so much work there. And we're drawing from a small pool that's growing of people who donate. I think as the momentum goes, people should have hope. There's hope that the ideas are starting to generate, not just, hey, let's go, but where do we go? And I mean, there's Ben Trudeau has a great book out, Enough. I mean, that all kind of started because we did a town hall called The Courage to Listen. And what would Canada be? What would Alberta be within United Canada? Is that the place to Value of Freedom came out that very day. And so, that was kind of the birth of this discussion that's going on. But what I think that people overlook is the fact that we have so many things we could do now to be independent and sovereign, but government chooses not to. And it's always the third question we have to ask. It's not the first one. It's not the second one. It's like having a conversation. When a third person comes in, you get a validation. And I think, why is government not doing more to promote prosperity? Why are we happy with the lid that's on the pot? And I think so many people in Alberta that are entrepreneurial minded, that's what we see. We see just like the sky's the limit, except there's a lot of dark clouds that get put over it by policy. So in Alberta alone, we could have repatriated a lot of money for the pension fund and had that money being generated in Alberta. I mean, Quebec did it with Shasta Po. They've had it with their own pension. I mean, we don't even deposit Alberta royalties in the Alberta banks, right? That goes to the CIBC. They skim off 800 million, something like that in fees. So our government in Alberta, and I have a long history with they're not really committed to building Alberta as a fortress in Canada and making Alberta as strong as it is. And I hear it, I see it, but there's a lot of criticisms that could be made. But at the same time, we have to be as the people. The politicians will never be the solution. We have to demand the change and we have to call for it. And that's why I think the movement has grown. The tools are certainly better, although we got an emergency broadcast here just a few minutes ago. And I thought it was because C-22 was actually official. But apparently there's an autistic boy.
Right?
Who's
Why
lost.
doesn't that get a big warning?
Right. And it dawned on me sitting here listening to everyone have this dialogue that local news has just died again, right? Global TV's just announced the removal of Alberta news from in Edmonton and Calgary. More local news not being told and centralized into Toronto. So Toronto's going to tell Alberta news.
Nice.
Which,
they always have.
Yeah.
It's the Hunger Games. They're the capital. We're
That's
District
true.
12.
So channels,
You got a minute.
Your channels
Yeah.
are going to do great. I think you can keep going because whoever's behind us will just. This is
Oh
such,
my
They're about to. We've been getting the signals the whole time. That's why I'm like,
Yeah.
you
I'm
got a
looking the
minute.
other way.
Yeah,
No,
we've been getting signals.
I appreciate it. One reminder for everybody: we've been talking about asking good questions in dialogue. Send your spicy questions
Yes.
because we already have. Trust us. To Let's Go Alberta number one at gmail.com. Because again, if you are one of those people thinking about it, or you have a friend that is starting to think about it, and they got questions.
I got a question for a friend.
Right. I got a question for a friend. It is literally your job to start the dialogue because that is how, as Daryl's pointing out, this local conversation and your local dialogues, that's the news. It's Juno news, like the little Juno groups. And so get together with your friends and start talking and asking those questions. So definitely do that. We are emphatically grateful for this opportunity, and thank you both for coming on.
And we could do another whole hour, but
Yeah.
we don't have
We can get enough Daryl. Oh no, I was fascinating listening to everybody.
We'll have him on our podcast.
Yeah. You guys matter. I'm assuming we're there. If
We're in
there's
your
anything
hands.
less, we're in your hands here for the studio. So.
Here with Corey Morgan, another one of our third-party advertisers. The name of your TPA, Corey?
Pathway to Independence.
Pathway to Independence. And I've talked to you before. I interviewed you the day that you were in Calgary handing out some of your signs. It's been an incredible success for you, hasn't it?
Oh, boy, has it ever. It's taken right off. I just like to remind people I didn't anticipate it blowing up so big, so I've been terribly organized. We've had fantastic volunteers stepping up, though, and helping as this shotgun approach. Over 12,000 signs made now, probably about 9,000 of them distributed at this point, and still more just churning out and getting out there. The demand and the support has been incredible.
A lot of work, and I know you've talked about there's challenges certainly, but I think the challenges and the rules through Elections Alberta I was going to say it makes it equal for everybody. I don't know that that's actually the case because of what's going on with the Forever Canadian people, but it does give you some guidelines, and it's allowed you to raise quite a bit of money so far, isn't it?
It has, and I don't mind the guidelines. Most of them are based on just transparency, having some maximums, just reporting where's your money coming from. and making sure also the reporting on how you spend it later. So, people aren't getting ripped off and it goes rip along. So it's been good to keep up with it. And the amount raised now has been, just a bit over $100,000, which is far beyond what I ever anticipated.
Right. And, there's been a little bit of controversy, some signs taken down, or people trying to take down signs. We went to Tabor a few weeks back, which was a great success. People supporting your billboards around the province as well. And there's been a little bit of vandalism, but let's stay away from that. Mm-hmm. You have been in on this fight, well, I guess decades now.
Yeah, I've been pretty stubborn. I was 29 years old. I started the Alberta Independence Party. I really, similar to now in a sense of just kind of diving in and finding myself just working with how I went. Yeah. We learned a heck of a lot since then. And we certainly learned a lot then. I've concluded the Federation was broken a long time ago, and I'm still holding on to that conclusion.
Yeah, I was going to say to you, nothing has come along to change your mind in all that time.
No, nothing at all. There's been times where I certainly have worked on more pragmatic change because the movement wasn't moving or things are going. You don't stop everything else just because you've concluded, the Federation's broken.
Right.
But now seeing this finally with enough people realizing that this has to come to a question has been great. I've been waiting a long time.
If people want to find out more about you, what's your website?
CoreyMorgan.com, which again, I like to explain. I thought this was just going to be small. I thought we were going to be cheap. I'm going to use an existing website, and we had to register it. So there it is. But it's easy to remember.
But if you would like to support Corey's third party advertiser, go to albertatelethon.com and click on his link.
You stood on those stone cold government steps, faith and freedom, loud and clear. Folding chairs and town hall stages spoke the truth they came to hear. They stood in line for hours, braved the cold and wind. You talked about their children and the mess we're living in. From the back row of the hall to the front row of the fight, you said if they're gonna hear us, it's gonna be tonight.
Come on, let's go. So that's gonna be the battle cry for our movement.
Let's go. You came to sign on the freedom line. Ink on paper, hearts on fire. Every name like gasoline, kicking up that rebel choir. Let me shake your hand. Thank you for your time. Fight voices, strong and true. You stepped up for Alberta. This one's for you.
I feel like I'm with friends here.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. That's what the whole thing with all these events are for. People understand that they're part of a group of like-minded people that think and have the same ambitions and goals as they have.
You stared down that lens in your studio light. Coffee gone cold, face pale from the night. From the dark hours to the evening show, you hit go live and refused to let go. Slow roll down from Edmonton, high beams cutting through. Northbound up from Calgary, every small town waiting on you. Truck stop coffee cooling between petitions in the rain. Car tables and gravel out sharpening every name. You came to sign on the freedom line. Ink on paper, hearts on fire. Every name like gasoline, kicking off that rebel choir. Let me shake your hand. Thank you for your time. Fire voices, strong and true. You stepped up for Alberta. This one's for you. Again. You filled up clipboards in sleet and rain, roadside lots by the highway chain, in echoing halls where the floors were bare. You passed that pen like a whispered prayer. You came to sign on the frozen ground, heard your own heartbeat like a drum's low sound. Looked around, saw you're not alone. Countless souls fighting for a home. You came to sign on the freedom line. Ink on paper, hearts on fire. Every name like gasoline, kicking up that rebel choir. Let me shake your hand. Thank you for your time.
We've gotten by round 3. Now we're in the Stanley Cup final. And away we go. Thank you very much. God bless all of you.
For Alberta, and I raise this one to you. This one's for you. You stood that line.
Here with Corey Morgan
And I think we're live. Hey, Sheila, Tamara, it's so awesome to see you.
Yes,
hey,
thanks for having us.
No, thank you for joining the live stream. It's amazing. I know how many people are watching us right now, but I think today's goal is to support Alberta independence and to get as many donations as possible for third-party advertisers. So I'm just going to remind everyone before we even start to go to albertathon.com and select your advertisers. Oh, Sheila and Tamara, it's so awesome having you. Please tell us where you are right now.
Okay, so we are in Lethbridge, Alberta right now. This is our second sign drop-off location today. We started the morning in Okotoks, where we met a couple hundred people, give out a couple hundred signs for my third-party advertiser. It's albertas-choice.com. We've got a couple of different signs, so we're just finishing up here in Lethbridge. I hope we have enough signs, because we have to go to Medicine Hat still today. So we're on quite a junket on a blazing hot day. But this is the grassroots TPA that could. And we're doing our best to spread the word that Alberta just wants fair treatment and a chance to have our say.
Oh, that's amazing. You guys are so busy, I guess. It's thanks so much for doing that. Guys, what do you think for Alberta independence? Is there a lot of people coming up to pick up those signs?
We started off the day with 500 signs. I think we will probably have about 50 to give out by the time we get to Medicine Hat. We're just wrapping up here now, and we still have, like 15, maybe 20 people still here, just gathering around talking. It's a very busy day. Yeah. When we got here to Lethbridge, there was a crowd of maybe 50 people here. And when we started the day in Okotoks, we weren't supposed to start till 9. But we know our people are eager, and they were already there at 8:30, just snatching up signs. So very busy. People like our signs because they speak to the inequity of the treatment of Alberta. One of our signs says, Quebec got to vote, why can't we? In fact, Quebec got 2 votes. And we have to jump through all these ridiculous hoops just to get a chance to ask the same question Quebec did. And that isn't fair. That's just another reason why Albertans deserve a chance to determine their own future.
Exactly. And what are the people saying? Do you have anyone coming to you while picking up those signs and, having a small chat? What is the biggest reason that people support it?
Yeah, I'm going to shut up and let Tamara take this one.
We've been busy talking to people like crazy. I mean, the one thing about it is they're very happy. They're very hopeful. They're looking forward to the future of Alberta. They have a lot of concerns with how this government is being run and how Canadians are being treated. And but the vibe is positive. There's not a lot of Debbie Downers in this camp. They're really excited for what's coming. They're excited to talk about the possibilities of what a free and independent Alberta could look like. And it's just been an amazing day already. I'm not going to even have a voice tomorrow. We've been talking so much.
Talking so much. Shaking so many hands. Yes, lots of hugs. And I just want to reiterate what Tamara's saying. Unlike what is being offered on the other side of this, very little arguments outside of nostalgia and name calling from the Forever Canada and the Federalist side. The people on the independent side, they're full of facts. Yeah. They could tell you the number when you talk to them about equalization. They can tell you the number when you talk to them about the inequitable distribution of Senate seats. They come armed with the facts, and the other side just comes with like I said, nostalgia and insults. It's, well, we love Canada. Used to love it too, or I love what it used to be. And, they call you names. They shut down the argument. In fact, we had, I should tell you, crazy thing. We didn't plan it this way. When we got here to our spot, well, the Forever Canada people were set up across the parking lot. And, they kept to their side. We kept to ours. It's fine. I don't want to fight with them. I want to have our say at the ballot box. But they did have somebody from their side get a little frisky and come over here and get a little aggressive with a nice older lady. But he shut his mouth real fast when the young fellas got involved. If your argument comes down to pointing your fingers in the face of a little old lady, maybe you don't have an argument at all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's and that's one of the things that I'm so proud about this side of the movement is that, people, we are not the ones out there calling names or being disrespectful.
Stealing signs,
for example. Exactly. Like I said, everyone's really happy and they're hopeful. And they're respectful to others and what other people's points of view are.
Yeah, and maybe we're monopolizing the show right now.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Go ahead.
We're very excited because this is it really fills your social battery up to meet with people all day. We're in journalism, so we get a lot of anger directed at us on social media, but it's good to touch grass quite literally and be in the real world with real people. And as Tamara said, these people are hopeful. They're not scared. There is a substantial portion of the Canadian population that is addicted to fear post-COVID. Yeah. And so now that the COVID fear has receded, the fear of separation is their new addiction. But, when you talk to these people, and I've sort of said it all day, they're not scared. They really believe in Albertans, that there's nothing that we can't do. When you look at the place that we were able to build, in spite of the federal government, in spite of the weather and the climate and all the challenges that faced this province since its inception, we have built a wonderful, beautiful place that we must protect as our own. And it's a pioneering spirit. Exactly. We were pioneers, and we're about to pioneer a new country.
We're trailblazers.
Yep.
We got the people, we got the talent, we got the resources, we got the experience, we got the know-how.
Enthusiasm.
And we got the enthusiasm, that's right. And the positivity.
Yes.
Counts 50%.
Exactly. No, Tamara, I wanted to ask you, I think you were a part of We Exit before people took, Western independence seriously. I mean, how does it feel any different from 2019? How does it feel right now?
Oh man, well, there's definitely a lot more momentum, and I think maybe the Maverick Party was a little bit ahead of its time. Mm-hmm. I've often thought what it would be like to have something like that now, as opposed to 2019. But I would say that the sentiment now is much more increased. There's a lot more support behind Alberta independence now, for sure.
And I think seeing those numbers on the petition normalized it for a lot of people. I think a lot of people believe in independence. Maybe they didn't put their name on the petition, but seeing that 301,000 of their fellow Albertans were willing to stick their name and address on a piece of paper to say, we deserve a chance. I think it really normalized the conversation. It's not a fringe thing. We know the majority of people within the UCP party itself support Western independence. We know that nearly 50%, and this is from our albertas-choice.com official polling data, and we hired Main Street to do it for us. So we thought we'd hire a sort of a left-leaning pollster, so we knew exactly what we were dealing with. We wanted to know the mountain we had to overcome. But we got data that showed that almost 50% of Indigenous people support independence, regardless of what their chiefs are saying. So we know that this is a really mainstream movement, regardless of the lies as a mainstream media. And there are a few people in the middle, and that's all it's going to take to get this over the finish line.
And I think every time Prime Minister Carney opens his mouth, 10 new independent supporters start up.
They're born. They're born.
Keep talking, Mr. Carney.
Oh yeah, and I actually wanted to ask you, Sheila, about your book, for that you wrote on the Blueprint. I wanted to ask you because there was a referendum in 1995 for Quebec, and they did the right kind of preparation. Do you think we are getting this preparation right for ourselves right now?
When I wrote the book, we weren't. and that's the problem with writing books is they only show a snapshot of what's happening at that moment. And when I wrote the book, and what I did with the book, it's called Independence Blueprint, What Alberta Can Learn from Quebec. At that time, we weren't doing any of the groundwork that Quebec was doing. We have the enthusiasm, we have the grievances, for sure, but we hadn't done any of the public engagement, the sitting down and answering the questions. And in Quebec, they had this commission that went everywhere across the province, and they had separate commissions for young people and senior citizens because they faced different issues. And they really wanted to know what their objections would be, what their fears were, and they wanted to table a plan to address those because they knew Project Fear was coming for them. And it did work at the end. When the independence was surging in Quebec, that's when the Federalists just unleashed everything they had, and it really put a stop to that. The more groundwork we do in advance, which I think Heath Wilson and his group are doing right now, the more public engagement, the more facts and education are out there, the less that fear that we saw in Quebec will be effective on Albertans.
Exactly. Yes, I think Keith Wilson started a good transition council, so I think we are getting more and more prepared for this entire event. Also, wanted to ask, for Tamara, I heard that there is something going on in terms of additional charge. I think you were there. You got arrested multiple times with no bail. I wanted to ask you, do you think that did it impact you to support Alberta independence? How did your overall sentiment towards the federal government is after all of this? And I heard that there's some things coming up soon in October. So just wanted to get your perspective. What do you think?
Well, I think that Canada does not have a justice system. I think that Canada has a legal system. And what you're referring to is we have an appeals process coming up, Chris Barber and myself. As most people that are following these cases will know, that Pat King had his acquittal on his intimidation charge overturned by the appellate court yesterday, and he's going back for resentencing within the next 60 days. So that's obviously very concerning for everybody else. And you know what? I love Canadians. Igor, I can't tell you enough how much support that Chris and I and so many others have gotten from Canadians. Canada, as it sits right now, not so much. I mean, it's definitely not the country that I grew up in. It's very concerning. It's very concerning to me that we have 3 judges that wrote in a decision that the Freedom Convoy was an organized attack on Ottawa citizens.
Yeah.
That's very concerning to me because that's liberal talking points. That those are not facts. And those are now written in a legal decision going forward. So I'm anticipating that our appeal will now be expedited because they were actually waiting on this decision, and they're trying to do the same thing. They're trying to have myself and Chris Barber's intimidation acquittals overturned and have us serve more jail time.
Oh my goodness, this is after, I think it was already like 5 years house arrest that they did, or it was already pretty long. Yeah.
My sentence will be served before this even gets to the appellate court, most likely. And my sentence will be served in January of 2027. So again, then, we're just going to start this whole process all over again.
This is this is honestly, scary for a lot of, especially immigrants coming from those countries, where democracy is not there so much. So it's kind of scary even for me coming from Eastern Europe, hearing that people get this kind of things going on here in Alberta. It's almost feels like, to me, it almost feels like a made up charge, just to intimidate people from speaking up. That's my personal perception of this. It could be a different thing from the legal perspective, but that's how I see it. From where I come from, it's, if you speak up your mind too much, this kind of charges appear, it's at least from my perspective.
I just spoke to a gentleman whose family immigrated here from China, and he said the same thing, like that his parents would just be absolutely appalled by what's going on here. And I had to tell him the story about, when we were at the Freedom Convoy, if we were walking around, Canadians would obviously come up and they'd hug us and they'd cry on our shoulder and they would be very grateful. But when the immigrants that came from communist countries came up, it was a completely different, it was a desperate gratitude, tears of desperation from people that have watched this playbook and they're watching it happen in Canada in slow motion. And a lot of our immigrant population that came from these communist countries have been trying to sound the alarm bells for quite a considerable amount of time. So it is alarming to them, and they should know, they know what they're talking about, you know.
Yeah. And to just bring this all back to the whole idea of independence, these judges, by and large, are federally appointed by the Liberal Party. Some of them are Liberal donors. There's a requirement on the Supreme Court that they be Francophone. All of that means that they are largely not from the West. So these judges do not represent the values of the West. We are seeing light sentences or no sentences at all for career criminals, illegal migrants getting light sentences so that it doesn't jeopardize their immigration. But then you see the book being thrown at people like Tamara Leach. And then when they lose, they try to get another kick at the can. And so I think what we're seeing in the justice system, which as Tamara points out, is simply just a legal system, it fuels Western independence because we see that we do not want to be a part of a country that allows catch and release for people who harm children, people who harm our fellow Canadians. But then when you see what's happening to Tamara, you see that it is a political decision that we no longer want to be a part of.
Exactly. And, you know, honestly, before we continue, I just want to remind everyone to go through the link and put your donations for your favorite TPA, third-party advertisers that you want to support. Exactly. Yes, please don't forget that too, because I think that's the only way to fight tyranny at this point, to get, you know, as many donations as possible to have the vote to get us out, because we have unlimited budget of traditional media. I think we have, was it you, Sheila, that you were saying about two-tier media system that we have, or, you know, that we have. And yeah, I think the social media, and that's what they're trying to close right now, is the only way. And we have to get out before it's too late. So make sure you donate. I also wanted to ask you, Tamara, how do you keep on going if you know that so much of stress is going to your family, you know, potential another charges or another thing that might come up, we don't know. How do you keep on going despite of all of those things? Because a lot of people they would look around, they would just give up by now. They would say, you know what, I don't want to deal with this. I'm too scared.
Yeah, Igor, I want to know that too.
Yeah, well, honestly, you just answered your own question. I'm not afraid. These people don't scare me, and people just need to understand there is nothing to fear. I mean, what can they take from me that I really truly need? You know, they've put me on house arrest, and the judge has blocked my mobility rights, but she doesn't give me my freedom. My freedom comes from God, and I think He's got my back. And I'm just really fortunate that I have an amazing family who supports what I do. And
good
supports
coworkers.
what has happened. Great, obviously, the best coworkers in the entire world. And so, you know, Chris Barber and I talk at length about how truly blessed. I feel like the luckiest woman in the world. I've had support, and this goes back to what I was saying about Canadians. You know, Canadians have really supported Chris and I and everybody from the Freedom Convoy, and we appreciate it and love them so much. And you know, that I guess that's what keeps me going. And they just don't scare me, and I'm just not good with. I'm not going to let them break me. You know, they can't. And honestly, that's one of the things they hate the most. And I've been speaking about this a little bit lately because there's quite a bit of backlash after I was at the U.S. ambassadors there on the 4th of July, and you know, a lot of people that don't like me are more upset that I'm not miserable, sad, broken, and demoralized. But that's really not in my nature. So yeah, I feel really lucky. And, you know, to be quite frank, we're almost through this. We've got about just over 2 months left of our house arrest, and then we'll have a curfew for a few months. And, you know, then this will be all over.
Well, that's
yeah.
Well, that's the good part. And I hope it's all going to be over. I hope I hope by October, once we have our referendum, you know, we are going to move towards freedom, because I think it's getting a little bit more, you know, heated up, because recently, I don't know if you've seen that news, an Edmonton person was walking around with the flag, Alberta flag, and was almost thrown under the car. It could have been a homicide if that person were to get run over by that car. It's crazy things.
You know, Igor, I did run into that man. His name is Don Bonner. I ran into him at Keith Wilson's pancake breakfast for let Alberta decide last weekend in Calgary. And he also amazed me with his positive attitude. He has very much the same positive attitude as Tamara, that yes, maybe he could have flung me into traffic, but thank God I didn't get run over. And he's grateful for the driver with their quick reaction. And, you know, he said, it's not going to stop me. They did that to stop me. So if I stopped, didn't they win? And I think that's exactly the right attitude to have. You know, we got to go out there. We got to have the facts, but we got to have the right attitude, because this is not a level playing field. No. The other side does not have to register as a third-party advertiser group. The other side can push our people into traffic. The other side can get aggressive. We can't. It's not fair. But we have to know that. We have to be on our best behavior, and we all have to be great ambassadors for the movement.
Absolutely. And
it's actually
not only that,
yeah.
The more successful this becomes, the more desperate the other side
and vicious
becomes, and vicious. And so I just want to tell everyone to stay safe out there.
Dial the heat
head
down
on a swivel.
Yep.
And just be aware of your surroundings, and you know, hopefully these other guys smarten up a bit.
Exactly. It's you have to always have to watch your back, because some I don't know why it is. But sometimes I'm thinking it's like a Trump derangement syndrome almost going on the other side. I don't know what's, you know, even though we don't have Trump here, but they get really aggressive without any reasonable explanation to it. So always you also be careful there when you're in public giving away your sides, because some forever Canada people who don't even have to declare. This is the craziest part about it, is that they don't have to declare the third party advertiser where the funds is coming from. Is it even coming from Alberta, where it's all spent?
Who knows? Unions,
it's crazy.
we don't know. Yeah,
we don't have any idea.
Igor, we have about 2 more minutes. Otherwise, we're never going to make it to Medicine Hat. So
sure.
Have a good question for us.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, what do you think about Premier's, Sheila, what do you think about Premier's question that she rewarded it to, it became a different question for October, so yes leads to another referendum rather than, is it a smart correction or just way to stall the movement? How would you address it?
No,
I for both of you.
Yeah, I think it was neither. I think it was neither a smart correction or a means to stall the movement. I don't think she's out to stall the movement. I think we can, and I understand people's anger towards Premier Smith, for sure. I get it. But I think she was sort of left with no choice with the court decision that said that there wasn't adequate enough consultation with First Nations groups. And she was public. She said, I disagree with that.
Yeah, that's right.
She was vocal about that. But to challenge that decision would have taken this beyond October. And so this was the only way to salvage an opportunity for Albertans to have their say, but also to have their say down the road. It amounts to adequate consultation, I guess. I don't like it. I don't agree with the court. The Premier was clear that she doesn't agree with the court. You know what consultation is? One person, one vote, regardless of your ethnicity. We're consulting everybody on the matter of a referendum. I think she was stuck between a rock and a hard place, and she split the baby, and there's just no winner there.
Yeah. No, I don't really have too much to add to that. Remember, Premier Smith didn't have an independence mandate when she was elected. She never ran on that platform, but I do feel like I agree with you. Like, I think she is trying to mitigate both sides and make it
I think if everybody's unhappy, she probably thinks she probably did the right thing. And you have to remember, she did not have to fix the referendum process. Jason Kenney made it insurmountable to proceed with a referendum in this province. She lowered the bar and made it a little bit more achievable. And the independence movement did achieve that. The activist courts and the activist chiefs got in the way. And I think it was just an ugly situation, and it wasn't made any better by that decision, but I'm not sure what else she could have done.
Oh yeah, well, thank you so much, ladies, for joining us on this live stream and giving all this incredible information and especially doing all the groundwork that you're doing by actually giving up the signs. Not only, like most people on YouTube, like myself, we just make videos, but you guys actually do the actual work.
Real jobs. Yeah.
Yes, the real jobs to get Alberta independent. Exactly. And also I want to remind everyone to go ahead and support the third-party advertisers, and I think that's the only way for us to get our independence. Because, like you were saying, the Forever Canada crowd, I don't even know whether I should call them Forever Canada people. I just, summarize it because it's almost like Trump derangement syndrome on that side going on in that way.
Forever,
they don't have to
forever slavery. Yeah.
Forever slavery. I think that's actually way better. It's people who are being driven by fear a lot, and they're having unlimited printing machine of money from what I'm seeing, because if they don't declare where the money is coming from, and could be coming from anywhere, it actually doesn't really make sense. If they're, from my perspective, they are campaigning. They're campaigning not for unity of Canada, they're campaigning specifically against Alberta independence.
Igor, they were literally in the same parking lot as us today with flags. We had flags, they had flags. I have signs, they had signs. They had volunteers, I got a volunteer. They were doing exactly the same. They were taking donations, I'm taking donations, doing exactly the same thing I was doing in the exact same city, 50 feet that way. And I've got to register as a third-party advertiser and declare everything, and they don't. Make it make sense.
It does make sense. It's the biggest surprise I got for me is that my investigation by Elections Alberta got dismissed. I didn't even know I was investigated for something I said on X. I was like, oh wow, I'm not even registered as a third-party advertiser. I didn't do anything. I was like, why are they investigating? I just got a letter saying it's been dismissed. I was like, oh well, I guess it's a good sign.
Igor, I can do you one better. They investigated me for writing a book called Stop Notley. And I gave out lawn signs to promote the book. And then Elections Alberta investigated me, issued a $5,600 fine. What? And then when I said, you concluded the investigation without even interviewing me, they said, oh, we made a mistake. Now we want to interview you. Then the fine got rescinded when I recorded my phone call with the investigator. When my lawn signs literally said, Stop Notley, buy the book. And they said that was a campaign, but I was advertising a book. Anyway, they came after me.
Wow, that's crazy. So they reduced the amount, or they dropped that
They dropped
fine
it
for you.
altogether once I said you didn't even interview me, and I'm about to lawyer up big time. Then they got rattled and then dropped the fine.
Oh my goodness! I guess that's their biggest way of just intimidating people out of it. I'm sure they might be watching our live stream right now, so we also have to be careful, not to say something they could, not to say something they could catch to it and say that you're saying
I'm
something.
not scared. I'm not scared of Elections Alberta. I fought them once and won. Come again.
No, absolutely. I think I was the sound on my headphones somehow, but I can hear you a little bit.
Okay.
I can still hear you.
Yeah,
Can you
we
hear
can
me?
still hear you. But Igor, I must tell you, we have to wrap up. We have to get to our next location. I don't want the people waiting for me. I have the signs.
Sounds good. That's amazing. Well, you ladies have a wonderful journey and keep doing the great work.
We
And
will.
let's get a referendum.
Thank you for and your entire team for putting this together. John, we're talking about you. Thank you too. And to everybody at home watching, Max also, everybody at home watching, everybody who's putting their hard-earned money behind whatever TPA you choose, please choose mine. But whatever hard-earned money that you are giving, we know how hard you work for that. We know that there are other things that you could be spending your money on, but we promise we're out here working hard, giving up our weekends, our evenings after we have real jobs to fight for Western independence. And we just appreciate everybody who's doing that, who's supporting all of us, whether it's Corey, Keith, us, anybody. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, thank you especially for doing all of this.
Yes,
it's amazing.
Thank you.
Welcome. 3 months from today, you'll be asked to vote for option 2 on question 10 in the referendum. But a lot is going to happen between now and October the 19th. Let me put it to you this way. Over the next 3 months, the full weight of the federal government of Canada, the Liberal Party of Canada, and the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, will come down on Alberta to try to stop us from gaining our independence. Not only that, the full weight of the Conservative Party of Canada, its MPs, many of whom you voted for, and its leader, Pierre Poilievre, will come down on Alberta to try to stop us from gaining our independence. And a little closer to home, a woman you probably voted for and trusted will be campaigning against you for trying to get a better life for yourself, your children, and your grandchildren. Not only that, these parties have endless amounts of money. Throw in the mainstream media and the $1.4 billion of your money to the CBC, and this is a pretty steep hill to climb. But today, we can make a difference. Today, we can make a stand. Today, we can send a message to Ottawa. So far, third-party advertisers on our side are doing very, very well. We're outraising the other side, but we have hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they have millions and billions. If you can, over the next 12 hours, please contribute. Please donate to the third-party advertisers we'll be talking about today. It's the only way we can win this thing. Welcome to the Telethon for Independence. Now let's kick some ass.
We are back live here, and now I also invited John Bolton to come back to our stage. I want to remind everyone to go and donate as much as possible to get us through the referendum question. Go to albertatelethon.com. That's the website, and I think there's 6 TPAs. Seven, yeah.
7 there. Yes, and you can pick the one you want. So there's 7 there. Yeah.
Perfect. Choose the TPA that you think you want to donate to, and go ahead and support it, because we are fighting against legacy media that has unlimited amount of funds coming from your taxes, probably.
If you can donate to more than one, that'd be terrific. It's been fantastic so far. I just was talking with Tanya Clements. By the way, Tanya and Keith Wilson are going to be on in the next hour with Nat and the guy. We're going to Mexico. Nat and the guy will be hosting from Mexico. So we're kind of an international telethon here today. But Tanya and Keith will be on with Nat and the guy. They're not in Mexico, I have to tell you that. But they've already raised over $30,000 today. So it's been a great day. All the other TPAs are more than 10 times what they would raise in a day, but it's not enough. We need to get more money in the bank. We're 4 hours in, and this has been an incredible success. But folks, we really, really need your support. So if you can help out, albertatelethon.com. Please help.
Exactly. I don't know if my microphone is working, because I can hear you, but I can hear myself. But I can
hear you.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
As long as you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Because it went silent. Oh my goodness, it was amazing to have Sheila Gunn-Reid and Tamara Leach on our live stream right now. They're actually doing the groundwork, risking, and that's awesome. And they brought up a couple of important things, and that's what scares me a lot right now in Canada. What Canada has become is Tamara Leach getting criminal charges and getting obstruction, I believe it was there, a couple of arrests with no bail, where we actually have real criminals. I was talking to Edmonton police officer the other day, and he was telling me about the case where some 9-year-old girl was killed and tossed into a hockey bag, and there was a ridiculously small charge for that guy who did that. And I was wow, this is crazy. So for political speech, they really go at you, and when somebody has a homicide of underage, it's like almost like, what the hell is what is going on? It's scary.
The process is the punishment, and that's what they're doing. When I see Tamara Leach, it makes me mad. I remember watching the convoy. You remember watching the convoy. Everybody who followed the convoy remembers when she got arrested. I was so damn mad about that. And then I see her now. She's been charged with mischief. And this has been going on for 5 years or something. And then they're going to take her back to court and try to put her in jail for longer, all because of her speech. This is what you want to deal with where you live. This won't happen in an independent Alberta. This isn't going to happen in an independent Alberta. People are going to have rights in an independent Alberta. And think back to the time when they ran over an old woman. I think she was in a walker with a horse. So, I get mad when I see Tamara Leach. She's a diminutive woman. She stands about 4 foot nothing. And I stand beside her, and she's got more guts than most of the people who run this government. And it makes me so damn mad when I see her, because she is a freedom fighter. And so is Sheila Gunn-Reid, and I want to thank them for being on. And this is what we're fighting for today. We need as much money as we can get today, for goodness sakes. As I said in that little clip you just watched, there's an unending amount of money that's going to be fighting against us. Billions of dollars. All the political parties, because they want to keep us here, because we're their bank account. I've had enough, and I want to leave. And I could feel the momentum building. And that's what today is about. AlbertaTelethon.com. This is a fundraiser, folks. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Thank you so much. If you contributed, thank you. But if you haven't, and you can give, or you know somebody who can, or you can max it out and go to $5,000, for goodness sakes, do it today, and keep contributing as much as you can all the way through October 19th.
Biggest thing that I heard, I believe I heard it from you today, they actually passed some legislation to censor the freedom of speech right now in Canada. I think it's coming to power.
C9 is in effect today.
That's crazy.
3 months to the day before we vote. That's where we are right now. Yeah, C9. It's a religious speech is all going to be gone here, and our freedoms of speech are slowly being stripped away little by little. And you know what happens in England this is where we're going, folks. In England, somebody knocks on your door, and there's somebody standing there, and they said, "You offended somebody on X. We'd like you to come down to the police station."
Yeah.
And you're not charged with a crime. It's I can't remember. It's some Orwellian phrase they use, and I can't think of it right now. But they take you down and they grill you, and they tell you to behave yourself because you bothered somebody. I'm a free speech absolutist. As long as you're not threatening somebody, you should be able to say whatever the hell you want in this country, as far as I'm concerned. That's the way I feel about it. But yeah, the free speech is being slowly stripped away, bill by bill by bill by bill. Eventually, they're just going to take it away from you. George Washington said, "If freedom of speech is taken away, then deaf and dumb shall be led like sheep to the slaughter." And that's what's coming, folks.
I think it's time to speak about it right now before it's too late, because in some countries, if you ask me why I'm speaking about it, is because once you're not able to speak about it, then it's too late. The only way to change something is probably to change the country. It's
That's right.
Then it's too late. And I don't want to be re-immigrating again. First I moved to a free country, and then it's becoming the similar dictatorship what's going on in Eastern Europe, and then getting out of here. Like, no, I'm not doing that. So we have to keep on speaking up and for our freedoms and rights.
Igor, you've been talking to so many people through this, as I have. And, I've gone out to so many wonderful places. I was on at 11 o'clock this morning. And I said how wonderful it is for me to be able to meet the people in this movement. I met you through this, my friend. And, we've got a kinship here now. Everybody's got this kinship. It's just remarkable. And I go out, you meet people. They come up to you, Igor, right? You shake their hand, and you're just as happy to see them as they are to see you. This is this friendship, this bond that we've got here. We've got a bond of being friends. We've got a bond of working towards the same goal. And how great is it to work towards a goal with your friends? And it's just really remarkable. And we can do this, but we're going to need a lot more help. AlbertaTelethon.com. Go there, click on a link, click on several if you can. Put all the information in there, as much as you can, all of it. Then you'll find then the TPAs, the third-party advertisers, won't have to track you down. And make sure you do that specifically for PayPal and e-transfers. If you don't put all your information down, Elections Alberta might end up with your money. And, they can't help you. The TPAs can't help you at that point.
They'll just literally steal your donation. So make sure you put all of your information there. And I'll tell you, you know what happened in Eastern Europe. There's a guy from Russia that lives in energy right now, and he was an influencer, so to speak, in back home in Russia. And he made a Facebook post supporting Ukraine in when the entire situation happened there with all the military war, basically war between Ukraine and Russia. He went and supported Ukraine there, and they showed up to his house, and they brought in a camera. They came with the machine guns and everything, but they didn't point it at him, but scared his kids and everyone. And they basically brought in a camera and they recorded that guy's face and saying, "Well, you should not ever do this again."
Yeah.
So, so that was his final straw before he left Russia, and he took asylum in Canada.
Well,
he's in energy now.
Yeah, I've spoken to people who come up and said they've come from communist countries or oppressive countries, and they came here for the freedom, and it's slowly being stripped away. They see what was happening there now happening here, and that's really sad.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you cannot protest or anything. Then he went in St. Petersburg for a protest. They grabbed him, threw him into a jail, and jails were overfilled with the people who came to a protest. So they took him out of the city, and then they released him in by 4 a.m. in a random location somewhere in the rural part of Russia. He's like, "I don't even know where I am, sirs." I was going to play a video today on this live stream, but
All right, can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me okay? Let's keep the show running while we're waiting. I've got the stream sitting in the background. Let's chat with everybody. We'll at least keep the stream running on this channel while we're waiting for the technical difficulties to come through. You guys got to understand, Old Fringe had to jump in at the last minute, the 11th hour. We're going to keep this party going. This is why it's good that we're hanging out in the background, watching what's going on. What you have to realize is this is several different YouTubers. This is a bunch of media guys, all tech guys, all coming together to make sure that this telethon goes off without a hitch. And unfortunately, when you try to put together an event this large and get everybody in one room and all the technical equipment hooked up, sometimes we see some errors. We're doing it live. Everybody be patient. You guys seem to be having a good time. Is everybody having fun today? Are you guys having a good time? The show's been good so far. I've been watching on and off. What do we got here? I've got some supers that came in. Look at Cindy coming in with $100, rooting for you 100% here in BC. Thank you so much. It's a good reminder, folks, as the ticker says at the bottom, all donations coming into the channel today will be donated as my income towards third-party advertisers. Don't forget to check us out tonight from the Edmonton studio. Mrs. Fringe and I will be in with Mike and Keith Wilson. I believe Tanya Clemens may be joining us as well. We're all going to be in on those live streams, talking to Keith about his white paper, talking about a lot of things, and we're going to be putting down a very large donation tonight. I'll get up all the chats that we haven't had on the screen yet. We gave 10 memberships into the chat today just to get things kicked off, have some fun. So welcome to our 10 new members. Dale with a 279. Let's make it happen. You got Steve Jensen. Let's Talk Alberta's doing a press release about AFN resolution. I've read it. Chris Scott did an amazing job writing this. I'll share when released. Thank you for that as well. Steve with another $5. Wonder how many mainstream media trolls are listening in to try and get a gotcha moment. Keep on trolling. It's going to get crazy. It's going to get crazy. Now, again, we're still waiting for the stream to reboot, so I'm just going to hang out with you guys and have some fun while we're waiting for it to come back. We don't want viewers going anywhere. Sanjali becoming a new member. Thank you so much. Don't forget, you can go to albertatelethon.com while we're doing this, folks, and you guys can donate to the TPAs there. Again, we are not, excuse me, we are not handling any of the finances, any of the money. We're not telling you where to donate. We're simply running the telethon to show you where to go to donate to these TPAs. Big numbers already this morning. We've seen Keith Wilson reporting $30,000 towards his TPA. He's going to max out. That guy's going to max out. I'd like to see all of these TPAs get maxed out. Matt saying scroll up for Keith Wilson. Quick update for you. Oh, look at Keith coming in like a boss. Keith for the president of Alberta, by the way. Quick update for you and your audience. We are now on the verge of crossing $35,000. My sincere thanks to everyone who's contributed and helped build this remarkable momentum. Keith, you are most welcome. Most welcome. Look at this. Mrs. C coming in with a $10 praying for you from Virginia. Thank you so much. Yeah, Keith for president. I said it last night on stream. You guys would not want me in charge of Alberta. You wouldn't. But hey, things are moving along nicely. They're going forward as best they can. And you guys are doing God's work today. Keith, God, my cough is sneaking in again. Keith has been doing remarkable work. I can't wait to see this white paper. I know it's so racist, the white paper. We got to be careful with C9, you know, when you say white paper, you might get in trouble these days. But what a show it's been so far. We saw Igor, we saw Tamara, we saw Sheila Gunn Reid. Holmes on Holmes was in. We've seen John Bolton's doing a fantastic job. You guys are doing your drink water. I don't have water with me, actually. Because I ran down here. I didn't have the camera connected. I didn't have anything going on, but I ran down here and got the studio started. I was working on a bottle of Diet Pepsi, so we'll get a small drink in there to try and get things back on track. Listen, a trained monkey would be better than Mark Carney. It doesn't matter what we're doing. Although Carney's assets might be getting frozen. Doug Ford's assets Frozen. Oh, President Trump coming in. Presidente Trumpo coming in to freeze the assets. It's going to be wonderful. It's going to be all these people telling me what to drink. Guys, I was in the middle of the day and I was watching the telethon on a different TV. I was just letting it run. And we don't want it falling apart. In fact, I think I'm getting updates. Let me grab my phone. I'm sure you guys can hear my phone going off in the background. Let me see if I can get some updates from everybody as to what's happening with the stream. John Bolton says, I said we were going to break the interwebs. Now I have to go back, fix it. Nat and the guys arrived. They're ready to go. That's all I've got so far. So Nat and the guy will be coming in soon. And the good thing is Nat and the guy's coming in from a different feed, similar to myself. So Nat and the guy, hopefully, or no, that has to go through the mainstream too. So we'll see what happens there. Let's keep this party going, shall we? Ingrid Stewart with the 530. I love you and my amazing friends. You know what? We have to get in here. We have to get it in because people were asking for it earlier. Everybody has a fever. You guys have been so generous today, helping out these TPAs, and look at the money coming in for them. It's absolutely so. Let's do it. Let's get it started.
Guess what? I got a fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell.
Oh, I see this stuff all the time. Here, listen. There's nothing you're ever going to do that's going to please 100% of the people all the time. You know, I drank water and people were saying, oh, you know what they do to the water that you drink in? And there's a book out there. I would encourage everybody to go out and get this book. It's called Everything Kills You. It literally shows you how everything can kill you. It's echoing. It shouldn't be echoing. I'm not, it was echoing because I didn't realize I didn't take the stream off the screen. Let's run it again.
Guess what? I got a fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell.
So he says, what's Keith's website? Keith's website is letalbertadecide.com. But you can go to albertatelethon.com. All the TPAs are listed there. Make sure to get in on that one. Sanjali with $14 super chat. Lethbridge was awesome today. Tamara, Sheila, and Ezra were awesome. I held the flag behind Tamara and Sheila for a bit. Thanks for everything, French. You're more than welcome. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to tonight. I really am looking forward to tonight. I'm looking forward to hanging out with Keith. It's always good to see Keith. I know Mrs. Fringe is looking forward to it because we've known Keith for a long time, but Mrs. Fringe has actually never fully met Keith in person. Seen Keith. We've been around Keith. She's met Keith's lovely wife. So it'll be good to have Mrs. Fringe hanging out with Keith as well. Steve Jensen with a $20 from Stay Free Alberta's website. Due to the high volume of donations, we're unable to accept any more donations today. Pledge your support below. Our team will contact you personally to complete your donation. There you go, folks. A lot of people were talking earlier in the stream about issues they were having. For the longest time, Stay Free Alberta wasn't sure how they were running things. It's being run by, I believe it's Mitch's wife. And they didn't have a donation button up until this week. So there's some kinks to work out. Apparently, when the donations started coming in, the banks recognized it as suspicious because apparently nobody told the banks that these donations were coming in. So the multiple transactions kind of hit a red flag with the bank. They're trying to get those worked out and figured out, folks. So stick with them. You're right. They put crap in food crap, water crap in the air. Canada, yeah, we can't win. We can't win. Do you know what? I like I'm not a fan of just plain old water. I like the, I like diet, the zero sugar stuff. I drink a lot of I don't drink coffee. I don't drink booze. I don't smoke. And I drink Mountain Dew zero sugar because it's got caffeine in it. That's literally the only caffeine I have. And I have like 1 can a day. And I know somebody's probably going to say how stupid I am for that too, but I really don't care. That's how I roll. When you look at the other vices people have, I have very minimal compared to them. David Brewer, $20 super support from here in the USA since I can't donate from the TPAs. Freedom to Alberta. Where do you order the jerseys you previously showed? We don't have those up yet. Don't worry. We're going to announce those this week. Mike and I will be announcing those. We'll be wearing our jerseys tonight over on the live stream in conjunction with Alberta Pin. we don't want to advertise on the telethon. We don't want to break in on the telethon or cause a problem. Boy, it's a good thing Fringe came in here because that stream was dropping off. It still hasn't restarted. Let me hit the old refresh just to make sure that it's not just me. Hang on, is this where it cuts out? It cuts out. Yep. Okay. It's still cut out. No, it's not. No, it's not. I talked to my doctor about this, and people say, well, you trust your doctor. This doctor, I've known him for almost 30 years, and he hates the medical system. So yeah, I trust him. He says there's no adequate studies on aspartame. He says in order to have a problem from aspartame, he says you'd have to consume like an entire pallet of it in a single day. Like, it's not what people say it is. It's not as bad as fascist pancakes. It's not as bad as fascist pancakes. Let's be honest. Not as bad. Did you guys see Forever Canada was hanging around the Sheila Gunn Reid and Tamara? Apparently they were in the same spot. And kudos to Tamara and Sheila for just keeping their distance. Thankfully, none of the communists came in, but boy, I'd have a message for them if they did come.
Go ahead and call your dads, tell them about your alternative lifestyle as a gay communist, and then who knows, maybe eat a lollipop. I don't know what flamers do with their time, but I'd imagine it's something along those lines.
Oh, look at Harley Squirrel Nuts coming in with a $2 super. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, we need maple mega syrup, fascist pancakes, and no Freedom Honey, though. We can't have Mike's Freedom Honey. The Freedom Honey would ultimately drown out the fascism, right? There's Rhonda joining us. Good to see Rhonda in here. Hope you're having a good weekend. Yeah, I saw people yelling earlier about the data centers. Here's the thing, folks. I don't know enough about the data centers. I've already talked about that. And people saying, well, you need to get your research done. Yeah, I am. I'm getting my research done, but I'm looking into it. The thing that I will say as I'm learning, so please don't put my head on a skewer for saying this. I don't agree with necessarily what the data centers are taking in terms of information. We all know why they're putting data centers up in certain places. This Meta one, and while I don't like Meta, I don't work on Meta, I don't use Meta. It's a water-cooled plant. They're cooling their own water. So they're not taking water by the looks of it. According to the Alberta study, and again, this is me learning about it, it's using less water than an Alberta golf course. They're also having to bring their own power. So to me, I looked at it and said, look, these data centers are going to go up no matter what around the world. I'm not saying I approve of it. I'm saying that they're going to go up no matter where they go. To me, it's just no different than any other Alberta business. If they're not damaging the electric grid, if they're not damaging the water supply, I don't necessarily see the issue with that one in particular. If they're going to continue going up around the world, there's really nothing we can do to stop it. Would we be able to do something about it in a republic? Maybe. But I don't know enough about them. I don't know enough about them. I understand why some people get worried about it. I know people think about Skynet and everything else, the information that's stored on there. The government is always spying on us. I get all those points. But somebody had mentioned earlier, and I'm not going to name them because I don't want to. It was in the chat. People were saying, apparently the power plan uses a lot of water. Yes, but this is a self-cooled, like if you ever see a water-cooled PC, right? You ever go look at PCs at like Best Buy or anywhere like that, and they say, well, they're water-cooled. They're gaming PCs that are water-cooled. It recycles the same water over and over through the system. So it's not, that's what I'm understanding about this one. That's what I'm trying to understand about this one. But somebody was saying that, yeah, I know. I see. And this is kind of getting to the point I was going to make, because somebody was saying that Keith Wilson lost them when he was agreeing with the data center and everything else. You're never going to please people 100% of the time. And the person who tries to is a fool. I think the reason you're not seeing Keith Wilson commenting on the data centers is because it has nothing to do with the vote for a referendum. It has nothing to do with separation. We're not running a political campaign. We're trying to get Alberta out of Canada. So things like that, things like data centers, things like anything else that sits up with people, I think it's safe to say, should we not worry about those things after? Should we not worry about those things after we get our freedom from Canada? I think it's really unfair to judge Tanya Clemens, Keith Wilson, John Bolton, for not talking about these things when the focus right now is the eyes on the prize. I think it's just another distraction. I think, yeah, here, Keith is focused. I think he's focused. So I would assume, or I would encourage people, look, you can feel the way you want to feel. I don't want to tell people how they should feel about data centers. Again, I don't know enough about them. I'm trying to learn about them. But I think that what we have to realize, what we have to accept right now is that you shouldn't be expecting those like Keith or Tanya or Corey Morgan or Chris Scott or any of those guys to be getting political right now. They're all talking about one thing, and it's what they've set out to do: Alberta independence. So let's not mess around with that too much. Let's not get too worked up about it. It doesn't mean they're excusing it. Like I said, I'm not excusing it either. I don't know enough about it. But I think we need to just breathe a little, pump the brakes, right? I'd expect Danielle Smith to have to talk about data centers. She's a politician, right? I would expect Pierre Poilievre to talk about data centers. I would expect Mark Carney to talk about data centers. I'd expect Jason Kenney to talk about data centers. I don't really think it's any place for us to talk about them. I cover news. I will talk about them when I know more about them. But to hold a candle to Keith and say, oh, he's excused it because he just said that it's creating jobs and that's a good thing. I kind of pointed out when it was first announced, whether you like data centers or not, what you have to realize is that for the longest time, those like Jason Kenney, in particular, Mayor Fartgas in Calgary, they have all been running around saying that independence and the push for a referendum is driving investment out of Alberta. But you've got this data center worth billions of dollars announcing that it wants to put its roots down in Alberta. Now, whether you like data centers or not, the bonus out of that announcement is it disproves exactly what they've said. A major conglomerate is putting in, whether you like it or not, their data center, but it goes against the grain in the message that Alberta is uninvestable. What it's showing you is that if Mark Carney got out of the way, if the government just got out of our way, and we were allowed to actually run the province the way it should be, we would have a flourishing level of investment when it comes to our oil and gas, when it comes to jobs. If we were able to slow down our immigration, things could really take off here. So it goes against all of it. So again, I'm not advocating for data centers. I'm not agreeing with data centers. I don't know enough about data centers. I do like those fascist pancakes though. But it's good for the argument. I think we can all agree on that. It's good for the argument, right? Did you see the message from Trump where he said that the U.S. was going to up the Canadian tariff because Carney didn't do anything to prevent the Canadian wildfires? Yes. So that came in with the assets. They're talking about freezing Mark Carney's assets and Doug Ford's, which is glorious. And they should. They should. We showed it on live stream last night. We showed last night on live stream how essentially Justin Trudeau made an announcement, I believe it was in 2017, that we were going to be getting all these water bombers, that was the reason our taxes had gone up. That was what the Liberal government was doing, was investing in this. It's almost 11 years later and we don't have a single one. And this is an annual occurrence. Why? Because they're doing it on purpose. They want to push climate change. At least that's how I feel about it. So President Trump has every right to get mad because he's saying you're ill-equipped, even though this is a regular occurrence. Imagine in Florida, if you went down to Florida and they didn't have the equipment to handle hurricanes. And they said 11 years ago, 7 years ago, 10 years ago, whenever, we're going to get the equipment, we're going to raise your taxes, and we're going to use that money to get the proper equipment in to handle hurricanes. And then you go down there, big hurricane rolls through. They don't have any of the equipment necessary to fight it. They all giggle about it. And then they tell Canada, send down your people to help us fix and repair this. Why should we? You were neglectful. You didn't care about it. You didn't do anything about it. You didn't put an effort forward. Right? You understand now why Trump is upset? Somebody said earlier that I was ball cupping President Trump. I'm just talking about representation. I'm talking about a government that actually works for their people. Wouldn't it be nice if we had that kind of representation in Canada? Definitely need it in Alberta. And we're going to get it when we become a republic. There's a few supers that came in. Let's address them. I want to address as many as I can because we've just been flashing them on screen so far. Can Carolyn Richards come back? She was awesome. We'll see what we can do. Probably not. Dale with 279. Thank you so much. Steve Jensen, entire stream has ended. They will have to start a new one. Okay, we'll keep our eyes open. Dale says, pony up America. Now's your chance to help. Thank you so much. Sunflowers with $14 super for independence. I thank you very much for that. Snow the $5. Derek, water-cooled PCs usually need drained and flushed every so often. Same with these data centers from what I've gathered. The data centers use 6 meters every 1 year. Okay, again, I don't know enough about it. And again, I don't have a water-cooled PC. I'm just trying to make it make sense for you guys. That's all it is. That's all it is. Nobody cut the telethon feed. Let's explain it again for anybody who came in a little late. What's happened is, so John Bolton has this studio that they're using in Calgary. They've rented out a studio for us to use in Edmonton. Edmonton area, where we will be later tonight. But what has happened originally is that you get all these guys who know the technicals together, those like Max over at Freedom Calendar, you get the Critical Compass, others who know a little bit of the technical end of things, and they've been working tirelessly with John Bolton throughout these last few weeks to try and organize this event, to get all the YouTubers together, the feeds together, to ensure that everything runs smoothly. Of course, there's going to be hiccups because most of these people only run a small YouTube channel or a small YouTube show. What we're seeing right now is, oh, hold on, their screen just minimized. Okay, they've got a message from John Bolton running. I'm just going to let it run before we bring the feedback in. I just want to make sure they're not running this in the background to keep people watching the telethon, because I'll sit here and hang out with you guys and chat until then. Once the telethon is back up and running indefinitely, I'll bring it back in. Looks like you're on till 11. Listen, I'll tell you right now, if that's what we had to do to keep this telethon going, you're absolutely right. We would do that. I would happily do that. We got to keep things moving for independence. I've seen the smoke in New York. It's crazy. I feel bad because our governments are letting us burn. The problem is you can't say that you're going to get all this equipment and then not do it. And Doug Ford was on the news yesterday saying, stop complaining and just help us. Really, Doug, after the American attack ads, after the Reagan ads, after pulling their booze off the shelves, after all the childish behavior you've pushed for it, you're going to tell me that you're supposed to get help from America all of a sudden? I say karma's a bitch. And they're going to get with. And what's funny is that somebody I know said earlier, well, you know, when California was burning, we went down there and helped them. And I said, you know, you're right. That is true. However, California didn't give Canada the finger. And they didn't tell Canada to go pound sand. And they didn't pull Canadian products off of shelves. I don't care if I don't have a voice again. I don't care. I'll do whatever's necessary. This is for independence. This is my commitment to you for the independence movement. The Fringe will help carry this show while they're experiencing troubles. Hopefully, the other channels divert their viewers to the Fringe. In fact, I should tell them that. I'll just text them and say, I'm live. Tell everybody to come to this channel. Sorry, guys. There we go. So we may get an influx of viewers all of a sudden, which is good. It's good. How many viewers do we have on YouTube right now? Because I've actually multi-streamed onto X. If you're on X watching this, come over to YouTube. We could use the viewers. We could use the help. If you haven't hit the like button in YouTube yet, hit the like button because it helps push the stream out. It pushes the stream out for others to, or for YouTube to say, people are watching this, people are interested in it. 509 viewers. Okay, so that means I've got over 700 viewers on X right now. If you guys could come onto the YouTube channel from X, that would be appreciated. And then hit the like button and watch from the YouTube feed. It helps boost the channel. I went on to X to simply try and get the YouTube channels some views to get people over here. We normally don't broadcast on X, but I wanted to get this out to as many eyeballs as possible. We're working hard to make sure the donations come into the TPAs today. There's Carnage Carney with a $5 super. John just said 15 minutes, they'll be back. He thinks someone is messing with the internet, things that make you go, Yeah, it could be. It could be. Or it could just be the large amount of bandwidth. I can tell you right now, you guys used to watch our streams before I fixed things on this channel. There were times where I had to tell my kids they couldn't play video games, they couldn't watch streaming services or anything because we were in our studio. And because of where the guy installed our internet when we moved in, we weren't hardwired into the stream. I'm not saying they're not hardwired at the telethon. But what would happen is when the bandwidth gets eaten up, even if somebody isn't on the bandwidth, it's sometimes sluggish. It sometimes gives you a problem. I actually had to go to our internet provider and get a secondary internet account. So I have 2 internet accounts in one residence. And the second one is now hardwired into this computer. It's hardwired directly into the studio so that my kids can do whatever they want when I'm streaming and it doesn't interfere with the live streams. So they may be having a bandwidth issue. Just sit tight. I'm still going to hang out with you guys here. If you guys want to ask questions, you can do like we do with Q&A, put question in the chat before you say what you have to say. And maybe I can answer some questions. There's Uncle Chico with a $10. I need my fascist pancakes t-shirt, Derek, Viva Independence. You guys really want fascist pancakes t-shirts? I mean, I could make a funny one. I could try and make a funny one, but it's okay. We'll pick up the slack while these guys are having a go at the technical difficulties. There's a Waniska with a $5. I hope I pronounced that right. $5 super. Alberta Independence first, Western Canada next. Yeah, am I wearing pants? No, actually, I'm wearing shorts that match my shirt. Mrs. Fringe finds my wacky clothes. I know that people always say, how come you don't dress differently? I like wearing these wacky outfits. Mrs. Fringe always finds them. In fact, here, I'll stand up and show you guys. The shorts, there they are. The shorts match the shirt. Shorts match the shirt. And that's how I roll. I have fun. I think there's nothing wrong with having fun in life. I think there's nothing wrong with enjoying yourself. I think if people want to get mad because you're having fun, those people they're stick in the muds. Don't hang out with people like that. Have fun, live your life. Age is a number. To a certain degree, on certain laws. Let's be careful how we say that. Here's a question. What do you believe the biggest hurdle independence has and will face? We talked about that last night. Thank you, Sarah, for that question. I think when we actually succeed with the vote, I think that, and I'm not talking about the October 19th vote, I'm talking about the binding referendum. I think what you're going to find is the pushback, because the same reason the governments are all coming to Alberta over the summer, giving us a big hug and telling us that we shouldn't be leaving, they don't want the gravy train to stop. As soon as Alberta leaves, their spending has to radically stop. You'll remember that Kean Bexty showed this week that 80% of all job growth in Canada this year came out of Alberta. That's going to radically shift and change how this country is run when Alberta leaves. And accountability will have to come in overnight. So if you think that they're just going to say, oh, Alberta voted to leave, I guess we better let them. I can tell you right now, I've spoken to professionals. I've spoken to people who are very closely tied to this movement, and they've said the same thing. The only way forward is probably going to be a unilateral declaration of independence, because they will not negotiate fair. They will draw this out for as long as possible. So I think that's going to be our biggest hurdle. Time will tell. Right now, we got to focus on each individual task, kind of like leveling up in a video game. You know what I mean? Like we got to get over the 19th. We get a little stronger, and then we move towards the binding referendum, and then we crush it. I think that's how we do it. Greg Wilson, question. If you have family outside of Alberta and they have family in Alberta, can they send to a family member in Alberta and donate that way? Technically, they could. I mean, look, it's the same with the Super Chats. We talked about Super Chats before in our meetings, and people said, it's not good to advertise on stream. However, Jason Levine chimed in and said, well, they're your earnings. If you're in Alberta and you are donating your earnings towards the TPA, you have your limit of $5,000. But even again, there's 5 people in my house. So I could say to my kids, I'm going to give you $3,000 just for fun, and you're going to decide to donate it to a TPA. We can do that. So that's where we said, you know what, people outside of Alberta, if you want to assist, it helps the channel. Super chats help push out the stream as well, because it tells YouTube, hey, there's people spending a lot of money in here, and they start promoting the stream out to other people. But all super chats, all memberships, all clothing being purchased from our grift shop, everything is going towards the TPAs right now today. So if you want to support, you can. And I gave some memberships away earlier because it encourages people to stick around the channel after for future videos that maybe haven't before. That's not me telling you what to do with your money. I think if you can donate directly to the TPAs, you should. But this is just a healthy secondary option. Will Let Alberta Decide have a pancake breakfast in Edmonton during the K-Days? I don't believe so. They haven't announced one. If they do announce one, I'll let you know. I would assume that if they were going to, they would have announced it by now. They should have. They maybe should have. Please check to see what. The telethon is live again? No, I'm on the look, I'll bring it up. Here it is here. Program interrupted. Live stream is currently technical difficulties. That's what it's telling me. I also I've got a direct text line in with John Bolton and everybody running the show. I'm sure they'll text me as soon as it's back up. Are the baseball jerseys in your store now? No, and they won't be on my store. We're going to be diverting them to a website for people to purchase. Again, we'll be advertising where you can get those on Monday's live stream. Okay? We're not going to advertise them tonight, even though we're wearing them tonight. Mike and I will be wearing ours. We will not be advertising them on the telethon because the telethon is to raise funds for the TPAs. We will let you guys know Monday, as long as everything's working with the website, where to go to order those. Sunflower becoming a new member. Thank you so much. There's Kevin with the $5. You need to prepare for conflict with Canada and prepare for an alliance with the United States of America. President Trump and MAGA support Alberta. I love hearing that. Thank you so much. We're not wearing the capes today. Not today. Today I have to be serious. Today we have to try and be as serious as we can. It's about business. Keep in mind, it's not my regular viewers just watching this stream today. Everybody's watching the stream around not only the world, but around Alberta. I can't be goofing off too much today. Not today. Trish being a member for 7 months. Happy to be a member. Thank you so much, Trish. Very, will you, Mike, and Matt be on tonight? Matt will not be joining us. No, Matt's back in Manitoba. Mike will be with me as well as Mrs. Fringe in the Edmonton studio with Keith. And I believe Tanya was going to chime in possibly. Stream restarted, new one, no content yet. Okay, let me find that. Let me check my texts. Let me check my texts. And again, I can't guarantee if this stream goes down again, folks. I'll be able to jump in like this because I may be en route to the Edmonton studio. If it goes down again, please just be patient. It will be back up and running. I've got no messages saying that it's back up. I see it refreshing on the stream page, but I don't see... I'm keeping an eye on it. Don't worry. Yeah, it's trying to refresh. Don't worry, folks. As soon as it pops back up, we'll get you back in. You guys will be getting all your content, so don't worry about it. Do we know how much they collected thus far? Again, Keith Wilson chimed into the chat actually just as I came on camera. They've hit just over $35,000, or they were approaching $35,000 when I came on. I heard this morning that some of the other TPAs were hitting somewhere around $4,000 to $8,000 each. Again, I know John Bolton said that there were plans to update people as the day went on. So stay tuned. If they haven't, I'll try. I'm the headliner presenter tonight. So I will try my best to get totals before we go live so that we can update you guys as best as we can before we go live if they haven't. What do we got here? Yeah, we'll be letting everybody know when those jerseys are available on Monday. Again, we won't be advertising anything today out of respect for the telethon. Again, today's about this. right? So we'll my internet went down for about 20 minutes, lost John in the Eeyore streams. Yeah, don't worry. We're going to get, I'm here to keep you company until we get it moving again. I didn't want people sitting here with dead air because then you lose viewers. People lose steam. They say, maybe it's over. They go do other things. We don't want that. We need to get independence moving. Trish with a $27.99. Thank you so much, Trish. I appreciate that. Again, folks, all supers, all memberships, everything. If you're unable to donate directly to TPAs, I will be donating my earnings from the stream towards those TPAs. It's a new stream, not the old one. Well, nobody has sent me the new stream. I'm on a direct text group with these guys, and nobody has told me to go to a new stream. Let me double check that nobody sent me anything on X, because I'm sure that chat has blown up. I know Max has. Yeah, it just says, okay, back online, but the stream died. We're starting the new stream. FCal video is starting, and that's where I am. And that was sent 6 minutes ago. Hang on. Let me check the Freedom Calendar channel. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I don't mean to make everybody hold on here, because I'm trying to do like 10 things at once here. No, this is Max's direct feed. Sorry, guys, I'm talking to Max now. Okay, I'm waiting to hear back. Don't worry, folks. We're going to get this figured out. We're going to get it sorted. Max says they're restarting the stream, and ironically, the screen from the old stream is refreshing. There we go. I think we got it, guys. I think we got it. They're back in. So, without further ado, they are now live. Enjoy the rest of your day, folks. Hopefully, again, if there's any more interruptions and I'm not around, stay tuned. It will come back on. Maybe take a break, go tap a kidney, and come on back. Without further ado, folks, here's the stream. Enjoy your weekend, and keep those, whether it's super chats, memberships, or donations straight on Alberta Telethon, keep those coming in for independence, for the movement. Let's go. Here's Nat and the Guy with Keith Wilson and Tanya Clements.
That as we continue our conversations with Keith and Tanya.
And I would say maybe we'll get right into, did you have a question you want to start with, actually?
You can start.
You go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, I do want to ask, because of Let Alberta Decide, and it's amazing that we've already raised about $30,000 for Let Alberta Decide, but I wanted to ask, what initially drew you to be an advocate for Alberta independence, and what has changed your perspective as it's gone forward?
So what caused me to get involved? Is that your question?
Yes.
Well, I think like many of us, we've watched the trajectory of Canada, and we've watched, in my view, Alberta outgrow Canada. I mean, I didn't leave Canada. Canada left me. And I'm very concerned about the affordability crisis. I'm concerned about the erosion and frankly attacks by the federal government on our culture here in Alberta. And the biggest driver for me is looking out for the future of my children and grandchildren. And, and I've looked at this many times, very analytically over the years. And by every measure, by every objective measure, Albertans, my children and grandchildren, will be better off in an independent Alberta. We can redefine our relationship with Canada, one that's one of respect instead of exploitation, where we can grow up into the shoes that we've earned to wear, which is to be a nation state as opposed to being a colony. So that's sort of my origin story. I've been watching the decline of Canada manifest itself most acutely since 2015. The views of people in central Canada that will always elect our governments until Alberta leaves are never going to align with ours. And we're fooling ourselves if you think you can lead your way out of this. We lead our way out of this by leaving.
And Tanya, what about you?
I think that when I'm talking to people in Alberta, lots of their hesitation to support Alberta independence comes from either a place of fear because of the uncertainty or the unknown, and they like to stay in the status quo because that has less fear in their minds, or they have this like deep-seated patriotism to Canada and this ideals that we were brought up with. And I think I was largely one of those people for a very long time, up until the recent federal election. I campaigned very hard for our local federal MP to try to be successful in that election. But at the same time, I was also doing some research and learning about our place within Canada and what Alberta sovereignty could mean within or without Canada. And while I was kind of on that journey, I quickly discovered that there has been generations and generations of people advocating for sovereignty within Canada and decades of work by thousands and thousands of volunteers. And where we are at right now, there is no way to achieve that sovereignty that we seek within Canada. And it's a little bit sad. We kind of crave that nostalgia and that connection that we have to the idealism of Canada. But if we are vested in the interest of future generations, as Keith said, in our children and our grandchildren's futures, then the path forward is to claim that sovereignty and pursue an independent Alberta.
And with these two great motivations you have in this drive to see an independent Alberta, what made you jump to say, okay, let's actually create a TPA called Let Alberta Decide? And what are the plans also moving forward?
Well, I'll take a first crack at that, Tanya, if that's okay. One of the things that I've been involved in grassroots initiatives over my career. The most dramatic one, I guess, was the Freedom Convoy protests in Ottawa in 2022, but others before that. And grassroots movements are essential, but grassroots movements also have a limitation. And this particular initiative for Alberta independence, the limitation we have is that we have tremendous support in rural Alberta, but we haven't been able to get our message yet into the cities. And so Tanya and I recognized sort of a need, a gap, and we created Let Alberta Decide. So not so much as to focus on those who've already concluded on their own that Alberta and our children will be better off in independent Alberta, but to focus on those in the cities who are not yet persuaded or just not engaged. They're busy with their lives. They're busy trying to afford groceries. They're busy worrying about the needs of their children, or they are engaged, but they haven't really had their mind open to the advantages. So the whole focus of Let Alberta Decide is to really target those voters in helping them understand why the smartest, best, most valuable thing they can do on October 19th is to vote for option 2 in support of independence.
And I think it's also great that both Keith, yourself as a constitutional lawyer, but also Tanya as an educator and a farmer, know the importance of knowledge and how important it is to actually explain things thoroughly and through. And I do see that with Let Alberta Decide and all the incredible job and work you've both been doing on educating the public, because as Tanya was mentioning, I think a lot of that fear is coming from the unknown and then what would happen. And we continue to see all these questions raised also even within our own streams. And sometimes it is hard to try to answer them, but as we build and as we are able to continue to tell people, well, no, this is what an independent Alberta would look like. In your opinion, what would in 20 years, what would an independent Alberta look like then?
I think that an independent Alberta would bring back that ability of self-determination and that sovereignty as just human beings, that we have the ability to chart our own path in life. And we would not be dictated to by Ottawa and their punitive policies on our industries and our families and our communities, the overtaxation that we suffer from currently, that we actually would be able to navigate a path forward based on Alberta values and the values of our communities and our families. And that's what should be happening. We're a very large nation with a varying degrees of personalities and values and ways that we see things should be ran. And right now things are being ran from a place that is very far removed from the values of Albertans.
And we've seen Danielle Smith kind of throw around some numbers and then be interviewed and then kind of walk those numbers back about, those were back of the napkin estimates and things like that. I know you're working on these white papers and a lot of people are really excited about them. How are they going along and when are you expecting to kind of release them?
So about 3 or 4 months ago, I started a separate group called the Alberta Transition Council. And, it's a group of really smart, experienced people who've achieved a lot in their life and are subject matter experts. And the focus of the white paper is on detailing what if Albertans decide to exercise their constitutional right of self-determination and independence as laid out by the 1998 Supreme Court Canada succession reference case, then what happens next? And in particular, if Albertans do choose independence and resetting the relationship with the rest of Canada, how will life be different the day after the vote as the day before, and the steps of Alberta transitioning from provincehood to nationhood? So that's what it's about. And to answer questions about continuity of service, whether it's someone may have a trip planned with WestJet to Cancun and want to know that on after the vote that they're still going to Cancun, and we'll be able to assure them that they are. So that's what it's about. And we're also going to look at the costing. What's remarkable about those numbers that the Premier threw out, and I hope she regrets it, I suspect she does, because one of them was the debt. Now, first of all, the number's ridiculous that she used, but just whatever the number is, the analogy I like to use is, imagine I had a spouse, and I do have a spouse, but she doesn't have the problem I'm about to describe. And those who've met my wife, Donna, know that I'm just using a hypothetical, which is, imagine she had a terrible spending habit and she had this ability to go and get brand new credit cards every 2 weeks and max them out. And I say to my buddy, I got to bring this to an end. I can't do this anymore. And he goes, you can't do that. You'll have to pay off the bill, right? And it's like, no, I'm trying to stop the bill from getting bigger. So that's one of the points. First of all, it's not even clear we're going to owe the Ottawa any money, because we've sent over $300 billion since equalization's been in force, more to Ottawa than we got back. So, and there's other issues about, well, if the money we sent to Ottawa, in addition to the $300 billion, helped buy the new buildings that the federal government built, don't we own 12% of that building? So there's a lot of adjusting that needs to be done. And the most significant thing is, when people are looking at the cost of transitioning to a province, we need to look at the benefits of transitioning to a province, because immediately right out of the gate, we've got $25 billion more that we're sending to Ottawa that we're not getting back, that we'll have. And we'll also have Ottawa's knee off of our neck of our economy, where we can grow it to supply the world because we have the third largest reserve of oil in the world, and any other country that's any comparable to us, other than the dysfunction of Venezuela, has no income taxes, has free education, and so on. They prosper economically. We don't, because Ottawa holds us back. I'm not worried about this math. It's going to work out, especially if you consider the benefits.
And also, speaking of money, let's not forget to continue to raise money today, but because we are at a telethon and there's amazing TPAs that are doing the hard work and are going to get us, I think, to independence. And I really do hope so. And it is a hopeful movement, and which is why we decided to fully throw our backs behind it and support it, because we understand the value of freedom, not to steal from Dennis Kama, but which is why, once again, go to albertatelethon.com and don't forget to do that. But also, I wanted to ask, what does the money that has been raised indicate to you, to both of you, about the grassroots effort and support and the actual sentiment within Alberta and Albertans?
Well, the grassroots movement is strong, and we have a very solid base, and it's growing all the time. I did a little bit of looking back into traditional telethons, because I kind of grew up watching like the Country 105 Caring for Kids radiothon that benefited the Children's Hospital. And it said that since 2003, it raised $50 million. And that was by people donating $10, $25, or $100 at a time, and not thinking that their contribution was really going to make a huge difference. But by having many people making small contributions together, we've built hospitals, we've funded research, we've changed lives in many areas of our communities. And absolutely, those $10, $25, or $100 can help us build a future Alberta that we can be very proud of. So I'm very excited that this telethon is happening, that John Bolton took the initiative to do this, and everyone has joined in to do it. I'm very grateful, and every contribution helps us achieve our goals.
And just on that note, if I could, I was on the ground in Ottawa during the most successful fundraiser in Canadian history, which was the Freedom Convoy that raised over $24 million in 3 weeks. And what was so significant about that, because I remember standing beside Tamara Leach on the ground in the war rooms there, and she's going, oh my God, we just went up by another million. And what it was an opportunity for Canadians at that time to lay down a marker. They couldn't be in Ottawa, they couldn't be on the side of a highway, but they could show their support. There's a lot of Albertans who are feeling somewhat similar, in the sense that they're concerned about putting a lawn sign up, some of them, right? They're concerned about showing their outward support because of the extremist approach by the Stay in Canada crew. But sending a donation is a way they can put their marker down, just like donors did in the Freedom Convoy. And they can say, I support this. I'm showing people I support it. And on that note, I just got a note from our control room that Let Alberta Decide today alone has just passed over $38,000 in donations. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are going to give you a return on that money like you could have never imagined. We're going to win this.
And that's amazing, because right before we were about to go on, it was at 30. So that's amazing that everybody is and showing that support and that care also for a cause that I guess many would call, or many do call, the critics and the skeptics fringe or an uphill battle. But how would you respond to that? And especially given today what we're seeing?
Well, I wouldn't say that it's fringe anymore. Maybe at the beginning it seemed a little bit fringe, and we had that large base that was very angry at the outcome of the federal election and quickly joined forces and came together to start to combat this. But now we've kind of elevated that conversation, and it's grown. And I think that's what Keith and I are very proud of doing with Let Alberta Decide, is we're creating that space for the conversation to continue to grow and to reach into that undecided category, where we know that Albertans share a very common sentiment of being frustrated with Ottawa and their punitive treatment of Alberta, but not necessarily everyone is ready to make that step to independence. And then I'd also want to add that this first referendum, to have a referendum, is not a binding referendum. So if you vote option 1 in that, you're voting for the status quo. You're voting for nothing to change and for us to continue as per usual with the increasing overreach by our federal government and the increasing punitive treatment of Ottawa to Alberta. But option 2 gives a pathway for people that feel just disenfranchised with how Ottawa has been treating us. And what a vote for option 2 does is it empowers our provincial government with all the negotiation strength to be able to negotiate with Ottawa with that leverage and position of strength that we've never had in the past. So if you want to pursue more sovereignty within or without Canada, you have to vote option 2. I would implore you to vote that vote. And then it will be up to us to convince you that, no, let's take it a step further and look at what the benefits are to Alberta standing on its own 2 feet and achieving independence.
Well, it seems like there's 2 opportunities here to really send Ottawa a message today with raising a large amount of money to really push this thing over the finish line. And then on October 19th will be the second opportunity to really send Ottawa a message. And when we get to that binding referendum, I think there's going to be a big surprise of a lot of people that were pushed out of their own country, like us, like conservatives across Canada, wanting to move to Alberta to take a part of their country back and save Western values.
Well, you know, on that point, if I could, you know, the rest of Canada needs some tough love. They've been living beyond the means. Alberta's been propping them up incredibly. I mean, which province has a growing economy in Canada right now versus how the rest of them are declining? Alberta. Which province has created the most amount of jobs? A report came out this week. 80,000 jobs were created in Alberta. Meta just announced a $13 billion investment in an AI center. Other companies have announced over the past year record investments in Alberta. But Ottawa behaves recklessly. The Prime Minister every week announces billions and billions more going onto your credit card, your kid's credit card, your grandkid's credit card, and your great-grandkid's credit card. Corey Morgan was talking earlier today about the trillions and trillions in debt. That causes inflation. That causes workers who go to work and work really hard. And each week, each month, that paycheck, even though the number stays the same, it buys less and less and less. Their money becomes worth less over time. And nothing the federal government's doing is changing that. And they're going deeper and deeper into this debt cycle. And Alberta has an opportunity to break free from that and start again, and start from a foundation of our young entrepreneurial population that Tanya talks about, our resource economy. We've got, we've got more agricultural, highly productive agricultural land than most countries in the world. You know, we've got the 3rd largest reserve of oil in the world. We have a very high tech, a tech sector in our province. We have an aviation and aerospace industry. We've got everything going for us, but for Ottawa, holding us back and pursuing ideological agendas at the expense of our children's future. More and more Albertans are waking up to that. Our goal, what we're using these dollars for, is we're running a very sophisticated professional campaign, some of which won't become manifest for some time because of its nature. But we're covering every aspect of traditional campaigning and taking advantage of the latest technologies and tools, and recognizing the fact that just about everybody is on these all day, getting their information from this thing.
Exactly. And I also think you raised excellent points there, but also previously you raised that people might be skeptical or scared to show support, for example. And I think that within itself, supporting something like Alberta independence and being afraid to do so should tell us something about the state of Canada at least, but Alberta as well, inside Alberta. But Albertans also have really strong values that we see every day: the hard work, the resilience, the responsibility. So how can those be leveraged to actually achieve independence?
Sorry, did you want to go, Keith, or do you want me to?
Go for it, Tanya.
Well, I think that we have to just realize that we're not some group that doesn't have identity, and that's what is often being labeled on us, that we don't have common values or something that's easily identifiable, but Albertans absolutely do. And we all want to pursue better for our communities, our families. We want to achieve prosperity. We want to have increased sovereignty and self-determination over our own lives. And I think to do that, we have to get behind a process that is actually enabling us to do that. And the conversation in the past has been very limited in how we can actually achieve that. And now we're trying to bring that conversation to the forefront, that it is normal to talk about Alberta's future and Alberta's path and what we want to achieve for Alberta. And we might disagree on some of the steps that we take on it, but we absolutely are united in the things that we want for Alberta. And that's what I think, that this path to independence is actually a unifying concept. And some of the media or different characters might try to make you think otherwise of it, but it is unifying to pursue self-determination and prosperity for your family, your communities, and your province. So if we bring that conversation and make it more normal to talk about it and engage people in that conversation, I think that we can achieve that.
And after October 19th, once we do send to Ottawa a message and it's clear that Alberta does want its independence, what do you think is an acceptable or appropriate timeline for the binding referendum to take place in?
I think a completely achievable timeline for the binding referendum is in February or March of 2027. I think that'll provide ample time for campaigning, but also too, we may have a ruling from the Alberta Court of Appeal about this strange ruling from Justice Davidson that we had about our petition launched by Stay Free Alberta. And it relates specifically to the concept that prior to the Alberta government making a policy or legislative decision, it's supposed to consult with First Nations. That just turns the whole concept of our democracy absolutely on its head. There is no precedent for that in any Supreme Court of Canada or other decision. Yes, there's a duty to consult, but that's all. It's a duty to consult. So what's remarkable too is that as Sheila Gunn-Reid pointed out today, the ultimate form of consultation is giving every one of your First Nation members the right to vote. And they can exercise it by an X and choose where they put it. But more to the point of your question, I would say this. We're either going to have a court ruling saying that the obstacle for the Alberta government holding an up-down vote on stay leave is resolved, or if it's not, it'll be open to the government of Alberta to hold its nose and consult and go and meet with each of the First Nations and rent a town hall and say, okay, hey guys, in February or March, there's going to be a vote and each of you get to decide, okay, check mark. So I think we can get around the politics of the legalities, because it really is a political stunt wrapped in the pretext of law, this most recent decision from the Court of King's Bench. And even if we don't have closure from the courts, it's open for the Alberta government to hold its nose, do a consultation, even though it doesn't think it's required to clear the way for true democracy, for the most direct form of democracy, to allow Albertans to choose their future through an up-down vote on independence in February or March of 2027.
And just quickly, as we wrap up, because we do have to be out by 5, I have a quick question for both of you, but it might be a long answer. What gives you hope in Alberta right now? What specific thing gives you hope today, maybe?
Go ahead, Tanya.
What gives me hope, I guess, is that we are actually being asked the most important question in Alberta's history. And there have been, like I said before, decades and decades of efforts by thousands and thousands of people to lead us to this referendum for a referendum question on October 19th. And I hope that when Albertans go into that voting booth and they're about to check that ballot with their X, they realize the significance of what that they are doing. That Alberta doesn't need a handful of heroes right now, but what we do need is we need hundreds of thousands of Albertans willing to do one small thing, and that is to mark that X with conviction, with being informed and engaged in this whole process and making sure that they stand beside their decision. So knowing Albertans and knowing their grit and tenacity, I feel very confident that they will look into this and will engage in this conversation with us and will mark that X on that ballot on referendum day with great conviction, and we will be very successful in the outcome.
And we usually ask one last question, and maybe I'll ask it to Keith. And it's a question I hope a lot of people start asking themselves in Alberta, because I think when they ask them that question, that will lead them to independence. And that is, what does freedom mean to you?
Well, freedom means to me being able to wake up in the morning and choose what I can do to lead the best life and to help those around me achieve their potential and be happy.
And to continue to do so, we do have to continue to go to albertatelethon.com. Thank you so much, Keith and Tanya, for allowing us to have a shorter interview, but hopefully we can repeat it. And it's an honor to be able to speak to you as well, because I think what Let Alberta Decide is doing and all the other amazing third-party advertisers are doing is incredibly important. And again, not just for maybe even people in Alberta, but to show also the world, not just Canada, what is possible and what freedom does mean.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, if you can afford to donate today, now is the time to really help push this thing over the line on October 19th, as well as if people are maybe outside of the country and can't donate because it's only for people with inside of Alberta. There is a list of content creators from the Unacceptable Fringe and others. We really need to build up our media presence, not only for this October 19th, but to go into the binding referendum as well.
And if I just add that I just got an update from our control room, we just topped $40,000.
Oh,
Thank
fantastic.
you, everyone. Look at this momentum.
Thank you.
I think we're going to win. I know we're going to win. We have all of our stars are aligned. We've got a legal pathway. We have the resources of people and spirit. We have the momentum. In politics, momentum is everything. And we're going to keep that momentum building thanks to you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. And for now, I guess I will continue to read.
Hi, I'm John Bolton, and we're here with Angela Tabak, Kathy Flett.
Let Alberta Decide, which again, 40,000, which is amazing. Pathway to Independence, The Levine Show, Alberta Women for Independence, Alberta's Choice, United Alberta Flags, and Stay Free Alberta. And again, you can always go right now to donate to albertatelethon.com. And I believe we have coming up Chris Scott with Dennis Kama. And again, you are able, I don't know if still, but go to, you can send an email with a question to letsgoalberta1@gmail.com.
Yeah, absolutely. And they are looking for more questions. So if you have any questions, the spicier, the better. I think they're going to answer them all. So
yes.
And I will say there are a lot of people outside of Alberta that are supporting Alberta independence as well. Mm-hmm. They've felt like they were pushed outside of their own country, and there was not anything like Alberta independence going at the time. So I know we have a lot of people watching from the Philippines, the United States, yes, Mexico on a daily basis.
Exactly. I'm waiting to know if we're on or off. But again, it's amazing that also people have stayed on for the telethon as well and are watching it again. It's not just from Alberta, but I think a lot of people, even within our own channel and within people that talk to us, are interested in what's going on in Alberta, because once again, it does show what grassroots movements can also do and what actual democracy can also do.
Well, absolutely. It was kind of funny that I don't know if the government shut it off, but the stream suddenly ended on the same day Bill 9 is coming into effect.
Yeah.
Thank God for Elon Musk and Starlink, I guess. Hopefully
we were able to connect again.
Hopefully they're not going to figure that's foreign interference there.
True. I'm waiting to know we're on or off, but as we continue, I guess, well, we still have Tanya and Keith on. I can continue to ask questions if you don't mind.
Yeah, continue to ask until they just cut us off, I guess.
Yes, I will then. I wanted to ask for younger people that are looking towards Alberta independence, but are maybe also still skeptical or are unsure which way they should go or what it would mean for them in their future. What would you tell younger skeptical people? Because I think we are missing a bit of the younger crowd as well, or at least for them to show up.
Well, I think that a lot of the younger crowd is actually more engaged than you realize, but lots of activities we've done in the past have been town halls, and that traditionally happens with an older age group because that is part of their culture, right? Before telephones and cell phones, like we used to have to go to our town hall, to our local community hall to engage and find out the local news. So lots of people attending those are an older crowd, but the younger crowd is very engaged on social media. And you can see that through politics and TikTok and different places. They're engaged, but I guess that they need to look forward to their futures and be very realistic with what their timelines are of things and what the monetary policies are going to look like and what that can allow them to afford. I believe the average age in Canada now is over 40 years old for being able to purchase your first home. Whereas 20 years ago, that age was 24. So right there, that's a huge deterrent from the path that Canada is on. When you take home your paycheck and you look at how much comes off with taxes, when you look at your buying power for the money that you do take home and what it's able to purchase at the grocery store or the gas station because of all the hidden layers of taxation in there, it's pretty disturbing. And I don't want that for my children. And as Keith has said too, he doesn't want that for his children. We want better for all the future generations of Albertans. So there's quite a few things that they can look at going forwards and maybe start to question, is there a better pathway out of this? And maybe we should engage in the conversation and hear some of the merits of a sovereign Alberta.
Well, and I will say on October 19th, I hope young people really come out and realize this is an opportunity to send Ottawa a message, because I know when the binding referendum comes out, that's one vote that changes the rest of your life. So I think you're going to have a groundswell of young people come out from that binding referendum. I really hope they realize now that October 19th is an opportunity to really send Ottawa a message for the direction they're kind of going right now.
Exactly.
Do you have another question there?
Yes. And the way I always put it is trying to also incentivize younger people to say this is a literally historic moment where you get to be able to have your voice heard, but then also once Alberta becomes independent, being able to almost look at how to do governance, inform governance, and continue to be engaged, which at least as a young person myself, when I was living in Canada, I didn't feel like I had that opportunity.
Well, this is a really easy thing for them to act on, right? Like we're not calling on young people to join a political party. We're not asking them to come to weekly meetings. We're asking them to vote once. Twice, I guess. The first vote in October and then the one that follows. And, I was interviewed by a lot of the legacy media after the pipeline announcements and all the fanfare about the announcements of announcements, because that's all they are, is announcements. They're nothing more than real things. They're not real things. I said to the reporter, I said, one of them, I said, so now with the announcement about the announcement of a pipeline, is a 21-year-old's rent going to go down? Is a 21-year-old who goes to a grocery store and looks at a jar of pickles and goes, someday I'm going to be able to afford that? Is that going to change? When he looks at his or her paycheck and sees how hard they work and what the top number is, and they see what the bottom number is that going to change? No, none of those things are going to change. So I don't think, I think reality is real for all of us. And what our job is to cause young people, and I actually don't think that's the toughest demographic. I think our toughest demographic is a couple in their late 30s, mid 40s, early 40s. Both have fairly good jobs, and they got 2 kids in a house and 2 cars, and their kids are from 8 to 12 years old. That's going to be our toughest demographic to crack, because they're going to go, oh, life's not so bad for me. Why should it change? So we're really focused on targeting them as well to help them understand the dark path Canada is on and the responsibility for their children and what opportunity could come to Alberta and their children and future grandchildren through supporting independence.
And I think that's a perfect note to end on. So thank you so much, Keith Wilson and Tanya Clements, once again. Would love to continue to talk to you for a longer time, hopefully soon.
And just found that we work really well together, and we have just stuck with the message of Alberta independence for 6 years now.
6 years together, yeah.
It kind of works out nicely because we're in Calgary right now. You just kind of meet in the middle, right?
That's right.
This is fantastic.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've got your signs. Hold it up there. I've got this out on front of my house right now. I'm excited. I've got now 6 signs. Other people have 12. I got to get up to 12, but you're doing signs and you're talking to people. That's what you're doing. So tell us a little bit about the talks right now, because we know we love your sign.
Shall I talk about that?
Sure, yeah.
I'll talk about the talks.
Sure.
So we, for over a year now, have just been doing home meetings with people, helping predominantly women, but then the guys love the conversation too, so they join in, understand why we need to be our own province. And we thought, well, why fix what's not broke? We're just going to continue on, but now as a TPA. So that's what we've done, and it's actually exploded. Our calendars are filling up with people that want to have us over, and so we're calling it politics on the patio because it's summertime, and just have us over 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 30 people. It doesn't matter to us. And we walk people through the history of how Alberta became a province, set some ground as to why our government structure sucks the way that it does.
Right.
And then why we need to vote yes to all of these questions and yes to option 2.
Well, you know, the difficulty I think that's happened through this process, I mean, even through the petition process, is finding people sitting on the fence. Are you meeting up with some of those people, Angela?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And it really comes from, people who are already there, inviting their family and their friends to come. It's a very casual, open discussion. Nothing is being shoved down anyone's throats. And it's an opportunity to just kind of go back and forth with the ideas, some of the concerns that people might have. And it allows us to be able to address them in a way that is very non-confrontational. We're building community. Our whole focus has been education and building community. And so that's what we're continuing to do with the TPA. And it's working out really great.
We're in kind of a noisy room right now. We're at the Derek Fildebrandt and Dwayne Bratt debate.
Yeah.
And for the most part, it was a pretty friendly thing. It's almost radical now to have a friendly conversation, but that's what you're trying to do, isn't it?
Exactly. That's exactly what we're doing. And it's working, as Angela said. We are not combative in these meetings. We're not putting anybody down. There's nothing like that at all. It's just, well, what are your concerns? And let's see if I have an answer. And if I don't, well, then I don't. But let's see what you have to say and how come.
Well, congratulations on your success. Your website, tell people what it is.
It's very long.
Okay.
Go to the QR code.
Go to the QR code. It's abwomensindependencenetwork.com.
Okay. And if you would like to support Angela and Kathy on the telethon, go to albertatelethon.com and click on their link.
You stood on those stone cold government steps, faith and freedom, loud and clear. Folding chairs and town hall stages spoke the truth they came to hear. They stood in line for hours, braved the cold and wind. You talked about their children and the mess we're living in. From the back row of the hall to the front row of the fight, you said if they're gonna hear us, it's gonna be tonight.
Come on, let's go. So that's going to be the battle cry for our movement.
Let's go. You came to sign on the freedom line. Ink on paper, hearts on fire. Every name like gasoline, kicking up that rebel choir. Let me shake your hand. Thank you for your time. Fighter voices, strong and true. You stepped up for Alberta. This one's for you.
I feel like I'm with friends here.
Yeah, and that's exactly correct. That's what the whole thing with all these events are for. People understand that they're part of a group of like-minded people that think and have the same ambitions and goals as they have.
You stared down that lens in your studio light. Coffee gone cold, face pale from the night. From the dark hours to the evening show, you hit go live and refused to let go. Slow roll down from Edmonton, high beams cutting through. Northbound up from Calgary, every small town waiting on you. Truck stop coffee cooling between petitions in the rain.
We're live. I heard Max say we're live. Does that mean we're live? Is that what's going on here?
Yep.
What are we supposed to be doing? I was actually just driving down a back street in Calgary. I was lost and I saw an Alberta flag and I was like, hey, that seems kind of cool. And I ended up in this seat.
Yeah,
I'm
how'd that happen?
Exactly. Who are you?
Yeah, I'm Dennis Callan.
Oh, I'm Chris Scott. Nice to meet you. Hey, I've heard your name before.
Oh, I've heard your name before as well. Good cafe.
You know my cafe?
I've heard of it.
Oh, well, I know your I know your Value of Freedom.
Ah, have you read it?
I've read most of it. Yeah, and I actually I even ran it through AI. I ran it through Grok. I ran it through Claude AI, and I said, be really critical of this and find all the mistakes so I can call these guys and say, hey, you didn't do it well. And that never happened.
No, it's reasonably solid on the numbers side. It's we're going to do an updated version pretty quick. Once you get the transition plan done, and I don't know if Keith talked about that earlier, but I'm a co-lead with him on building that transition plan.
Okay.
And once we get that pulled together, which is a bit of an effort, there's somewhere around 40 people engaged in it right now. We got 20 subject areas to deal with, pulling it together, and hope to release it by the end of July. But that'll redo the transition elements in the Value of Freedom, because we'll have more accurate numbers, more accurate processes, and so forth, so that we can say, okay, transition will really cost us roughly this much.
That's awesome.
And then on the actually doing it part, we're getting, we have a bunch of subject matter experts, guys who know their area, like whether it be air traffic control or oil and gas or whatever, that are actually saying, okay, this is how we would transition. And they're speaking from a position of knowledge. So that's all coming in the next small number of months.
That's pretty cool. So before we get more into that, I should do an introduction. And I'm sorry, folks, for the people that are watching my stream. It seems as though there's always technical issues, and the camera shows up that it's totally fine. And when I try and put it on the stream, it's not there. So if you're watching my stream and you can't see me or you can't hear me, head over to freedomcalendar.net or John Bolton's page. I think it's back up. Or I noticed the young ladies, Madison Macy Holmes, they have it streaming on their YouTube as well. So you can find it elsewhere. So my name is Christopher Scott. I'm the owner of the Whistle Stop Cafe in Mirror, Alberta. And I just happened to accidentally find myself as the leader of another, I don't want to say freedom-minded, although we are freedom-minded, another organization that's dedicated to having conversations with Albertans. So the most important thing that I've realized over the last 6 years is that people aren't talking to each other, and we're making decisions on our governance, on legislation, those types of things, and we don't have all the facts. Right. Most of the time, I think it's most of the time, people are making decisions and voting based on what somebody else said, and they fail to actually dig into it and listen, especially to the other side. So Let's Talk Alberta exists specifically to facilitate the conversation between a conversation amongst Albertans about Alberta's future. And that's extremely important. It's critical right now because we're going to be asked a question on self-determination. Right. And it's not a constitutionally binding toothed question. It's a question that kind of opens the broader conversation, but it's a question nonetheless.
Yes, indeed.
And I believe that we have a responsibility to learn as much as we can. So we go into that, when we go into that referendum, we make the best decision possible for Alberta. So that's who I am and why I'm here. And where did you come from, Dennis? I mean, you just kind of popped up, and then I saw the Value of Freedom, and I'd never heard your name before.
So I have been following politics my whole life. I've actually been seeing how Canada is failing for, I'm going to say, at least 15 years. And my personal plan was to say, okay, this country is not working. Let me go elsewhere. And then I saw Pierre Poilievre come up, and I thought, okay, we have a chance. We have a new leader. He sounds pretty good. Seems to have a lot of the right ideas.
Can really eat an apple.
You can really eat an apple and speak at the same time. That's the critical part.
Amazing.
And thought, well, we have a chance. Then the election came by. And then before literally it reached the Manitoba border, it was done and dusted. There was no way. And I was very, very angry. So I happened to go on X at that time. I saw Jeff Rath's posts. And I thought, well, this guy seems interesting. So I pinged him and said, hey, need any help? Like, maybe I can help out. He and I got on the phone, and he said, well, can you write a business plan? Well, heavens, I spent 47 years in business, probably written 100 of the wretched things of various sizes. So I said, sure, I'll give it a shot. So we worked on that for about 6 weeks. And I did a lot of the analytics. Jeff did a fair chunk of the policy elements, and we pulled it together and published it. And that's where it came from. And then one thing led to another. Then people said, oh, would you mind coming and talk about it? Oh, by the way, would you help with the Constitution? Oh, by the way. And next thing you know, I'm sitting here in this studio talking to you.
One day I'm getting out of the oil patch because I was sick of the government interfering with my career, with my business. And I bought a restaurant in July 2019. not the right time to be free of government interference in a restaurant. And next thing you know, I'm speaking at hundreds of town halls across Alberta on the topic of Alberta sovereignty. So life has an interesting way of, throwing these curveballs at you. And, they say, they say about the best laid plans, right? So I never planned for any of this, but here I am. And what a privilege it is to be here and in the midst of this conversation. I can't think of a more important conversation. So I think the theme of this telethon is we're trying to raise awareness and raise support for the conversation around Alberta independence. Now, there are a number of third-party advertisers that the telethon itself is supporting. As far as I know, I don't believe they're working together. This is something that John put on to try and get things public, because that's what he does. So the goal here is to encourage people to donate to the TPAs. And I'm sure you've already heard it, folks, but if you haven't, there is a contribution limit. There's a $5,000 contribution limit for everybody donating to a TPA. I believe your corporation can also donate up to $5,000. So you should be spreading it around as best you can. And I would encourage you, if you're a forever Canadian supporter and you're watching this telethon, by all means, contribute to your favorite TPA, which may be the Forever Canadian TPA. Now, my organization is different. We're not a third-party advertiser.
Okay.
And there's a very specific reason for that. The Elections Finance Act has a carve-out in it that allows people to express themselves for political purpose. And that's what we're doing. We're facilitating town halls, open conversation. We invite people from both sides, although because I'm very vocal about my position, it's very rare that somebody that opposes me shows up. But I wish they would, because if we're going to be asked this question, I want to make the best decision. And if they can tell me why their position is better than mine, I need to hear that.
Yes.
Because I want to make the best decision. So I would love for the front row to be filled with people who oppose my position. So what we're going to do, and I'm not exactly sure how the logistics of this is going to work. I guess we're going to have to rely on some of the folks in the back end. But I have a little bit of a contribution limit left for my personal TPA contributions. I donated $1,000 to Corey Morgan's TPA. And so that means I have $4,000 left that I can donate. What I'm going to do is during this portion of the telethon, the top 3 TPAs that people donate to, I'm going to match that up to my contribution limit. So it's like $1,600 or something like that to the top 3. So folks, now's the time. You're going to maximize the impact and the input to those people that you want to support by leveraging mine as well. And if you want to support the work Let's Talk Alberta is doing, you can be from anywhere. You have no contribution limits. You can donate as much as you want. As a matter of fact, we had a donor fund us with a nest egg of $95,000 a few days ago, which allows us to go and book town halls and do all sorts of things. And people are going to see a rolling billboard within the next few weeks. And it's going to be a lot awesomer than the Forever Canadian Unity mobile. So you can look forward to that. So
a nicer motorhome.
Yeah,
a nicer motorhome.
Yeah, it's big. It's 40 feet. It's a diesel pusher. It's an Albertan mobile, rolling coal, and it's going to be an absolutely fantastic expression of I love Alberta and I want to have this conversation. So donate and donate often, but don't exceed your limits. And if you're from outside of Alberta, don't donate to a TPA. You're not allowed. But you can donate to Let's Talk Alberta, and we will be good stewards of your donation and maximize its impact. Now that that's out of the way, is there anything in particular you wanted to talk about, Dennis? Because all I really wanted to do is I wanted to come on and just answer questions. We've been doing that for months, and I have fun doing it. So we can talk about whatever you want, and then we'll do that.
Well, there's a couple of things I wouldn't mind talking about. And first of all is I've been co-leading with Keith Wilson the development of the transition plan. And I want to make clear a couple of things about it. Is people think the transition plan is setting long-term policy for the country of Alberta and in deciding how we will run things and how taxes will work and form a government and so forth. And that is not true. All those things are in the hands of the future legislature. Deciding how taxes are done, deciding what constitution we should use, deciding, what kind of military do we need, are all things to be done by the people of Alberta through their elected legislature once we are an independent country. So all the transition plan is doing is covering that period of time from when we win the referendum until such time as that legislature is in place. Think of it more like scaffolding or temporary supports than a long-term plan. So all we're saying is, okay, how do you handle policing until the legislature can decide what the long-term policing model is? Now, things have to be done. We have to, of course, defend the borders, protect the borders, at least keep track of who's in. We have to deal with how do we collect taxes in the interim? We have to deal with things like what do we do about a military, to cover that period of time. So that's what we're building right now. As I said a few minutes earlier, that we're developing it with a bunch of people who know what they're talking about, and is being pulled together as we speak. It's fairly big and meaty. I'd say it's about 300 or 400 pages at this point. And we plan on releasing it roughly the end of July, or as close to that as we can possibly get. And then people can answer the question that follows after the Valley of Freedom. Valley of Freedom was, is the country of Alberta a financially viable place? Short answer, yes, it is. Second question is, okay, so we will be financially viable. How do we get from where we are now, a province embedded in Canada with a lot of services that are not being done by our own people, to the place where we are doing all those services and operating as an independent country, recognized by the rest of the world, and be able to do things like, okay, we need a passport. How do I get an Alberta passport if we offer such things? So that's the thing we're building now, and that's what we want to have ready by the end of July.
I'm glad you brought that up, because there is a lot of confusion around that. I've heard a comment from some people saying, hey, how come we're not involved in these conversations? And the answer to that is because we have no idea about any of those things. Like, I have no idea how to transfer the logistics of operating an international airport from one jurisdiction to the next. I have no idea how to manage moving corporate tax liability from one structure into another, and making sure all those things are smooth. But there are a lot of experts that can do those things. And I will point out, and I don't know if this was included in some of your stuff, but this isn't new.
No.
There's a province that's been doing this for 60 years, and that's Quebec. And they have a ton of research and information on these things. Is that correct?
Well, every service we want to take over is currently operated by Canada.
Right.
Now, they're not filled full of rocket scientists and brain surgeons. What? They're filled with normal human beings.
That can't be.
Yeah, well, it's hard to believe, but some of them actually maybe even don't reach that level. But anyway, so none of these are new to world. None of these are new to country. And what we're doing is just replicating them in the best possible way. So it's not hard to do. I'm going to pick an example. So someone said to me, well, passports are so hard to produce. They're fancy little booklet, digital chips in them and so on and so forth. So I got online, did some searching. Turns out the government of Nepal just signed a deal with a company in Germany to produce passports for $7 a booklet.
Oh.
You give them picture, address, the relevant information, which we have to do. Police have to check you. Send it to this company. $7 later, they give you a passport. And turn around, I guess, is about a week or two. So we can literally do that for $7 a passport. Now, Government of Canada does it much more expensively, but I think we can grab services like that and do it quite quickly. That problem gets solved. So there are ways you can optimize and streamline without doing crazy stuff, without taking many years and millions and billions of dollars. We can just grab stuff that's available to us, find the best practice in the world, adopt it as far as we can, and that'll cover us till the legislature takes over.
And we have some hindsight, and we have some historical examples to look at. I mean, I was doing some Googling a few weeks back, and I found that since 1990, there's 38 new nations that have formed.
Yes.
That's 38 new nations that have had to do all these things. It's not rocket science. It's not impossible. It's not even really that much of an obstacle. Like, this is just it's an administrative task.
Yes.
We do administrative tasks all the time.
Well, and I spent my career working in large scale projects where you've got a million things to do and you got a bunch of people working on them. The problem is not usually that any task is rocket science. The problem is you just have so many tasks to track and try and get done in a short period of time in a coordinated fashion. Well, that problem's known. Like, I've done it, been there, done that. And it's no fun sometimes, but you can get it done and it's pretty straightforward. And countries, I just was talking with John Bolton a minute ago, a question that came up on the email was, how long will it take? So I looked up the Czechoslovakian split. They took 6 months. I think there's no reason why our separation from Canada towards independence will take longer than a year.
Well, I mean, there's lots of evidence to support that claim.
Exactly.
It hasn't taken other countries, decades to do it. Why would it take us that? Speaking of questions, if John's watching, you're gonna have to come in and unlock your laptop because I didn't move the cursor around. No, I can't see all the questions. The second part of that, you mentioned that these things have to be done kind of before our legislature does its thing and outlines things. I want to point out kind of the flow. So it's not like all of these things get done at once, right?
No.
So we have a referendum on independence. It's successful. Well, now we begin negotiations with Canada.
Yes.
Right. The negotiations will inevitably fail, I would assume. And there's a declaration of independence somewhere in there. After that, Albertans get to decide what their future looks like.
Yes.
And this is the opportunity that gives me so much hope and is so amazing to me. An opportunity that other countries have like they've sacrificed millions of lives to get the opportunity to answer a question of self-determination. And we're going to get that. So we would get to decide through constitutional convention what our government's going to look like, what our legislature is going to look like, how our executive is going to work, all of these things. And we can look to other countries, to other constitutions all around the world for the things that have worked well and the things that haven't. For example, the United States just celebrated their 250th anniversary.
Yep.
Greatest experiment in freedom the world has ever seen. Not perfect, but it's a great example, a great constitution to look at to say, hey, how did they maintain their freedom and how did they maintain their cohesiveness through that amount of time? Because a lot of countries don't.
No, and I just came off a road trip that Jason Levine organized with Matt Rowley and with Bruce Party. And we went to Edmonton, Red Deer, and Calgary, and to answer questions and listen to people about what they thought about constitutions. And in that case, the three of us have different points of view. Matt Rowley's in favor of an improved Westminster system. Bruce Party is a very libertarian-minded guy, and I tend to be roughly in the middle with a republic, much like the Americans have. So we discussed those. We took a lot of input from people. We answered a lot of questions. And key to all of this, and actually the number one paper on the transition plan, is the development of the Constitutional Conference.
Mm.
And that's been mapped out. That paper is actually pretty well done. And it's a process by which we can get multiple groups, not just government, not just lawyers, not just, a bunch of academics, but a public open forum made up of a wide representation of people to work through the process of picking our system of government. And from that, you actually then structure your elections, you structure your houses of government, the legislature, your judicial system, and so forth. And like you said, there's nothing new under the sun in many ways. I think we can improve whatever model gets chosen. I think we make serious improvements over what's there. I've seen the weaknesses in the American system. They have some challenges that I think we can fix. And even if we went down the Westminster system, we know the holes. Heavens, we're experiencing the holes today. Every day. And we can plug those. Bruce's system is a brand new to world approach, but it's got some really good thoughts in there and some real lessons to learn no matter what. So we have approaches. We'll give it to the people of Alberta to decide ultimately. So the Constitutional Conference generates a document, but ultimately the people of the country of Alberta will vote to accept the Constitution, and that's when it will become the law of the land. So that's something that process is designed, and we'll be publishing it, like I said, roughly the end of July.
And that is the opportunity and the blessing right there.
Absolutely.
Nobody is saying things are going to be perfect. I've actually even stopped saying things will be better because I don't know. What I do say is that for the first time in history, Albertans will get to decide.
Yes.
Albertans will decide the laws, the governments, the policy, all of those things, and they will reap the benefits or suffer the consequence. Right now, it's a group of people thousands of kilometers away that make the rules largely, and we kind of go along for the ride, for better or for worse. And I think there's a better way to do it. I think that the people who are affected by legislation should be the ones that choose their legislation. And if it's not that way, and if you can't influence the laws that govern you, I think that's a big problem.
Yeah.
So I'm supposed to mention, and I will mention, this is a fundraiser, and if you folks want to donate to any particular TPA, I'm not going to tell you which ones to donate to. Visit albertatelethon.com. And you can click a link and fill the appropriate information for whatever TPA you want to donate to. And keep in mind that the top 3 TPAs that you donate to right now, I will match those TPA donations up to my maximum allowable contributions, which I believe is I think I can donate about another $1,600 for 3 more TPAs. So I'm happy to do that. And, if you got a couple $100,000 kicking around, you don't know what to do with it, Let's Talk Alberta can accept anything from $1 up into the sky's the limit. Elon, if you're watching, and we'll be, like I say, we'll use your money very well. The TPAs in Alberta right now are subject to a number of rules.
Yes.
And the reason is that Elections Alberta wants to know who is paying to advertise for an outcome of a referendum, election, whatever.
Yes.
And the purpose of that is so that a giant corporation in wherever doesn't, stick their $1 billion in and influence an election. They want to know that it's coming from the people of Alberta, and that's why there's contribution limits. So I think Elections Alberta has an important job to play in that, and it can be frustrating to navigate those rules. But I have noticed that some TPAs, particularly one, doesn't seem to be really following those rules. And that's the Forever Canadian TPA. So do you have any thoughts on that? Have you heard anything about that? How they're getting away with that?
Well, I've read the announcements made by Elections Alberta, and they're cutting, in my mind, a very fine legal point. I've also listened to the Forever Canadian people a few times, and as far as I can tell, they're campaigning. Just like, for example, Keith Wilson's campaigning for his point of view, and I go, fine, let them campaign. But I am very unhappy with the idea that one side apparently gets free pass and the other side gets a different one. And that's something that angers me. So I think that I would ask Elections Alberta to look very carefully at what exactly is being done by all TPAs, make sure it fits within the rules. So I do agree with the idea that elections should not be able to be bought. That concept is solid. But then make sure all the TPAs on both sides of the question are in fact playing by the rules, living by the rules, and meeting the requirements that you set out yourselves.
So if one side appears to be, not quite following the rules as they should be, and the other side is under quite a bit of scrutiny, I would say, folks, if you have an opinion, if you believe in one side of the conversation or the other, support them however you can. Donate as much as you can, as often as you can within your limits. And that's really the only way this is gonna work. The status quo, the current situation, is the easy choice. It's the safe choice, because nobody really is going to put a cigarette butt in your cheek for saying, hey, we want to remain in Canada. But the risk to some for expressing their opinion for self-determination is it's quite visible.
Well,
and things we see going on.
And you say it's a safe choice, and I agree from the Elections Alberta perspective it is. But I ask people, and I've been having this conversation for a while, so is choosing to remain in Canada really the safe choice?
Well, I would say no.
Well, I would say no as well.
Not.
But I ask people to walk through the thinking process of low investment levels in Canada, low productivity levels, worst financial record of the G20, all these rules and restrictions and net zeros coming at them. Where will Canada be in 10 years' time? Will it have any financial means left? Will it even come close to maximizing the use of the many gifts it has? And so when people say, well, it's safer in Canada, I go, no, it's not. It's just not happened yet. Leaving Canada is, in fact, it's an event. We're going to have a vote. There's going to be a whole bunch of upset and concerns and worries. Very emotional. I tell people after the hangovers wear off in a few days' time, we'll wake up and say, okay, now what do we do? And that's why we're building the transition plan. So some of that's already answered. But there will be, it's an event. And I think, though, once that happens, cooler heads will prevail. There's a school of thought, and I understand it being valid, they think that Canada will be very aggressive and very difficult to deal with.
I don't.
I agree with you. They won't, because I think that Canada will wake up with a huge hole in its financial economy. They had this lump in the middle of their country that separates BC from them. They are now beholden to a third country and a foreign country, a third party for their energy because they don't produce much themselves. They're going to have the Americans breathing down their neck saying, play nice because we want to protect our oil supply.
Mm-hmm.
I think Canada will, after the hangovers are over, sit down and say, okay, let's talk. We need some things. You need some things. Let's work them out.
Can you imagine after Mark Carney publicly recognizes the sovereignty of Palestine, and after Canada publicly acknowledged the sovereignty of Kosovo and other new and emerging
countries,
nations, can you imagine if they wouldn't recognize Alberta? That would I can't see that happening in any reality.
Well, and if they said we won't let Alberta go, I can imagine the world community saying, wait a minute, this is colonialism.
Yeah.
This is not self-determination of your citizens. You are demanding that this area, this group of people, stay beholden to you, keep throwing you money year after year, and that is nothing more than a colony. And you know what? We like Alberta because they are trying to be their own country. I think it's going to go, it won't be easy. It's like a divorce. Not like it's going to be, all happiness and butterflies. There'll be some pretty tough fights.
Yeah.
And some arguments about how do we handle parks and how do we handle financial commitments and how do we manage the debt and all those kind of things, all of which I think have good answers, but each of them will have to be worked through. And I've said it to more than one person. There's a couple teams I'd love to be on that negotiations for. One is the pension. I'd love to be on that negotiating team because I think we will get a very robust pension out of the CPP assets, and I think it's more than doable. So that's one team I'd like to be on. But this is all workable. It's all doable, and I think it will happen.
Regarding the pensions, just real quick, I have been in some of my media. People have asked me, well, why does Alberta, pardon me, why does Alberta think that they deserve all of this pension fund? And you look at the math, and the math it speaks plainly.
It does.
So it says you get what you put in plus interest minus what you take out.
Exactly.
Period. It's easy. My question would be, well, if we're entitled to 50% of the fund, where's the rest of the money? Where did it go, and why is it not there?
Yeah,
that should be the question people are asking, not why does Alberta get it?
Well, and I mean, I think it'll be a broader negotiation, but you're quite right. And that's why in the Value of Freedom, though, we said, okay, the real number is the 344 from the Lightworks report. And there's people say, yeah, but, I said, even at half, if we just get half of that number, I've done the math, I've done it recently, we can cover all of our pension obligations, CPP, OIS, GIS, and so forth, within that 184 comfortably. It turns out our expenditures every year for current payouts to pensioners is actually less than the net contributions from people working.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of it is in the fund. So
there's a $3 billion overpayment every year.
Exactly. Yeah. So you take that money, you invest it wisely, you cover all of your pension obligations and from that funding, and then you say, okay, that's now a stable pension fund, and it will grow. I did a bit of the actuarial math to say, okay, run it out 20 years, at the rates we are now, build in inflation, build in aging population, all those wonderful things. It's still a perfectly viable fund for Alberta.
Yeah, if it is for Canada, why wouldn't it be for Alberta?
Why would it not be for Alberta?
Well, I'm going to get to some questions here. This one I think is really interesting. The question is from Danielle, and she asks, she says...
Is her last name Smith, by the way?
Well, she said not to use her last name, so we'll let people stew on that one. She says, hello, I am not a separatist, but I'm listening to the telethon in good faith to better understand the situation, the issue, and the separatist perspective. Well, thank you, Danielle, for watching. I appreciate that. That shows you're a responsible, civically engaged citizen. My question is, what provisions are there for religious organizations in a separate Alberta? Will there be continued provisions for charitable exemption in an Alberta tax structure? What about immigration exemptions for religious leaders / clergy via immigration to be able to come to Alberta and minister? What about protections for religious-based schools? It's a opportunity question. What do you want? That's the point.
Yeah,
we get to decide in our constitution.
Well, and to answer the question directly, in all three approaches, Dr. Party's, Matt Rowley's, and mine, all of them have at their core very strong personal freedoms, things like freedom of belief, freedom of religion, freedom from religion as well, if you don't want to believe. And that includes the ability to worship as you will, as long as you don't hurt anybody else, of course. And that's all in the structure. And we will decide that. In terms of immigration, whether it be for a pastor or a religious leader, I mean, that's subject to immigration law, which again, we craft here in Alberta. And I think there always needs to be exemptions for special people. If we have a sports team, we'll have the 2 best hockey clubs in the world in our country. So we probably want to bring in the odd player from Finland or wherever it's from. And yeah, there has to be some special carve-outs for those kind of people. But generally, it's managed immigration. Only immigration for the good of the nation is what happens, not just bring in
what we used to do.
Yeah, what we used to do. I mean, it actually went back in the Valley of Freedom. We went back to the old Canadian point system. I think it was 2003, which was held up roundly around the world as being the best, most productive immigration system in the world. It was a points-based system. You had points for certain attributes and subject to quota. There's a limit on the number of people that could come in. And so what you did is you made sure that people that came in fit the needs of the nation, were going to fit culturally and language-wise, and going to actually belong and make themselves Canadian.
Quebec does that now to some extent.
Exactly. And I think that is the thing we always have to ask when immigration is, what does the country need?
Well, wait a minute though, Dennis, isn't that racist?
I did not mention what color you were. I just said, what does the country need in terms of skill set and talent? My wife is mainland Chinese. I really don't care.
This is the argument we get though, and why I brought it up. People, every time you mention immigration, they say you're a racist. Well, no, I believe in preserving the values that made the country the place that people want to immigrate to, period. Right? And it doesn't matter what color you are, where you come from. If you want to acknowledge freedom, you want to be prosperous through hard work and opportunity, come here.
Exactly.
Build with us, right?
Yeah. Well, and I talked to some folks from India, my friend Prakash. And anyway, he is grumpy and angry at the current state of immigration in Canada because he came in the early 2000s, went through the point system, brought capital, worked his ass off, set up a company, is successful, done very, very well. And he's angry because why are we letting these people in with no requirements and no desire to build the country? And, you know, Prakash, I'm sorry, he's from India. He doesn't look at all like me. I'm a very pale-faced guy.
I thought you're from India.
Well, you know, don't go out in the sun much.
Oh yeah, well, I'm good. You know, I have a part of the whistle stop is a convenience store, and most of my suppliers, all but 2, I guess now, are either from India or Lebanon. And I've had this conversation about Alberta independence with them, and some of them they're not even citizens. They're just here on temporary
PRs.
Yeah. They're completely choked at what's going on with immigration. And the common comment is, if I could vote, I would be voting for independence, because this is not, you know, we should be protecting what we have here. And
well, and as I said, my wife is mainland Chinese, and if you want to get a rise out of her, just say, hey, immigration's fine the way it is in Canada right now. She will go absolutely ballistic.
I think I maybe will skip that one. Okay, next question. This one's from Dale. Dale says, lots have been said about, and by the way, folks, these aren't screened or censored or anything. I'm just reading them as they come. Lots has been said about transfer of assets and control over resources and the Constitution. When or how are the laws like C-22, C-9, and others subject to change and not hang over the heads of Albertans? Well, that's an easy one. That's immediately.
Yeah.
Immediately. What happens if the Clarity Act is not negotiated in good faith and is vetoed or stymied by Ottawa or provincial challenges? 3 words. We're not asking.
Exactly.
It blows my mind. The Clarity Act is the legal pathway that Canada would prefer Alberta use or any province use to secede from Confederation. That's a preference. It is not a requirement. Under no circumstance in any time in history has a nation that has split from their parent nation been subject to do it only by the laws of the parent nation.
Exactly.
Right? It does not work like that.
And certainly not the courts thereof.
Certainly not the courts. The entire premise of an independent Alberta, for me, would be this in a nutshell. I completely reject the Canadian Constitution and the Canadian system of governance, and I want Albertans to create their own.
Yes.
Period. That means that the Clarity Act to me is almost irrelevant.
Yep.
And as a matter of fact, it's irrelevant to Quebec as well. Quebec, when the Clarity Act came out, they passed a law that said they will never use it.
Exactly.
They reject it on its face. Done. Over and done with, because they live their sovereignty and they would never ask permission. And I don't believe Alberta would either. However, it is nice to believe that we could use this legal pathway to achieve our self-determination.
Yeah, but
it may not work that way.
But having said that, I mean, I am quite content to try and work within the rules.
Exactly.
Lay it out as best we can, as long as everybody understands this is not we're asking for permission, pretty please. And if you say no, well, we're done. We are going to leave if we win the referendum. We are going to set up our own country. We would like it to be civil and reasonable and based upon good conversation and good negotiation. But if the other party refuses to hold to that standard, we will pursue things unilaterally.
Mm-hmm. And we have every right. The international community recognizes the right to self-determination.
Yes.
And it's, internationally, not every nation agrees on everything, but that's one thing that most civilized nations agree on.
Yes.
Self-determination. What happens to the joint provincial federal pipelines and other deals that are being made in the MOU presented by Carney? Well, this is assuming that those happen, and they happened before, but let's just pretend that it happens tomorrow. What about things like that? Any joint provincial federal business case?
Well, I mean, this is what negotiation's about. The feds are going to say, take the Trans Mountain Pipeline. We invested a ridiculous sum to do
way too
much money. Different topic, but let's pretend it's $34 billion. I think it is. We'll say, okay, you invested that amount. We're going to use that pipeline to ship our product to the sea. There's a tolling arrangement. We're going to pay for the use of that pipe. We owned part of it, so we get something back for that. Let's work out the deal that says, okay, you get to recover your part of the investment. We get our part of the investment. It's like any other country. It's just like when we ship stuff to the southern states right now through the American system, we pay tolls.
Right. Yep.
Why would it be any different?
Yep. And the other thing people forget is that a federal asset, Alberta owns 15% of federal assets as well, right? So it's not like we only own what's in our border. We own 15% of that, and we own 15% of that. So that's a negotiation.
Well, and I've made the case more than once. People say, well, yeah, what about the parks? What about military bases? I go, well, I'm willing to exchange my 15% of the military bases, parks, and federal facilities in the rest of Canada for a 100% ownership of those equivalent facilities within the borders of Alberta. Let's call that a deal. And by the way, my advice to Canada, take it fast because it's really in your favor.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the things that one of the trifold documents that we produced with Let's Talk Alberta was show me the other half of the ledger.
Yeah.
We're always talking about this. What about the national parks? What about the military bases? And we forget, or people forget, to ask the other question on the other side. What about the assets that we own in other provinces? And this stuff all has to be considered, not just the ones.
Well, same with the national debt. I mean, that question comes up a lot as well. And you go, okay, but back to your other side of the ledger, what proportion of that debt incurred had benefits that accrued to Alberta? Mm-hmm. If you put all that money or a bunch of that money into stuff in Newfoundland or stuff in Quebec, well, that's very nice. But by the way, we're not going to take on the debt related to that.
Right.
So I think the debt will not be the 15%, 12%, whatever the per capita percentage is. It's going to be something less. And yeah, we'll take that on. That's our obligation. We'll take it on.
Yeah. It's like, you're moving out of your parents' house. They've racked up a ridiculous amount of debt without you being able to do anything about it, without it really benefiting you. And then when you move out, they say, hey, you got to pay part of this debt back.
Right.
It doesn't work that way. And considering that Alberta has contributed, something like $600 billion before inflation adjustment to Confederation, I think we're starting off in a pretty good negotiating position.
Yeah.
If you consider both sides of the ledger. Unfortunately, some don't, including our premier. Our premier went public and said, hey, it's going to cost us $400 billion. It's going to cost $60 billion a year. She talked about that one side of the ledger, not the other. And that's actually what motivated me to write that document and get it done.
And she mixed all sorts of things up. She mixed up initial capital cost with increased operating costs of the actual units, and then the actual money dispersed as part of those programs. And I like to think, because I do like Danielle, I like to think if she could say that over again, she'd say something different. But now it's out there in the wild, and I think it's a ridiculous statement.
Well, it worked out good because it motivated me to do something. So I spent a couple of days doing some research and producing a document. And now it's in Red Deer alone. There's a group there. They distributed 20,000 of these things in the city of Red Deer. And we've got them going all over Alberta. It's absolutely amazing. So folks, if you want to support that, please do. But remember, this particular telethon is purpose-built to support the work that the TPAs are doing. You can find the list of TPAs at albertatelethon.com. Go to the website. You can click on the link of the TPA that you wish to donate to. And when you do, remember that the top 3 of those TPAs, the top 3 amounts of donation for 3 of those, I'm going to match that dollar for dollar up to my remainder of my maximum allowable under the elections finance rules. What else have we got here? There's quite a few questions in this one email, so let's try and get through them really quickly before we run out of time. How would an independent or move towards independence defend itself from a Canadian army that is now becoming a greater percentage of foreign nationals without Canadian culture or tradition?
Well, let me put this. We are going from the assumption that Canada will follow the law. They are not going to take military action against us, neither the Americans for that matter. First of all, I mean, play this scenario out. Let's say Canada was so foolish as to do such a thing. Do you think the Americans would stand by idly?
Absolutely. I told them we have oil.
Yeah, we've got their oil. Remember, they want to buy our oil and they want to have it protected because it's a big part of their supply. They are not going to let the Canadian Army come in and try and impose a police state. So the option makes no sense. And, so I think you have to stand back and say, no, Canada will not invade. They will not try and do such things. And we're going to end up with, just like the Czech separation, it will be the velvet separation, where I think we go probably with a few bruised feelings and so forth, but generally in a peaceable fashion.
Yeah. One thing I like to do, and we have to do, when people ask me a question about what, for instance, military, what if the Canadian military, and how are you going to defend yourself? I say, how do we defend ourselves now?
Yes.
As a Canadian, are you comfortable with our ability to defend ourselves? I'm not.
No.
We rely on other nations to defend ourselves. I have a friend whose son he's on a submarine out of Esquimalt in British Columbia. And that sub spent 2 years in dry dock.
Yes.
2 years. They finally get it out to sea. It lit on fire. They brought it back, had to do a bunch more repairs. They brought it out to sea again. Something happened. They had to tow it back and fix it. Like, if you're concerned about your nation defending you, you should be pursuing an independent Alberta, where you could actually have some input on what our military looks like and how it functions. Right now, we can't. And Alberta has not been able to do a darn thing about the systematic destruction of our military in this nation that was started by Pierre Elliott Trudeau in the 70s.
Yeah.
We could do nothing about it.
Well, and Pierre has done a bunch of bad things. Changing topics, Matt Rowley actually brought this to my attention. I never realized before that when Pierre Trudeau set up the charter and so forth, he actually changed the basis of government from Parliament supreme to the courts being supreme. And there's that one major change that has allowed the courts to change our laws, refuse laws, and block laws that the courts don't like. And those kinds of changes have permitted a lot of these things to happen, like the evisceration of our military and imposition of all sorts of crazy laws. So when we say we want a new constitution, it's not just, well, we want to have our own, but also to get rid of the wrongs that are plaguing Canada right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, I see Max over there, and he's doing something like this. I don't know what that means. Maybe it means he can't breathe or something. Maybe he's asking me if I needed water because I was choking.
Well, I think it's 5 minutes to 6.
Oh, it's 5 minutes to 6. Okay, so I guess we're going to have to wrap it up. Well, I'm gonna leave you with this, folks. I'll tell you what Alberta independence means to me. Alberta independence isn't some magical switch that we're going to flip that makes everything okay. It's not a switch that's going to solve all of our problems. What it is it is the most amazing opportunity and potential blessing that we will see in our lifetimes. We are part of a movement that may result in people being able to self-determine who haven't been able to as of yet. And if you look at the way our elections work and things like that, Alberta has never truly been able to influence the laws under which it's governed. We haven't. And this is the opportunity we have. So when you consider how you're going to support this movement or what your place is in it, just consider that. Consider what it means to be part of a group and part of a time where we get to do that. And we get to do it without lifting a weapon. We don't have to, some people get beat up a little bit. whatever. But we don't have to go fight a war, and it's right there in front of us. So this is, it's worth making small sacrifices of your time, attending events, talking to people, trying to chip away at the stigma of the independence conversation, and also financially. If people aren't willing to open their wallets and financially support the independence movement, it just won't happen.
No,
right? That's the sad state of things. So please consider supporting. Again, it is albertatelethon.com. There's some links there. You can click on your favorite TPA. I'm hoping that John can let me know what the top 3 were before I am on my way, and then I will announce which ones they were and how much I'm going to donate. So the more you donate now, the more of my money you get to donate as well. So
perfect.
And yeah, thank you very much, Dennis.
Thank
it
you
was
for
a
your time.
fantastic finally meeting you, and thank you for all your hard work for Alberta.
And thank you as well.
Right. Now what do we do?
I'm with Tanya Clemens, Keith Wilson, Let Alberta Decide, and we're at the amazing Stampede breakfast just the Sunday before the telethon. And congratulations, this was a remarkable event. I think you had 1,000 people out here today.
Yeah, we sold out real fast, and just shows the level of momentum and support in the movement. It's real. You saw the cross section of society who was here today, of all backgrounds, all ethnicities, all places in life, and the support's real. It's growing. Albertans know that we can do better, and we're going to build on this to even take further campaign steps. We're going to be rolling out our large sign campaign to counter some of these larger red and white signs we're seeing, particularly in the Calgary area.
Yep.
And we're really excited about the turnout today.
Tanya, I think it was about 3 weeks ago when you really kicked this thing off.
Right.
And of course, there's some nervousness when that kind of thing happens. But how has it progressed for you so far? I mean, I'm seeing amazing momentum, as Keith said.
Yeah, well, the support has been pretty incredible. As to date, we've raised approximately $250,000 in our TPA. So that was one of the leading TPAs in Alberta history. The support that we have for people that come out and have conversations with us and send us information and chat with us is immense. Yeah.
Keith, I said when I was on stage, thank you, by the way, for having me MC this today. It was just an honor to be here. I said, I'm here among friends. And the other thing I noticed was there were a lot of other third-party advertisers who showed up today.
Yeah.
It's really a team effort here. Even though you're doing your thing, they're doing their thing. It's just remarkable how everybody's working towards this goal.
Yeah, like the other third-party advertisers are spontaneous. It was not a coordinated effort. There's new ones forming all the time. Yeah. I see, like a Veterans for Freedom and Albertans for Freedom and many other groups. And everybody's got a role. We've got so many forces against us with the federal government having unlimited resources to try and scare Albertans and use their fear campaign. The state forces are so well financed. They have the legacy media to rely on. So this is grassroots, but what we're trying to do, Tanya and I, with Let Alberta Decide, is take a more sophisticated approach that is really focused on persuading those who are not yet prepared to vote for independence and build a new future outside of Canada and a new relationship with Canada for Alberta. That's what we're focused on. We're really going to be focusing on the cities as well, because we have a lot of support, as people know, throughout rural Alberta. Where our growth potential is an imperative, is in the cities. It needs a different kind of messaging, some different techniques, and that's what we're implementing.
I heard Keith, Tanya, earlier talking about these little people who sit on his shoulders. One says, "Why aren't you on the golf course, Keith?" And this one's telling. I'm with Tanya Clemens, Keith Wilson, Let Alberta Decide, and we're at the amazing
limited resources to try and scare Albertans. And you
look at the importance of what it's going to mean to our children. That's what really is driving all of us. We've spent so many generations trying to build Alberta up every generation and leave something better and more prosperous for the next generations. And now we're at this point where that's not going to happen, where our children are not going to be as better off as us, is not going to have as much opportunity. And that's really disheartening. We don't want that for them. So this is our big chance to do it. This is our big question that's going to be asked, and Albertans need to really be engaged and think seriously about the outcome of this.
Well, congratulations on a great day. I'm looking forward to the next 3 months. It's going to be really exciting. All the best to you. And if you'd like to support Let Alberta Decide, albertatelethon.com, click on the link.
You stood on those stone cold.
Hi guys, Mike from the Critical Compass here. We are live from the Edmonton studio. Thank you for joining us. It's been a pretty amazing day so far. We've got Mr. Albertan or Mr. Alberta. He was
hello
stuck
there.
on the QE2 on the way here. So welcome, sir.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Excited that we are now officially opening up the Edmonton portion of the live stream, which is of course the better portion.
At least the more northern one.
The more northern one. Edmonton, the last great city. We actually have something you brought. Oh, you don't have it? Dang, never mind.
It was a little peace offering to all the unfortunate Calgary Flames fans that are joining us, but maybe it'll join us.
We'll save it for later.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Mr. Alberta. I am a guy who's up here in Edmonton, blue collar worker who has a lot of fun making fun of the Liberals and having a good time with that stuff. I've been in Alberta on one side of my family for over 100 years and the other side is immigrants. So I have a little bit of a taste of both worlds. And we're here doing a joint stream with Critical Mike.
Critical Mike, yeah. I'm I guess maybe I'll say my background. I mean, like we looked this up one time. The Americans and the Canadians say it differently. If you're a first or a second generation Canadian or American, in the U.S. you'd be a first generation if your parents emigrated and then you were born. You would be considered a first generation. In Canada, some people say that the parents emigrating are first generation and then the children are second generation. So I'm either a first or a second generation Canadian. So my family comes from the Middle East and from South America, and so yeah, I've until not too long ago was a very proud Canadian, and I've unfortunately we've seen nothing but Canadiana kind of die. So it's I'm happy to identify as an Albertan, and yeah, this is very cool. So I'm glad that we have such cool guests with us today.
Yeah,
and maybe we'll zip it on over to Mr. Wilkinson beside you.
Yeah. So here we have with us today. First is John. So tell us, who are you?
Absolutely. Thanks, Mr. Alberta. Thanks, Mike, for having us on. And what an amazing day so far with the telethon, with the support coming in from across the province. Huge numbers, and we've been seeing them as well. So thank you, first of all, for the donations. I am the lead and the primary contact with United Alberta Flags, one of the registered TPAs that's on the page and part of the telethon. We thank you for your support so far today at all of the different activities. And we thank you for helping us paint the province blue. Our team has been out in parades. We have been out handing out flags, little ones. And I've got a couple here for you guys, just for setting up all the work that it took just to get going.
Thank you.
And some Alberta Independent custom stickers that we had 10,000 printed. These are going out all over the place. But this isn't even what it's about. This is about getting people ready to paint the province blue so that everybody remembers to vote for option 2. It's a nice little thing. It works really well.
Rhymes. Very nice.
There might have been some thought behind this. So yeah, United Alberta Flags, we are actively involved in community events, in helping get people not afraid to fly the Alberta flag anymore. Because of course, as we have these discussions about independence, we have people that have obviously made up their minds. We've had other people that have obviously made up their minds against it. And what we're actually trying to do is engage in the conversation with the hearts and the minds of the undecided voters in the province. People are afraid. What Canada has become isn't the Canada we grew up in. That's true. Right? I love Canada. I've worked across the country. I've traveled across the country. I have family across the country. But it's not what it once was. And we're not just talking about equalization. We're not just talking about the cost of living and the cost of food. We're talking about values. We're talking about orientation. We're talking about integrity. We're talking about a federal government that's off the rails. And so as we do that, that's what our goal is with our TPA today. And the donations help it continue to grow. That's what we're here for today. We've got an announcement. We'll wait a little bit here. I know some of my followers, some of our followers on our accounts have been teased a little bit today that we've got really thrilled to be able to be here and be part of advancing a cause that's going to make a difference in our future generations, in our kids, in our grandkids, in what Alberta can be. People don't need to be afraid to fly the flag.
Yeah. Well said. Well said.
Yeah.
I'd like to touch on a couple of things you said, actually, but first we want to introduce Phil.
Okay. Yeah. So Phil Gamache, right? I've been involved right from, it'd probably be sometime in October, right? And got involved with the whole movement. And so a little history behind me. My family's been here since 1653 when it was New France.
Oh.
Right. We've seen a lot of changes over those times. We had to make some rough decisions, right? And in those rough decisions, some feelings will get hurt, loyalties will be bent, But the whole thing is you got to come back to, okay, what's best for our family and our future? And I think that's what really struck a chord with me in this movement. And some people call me super volunteer, but there's a lot of super volunteers out there, right?
He is a super volunteer, for the record.
Yeah. But yeah, so I'm proud to be about, helping in this whole cause, and very excited for our future, and the education that behind it is what I think will make the difference.
Absolutely.
Awesome. So having you here has been pretty cool. And it's really funny for me because I remember last year, up until like last summer, the Alberta independence movement was always fighting over the flags. We'd come up with new flags, then everyone would argue about it. No, we can't have a North Star in it. No blue. People still hate the St. George's Cross for some reason.
Yeah, there's lots of discussion on different pieces. Yeah.
But then in last summer, a crazy thing happened where some forever Canadian guy, I think his name's Copland or something, Sean Copland, goes to a Medicine Hat Safeway and freaks out at the manager because they had an Alberta flag displayed over Alberta beef. And he went so far as to make the manager take it down. And like what we didn't know is that as soon as he really upset about that ever since.
And that just recently happened as well. I saw on social media last week up in the Edmonton market here where we are, I believe it's just over on the West End. There are retailers that are supporting the Alberta economy. They're supporting the Alberta sales. And like anything else, so you buy something from Germany, they put a German flag in the cheese bin. You buy Swiss cheese, it's got a Swiss. There's Alberta products and Alberta producers that we should all be supporting, that somehow a certain segment of our population won't support because they themselves are politicizing the flag. The flag that we have that's behind us, we hand out parade flags, we hand out household flags, we hand out 3x5s, bigger ones like this, and we're going to go even bigger very shortly. They are universal. Every Albertan, it doesn't matter. 10 years ago, doesn't matter if you supported NDP or Conservative, Alberta was your flag. It didn't matter if you lived on a reservation in a First Nations community up in Fort Chippewa or downtown Calgary, Alberta was your flag. You're Albertan, your flag is Alberta. It doesn't matter. And when we're talking about a jurisdictional issue, like independence for the province of Alberta, there is only one flag, and that is the Alberta flag. It's the flag that you fly, that I fly, that everybody all around us flies. There shouldn't be an issue at Safeway, and there shouldn't be an issue in somebody's front yard.
Yeah. It's funny how people, it depends on the political winds of the day, doesn't it?
It does.
How people view flags. Because I don't know about you guys, but I'm old enough to remember all the way back in 2020 and 2021 when the Canadian flag was a hate symbol, right?
Yeah.
And now it's a symbol of a whole, it's unity again. So isn't that funny how just in a matter of a few years, the winds can blow?
It's only a subset of the community that likes to play games with our symbols, but they're also playing games with our futures. And Albertans right now, I think, not only are fed up, but have also realized what those games are, right? Right now, we're talking about BC putting royalties on our pipelines, on our oil. Well, that's never happened before. That's not a unified country. We chose the name as a third-party advertiser, and we are engaged in this campaign, and we chose United Alberta to directly contradict, not to contradict, but to come up against what at that time Danielle Smith and the Prime Minister and others were saying, well, we're going to have a strong Alberta in a united Canada. There's no such thing as a united Canada anymore, and there hasn't been in a generation or more. So if you're going to play on the games here, I can tell you, I think on October 19th, we'll have a united Alberta that's voting for option 2. We're going to help make that possible by strengthening people's resolve, helping to educate them, and helping them to fall in love with their provincial symbols again. That's why we're getting flags out. In the last 2 weeks, we've got out over 4,000 flags at different events of different sizes. Yesterday, we picked up another order of 5,000 flags that are coming out. And we've got the little parade flags that go on out. We've got 3x5s that go up on houses. We've got these big ones. And I guess I'll throw it out now on the way down here. I had a long meeting. We've been announced on Rebel News a couple of weeks ago that we want to do big ones. But here's part of the problem. We couldn't find a manufacturer for the flagpoles here without going to the States or going to Nova Scotia. Now, in a normal environment, we could look at those things, but I really want to support local. We met with and started the conversation and started the deal today with a manufacturer here in the province that's going to manufacture us 100-foot flagpoles that we're going to put up 20 by 30-foot Alberta flags on around the province. Your donations can help make a difference to fund these up and down Highway 2, up and down Highway 1, and up and down Highway 3. They're not the same price category as these, so feel free to donate up to $5,000. We are tracking absolutely
Which
everything.
You can
and
do, folks.
Yeah, you can do. You can go to unitedalbertaflags.com today. Right now, we can take e-transfer, we can take credit card. It's all set up and it's rolling. We've seen so far today that we've already brought in 5,000 or more, and we're greatly, we really appreciate it. We're so thankful for that because it helps make this possible and it helps strengthen Alberta all the way across.
So $5,000. How many Alberta flags does that get?
Well, we buy them in bulk, so it's not really a retail price right now. Depending on the size and depending on what we're using them for, the big ones here, these are going to be $2,500, $3,000 a piece. These we're getting for cheaper than probably most people want to know because there's other people that are still buying them for different events. So we make very good use of wholesalers and bulk agreements in the province to help make the biggest impact that we can. So that we can distribute at an efficient level and make sure that we're getting out to all of the requests. When I came into town today, I stopped at a house and a volunteer. Somebody had asked for them here in Sherwood Park, all across the province. We've been to Calgary, we've been to Ponoka, we've been to Edmonton. We're traveling all over and distributing them. But, you know, really it's about changing people's hearts too. One thing that I did before we got to the studio, and I had a parade this morning, I had flag drop off, we had another meeting, I had a 20-minute window and our truck needed an oil change. I went to the local Jiffy Lube real quick, just going through while I was sorting things out on the phone. 3 guys there, 2 young guys and an old guy. And they saw the truck come in with United Alberta flags on it. First thing that happened, somebody followed me off the highway because of the logo and pulled in behind, not for an oil change, but they had seen the logo and they asked for a flag. It was unbelievable. The guys were laughing. And then I had to be on the phone because I was actually talking to James, sorting some different things out. The guys do the oil change and they come up, they go, "You're helping with independence, right?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely." They just exploded with joy. "We can't talk to anybody. I can't bring this up at home. I can't talk to my parents about it. Can I take something?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely. Here, have flags, have stickers, handing them out." They're thrilled to bits. One of them is midlife, same age as me. He's working there, can't get a house. We were talking about the economy and the taxes and what's happened to Canada over the last year. Breaks my heart to see what's happened to Canada as a whole and Albertans living within that, the cost of living that's going up, the food that's going up, all of these things that are going up. We've got to push back against it. And we've got to recognize that it's not just an answer about equalization. It's about, are you proud to be an Albertan? Are you proud to fly the flag? Right? So what do we pay for the flags? Less than you will, which means we can efficiently distribute them across the province in a way that can make a difference.
Perfect. Yeah. Great. Honestly, I think anyone here who's gone to buy an Alberta flag recently, they've seen how expensive they become.
They're hard to get.
I remember I was up in Whitecourt there, and I walked into their home hardware, and it was literally either a Canadian flag for $20 or an Albertan flag for $54. And that's just how crazy expensive it's become.
It's funny that you mentioned that. I posted up on social media on our X account. I don't think it's on the Facebook, but on the X account, we actually ran into an interesting spot about a month ago at the Wetaskiwin Canadian Tire, where the Alberta flags were at $20 regular price, and they were totally sold out. And the Canadian flags were on sale at $9, and the rack was full. So it depends on the community that you're going to.
Yeah.
People will pay more to stand up for truth and integrity than they will to fall for the schluck that's just coming out from Ottawa these days. Yeah.
Phil, what's your, in your experience as a volunteer, what's your read on how people are feeling about the Alberta flag?
So I was really surprised, right? The excitement, the energy that people came up, they were happy to sign, you know, and they would ask questions, and at the time we couldn't answer, but, you know, we said, you know, you can find it online and look here, look there, right? And so people were really excited about the fact that we're finally going to see some change. And we had some schoolgirls come into, I'll say his name, into Harvey Jan's place, right? And he was the one holding the office where you could come sign. And so these three girls come in from the high school, right? And, you know, they think they're just going to be there for maybe for 5-10 minutes, and so do we, right? They wound up spending an hour with us because they were so excited. They were like sponges, learning exactly what, you know, Alberta had gone through, what we, you know, how it was formed, right? How we are a colony in a colony, right? And they didn't understand what that meant. And so we went on forever, but that was just, you know, one experience. And then other canvassers, canvassers, right? Basically going out, getting the signatures. They, you know, they came back with stories, right? One lady came up to this one fellow and he says, you know, I'm never going to sign, right? And I just want to know why you're here. And so he explained his, look, I make, I think I make, what is it? Just under $800. And I have to pay taxes on that, right? Then my old age security, I get it some more on it, but not very much, maybe $400, whatever it was, right? The way, because the way he had set up. But in the end, he says, you know what? When Alberta becomes its own independent country, right? We're going to have the money to increase, you know, if you're already in a pension, you're already going to be increasing your old age security, right? So that being said, right? She said, okay, I'll sign. So it was a real quick thing, right? And, you know, we had some people that were really, you know, not friendly, and we got a lot of birds, right? But what we quickly learned is everything's about attitude, right? And so when these people would flip us the bird or whatever, we just smile and wave, right? Because we know everybody has their own opinion and they have the right to that opinion. But the whole thing is we're here because we're bringing attention to what needs to be changed, you know, in this province, right? And being around people that are like-minded, it just lifts your soul, and it encourages you just to do more, right? And so I don't think I've ever been this dedicated to anything, right? And it's basically because I see a future for not only my children, but my grandchildren, right? I want to see them have that bright future. And what really stands out to me is the excitement behind the likeness of the Boston Tea Party and their independence, because they had taxation without representation. And that's what we have here, taxation without representation. And I think it was MacDonald and Laurier, our premiers at the time, or prime ministers at the time. Laurier actually came out and said that Alberta is Canada's first colony, right? And so once you learn all this stuff, you realize, okay, yeah, maybe it's time we, you know, say, I'm glad you have your views over there, but our views are different, and it's time to take care of ourselves, right?
Yeah. And speaking about change isn't only a means of adjusting and growing over time, but it's also a synonym for money, isn't it? And that brings us to why we're here. So if we head to Alberta, plug your site again.
Yeah, absolutely. UnitedAlbertaFlags.com.
Yes.
And on there we can interact. We can take Visa, credit card, MasterCard, whatever works for you, honestly, because at this point, it's a matter of, there are a lot of people that are volunteering. There are a lot of people that are putting in the time and the effort, but it takes money to also make that happen. It takes money to get the signs, for the lawn signs, for Jason's, for Corey, for Keith, for Tara, for the different TPAs that are working. It takes money to get the flags out there. We are all pouring our hearts and our souls into this because, as you just said, we're absolutely committed. This is about not just us. This is about the next generation. This is about the future of Albertans, and honestly, the future of Canadians too, because I think it'll be a good thing for Canada. We've gotten ourselves into a pretty awkward spot where that's the spot. But so for our third-party advertiser to help make a difference, UnitedAlbertaFlags.com. Otherwise, if you go to AlbertaTelethon.com as well, all of the different TPAs that are being supported, there's a drop-down menu. They made a fantastic little website over the last couple of days. We've been part of the behind-the-scenes conversations and know how much work some of these people have put in. It's remarkable. So remember, though, when you do fill out on ours or any of the TPA sites or on the Alberta Telethon, all of your personal information is required. You have to be a resident of Alberta. We do know of some TPAs that are going out of province, but the rest of us, we love Alberta and we love Albertans. So we're going to stick with Albertans and we're going to stick with the Alberta law. I'll leave that for others to interpret.
And when you go to, sorry to interrupt, when you go to albertatelethon.com and you see your list, I think there's 6 TPAs on there. Just as a little update, if anyone's interested, we've got at the latest numbers, Keith Wilson and Tanya's Let Alberta Decide is damn near $50,000 raised today. We've got the Alberta Independent, the Women's Network. They've got nearly 10,000 raised, and Corey Morgan's group has a little over 11,000 raised. Like it's been a big day so far. That's pretty awesome to see.
Yeah. And you know what, guys? I know, like many of you, some people are a little hesitant to donate because you don't really see a lot of the impact from the donations that you make right away. With John's TPA here, that flag that's going to be given to that family who wants to fly it in their front yard or on their pole, that's going to be there for years. That's going to be there until the sun finally makes it wear out. So if you want to see an impact that not only is something physical, but something right away that will last a long after this is all said and done, donate to John. United Alberta Flags.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we have a few more minutes before we got to kick you out here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unfortunately, John's got another appointment, so
It'll be the fifth campaign stop of the day. We were at a parade already. We were at events handing out flags. We've been up and down. And in fact, I'll put a shout out as well. My partner and our chief financial officer, we're the ones that came up with the Alberta Independence float based on what happened in Sundre. They shut down the pro rodeo parade because somebody was trying to fly the Alberta flag. It was just egregious. And that's when we said, no, we're going to go all in. And this is the way we're going to go all in. So we built the Alberta Independence float. It's got an 8-foot grain elevator, a working oil jack animals, and 20-foot flagpoles with Alberta flags on it. And it gets its way around the province. It's been to Ponoka, Calgary, Edmonton, all over the place. But she's taking it down to Paul's Pizza for later in the evening. So we're dividing and conquering tonight. So Kimberly will be down there. So look out for her. Same shirt because we stick together throughout this entire challenging ordeal. So she'll be down there with the Alberta Independence float and with some of our flags as well for the event.
wasn't there a city councilor stealing your flags or something?
There was. I wasn't sure if you guys would bring this up or not.
Of course we would.
That not just was there, there were two. And our social media and our press releases cover off the details and the facts of that. There were denials, then there was video evidence that came forward as well. So Forever Canadian participants and representatives were stealing Alberta flags that were part of our campaign and registered third-party advertiser material. At this point, the last update, we did have a meeting with the detachment commander. They reviewed the facts and talked to us about it. They looked at it, and especially with the politicization of not just elections rules being broken, but with city councilors, the local detachment has elevated it. It's now under investigation at the Central Alberta RCMP Investigations Division. And so with that said, I won't say anything more because it's obviously pretty deep right now.
Yeah, that's like what a gift in disguise. What a blessing in disguise.
I don't think it is, and I'll tell you why. I've been involved in politics myself, and I absolutely respect other people having different opinions. And we'd seen some of the banter that I thought was too far on both sides earlier in the campaign. On that day on July 1st, we were at the beginning of the parade and we were ahead of them. But at the beginning marshalling area, the floats are beside each other. We set ours up, and I said to my kids, just stay here because there has been some stuff. I went over there with Kimberly, and we went over to say hello. We went over to shake hands. We went over to take the high road and to be friendly and to show the community. Our MLA was there. Others were there to show the community you can be an independent supporter and a Forever Canada and still have a respectful conversation. So we took the high road to go and do that. And we did do that. And people in the community were talking about it on social media. And we saw that. Look at the United Alberta Flags and the independent supporters going and talking to Forever Canada. This can happen in communities. We had 3 more stops that day. I was a speaker down at Mirror, spoke after Tamara, and then we went down to Calgary for a pancake breakfast, kicking open the Stampede. And that's when we started getting phone calls back from the community. People were coming and saying, we witnessed this, we witnessed this. And I said, there's no way. I said, it's too much. So we brought it back. And at this point, I'm going to say it's in the hands of the RCMP and it's in process. We did talk to Elections Alberta too. So,
John, you've got about a minute before you got to run. So we'll plug you again, unitedalbertaflags.com. Thank you for what you're doing, sir. Where can people find you on the road next? Do you have a schedule for the next few days? Like, do you know where you'll be?
There's so many things going on. So yesterday we were with Jason Levine in Red Deer. We were in Rimbey. This morning we were at Pigeon Lake, Wetaskiwin, Leduc. We've been down on Calgary for the last couple of weeks. We are going to try and focus on the capital region and Edmonton over the next couple of days. Klondike Days is going on. There's all kinds of different events. Sometimes our schedule changes dynamically and pretty quickly. Listen, if you see a parade float coming down the road with 20-foot Alberta flags on it and people handing out stickers, handing out flags, and we can take donations and we can get you big flags for your house as well, you're going to see us all over the place. Follow us on social media. Follow us on X, United_AB_flags. And on Facebook, you can find us as well. And from our website, you can make a donation.
And if I wanted a flag, how do I get a hold of you?
You want to text me? Because I know you have my number. I got some in the truck right now.
Well,
No,
or if you're
yeah,
ready.
absolutely.
Yeah.
You could email us at unitedalbertaflags.com. But on our website, there's a form to donate. There's also a form to get a free flag. So it's in there. It comes right into our phone. We've got a database of them. We're hitting communities as quick as we can. We dropped some off in Sherwood Park today, in Leduc, in Wetaskiwin, at Pigeon Lake. There's some going down to Calgary for somebody else to pick up and distribute as well.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Right on.
A referendum is one of the simplest and most direct expressions of the democratic will of the people. Even the Supreme Court of Canada has been clear on this point, and this cannot be ignored. Albertans are law-abiding people. We do not rush change, but when change becomes necessary, we meet it responsibly. And we all know why this moment has arrived. We see it in our daily lives, in rising costs, declining services, and growing distrust in institutions meant to serve the public.
Do you agree that the province of Alberta shall cease to be a part of Canada to become an independent state? That question is directly out of the Clarity Act. The word state does not mean 51st state. So that is what it is. It means that we will become an independent country on our own.
Monday night in Calgary. This is fantastic. Over 150 of your fellow Albertans got their canvassing badges, went through the canvassing training, and made sure that nobody had to stand out in the cold for more than 5 or 10 minutes.
So if you're tired of being dismissed, of being told to comply without question, tired of being silenced, this is your moment. I am inviting all of you to make your voices heard clearly, confidently, and so that Ottawa hears it once and for all.
So that was awesome. And just for the record, we'd like to get everyone else's opinion right now. Who has a better backdrop? Was it the Calgary boys or was it us? Because you guys know who got the better backdrop. Just super chat unacceptable fringe and tell him that it's us, and he'll donate all your super chats to TPAs. So
Amazing. Wow. What a gentleman.
Exactly. A scholar.
So we are very, very pleased to be joined by Miss Kathy Flett, friend of the channels.
Yep.
Returning guest. Hasn't gotten sick of us yet.
Never.
And I can't even remember what your title is actually for the Women's Independence Network.
The TPA
Yeah.
is the Alberta Women for Independence.
But your title within, are you the
The-
president?
I'm the
Queen?
CFO, so I
CFO.
want everybody to keep me as busy as possible. That's the deal. Okay. I want to be going nonstop here for the next few days.
Well, it feels like you've been going nonstop for years, actually. Maybe you can give our viewers a little bit of a background of your history within the movement.
Yeah. So I started about 7 years ago in 2019 when the whole Wexit thing exploded and came on the stage, and I was part of that. And that's where I got to meet Michael Wagner, who you guys are going to talk to after, and made some other really great friends along the way. And then that exploded as quick as it went up, it came down. And then through a series of events, I was with the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta, and that exploded. And so then I sat down and went, well, now what am I going to do? And we were right on the cusp of having a provincial election in 2023. So I thought, well, what if I run as an independent candidate? I'm not going to win, but I'll never learn anything quite this quickly any other way. So I ran, my friend Angela ran as well. She ran down in Cardston, where she lives. And we worked our asses off and, of course, lost. Never worked so hard to lose in all my life. But I learned so much. And what I learned by doing that is that the independence movement was alive and well. As I was door knocking, that's what people were talking about. I went, oh, okay, we've got to figure this out. We got to sort something out. So after we slept for about a week, we got back together, and Angela came to me and said, you know what, I have an idea. And I said, that's frightening. Okay. What is your idea? Because they're always really good ideas when Angela's talking. And she says, who's missing all the time in this movement? Like every meeting that we go to, who's missing? And I said, I don't know. Like, I don't know. And she said, the women. We are always outnumbered by the men, easy 2-1, every single time. There's something wrong. The message is not getting through to the women in a way that they can understand it. I think we need to reach out to the women. And I was like, I think you're nuts. Like, I don't know about this. But anyways, long story short, we came up with a message specific for women. And out we went. And we started doing home parties because a lot of the women, they didn't want to go to the rallies. The rallies are fun, but they didn't want to go to the rallies. And if you looked at who would come up to the mic, very few women would go to the mic. There are some exceptions to the norm, but they weren't the norm. It was always the guys. And so we started having these home meetings all around the province. And then it worked. It just exploded. And the message was so good, I guess, that the guys crashed our parties. They kept wanting to come in and go, well, what are you guys talking about? And
well, that's where all the ladies are.
Right, I guess, yeah, and the food, and the food. And so then it went from there. And then that message got out. And the next thing I know, I'm sharing the stage with all the folks from APP saying, well, we want to hear what you're talking about. So I put together a slideshow and said, all right, so now I'm in front of hundreds of people. And then it was supposed to be stay free as well, but then that went kind of crazy with the whole signature thing because some rules, we didn't know what they were and what they weren't, but it still continued. And then Let's Talk said, hey, we want you to come with us. Like, okay, let's go. And so we just kept going. And then we kept doing these home meetings. And then this happened. And Angela and I had a decision to make because we're simply just two women who won't shut up. And if we chose to keep talking the way that we were, we could be kind of violating some boundaries as to what's allowed and what's not allowed as far as advertising goes, because we're also very opinionated in what we're saying. So we decided, you know what, let's just jump in. Let's start our own TPA. Let's let everybody know the women are here. We do make up 50% of the population, despite what the progressives might like to think otherwise. And this is as important to us as it is to you guys. And we're having way too much fun, but it's good.
Well, we're thrilled to have you here. Now, who's this gentleman beside you?
Well, he's amazing.
Go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm Mark from the Alberta Pin. I'm here representing my son, actually. He's the one who's come up with a lot of this stuff. I've been just kind of helping him out in the background with a lot of this stuff. And I have to say though, and sorry to all the other people, but your sign is one of my favorites. And I think we spoke about that.
Yeah,
before.
you did. Yeah.
I like how you laid it out with all the questions and everything on there. And that's one of the things. And also, like, I've come to some of your handout locations, and you guys are picking some very prime locations and red in people's faces, and everyone gets to see that, and that's really wonderful.
Thank you.
I really, really like what you guys are doing with that, for sure. And I've gotten to meet you a few times, I think, here and there in passing, maybe,
You gave me a pin.
We give you, okay, good. That's been my son's thing. We've been trying to go around Alberta and just pin as many Albertans as we can. And that was our initial, we tried to put Alberta flags in stores that support independence. And now we're going to be moving towards putting buckets of pins in stores that support Alberta independence as well. So if you're a store out there that supports Alberta independence, hit us up and we'll send you a bucket of pins.
Where can they find you?
albertapin.ca is where we are. Unacceptable Fringe was the one that usually talked to us about us a lot and kind of got our name out there a bit, and we kind of just ran with it. My son has been trying to start the youngest TPA in history, which we were hoping to have set up by today, but we've come across a few speed bumps, I guess you could say, and
not surprising.
But it's okay. I mean, I'm happy he's coming across these speed bumps. He needs to see that this is what we're trying to navigate. And
how old is he, your son?
He's 18 right now. So this is going to be the youngest TPA in history.
So what does an 18-year-old think about Alberta independence? Because we're all old men. So what
I'm not.
and one very young woman. Three old men and a young woman at this table.
I mean,
right now.
I think I'm pretty young. Someone once said to me, "Hey, are you the son?" I said, "Yeah, I'm the son. I think Dad's somewhere over there." So I mean, I feel pretty young.
You
but-
don't look like you have an 18-year-old son. I will say that. But what does he think? Like, what is he unique in his friend group, or is this like? Does he are 18-year-old boys like 18-year-old young men? I guess. What do they have to say about independence?
So, and again, I really admire everything he's accomplished to this point, and I see where he's going with it. There's a lot of great people in this movement that are doing a lot of good work. And some of that work he's not going to try to touch because it's already being done. Like you had Keith today talking about some of the stuff he's doing. You got Jeff, he's killing it in court for us. So there's three main points that he's going to be trying to focus on a youth program. And initially it's going to be, jobs and opportunities. Kids need to be able to, have affordable schooling where they can get qualifications that they can use at home here and not take these qualifications and fly overseas where the money currently is, unfortunately. I know his second thing that he wants to focus on is going to be an affordable future for these children. Building a legacy starts with a home. And if you can't afford a home for another 20 years, kids aren't going to be thinking about building families and leaving that legacy behind. That's very important for him. And I know that the third point, which should be the first point for him, is going to be one of his main topics, is the voices and engagement that the youth will have when it comes to this vote that's coming up in October. So he's already kind of met a bit of hurdles with Elections Alberta and trying to register his TPA. They said his name was too close to another name, which it was based on opinion fact, what we were told. So, as she said, keep your head up, adapt, overcome, and continue to push forward. He's going to be kind of trying to stay away from town halls because, like I said, so many people are already mastering that. So he's going to be trying to gauge with the youth through things like, he wants to put on a bike-a-thon where, trying to keep them active, canoe trips, camping trips, and really grow that movement so that come October 19, you have, maybe hopefully a record set of youth that are engaging in our democratic process that we're having right now. So
amazing.
While we're still trying to put a pin on every Albertan.
I have one on my hat.
Yeah. And I think it was a while ago, I remember seeing on X when Elections Alberta came out and said that Thomas Lukaszik's Forever Canadian essentially doesn't qualify as a TPA or isn't required to register as a TPA. I remember your son was a little relieved at the time because he didn't have to register Alberta PIN initially as a TPA.
Right. His understanding is that as long as you're not talking about the vote on your website and stuff like that, or what the options are, then essentially you're not a TPA. It's when you start to touch that area. And that's what he wants to try to achieve by registering a TPA, is to be able to touch on these things, and be a bit more.
So you can have both hats this way.
We can have both hats this way. And then, when October 19 is done, then we're not done. We can continue to exist and continue to be there as an auxiliary to freedom, essentially, while all the hard work continues to happen behind the scenes.
Kathy, what is your, just switching gears from the youth maybe to women in Alberta, what are some of the main hurdles that you are having to overcome with women when you're talking about independence?
Women tend to be very risk averse. And this is, in their minds, pretty risky. And it kind of is, right? We don't know what's on the other side of it. And so the biggest hurdle is, well, what does this look like for my kids, right? The youth. What does this look like for my kids? What does this look like for my grandkids? What am I signing them up for? And am I ready to do that? Does that make sense? What does this mean for our schools? What does this mean for healthcare? All the social things that we tend to look after as women. What does this mean for my community? What does this mean for my church? And I was like, well, I don't know. It might mean that your pastor can actually preach, because in Canada, that's becoming a thing of the past. And so those are the hurdles, and helping them to get their heads wrapped around that. Okay, we can do this. This is okay. And the other hurdle is that a lot of people think that we can't. for whatever reason that they've got in their heads, they think that we can't, that it's a brick wall. And so then we walk them through, well, this is actually how Canada became a country. And this is actually how Alberta became a province. And this is what the numbers look like now when you look at the MPs and at the Senate. And so when you look at these numbers, what do you notice? Well, immediately you notice that the East has a hell of a lot more than we do. And then we explain to them why that is and why that can't change. And so if that can't change, then we're going to have to change. And how do you think we can do that? Because we can't fix this. We want to. We're women. We like to fix everything. We fix our hair. We fix dinner. We fix our husbands. We fix everything. And so once we get them to that point, like, no, you can't fix it, honey. You just can't. So what's our next option? How are we going to protect our babies? And then boom, it's like, all right. And then the mama bears come out and we're ready to rumble.
And speaking about change, for anyone just tuning into the stream, I made a really funny joke about half an hour ago. Change it means so many things, and it means also money. And so, of course, we're here to raise some money today. So let's do a little plug for AlbertaTelethon.com. I don't have any updated numbers, but I can only imagine we've at least tripled or quadrupled our intake since we've gone on. Yeah. I mean, Calgary did a great job, but like, look at the studio here, guys. Look at at the general, look at the good looking guests that we have on the show.
For those of you who don't know, we literally set this up in 8 hours.
So. You did great.
Yeah, AlbertaTelethon.com, guys. 6 TPAs there. Kathy, do you want to plug your plug the full name and also where people can view outside of Alberta Telethon?
Sure. So Alberta Women for Independence is the full name. It's a long one, so go to albertatelethon.com and find us and click the link. abwomenindependencenetwork.com is our website. And so everybody knows what your money will go to with us is lawn signs. We've got a bunch because people are asking for them. I think, and anybody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're the only ones covering all the questions.
Okay.
So we do, and in our presentations, we've tweaked it up a little bit, that we talk about the first 9 that the government put out, and this is what they say. This is how convoluted and confusing and ridiculous they are, but this is what they mean, and this is why we think you should vote yes. And then we go to question 10, the referendum on a referendum. So we go through all of that. So yeah, you're going to go towards lawn signs, and we do a lot of travel. I'm not saying the others don't, they do. We're still doing the home meetings, and we're just calling it politics on the patio because it's 30,000 degrees outside. and I thought carbon tax was supposed to do something about that, but here we are. And
maybe we just need more.
All right.
It's supposed to be a super El Nino this year.
All right,
I'm very disappointed, super El Nino. You've let me down.
Get that carbon capture sorted out. But yeah, so anyways, it goes towards a lot of travel. Today I was in Red Deer this morning doing some stuff down there. And next week we're traveling up north. We're going to be in Grand Prairie and Fairview and High Prairie before we come back down. And so that's what your money is going towards. I put so many kilometers on my last vehicle. I got a new one, so now I'm ready to mile that one out too. And I want everybody to keep us busy. If you want to have that smaller meeting in your house, there's no limit to the number of people. We don't care, because those 5 people that show up will go and tell 5 others. We just want to keep the conversation going. So let me keep putting miles on my car, and let's get this done.
And when Kathy has to get a new car, she'll unfortunately have to get something from outside the province. And if you are watching from outside the province and want to support Alberta independence, you can't donate to Kathy.
You can't.
But you can buy from Alberta Pins, because they have got some amazing stuff going on. So tell us a little bit more about your merch you got right now.
Well, Alberta Pin has shipped and sold things all across Canada and even in the United States. We get emails from all over Canada, people telling us, hey, don't forget about us when you get your independence. Alberta's independence is just the beginning, and it's a milestone to what's to come next. And
can we show off this flag?
Yeah, of course.
I've wanted to see it for a while.
So I've said this on John's podcast on his YouTube channel. If you look at the original flag, the river flows from west to east, just like your money. So we came up with this. James came up with this new flag where, if you're looking at the mountain, the true depiction of the river flows towards you, just like our resources should. And the north stands free, representing Alberta, because Alberta is the north, essentially. We pay for everything. So, and just the gold and black, hoping to play on the home and away one day, and hoping maybe the Oilers, if you guys are watching. And that's it. It's just like we try to make it and almost corner the market for affordability when it comes to being able to show Alberta pride. You know, and that was the main goal, right? When independence happens, that people are wearing our pin every year on Independence Day. That's our goal, you know. So
honestly, what I really want is that hat. That's just awesome.
Isn't it?
That's a beautiful hat.
Yeah.
So
and the jersey too.
The jerseys are finally available now. This was like, you know, through special request. People see, like, we wear uniforms all the time. We got hockey jerseys or something. People saw us in those baseball jerseys and started like, you need to make me one. You need to make me one. So we got together with Unacceptable Fringe, and we were trying to work something out. And so now you're gonna have the home and away again, like we do with everything.
Yeah.
And this is now available for everybody on albertapin.ca if you're watching. But the hat that you speak of, actually, it's the golden cap. This hat is lined in with golden interior, and there's currently only 25 people who have this hat. This hat is not for sale. This hat is in recognition of people who are doing outstanding work like you guys are. And we hope to continue to grow the golden cap momentum as much as we can keep up. Obviously, it's just my son and myself doing this. So, but you are two people that we definitely had in mind for the golden cap, and I wish I came a little more prepared.
No, that's cool. I did my hair today anyway, so I simply couldn't.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. You know, we'd golden cap you, but I don't think you want to, like, that's a nice flow, right? I wear the hat because there's not much under there. So, but
I'll hit you up when it starts going.
to go back on what you guys are talking about in Elections Alberta and Thomas Lukasik and his TPA, you know, one of the questions my son asked when he called Elections Alberta is like, hey, is it difficult to report? They're like, no, absolutely not. And we'll help you through it. And as a matter of fact, just to kind of give you a heads up, if you don't report, we're going to fine you $500 a week. So, you know, if you add up the amount of money that's already been spent with the kilometers that's been put on that bus, with the signs that have been printed, with the buttons that they're giving away, the magnets that they're doing, you know, and you times with how many weeks are left over, it'd be very easy for him to afford $500 a week to not be compliant. And, you know, I'm not saying that that's what's happening, but it's
interesting because I remember hearing them saying that Thomas Lukasik kept all the lists that he was supposed to destroy because the fine was only $50,000. And that's why they bumped it up to $500,000 after that. So for those of you who might have been involved in Forever Canada, your information might be in a private server somewhere, potentially being shared with others.
We're talking about someone who's extremely smart on paper, yet at every injunction, he says, oh, I didn't know it was going to lead to this. I didn't know it was going to lead to that. So it's becoming a bit deceptive and
convenient, maybe.
You know, we're navigating, it feels like, a corrupted system to leave a corrupted system. And like you said, we have to have fun with it. We have to have fun with it and just keep our heads up, keep smiling like Jeff's smiling, and we're going to get to where we're going to get to.
What do they say? If you don't laugh, you'll cry, right?
Yeah.
Kathy, what's your experience been with working with Elections Alberta to the extent that you have? Has it been a pain? Has it been...
Wait, time out for a second. Elections Alberta, we love you and support you here.
And you can head to Alberta Telethon.
No.
Elections Alberta, you're great. We have no complaints at all.
And I can actually say that.
Okay.
Because when I was also working with political parties, like real registered political parties, I got to know Elections Alberta because I had inherited a bit of a mess that required some cleaning. So I literally had them on speed dial.
Okay.
And they were fantastic to deal with. And this go around, I haven't had any trouble.
Okay.
At all. So I think I don't know what it depends on. I don't know what the deal is, but it's been really good for us. And I think at the end of the day, what I love the most about this movement is that regardless what the other side tries to throw at us, this is the legitimate, we're in it together, right? Like we are all pulling the rope in the same direction. We all know one another. We're all friends. We're all like, go support whoever. It doesn't matter. Like give everybody $20. Who cares? Or whatever, however much. Don't go over the 5,000 though.
No.
But you're like, just support everybody. And that's why they can't beat us because we're united. And it's, again, I harken back. I often talk about that game of whack-a-mole. They can't take us all out. There's too many. And there's more popping up all the time. So this is a good thing. This is a really good thing. And I want to circle back something you said about being really good for Canada, because others might follow, right? When I did a Saskatchewan tour not very long ago, and I did a little talking tour over there, when I told them, you know, I'm not kidding when I say, and I'm not even exaggerating when I say, every meeting I go to, inevitably somebody will ask, is Saskatchewan coming with us? Every time. And there were tears in the room. Because it was like, yeah, man, we're not leaving you behind. If you want to, don't make our mistakes. Just pick up where we are right now. Learn from us. Let us help you, and let's go forward. And that went a long, long way for the folks that were over there. So it could happen. It could be a domino effect where, okay, Alberta goes, Sask goes, Quebec goes, like whatever, and that will actually save the people. And I think that's why we have to do this.
We do some walks in the parks on Saturday to touch on this. Every Saturday around 2:00, we just go kind of walk around the dog park with the dog and stuff like that. And we meet people and talk to them. And we met a lovely lady one time, and she said to us, you know, if you get independence, I'm out. I'm moving away. I'm going to Manitoba. And me and my son were talking. And I think the reality is, you know, if people were to move away from Alberta because they're unhappy with independence, do you know how many people would be like, well, I'm fed up and I'm moving to Alberta? Or how do you feel right now where you're like, man, I'm done with this place. I want to leave, but you got nowhere to go. Alberta's going to be the place to go. And so for whatever we lose, we're going to gain.
That's happening now. I met someone today when I was at the Red Deer Farmers Market. I met a couple who just moved here from BC because of this. They said, we can't vote in October because we didn't get here fast enough, but we can vote in the next one. We'll be here long enough for that. And I was like, great on. Do you want a lawn sign? Because you can still do that.
Yeah,
right?
No kidding.
It's fascinating because I think when Czechoslovakia separated from one country to two, they ended up having only about 3% of people move. Well, if 3% of NDPers leave Alberta, that's going to be like about maybe 50,000 people-ish, give or take.
Maybe.
If 3% of Canadians who are more conservative decide to come to Alberta, that's going to be in the hundreds of thousands. So there's definitely going to be way more people coming in than will ever leave. And it's going to be the right people coming in, the people who want the values that we have. And I mean, like, if you have liberal values, like, that's fine. You can go live in a liberal country and that's your choice. But Alberta, we want to choose to be free because we want to choose our own values. We want to choose the values that have provided us prosperity up until this point, and we know would provide us prosperity going well into the future.
And if you are Albertan, reminder that only Albertans can go to albertatelethon.com and donate to one of our amazing TPAs. Keep in mind, please fill out the forms with as much detail as it asks, because as much as Elections Alberta has been maybe, relatively pleasant to deal with for some people, you don't want your donation going to them. You want it going to the TPA of your choice. So fill the information out properly. I believe it's anything under $50 doesn't need information.
Correct.
If it's between 50 and 500 or something, 5,000.
It needs the info.
It needs your info. So let's not, give any money away unnecessarily. I wanted to actually just make a quick comment too. I learned this fact from Adam from, I can't remember his last name, from Army of Good Men.
Yeah.
He was saying, you know how liberal California is? Maybe you guys know this stat. And California is nowhere near ever, in recent history, electing a Republican. If you subtract Alberta and Saskatchewan from Canada, from our last federal election, the rest of Canada voted 64% liberal. Left leaning, liberal or NDP. California only voted 57% Democrat. So the rest of Canada minus Alberta and Saskatchewan is many points higher than even California is liberal. Like, that's so liberal. And like you said, I mean, fundamentally, at a personal level, I got no problem with anyone. I have liberal family members. We all have liberal family members that, we love them. Maybe we think them as maybe a little gullible or naive or whatever. But the fact is, they're here. They exist, and it's our job. And God bless you for what you're doing when your work in the TPA and your work as well in educating people on why we're not just a bunch of mean redneck, what's the term? Ditch billies. I've never
even
heard it
know what
before
that
until
is. I don't want to.
I'll have to look it up
Maybe
sometime.
it's even lower than a hillbilly, I guess. But we're actually quite nice people, and we just want more prosperity for our family and our future, right? How much time do we have before? I can't recall. Do we have you till 7?
Yeah, until as long as you want. Doesn't matter to me.
Also,
5 minutes.
Fantastic. Okay, so we got to think 5 minutes before we do
Yeah.
a switch. Can you maybe give us like a 4.5 minute? What is the process look like if somebody contacts you and wants to do one of your a porch party?
Before we do that, I do have one thing I'd like to bring up with Kathy.
Please.
So,
Oh no,
most people don't know, but there's a Facebook group called Alberta Independence.
That's true.
It's got about 120,000 members.
Yeah.
And Kathy and I are the ones who do all the work validating all those memberships. We're admins on the teams. And it's been an absolute roller coaster of an adventure.
It really has.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm the one I'm a bit sticky. If you haven't answered the questions, I probably won't approve you because I don't have patience for them.
Yeah.
But that's me.
Sorry, I gotta interrupt for 1 minute. I'm gonna bring it right back to you.
Okay.
We have a note. We have a note we have to mention on air.
What?
Sheila from the Alberta's Choice TPA.
Yeah.
Ezra and Tamara Leach right now are at the Gas City Campground distributing signs until 8 p.m. tonight.
Nice. Get over there.
Yep.
Get over there.
And
Gas City Campground.
I don't know
Be
if we
there.
mentioned the party at Paul's Pizza.
Yeah.
'Cause
Oh, crap.
There's tons of people there.
Angela's
apparently.
there.
Yeah, Angela's there.
Angela's there. Yeah.
Paul's Pizza and Airdrie.
Yes.
Head on over there. That's where the party is.
Yeah.
We'll be switching to them at 8 o'clock, so you can be in the stream if you are there in time.
So sorry, continue.
Yeah, so we've been doing that now for over a year together. We've had some moderators come and go.
Yeah.
But honestly, the number of requests we get every day is anywhere from like 50 to 500.
That's right.
And we have to go and manually vet these people. And, maybe like 1% of them are like bots and stuff like that. So we kick them out. But most people who are coming there and we get, one of the questions is, why are you interested in this movement?
Right.
And the answers we get sometimes are so touching. People talking about, wanting their future for their kids, their grandkids, being tired of Ottawa's choices and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so many people are coming and say, hey, I used to be a staunch supporter of staying in Canada. But what Mark Carney has done for the last 6 months has made me realize we're on a sinking ship.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's it been for you?
Same. And I love the ones where it's my wife told me to. Good wife, keep her. Yeah, it has been that. It has been that. There's been a lot of emotion in those answers that I wanted it to work. It's not going to. I see it now. I just want to be around like-minded where I work. I can't talk to anybody about this, that kind of a thing. And so they're coming now to this online community on Facebook to participate in the conversation with others. There's some who go down there and say, I haven't decided yet, but I want to find some answers. And so, yeah, come on in. Let's get you some answers. Let's see what let's keep that conversation going. And it's been really good. It's been really good. Yeah.
And honestly, we let anybody in who answers the questions, is obviously from Canada, or especially if they're from Alberta, regardless of what side you're on. I mean, but when people come in, sometimes they'll just make it like, you guys are a bunch of idiot hillbillies, ditch billies.
That's the nice one.
Yeah, they go and do that. Well, that's going to get you banned.
Yeah, you're out. You're out.
And it's been great because in those groups, we get such a variety of discussion.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest thing, is like, we have such a variety of people who are supporting Alberta for various reasons.
Yeah.
I remember one time we did a poll on there, and we had said, what's your primary reason for wanting Alberta independence? And we put in taxation with our representation, equalization payments, the culture war with Ottawa, all these different reasons. And we got the list, and the number one complaint was equalization. That was the number one thing that most Albertans had an issue with. And you were only allowed to select one answer, is one thing that we did. So I brought that to Mitch Sylvester, and he was surprised because he thought it would be the cultural stuff. Because for him, that's what is the biggest issue that he's currently facing.
Oh.
He wasn't expecting equalization to be the number one thing that bothers Albertans about the system, which to me is interesting because that's something that could be fixed by the federal government, but they never will.
No. Well, yeah, and that's the symptom, right? Equalization is a perfect symptom.
James had started a golden hotline on TikTok. asking people to call in with their reasons and leave a voicemail on a voicemail that he had set up. And one of the main reasons that he was getting was young people are saying, I'm scared that they're going to offer my parents maid, you know, and that was one of the for us, one of the leading, exactly. And some people that were leaving the messages were almost in tears when they were saying that stuff.
Wow.
You know, it was like something I hadn't even thought of. Like, you know, we're upset with maid, but these young kids are scared that their parents are going to get offered maid, and they're going to be too proud to, you know, try to leave their kids with their disability or something like that, right?
Wow.
Mark, we're gonna sub Mr. Wagner in shortly here. Do you want to do another plug for your son's future TPA?
Well,
and then we'll do a transition.
His current TPA was called Forever Free, which we were told the name resembles too much of another TPA.
Okay.
The other TPA that it resembled too much was Stay Free Alberta. I know you wouldn't have guessed that. I will say that when I jumped on today to donate, I saw that Stay Free Alberta's website. They've gotten so much donations that it's actually, they're asking you to just, you know, leave your information if you still want to donate to them, as long as you're in Alberta.
That's correct.
Right? I do have one question before I give my plug. If we get freedom, will you take the mask off?
Oh, heck yeah, if we get freedom.
And
I won't have to worry.
Okay, then I'll give you the hat.
Perfect.
Well, there's 25 of those. There's only one of these.
But if you see us at any event, we're usually walking around with the yellow bucket. We're giving out free pins. If you can't get to us and you want to have a pin, just head over to albertapin.ca and pick yourself up some pins for yourself and your friends. Help us put a pin on every Albertan.
Nice.
Thank you guys for having us here, and good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Awesome.
Take my blue flag.
I am John Bolton, and we're here with Angela Tabak, Kathy Flett, Alberta Women for Independence, one of the third-party advertisers. Great to have you here. Now, what I want to do right off the bat is I want to say you are the unlikeliest couple to have a third-party advertiser. Angela lives about as far south in Alberta as you can get, in the Waterton area, and Kathy's in Edmonton. How the heck did this happen? Please tell me.
Oh, we became friends when we were working in the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta.
Yeah.
A number of years back.
Yeah.
And just found that we worked really well together. And we have just stuck with the message of Alberta independence for 6 years now.
6 years together, yeah.
It kind of works out nicely because we're in Calgary right now. You just kind of meet in the middle, right?
That's right.
This is fantastic.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've got your signs. Hold it up there. I've got this out on front of my house right now. I'm excited. I've got now 6 signs. Other people have 12. I got to get up to 12, but you're doing signs and you're talking to people. That's what you're doing. So tell us a little bit about the talks right now, because we know we love your sign.
Shall I talk about that?
Sure, yeah.
I'll talk
Tell us,
about the
Kathy.
talks.
Sure.
So we for over a year now have just been doing home meetings with people, helping predominantly women, but then the guys love the conversation too, so they join in, understand why we need to be our own province. And we thought, well, why fix what's not broke? We're just going to continue on, but now as a TPA. So that's what we've done, and it's actually exploded. Our calendars are filling up with people that want to have us over, and so we're calling it Politics on the Patio, because it's summertime, and just have us over. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 30 people, it doesn't matter to us. And we walk people through the history of how Alberta became a province, set some ground as to why our government structure sucks the way that it does.
Right.
And then why we need to vote yes to all of these questions and yes to option 2.
Well, you know, the difficulty I think that's happened through this process, I mean, even through the petition process, is finding people sitting on the fence. Are you meeting up with some of those people, Angela?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And it really comes from, you know, people who are already there, inviting their family and their friends to come. It's a very casual, open discussion. Nothing is being shoved down anyone's throats. And it's an opportunity to just kind of go back and forth with the ideas, some of the concerns that people might have. And it allows us to be able to address them in a way that is very non-confrontational. We're building community. Our whole focus has been education and building community. And so that's what we're continuing to do with the TPA. And it's working out really great.
We're in kind of a noisy room right now. We're at the Derek Fildebrandt and Dwayne Bratt debate.
Yeah.
And for the most part, it was a pretty friendly thing. It's almost radical now to have a friendly conversation, but that's what you're trying to do, isn't it, Kat?
Exactly. That's
Yeah,
exactly what we're doing. And it's working. As Angela said, we are not combative in these meetings. We're not putting anybody down. There's nothing like that at all. It's just, well, what are your concerns? And let's see if I have an answer. And if I don't, well, then I don't. But let's see what you have to say and how come.
Well, congratulations on your success. Your website, tell people what it is.
It's very long.
Okay.
Go to the QR code.
Go to the QR code. It's abwomensindependencenetwork.com.
Okay. And if you would like to support Angela and Kathy on the telethon, go to albertatelethon.com and click on their link. Hi, I'm John Bull.
Oh, great joke, everyone.
Yes.
It's too bad no one will ever know what it was.
Thank goodness.
Welcome back to the Edmonton studio, guys. We are pleased to be joined by Mr. Michael Wagner. I've been calling him Professor Wagner all night. He doesn't appreciate that, so but I think it's cool. So welcome. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thanks for having me here. It's good to be here.
Maybe you can give kind of a little bit of a background in your involvement in this movement.
Well, actually, I originally got involved in the movement in about 1981. I was a teenager in high school in Calgary, and I was triggered by Pierre Trudeau's National Energy Program. So I joined the first major independence group at the time, which was called WestFed. That group ended up folding, and so the following year, an organization called the Western Canada Concept Party of Alberta won a by-election in 1982, and I was so excited by that, I joined that party. By then, I was 16, and then in November of 1982, there was a provincial election, and so I handed out pamphlets for that party at that time. My first political activity. So I wasn't even old enough to vote, but I was really engaged with that activity, with the independence idea. And so I participated in that. And I stayed a little bit involved with that party for the 1980s, but it folded at the end. And of course, the Reform Party came along at the end of the 1980s and kind of absorbed all the independence sentiment for several years. So like most other people who had been involved, I was either involved with the Reform Party or doing other things. And I got re-engaged in 2015 when Justin Trudeau was elected as Prime Minister. And so I've been kind of re-involved since that time. So I kind of have a long history to one degree or another with this movement because I've really believed in this idea for a long time.
Would it be fair to say maybe from the early 90s through till the mid 2010s was there, even though it wasn't necessarily a name, was there still an underground sort of independent sentiment in the province, you would say?
Yeah, there was a little bit. There was actually a very small party called the Separation Party of Alberta, and they were around for a while. And actually in around the year 2000, Corey Morgan created the Alberta Independence Party for a little while, but didn't get a lot of traction. So there were definitely people who believed in it still, just a small minority of people because the Reform Party had been so successful at that time. But the idea never died. I mean, the idea really, the independence movement really started when Pierre Trudeau became Prime Minister in the late 1960s. That's when before that time, you'll see the occasional letter to the editor or an opinion editorial in a newspaper floating the idea of independence, but it never became a movement until Pierre Trudeau became Prime Minister. And so it was Pierre Trudeau who gave it credibility, especially with the National Energy Program. That's when people really came on board with the idea for the first time in the early 1980s. And so it hasn't died out since then. Like it dissipated a lot because the Reform Party was such a credible organization, and the idea that they had of reforming Canada so the West's voice could be heard in Ottawa, that's an idea that's a really good idea. And it caught on with a lot of people, and they did a lot of good work, the Reform Party. But in the end, it shows that despite how much effort we can put in to try and reform Canada, we can't. And so independence is our only option we have left.
It's kind of funny. I never thought I would be sitting here saying, thank you, Pierre Trudeau, because if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here right now.
That's true.
Yeah. So how has it been for you, like with the ups and downs? Because I imagine there's been a lot of times where you almost had a little bit of a false hope of things that are going to go big as they are right now. What was it like for you with all that up and downs?
Well, actually, especially in those early years when I was a teenager, I was really putting a lot of hope in that 1982 election because, the Western Canada Concept Party had been growing very rapidly. And that's actually why our Premier, Peter Law, he called an early election because he saw the WCC was growing so quickly. He wanted to cut it off before it could organize properly. And so I was really looking forward to a lot of MLAs for the party getting elected in 1982. And when we didn't get any, I was really devastated, actually. I was very emotional about that. But I did, like I say, I stayed a little bit involved with the party. And during the 80s, as long as Pierre Trudeau was in power, there was hope for the movement. And then when Brian Mulroney was elected in 1984, it looked like people were going to put their hope in Brian Mulroney, but he quickly stabbed us in the back with the CF-18 fighter jet contract that went to Montreal. And so it wasn't long before the movement was growing again and the WCC was growing again. And so, yeah, like, I mean, it never seemed close back in those days, if you know what I mean, but I was really dedicated to it and I was willing to stick with it. So, I mean, it was an idea that was, kind of growing among a certain segment of the population. And then, like I say, with the Reform Party coming along, that looked like a very hopeful thing. It grew very quickly and it did very well. And it, like I said, it was a very good idea and a lot of people were engaged and it looked like they could do something. So there was a lot of optimism that Canada could be fixed, right? So, and then, they became the Canadian Alliance after it was a Reform Party and became a Conservative Party of Canada. So the emphasis on Western issues really dissipated toward the end of the 1990s, but it did look like the party could potentially gain power as the Conservative Party of Canada, which it did. And Stephen Harper had been a Reform Party member of Parliament, right? So he was one of our guys in a sense. Like, we thought he could do things for us, and he tried to the degree that he could, to a certain degree. I mean, any Prime Minister of Canada, regardless of their party, has to cater to Ontario and Quebec. That's the bottom line. And Stephen Harper had to do the same thing if he wanted to stay in, and he did. And so we didn't get the kind of things that we really needed here in Alberta from the federal government. And so, again, it just goes to show that we cannot fix this country from here. We've got to become our own country if we want to be able to elect people who will do what's good for us and not what's good for Toronto and Montreal.
Yeah, the reality is Stephen Harper, even when he was here, he didn't exactly help us. He pulled the knife out of our back for a little while.
Actually, that's a good way of putting it. I mean, it's not so much that the Conservatives could do a lot of good stuff for us. It's just they give us a reprieve from the punishment of the Liberals. The Liberals are there to punish us and hurt us. And when the Conservatives are in there, they won't do that. Conservatives aren't going to hurt us, but there's not much they can do for us. They just give us breathing room until the next Liberal government comes after us, basically.
Except that it was Harper that changed the equalization formula.
Yeah.
To include 50% of our resource revenues, but exclude Quebec.
That was the
for
thing.
Votes.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Because
so he also stabbed us in the back.
In that sense, well, like, I mean, he wanted votes in
smaller
Quebec.
knife.
Yeah. Smaller knife. That's the thing. Like, any federal leader who wants to be in power has to cater to Quebec. And the opportunity came up to change the equalization formula, and he needed seats in Quebec because that was the one province where he was weakest, right? So this was a way of gaining support in Quebec, exactly. So that he did something that was bad for Alberta for sure.
Yeah.
And speaking about change, I wanted to make another just quick reference to AlbertaTelethon.com. I have about 4 jokes that I just cycle
through.
Constantly. Try being my wife at home. And AlbertaTelethon.com. Actually, we just got a note that I thought was interesting. Maybe the panel would like to hear. Mr. John Wilkinson, who is on from Alberta Flags, he messaged us and said that he's actually, since he's been on, he's been getting a lot of $49 donations, which is sort of an interesting note because how frightened people are about having to give their information away about what they're donating. Like, even now, we have a question on a referendum. We have some social legitimacy because we have, signs everywhere and flags everywhere. Yeah. Still, people are afraid to put their names down on a piece of paper to engage in the democratic process. What does this say? What does it say?
It says we need out.
Yeah.
It really does. It says we need out. Just a short story. We had a donor who shall remain nameless, but they used a middle name and then gave the 250. So under 250, you're not on the public list, but over 250, your name is immediately on the elections. Alberta has donated over this much, right? So he gave that much, and then his spouse gave the 750 so that they could make it right up to the $1,000 mark. That's what they wanted to give, but the spouse used a middle name as well, so that it couldn't be tracked exactly to them, right? It's been quite fascinating. Even today, when I was in Red Deer at the farmers market, I don't know, I want to put a sign out, but my house is going to get egged if I do that. I want to do this, but this is going to happen. I want to do that, but that is going to happen. And all I can think of is, funny story. None of this ever came from our side, ever, because it would have made the news immediately. And so, people are scared. They're scared to put their names to something. They're scared to put that sign out because of repercussions.
It's ironic, though, because in my area that I live in, it's very, very left-leaning, extremely left-leaning. Not that all leftists are against Alberta independence. I know there's a lot of you who are for it. You just don't want to say it.
Yeah.
But the moment I put up an Alberta flag on my house, all of a sudden, one of the neighbors down the street put up an Alberta flag on their house, and another neighbor put up an Alberta flag on their house.
Yeah.
And then I found out later that it actually helped build up our street credit with our neighbors, because they're like, okay, we know you're not crazy like the Forever Canadians are these days.
Nice.
And so like all of a sudden we actually made more friends. And I've never had my car get keyed. I've never had my house get nicked. And I'm in the heart of the crazy place.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Well, that's the thing. I mean, even at our house the other day when I was in Two Hills, speaking with Chris Scott and his crew, the dogs alerted my husband to somebody in the front yard, and I've got signs, I've got the flag, like, you know, it's my house, right? And we are also on a dead end street, so it's not through traffic that comes by. And so he looks out the window and he sees somebody lurking in the front and looking at the signs and looking at the flag, and he's like, here we go, you know, now I got to get out there and blah 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 blah. Anyway, long story short, the guy is also for independence. And so this conversation strikes up on the street, and he's like, yeah, I was just, I don't know, like a Facebook marketplace pickup or something like that, and couldn't help but notice. And so this great conversation takes place, and my husband says, well, do you know who Kathy Flett is? And he says, yeah, which always freaks me out. Like, that should not be a thing. That should not be a thing. But he's like, yeah, of course I do. And he says, well, these are her signs. Do you want one? He left with 3 because I happen to have some in the back of the truck. I got them in the back of all the vehicles that we have. So it's important to have these symbols out there, because you just don't know. You don't know what opportunity you're going to be able to open up for somebody else to be able to be brave and go, yeah, you know what? I'm going to do the same thing.
Michael, in your experience working on these campaigns and in being involved in this world in the 80s, what do you notice differently from how people treat a separatist, quote unquote, in the 80s and 90s, maybe compared to today? Do you notice much of a difference in how they're treated in the public or online? Wait, not online back then, but you know what I mean?
Like, there's always been the stigma. Like, I mean, it was less common then, back in those days. Like, it was a brand new idea back then. Like, no one had really thought of it seriously till the 70s and the 80s. So you were very much a minority. It was like, and the word separatist, of course, has stigma with it still.
Of course.
So to identify with that word, I mean, some people today don't even want me to use that word still, but I've been using that word for decades, so I still will. So it was very much a stigma. And like, compared to right now, like, there's more independent supporters now than ever in Alberta. So there's, and in certain communities, there's no stigma, I don't think, at all. Like, so in that sense, it's more comfortable to be an independent supporter now, except for in the sense, like, you're talking about people who don't want their names, you know, put it down. And what I want to say about that is that shows how Canada has changed. Like, it was never like that. The Canada that I was born and raised in was not like that. You wouldn't have to be afraid of putting your name on something, but that just shows what the Liberals have done to this country. It just shows more why we need to get out. How can we have freedom if people won't even put their names down for what they support? You know what I mean? Like, that's not freedom. There's some kind of fear there that's been generated by the government. The government has made people afraid to stand for what they believe and speak what they believe. That's not a free country, in my view. And I think that's just one more argument why we need to become independent, so we can have that freedom again that we had before.
It is a great argument, because it's such an important distinction to note that this is something that is very manufactured by government, by media, working together. Because, you know, like we talk about, you know, we see this in our neighborhoods. Like, if you have I was talking with our friend of the channel off screen about our neighborhood, how we have we're sort of outnumbered from Alberta lawn signs to Forever Canadian lawn signs. But these are neighbors that we like and we get along with, and, you know, there's no, like, you run across them and you get in the mail or on their mowing their lawn or whatever. Like, this is not what you see online is not it's not representative of reality, right? And to make it seem that way it's so dark. It's not nice. It's not good. And to make it seem like it's a much more personal and much more vitriolic sentiment. Like, this is, you know, we have very reasonable arguments, I think. And I think if more people were open to at least having a discussion about it, rather than, I think the trick that the government and the media likes to play is they say that even if you engage in discussion about it, you know, you're giving it air, or you're giving it, but that's exactly how you think. You know, this is you think by talking and by discussing and by being challenged in your ideas. And so
it's ironic, though, because Forever Canada appears to be creating a culture of encouraging this, of fomenting this kind of
unity,
thing. This kind of thing where, you know, you need to attack them, or you need to, like, do all this stuff to a separatist, come up with names and call them all that stuff. But the reality is, all that does is makes it so you guys start to look more and more like the crazy ones. So of course you're going to attract more crazy people to your side, but then over time, the more normal people are going to reject it. And so I kind of find it a little bit serving us that they're doing that Thomas Lukaszuk has never come out once to denounce any of the violence done against any of Alberta independent supporters. He's never come out once to even say stop harassing or doing all this. He's always silent on that. And then in their private groups, because I'm in your private groups, guys, I'm in all of them. I see what you guys post.
I thought you got booted out of one.
I got booted out of one because I opened my mouth, but
yeah,
I've got alternative ways to stay in that one. But yeah, so I always found it really interesting. The other thing is they have no problem calling us names, but there was a couple months ago, they were someone, I can't remember her name. She's got a little flag in her profile, but she freaked out. She's one of the forever Canadian leaders. She freaked out at the idea of being called an anti-separatist. And I had an absolute freak out about it. And so I played for a couple weeks there, just saying, okay, I respect that you do not wish to be called that. So how does Maple Nationalist sound? Or Canadian Confederate? How does that sound?
Well, it's funny you say that, actually, because we, on the show, James and I think James came up with this term, but I'll take credit for it because he's not here. He's behind the camera. Maple syrup flavored nationalism. Which is what a lot of this boils down to. It's like people are nostalgic for and you know what, I try to give them the benefit of the doubt that what they are, forever Canadians, is nostalgic for a Canada that they remember, but that no longer exists.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Maybe you guys can speak on that.
That's what it is. Well, I can speak to that. I can give you 3 stories in 2. The last 2 home meetings we've had, the smaller meetings that we've had, unbeknownst to me, there were some people there who were not, I wasn't preaching to the choir. They came, and when one came kicking and screaming and said, fine, if you will shut up and stop talking to me about this, I will go and hear what Kathy has to say. And then I don't want to hear a word about it, right? Left going, oh my gosh, I had no idea. Right? And then the second meeting, same thing happened, not kicking and screaming, but just really curious, like, what is it? And, it's going to be after 8 o'clock. Is she actually going to grow 6 heads? Like, what's going to happen here? Because they told all sorts of things about us. So there's that happens. And then there's the everyday conversations that we have the opportunity to do this with. And there was one that was about a month ago now, and it was somebody that I don't know very well, but somebody that I know. And it came out, the cat was out of the bag, that I was a separatist, and she was horrified by that. And she said, you know what, my kids, my whole family is all for this, but I'm just not. And so we had this back and forth conversation, and she admitted, like, my kids and my grandkids are never going to buy a house. I know that, but I just can't give up this Canada and my sovereignty, and on and on and on. I said, so you admit that the Canada that you lived in and were successful in and had every opportunity to achieve everything, every goal you ever set for yourself doesn't exist anymore? And she said, oh no, I know that it doesn't. I said, then why would you vote for your next generations to stay in that? And she went, oh my gosh, I never thought of it that way. Never thought of it that way, right? She was holding on to this nostalgia. And it's those one-on-one conversations. That's why rallies are great. They have their place, but it's that one-on-one that's going to get this done.
I think a big thing as well is that Alberta itself didn't really transition from that old Canada until COVID.
Yeah.
We were still living in old Canada when the rest of Canada had long since gone and departed. I lived in Ontario for a few years in the early 2000s, or 2010s, I mean, and I could, it was hardcore shifting back then. I came back home to Alberta. I'm like, oh, good, everything's still normal. And then COVID hit, and it's been on fast forward trying to keep up now. Yeah. So we still have that remnant of Canada and Alberta, and we're trying to preserve that and keep that because it's very hard to get it back once you give it away.
Oh, yeah.
And Michael, you have some books here. And I'm sure you've talked about this in one of your books, but kind of chronicling the shift as Alberta has maybe not shifted away from Canada, but as how Canada has shifted away from Alberta. Maybe you talk about how Alberta is a throwback to what Canada used to be, or reminiscent of that in some way. Like, can you speak to that a little bit from what you've written?
Yeah, like not quite exactly what you're saying, but related to the previous discussion is in this particular book here, Alberta Separatism and Then and Now. Like I wrote this book, it came out in 2009. So it's a history of the origins and the early years of the Alberta independence movement up until 2008. But one of the key people who I quote in here is Ted Byfield with Alberta Report magazine. And for those who are younger, you might not remember Alberta Report magazine, but it went from 1973 to 2003. It was a very, very influential magazine in Alberta and in Western Canada generally. I mean, it was part of the effort to create the Reform Party. I mean, the influence of Alberta Report magazine was key in the creation of the Reform Party. But in here, I talk about it was Ted Byfield, who in 1980 already was writing about the difference between Old Canada and New Canada, because it was Pierre Trudeau who brought in the New Canada. Pierre Trudeau brought in a different constitution. Now, the Constitution is the foundational document of a country. When you change the Constitution, you change the country. People need to understand that. So in 1982, Pierre Trudeau was fundamentally changing Canada, and he knew it, and that's what he wanted to do. And Ted Byfield would go into details about how Canada was different. Like he was originally from Toronto, and he came out to Alberta and became an Alberta patriot. I mean, a lot of people from Alberta move here and become Alberta patriots. And like when he was growing up, we had a different flag, and that was changed by the Liberals in the 1960s. And actually the change in the flag was representative of the kind of change they were introducing to the country in general. Right? So anyway, in that book, I'm quoting from Ted Byfield, how he talks about and describes the change from Old Canada to New Canada. And it was the Old Canada he grew up in. It was the Canada he loved and was loyal to. And he did not feel loyal to the New Canada that Pierre Trudeau was introducing to us. So that's part of what that book is about, because in those early years, there was that cultural issue to the independence movement, because people realized our country was changing fundamentally and they wanted to stick with the older Canada. And so there was a lot of even meetings I went to. I think there were like World War II veterans there who were for the Alberta side, because they saw the country changing drastically and they didn't like what they saw. So that book talks a bit about that, because those are some of the original emphases and themes of the independence movement back in those days. So then in the second book, No Other Options, Self-Determination for Alberta, I do talk a lot about how Ted Byfield talks about Alberta's a cultural identity. Like now, Alberta's identity isn't different from the rest of Canada the way Quebec's is. Like Quebec, they have a different language and a different history and stuff. So Alberta is not distinctive from Canada the way Quebec is, but it still has its own distinctive history. It has, like we had way more American immigration in those early years, which kind of set us apart from the rest of the country. And there were other factors too. And so Ted Byfield talked about those things about Alberta's cultural identity. And that's an important part if we're going to become our own country. So we have to think of ourselves as Albertans, as that would be our cultural identity and our political identity. And so that's kind of one of the themes that's in there. But those are the kinds of things, though, like that Ted Byfield talked about, that were so important for Albertans today to understand about how we're different and how we are more like the old Canada than the Canada and the rest of the country.
But even in terms of our history, we don't exactly have the same history that we're getting painted with all the time. Like Alberta was not essentially set up initially by Canada. It was Rupert's Land. We were a completely different colony that had nothing to do with Canada. And it wasn't until finally the British Crown forced the sale of it to Canada that we even became a part of it. And then we were treated like a colony for the first 40 years, a colony of another country, essentially. So we were settled by a very different group of people. And even when we became part of Canada, for a long time, only the rejects were sent out here. If you were a dirty Eastern European, or like a lot of our ancestors were, you weren't allowed to settle in Upper Canada, in Ontario or Quebec. No, you had to go out to the prairies because Ukrainians are a lot of farmers. And that's why we've got a giant Easter egg in Vegreville. We have a huge Estonian. We have sausages in Mundare. We have all the rejects that were sent out here. So we weren't even settled by the same people who were settled in Ontario. Honestly, when I look at our history, we are a very different people than Ontarians. But when you look at modern day Quebec and modern day Ontario, although their history is different, their values have almost just become a French and English version of each other. A lot of their values have aligned so much that they're pretty much become a monoculture that just speaks two different languages.
Actually, that's quite an interesting point, because when you compare settlement of the Canadian West with the American West, like generally the American West kind of was gradually moving west, and people would come in, immigrants would come into Eastern United States, become acculturated as Americans, and then move west. Whereas like what you're discussing, what truly happened is after the prairies were attached to Canada, it was like there were very few people out here, and they needed to bring in people to create an agricultural economy. So at first there was opposition to bringing in Eastern Europeans, like you mentioned, because some of the the WASP people on Ontario didn't want those kind of people. Eventually, we got an interior minister who went and advertised for people in Eastern Europe, and a whole flood of them suddenly came to the prairies, and they didn't go through Eastern Canada and become like geographically they did on the train or whatever, but they didn't stay there and become Canadianized and then move out west. They were plopped here as immigrants, and they Canadianized in the West in a different experience from the people in Central Canada. So what you're talking about is true, that our experience as Westerners here on the prairies, the way we developed a Canadian identity was different from the historical experience of those in Central Canada. And like, this is important to me, like my paternal ancestors came to the prairies in 1902. And so this is kind of like and probably some of the others here, I'm sure people in the audience, their ancestors came early in that time period to the prairies, and we're descendants of that. We're reaping the fruit of their efforts to get us here, But so exactly what you're saying was exactly true.
Yeah. And like a lot of it as well was just the straight up geography. Like the United States, it was just like gradually, like a guy would move in just a little further away than the last guy, just a little further away. Us, we had the Canadian Shield.
Exactly.
It literally divided us up. And so it's no surprise that when, they're looking at it, they're like, oh, convenient. We can just send them so far away that we don't even have to think about them. And that's what happened. And we just became a resource colony. They sent so many people out here. A lot of them did really well. A lot of them died, and they didn't care. They just took in the money from all the agricultural sales that they got over time.
And sorry, please go ahead.
I was going to add one more way in which we were different from the rest of Canada is when you look at our provincial political history, we would form alternative political parties. So, the original party was the Liberal Party, but in 1921, the United Farmers of Alberta became our government. United Farmers of Alberta from 1921 to 1935. Then with 1935, it's the Social Credit Party of Alberta up until 1971. Those are parties that weren't in other provinces, in terms of forming government. I mean, eventually in BC, there was a Social Credit Party that kind of keyed off Alberta, but it was different in its own way. But Alberta was very distinct from the rest of the country in terms of our voting trends, and federally as well. We voted federally for the Social Credit Party for many years, and previous to that, the Progressive Party of Canada. So when you look just at our voting history, you can see how different we are from the other provinces.
Honestly, if it wasn't for Stockwell Day losing so bad, I think we probably would still have our own parties.
I don't know.
Because we never would have become a conservative stronghold otherwise.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. But everything you guys say is true. I mean, one of the quotes that I give in every presentation that I do is the Sir Clifford Sipton quote, right? Where every Canadian, every patriotic Canadian is going to want all the trade from the prairie to go to the east to enrich them. That's the shortened version of it. But that's why we were created, was so that all of our bounty, all the fruits of our labor could go to the east. That was the plan. And here we are all these years later, and it's no different. But what's neat to me is despite that, and people still came here, and a hardy bunch of people, right? Like you go way up north, and it's very hardy. Nobody told them about the snakes in the south and the minus holy moly in the north, right? They just showed up and did what they could with what they had. And when you dig into the history books, the few that there's stories of the women being home alone with the kids while the men went to go and work to try and support them. And they didn't speak the same language as their neighbor, but they would still go and have Sunday dinner just so they were around people. Like that's what this province was built on. And that's why when you go to pick any small community, pick any one. And what do you see first? You see an old church. You see an old church that's probably dilapidated now, but that was the first building that was built.
Yes.
The second building that was built was the school, because everybody appreciated how important education was. And so then there was the church, there was the school, and if it was a bigger community, the next thing they would build is a community hall. And you go to all these little towns, and there's community halls. You go to the bigger centers, there's the German community hall, the Ukrainian community hall, the Dutch community hall, exactly what you were talking about, right? All these people came together, and they made it work. That's what this province was built on. And the three words that Angela and I have been hanging on to in this campaign is family, community, sovereignty. You cannot have the first two without the last one. And that's what they eroded. They purposely eroded the family, which then eroded the community, and now they're trying to take our sovereignty. And we just can't stand for it. That's not what this province was built on.
No, it was not. It was built on being a resource colony. And speaking of resource colonies, really, you can view us today as your resource colony for albertatelethon.com, where our purpose is to direct funds to our 6 great TPAs.
You're good.
That was very smooth.
The king of the segue. Yeah.
That's great.
I wish I had updated numbers for you, but if you're tuning in earlier, we were reporting that Keith Wilson's TPA, Keith Wilson and Tanya, they surely must be over 50,000 now.
I hope so.
The Women's Network, the Alberta Women for Independence Network.
Yeah.
Did I get that right?
Close enough. Yeah.
Perfect. They're over 10,000. Corey Morgan's over 11,000. Amazing work, guys. We really, really appreciate that. You know, this is what we're here for. We need, if we're going to talk about high-minded things like sovereignty and where our future is going and how we can build something better than what we have currently for our children and our grandchildren. The fact is that these things take money, and the people on the other side of this debate right now have seemingly unlimited money. They have government money, in fact, and they have different reporting structures and rules surrounding their money than we do. So let's make sure to do this right. Remember that in order to donate to any of the TPAs, you have to be an Albertan citizen.
Yeah.
You have to, if you donate under $50, you don't need to provide information. Anywhere between 50 and 250, you need to give some information. Please fill out the information correctly so that you're not accidentally donating to Elections Alberta, because they'll take those funds
I think it goes right to the government. I think it goes right to general revenue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can donate up to $5,000 in any one election cycle, I think is the rule, right? In any 1 year or something like this.
Yes.
If you're wanting to donate in the thousands of dollars, maybe double check that first.
And if you live outside of Alberta, you can always buy one of Michael Wagner's books and learn a little bit more about Alberta independence and how it came to be. This guy's a wealth of knowledge, and his books are fantastic. I've read 2 of them.
Where can Michael? Where can people find buy your books? Can they buy directly from you?
Well, actually, this particular one that Mr. Alberta held up is available on Amazon.ca, and all 3 of the books are available at a website called merchantship.ca. Like, it's a homeschool supply online store, but they carry my books as well, and so they carry all of them. I've got 3 books on Alberta independence. So if you go to merchantship.ca and put my name in, my books on independence will come up, and they're less expensive there than they are on Amazon too. So.
Amazing.
Did I ever tell you our cool story about your books?
No.
Okay. So we had Angela hosted a home meeting, and there was 20 women there. And the way that the host got these 20 women to show up was she said, you know what, it's been a long time since we've been in school. Perhaps we need a refresher social studies course. And so these 20 women showed up for charcuterie and tea and all the rest. And Angela brought out your books and gave them the social studies course that we do. And they left doing a book club on your book.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah.
That's great.
Professor Wagner,
See?
working even when he's not there. That's so good.
That's how we work together. There's no competition here.
Oh.
No competition.
Yes.
Before we run out of time.
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier in the stream. So we're going back to Paul's Pizza. They're in Airdrie, so just north of Calgary. Well, not right now, but at the top of the hour. And we bring in the Edmonton location. We were talking about, like, what can we wanted to maybe put a little bit of Edmontonia in this stream. We talked about maybe some Oilers gear.
Oilers would be good.
Oilers would be good. So, they talk about in this movement having a big tent. We want to have people of all stripes. We're not just preaching to the choir. And so, in the spirit of that, I just wanted to maybe put this on the table for everyone. All you Calgary independent supporters, you are welcome, in fact, to join us in supporting the Edmonton Oilers. It is not a good time to be a Calgary Flames fan. We all know this. Your arena is garbage. Your team is almost as bad. And so we want to invite you to be a fan instead of the Edmonton Oilers, because we have the greatest player to ever play hockey playing for us currently. I'll die on that hill. So we just wanted to just have this is a little gift from us, just a little visual gift for the next 20 minutes on the stream. So thank you for reminding me.
Tent.
Yeah.
You can fit in our big tent anytime.
Anyway,
go Flames.
So it's been great having Michael Wagner on the show.
I was in high school in Calgary when the Flames came from Atlanta.
Well,
So it's deeply burned into my heart. Those early years, the Flames did really well those early years.
They did.
Nostalgia, right?
Yeah, it is nostalgia.
Just nostalgia.
I actually think technically, even to this day, they still have a winning record against the Oilers, much to my chagrin. I think that's, and they may have adjusted in the last 5-10 years, but
I'd have more respect if they actually made it to the finals.
Well, hey, you know.
Well, fun fact, we do often get asked what's going to happen to our sports teams once we're our own nation.
Right. Well, I mean, that's an interesting question. Little things like that come up all the time, you know.
Yeah.
Big concerns about like, well, you know, my family lives in BC. Like, am I going to be able to? Well, it's like, I mean, yeah, like if you have people have family in the US that go visit, like we're different countries. In the NHL, you know, the NHL is made up of 2 different countries right now. What would be the difference of adding quote unquote a third? You know, they play official NHL games in Europe now. You know, the NFL plays games in Europe and South America, and like we're you know, as much as we maybe hate to admit it, like we're a fairly global world right now. Things can just happen. That's one of our kind of rallying cries in the movement. You know, you can just do things, you know, like
not only that, but once our taxes drop,
That's what I was thinking. We'll be able to keep some players here. They won't be going down south.
Well, they don't have to give away their money.
Yeah.
Well, people scratch their heads and wonder why, like, why does it seem like every, you know, middle to high value Canadian player, they just always end up playing in Florida?
Can't imagine.
What could be the reason why? Could it be their tax structure? I don't know. Could it be the beautiful weather? We can only really accommodate one of those, I think, here.
That's right. Although it's been really hot this week, so we'll have 1 week of beautiful weather.
Yeah.
It's been comparable to Florida.
Yeah. It's been great.
What are some weird, maybe we can take the last, 10, 15 minutes here. What are some questions that you guys get or concerns that you guys get a lot when you're talking to people about this movement that maybe we wouldn't think to ask, like some of a very personal concern that somebody might have if they were on the fence of, well, I understand the value of being independent, but X, like what would be what are some of the maybe more interesting things that you've heard that people have been concerned about?
Well, I think one of the issues that was addressed earlier was risk. And for me, that's the number one thing. Like becoming independent country is a risky venture. Like what we're doing is risky. Like, let's just admit that. But staying in Canada is risky too. That's my reply. You know what I mean?
Even more risky.
Riskier.
Yeah. Well, look what the Liberals are doing to this country. Is this the direction that you want to go with your future and your family's future? I mean, it's not like the Liberals are doing, just at one time, one strange thing. Like they're incrementally taking away our freedom and crushing the Canada that we used to know. They're doing that incrementally so that people don't notice it as quickly, but it's happening. And if we stay in Canada, we're going to continue to lose our freedoms. And so the risk of staying in Canada, yeah, there's a risk of leaving and there's a risk of staying. So it's a matter of which risk are you willing to take? We know which direction we're going with Canada. Becoming independent, it's a different risk, but we risk becoming free. We get more freedom that way. So, but I think risk is kind of the number one thing that people bring up for me.
Is it?
Kathy.
The one that always surprises me because I just don't understand it is, well, am I going to need a passport to go visit my family back east? Like, I don't know.
It's up to Canada.
It's up to Canada.
Yeah.
It might be. I'm old enough to remember when all you needed to do was have driver's license to go down to the U.S. You didn't need all your paperwork and show that your dog had their regular shots and all the, right? You just didn't need you didn't need a file folder to cross the border. You needed one little card. I don't see why we couldn't have that same type of relationship with the rest of Canada.
It's kind of interesting as well because for Alberta, we've always needed a flexible workforce.
Yeah.
So we have no reason to deny people dual citizenship.
That's
Most
right.
likely Alberta will keep the tradition of dual citizenship.
Yeah.
For Canada, they're the ones who, as a threat, it sounds really good to say we're going to take away your Canadian citizenship. But in reality, there's no mechanism to do that. The only mechanism to lose your citizenship in Canada is by committing fraud when you apply. That's it. There's no other way for you to have your citizenship stripped. You could commit actual treason and try to kill the king, and your punishment's the death penalty, but we're not going to take your citizenship away. There's literally no way for you to lose that citizenship. And for Canada to put in a new law, because they totally can, that doesn't infringe on the Constitution to strip our citizenships will be very difficult for them because under the Canadian Constitution, you are protected based on your origin. So Canada can't just come out and say, we're going to allow dual citizenship in every other country except Alberta, because that's discrimination against origin. Likewise as well, they can't put a discrimination against freedom of travel, even though they did during COVID. They have they're not able to put in.
Don't remember.
Oh yeah, don't trauma.
But it's interesting with these kinds of arguments, whether it's the passport and citizenship and so on, is nobody's saying, look how great Alberta is in Canada. Look how great it is. Don't you want to stay with all these things? They're saying, well, this will be hard and this will be hard. Like there's no positive image of Alberta staying within Canada. It's all negative stuff from the other side. They don't have a positive vision.
And to your point earlier too about, what an indictment about what Canada has become is that we even have to worry about what sort of punitive measures Canada is likely to impose on us for exerting our democratic will, like that would not have been aren't we supposed to be the polite ones? Aren't we supposed to be like, the kind and accommodating, and like, why wouldn't the discussion be, how they maybe at least a little bit of how they treated Quebec in the 80s and the 90s, like, oh sweetheart, please don't, you're my Canada includes Quebec. Now it's, you're
Traitor.
idiot ditch Billy traitors and good riddance, but you can't leave. So
what's important about that too is like Canada's constitutional law allows provinces to leave if they follow the proper process. And that's what we're trying to do. Like, this is the law. Like, how can you be a traitor if you're following the law? I've never heard a definition of traitor where if you obey the law, you become a traitor. You know what I mean? It's like, it's completely off base. Totally. This is Canada's law. Why are we being threatened for doing something that the country allows, that the law allows? It's completely constitutional. It's completely in line with the legislation. We're doing nothing wrong, and yet they're making all these threats against us. Like, it's like I say, it just shows what a bad country Canada has become.
The funny thing is they'll throw out the argument saying, you're never going to get that constitutional amendment, which number one is a burn on themselves because they think they're so horrible that you'll never get the amendment. But also, Keith Wilson can correct me if I'm wrong on this.
And he will.
They can't do the constitutional amendment until after we leave, because otherwise they're stripping Canadians of their rights. So we need to go have the negotiations. We need to go form our own government. We need to do everything, cut ties, become our own country. Then they can remove us. But if they don't remove us, then they technically have a foreign country that's completely autonomous and gone, having voting rights in their leftover of Canada. So it's kind of a weird kind of flex that I'm trying to say, hey, we're not going to let you leave because we can't get a constitutional amendment, even though pretty much you leave and then we amend it. So there's no real threat there, but they bury it, they loft it around like it's an actual like good point or something like that.
Well, James has brought this up on our show before, where a lot of the times I think when people use the word traitor when they refer to us, really what they're saying is something more like disloyal or something. Like, I don't think they're trying to use the word in a legal sense, because it does have a legal meaning. It's more of an emotional sense, right? Because this is a very emotional topic for a lot of people, and they view it as a it's hard for some people to view it from a cold, logical, like, listen, these are why objectively this makes sense, because they view it as an emotional, like, we're Canadian, it's nice and it's kind, and igloos and whatever, and maple syrup on a stick, like, so it's I have some sympathy for that, because it's I get the patriotism aspect of it, but it's just, you got to use the right words. I got a small update, by the way. We've got about 12 13 minutes here. Do you want to know what the Women's Independence Network, you guys are over 12,000 now.
Come on.
Yes.
Nice. Thanks, everybody.
Let Alberta decide. Keith Wilson and Tanya. Why can't I think of Tanya's last name on
Clemens?
Tanya Clemens. Yes, of course. Sorry, Tanya. You guys are over 50K.
Nice.
And there's also a note that they wanted to let you guys know for people who are going to Paul's Pizza tonight in Airdrie. If you are maybe hesitant, or you don't want to, or don't have the ability to donate online, they have donation bins there. So you can donate cash. They have 6 different jars, I guess, for the TPA. So nice option to have. Nice, cold, hard cash.
Yeah.
Cash never runs out of batteries.
Cash never runs out of batteries. It's always going to get used for the good cause. What I love too about all the different TPAs, and I think I said it in the first segment, is we all have kind of our lane. Like, almost all of us have signs, but we all each have something specific that we are talking about. So it's not like, oh, well, my money's going to go to 6 of the same things. It is not.
Right.
It's absolutely not. It's going to go to 6 different things. And that just completely helps build up that message, build up the movement, and get all the message out there in a way that all the different people can hear it and understand it. And so there's no bad dollar spent on anything.
I think that's a really good point, because there are some people who say, "Oh, look, there's so many groups, it's divided." No, it's just the different groups appeal to different segments of the population. Like not everybody's the same. Not everybody's convinced by the same argument or the same appeal or whatever. So you need different groups that have different arguments and different appeals to different segments of the population.
Yeah.
So the more TPAs there are, the better, because they can reach more people.
Yeah.
Not only that, but it's been fascinating just watching like how everything changed over the last 2 years. Like before it was Alberta Prosperity Project. They were the ones leading the charge.
Yeah.
They're rallying everybody. And then it became Stay Free Alberta. And that's when things took off, because we had one job: get the signatures, and that's it. Just go get the signatures, done. And then once it was done, it went from one job to literally like 30, 40 different kinds of jobs we have to do.
Yeah.
Alberta Prosperity Project's focusing on the political angle, because we're going to need that. We're going to need to be able to pressure our government. And then all these other different TPAs have popped up to be able to focus on different things. Like we just had John, for those of you who just turned in, who's literally his entire TPA is getting Alberta flags across the country
And
or
stickers.
the province.
And stickers.
Yeah. And the TPAs are really important. And that's one thing I want to emphasize really quick. The reason why we have TPAs is so that way it's Albertans talking to Albertans in this campaign. It's very critical. Despite what Forever Canadian and other groups might be doing, we are able to look and say, this is just an Albertan movement with Albertans, with Albertan money, and we like it that way. It's perfect. And we're happy to continue doing that. Eventually, the referendum's going to be over and things are going to move into the next phase. But right now, that's the reason why these TPAs are so important. And that's why we ask you to donate to as many as you can, as much as you can afford. Don't, because this is for our future. But that being said, putting food on your table is also very important.
And something, if I can jump in.
Please.
For the TPAs to remember. So it stands for third party advertiser. In this case, it's for the referendum. I know some people have been pretty hard on Elections Alberta, and I'm going to root for them one more time by saying we've never done this to them before.
True.
Ever.
Yeah, good
Right?
good point. Yeah.
And so this is all new for everybody. It's new legislation. It's a new workload for everybody. So we're all trying to feel this out. And I've often said that this side of the conversation is literally their worst nightmare, because we're doers. Right? We get up and we see something needs to get done and we go, we do it. You don't ask permission, you just get it done. And there's legislation around this. And so we've, some of us who get up a little earlier than others have had to back up and go, oh shoot, sorry, I didn't mean to do it that way. How can I fix it? What can I do to make this better? And so some patience has been required because of that. And the reason that we have kind of these fences, if you will, around what we do as TPAs is because, I don't know if y'all know this or not, but in Canada, there's a small problem with foreign interference. I have to report every dollar that comes in, even if I don't have to tell them who gave it when it's under the $50 mark. I have to report it all. And I'm obligated to sign my name that, yep, these are all from Albertans. And so there's reasons. There's reasons for these parameters, and we want to make sure we're following the rules. So that's why they have TPAs.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, just like many other things, something starts off as the intention is good. The ethics behind it is good. And just like so many things, it can be corrupted and pushed and maneuvered and bent. And, so yeah, that's a great attitude to have, because we don't want to antagonize our, as easy as it is, and maybe as fun as it is sometimes, to antagonize like dumb bureaucracy.
Yeah.
We still got to play the game. If we want to be taken seriously and be legitimate, and of course we do, because just like you said, Mr. Wagner, this is a legal process. This is he was Professor Wagner earlier. Sometimes depends how serious the point is. If we're talking hockey, he's just Mike.
Go Flames.
Anyway, like I said, great to have you here. But yeah, they will somebody will seize any opportunity to call this illegitimate and to make it difficult for us, because we are, like it or not, sort of like you say, we've never done this before, and we are the change, this is it doesn't take any guts to say, like, no, I'm happy with how everything is.
Yeah.
I'll have more of this, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. You know, that's the default. You know,
That's right.
forever Canada is the default. We're the ones who are rocking the boat a little bit. And so, yeah, it makes sense. You know,
It
we
does.
want to keep everything above board.
And we're the ones that when we hear those arguments back to us or those excuses back to us, oh, it's going to be too hard. It's like, huh? What?
Good.
Like, challenge
anything
accepted.
good is worth doing,
Yeah.
right?
Right? Let's go.
Honestly, what's actually going to be hard about it?
I don't
mean,
know.
like half of the institutions we already have. We already have an Alberta Revenue
Yeah.
Agency. What borders do we have to really protect? Like Canada isn't going to
The
invade
BC.
us. Even if Canada invades us, the BC. The BC. Even if Canada invades us, though, we have more veterans in our province than the Canadian Army has in the entire army.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really like that big of a deal, and they have Cold War era weapons.
Actually, a funny point about invading, if I can just interrupt, that's always my favorite objection, is that the U.S. is going to invade us if we become independent. And because we won't have a military. As if the only thing that's preventing the U.S. from invading us now is Canada's military superiority.
Actually, it would take longer to invade Alberta than it would on Ottawa, because Ottawa is only 45 minutes away, whereas Alberta is 5 hours away. Oh, sorry, guys. We're getting cut off.
We're going to Paul's Pizza soon. Kathy, Michael, thank you guys so much for this. This has been so fun.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
you
you,
guys
yes.
are rock stars.
This is fun.
This is amazing.
We really appreciate it.
Okay,
Guys.
so, John, we got to do this again. I'm
Yes,
just saying.
sir. Yes.
John, we're putting you to work.
Yeah. And guys, tune in. You'll be hearing from Mr. Dale or Mr. Alberton and Mrs. Alberton down at Paul's Pizza. It'll be a live stream. If you're in the area, feel free to come by. And then at 9 o'clock, you're coming back here for Fringe, showing up with Keith Wilson. So there's a lot of stuff still coming up, but please donate today. Donate and help us to be able to push this movement forward. So
AlbertaTelethon.com.
Thanks, everyone.
Wow, what a fantastic crowd. There are thousands of our fellow Albertans here today. Thank you for being at the largest ever rally for Alberta's sovereignty in Alberta's history. We are at an inflection point, ladies and gentlemen, a time in history where we have a choice. And that choice is, do we continue to be subservient to Ottawa and the enslavement by our federal government? Or do we chart a new path forward to freedom and prosperity through independence? We have the leverage. We have the power. We have the ability to empower our provincial government to be able to, for the first time in history, negotiate a new sovereign Alberta from a position of strength. And that position of strength comes from a successful referendum on Alberta sovereignty.
Albertans, it's time we face the truth. Ottawa's system cannot be fixed from within. Every path to fairness is blocked by design. Every single year, we lose between $20 and $28 billion in equalization payments. That's about $6,000 per Albertan. Or for an average family of 4, that's $24,000 your family gives away to Ottawa for no services in return. That's money that you earned and money you'll never see again. But after all these things, they have not yet broken our spirit. Alberta is not getting a fair deal in Canada right now. And here's the truth. If we actually want real change, the kind that means opening up the Constitution, that's nearly impossible for Albertans to do on our own. But if we vote yes in a sovereignty referendum, that changes everything. Suddenly, Alberta is not begging to be heard. We'd be negotiating from a position of strength for the first time in our history. And when that happens, when we vote yes to sovereignty, Ottawa will listen.
I'm told constantly on my channel, Fringe, there is no way you can vote your way out of this mess. I beg to differ. Alberta, you've been handed a golden ticket. You've been given a golden opportunity. You've said for years, your vote has no weight in the federal elections. Our Senate is unrepresented. Our votes just put bums in chairs while Toronto, Southern Ontario, and Montreal decide who runs our country. But this vote, ladies and gentlemen, this vote gives you more weight and more power than you've ever had in your life. If you are a true Albertan, you owe it to your children, grandchildren, your future great-grandchildren to vote for prosperity, to ensure that there is a land left here for them, that they can afford homes, they can have families, they can build memories, and they can be prosperous and free.
But I'm confident that no matter what happens in that process, and this is critically important, that next year, whether it's in the spring or the fall, there will be a province-wide referendum. But we cannot, for the sake of our children, underestimate the magnitude of that challenge. We have to get like 1.8 million Albertans to vote yes. That means every single one of you is now charged with a mission. And that mission is to talk to your friends, talk to your colleagues at work, the guys on your shift, the people in your baseball team or your hockey league, everybody that you encounter, to have the awkward discussions, to get them to understand the opportunity that's before us, the opportunity that how they will benefit, how their family will benefit, how their community will benefit, how their kids will benefit by voting yes. That is the imperative that we all have. We can do it. You must do it. Are we going to fight for our kids?
There's a lot of people here today, but it's not enough. We need more people, which means that each and every one of you, you need to ask yourself, are you willing to make the sacrifices necessary, specifically with your time, to make this happen? Are you willing to actually go and have the difficult conversations with those who may scoff at you so that you can make these changes? Are you willing to give up your Friday night or your Saturday night, like most of these people have been doing for the last 3-4 years, to make this happen? And if you're willing to answer yes, which I'm sure most of you are, then you need to walk the walk. When you leave here, you need to start doing these things. You need to educate yourselves on what the situation we're in and what the solution looks like. You need to know the details so that when you have these conversations, you're an effective ambassador for independence. Every one of you is an ambassador for Alberta independence. Did you know that?
So just in saying, I've got a little thing, Carney's got the elbows up thing going. It's kind of a hockey thing, right? I'm a hockey player. I'm going to tell you a little thing about hockey players. There's a challenge that goes on. I don't know if you're aware of it, but I'm aware of it. Sometimes guys will sidle up to you and say, come on, let's go. Do you want to go? So at that moment, you either do or you don't. And if you don't, that guy probably owns you and you're a little intimidated. And then once you get intimidated, it stops everything from working. So here's what I'm going to ask you. Let's change that up. Because the answer to, come on, let's go, is let's go. Right? So I'm going to ask you as a group, there's a double meaning there. Come on, let's go. So that's going to be the battle cry for our movement. How about that? So I'm going to ask you a question, and then you can tell me if you want to go or not. Is the federal government stealing from us? Are they sabotaging our industry? Are they taking us down the path to communism? Are they censoring us? Are they stealing our guns from us? Come on, let's go. Thank you very much.
I want to tell every one of you that's here today, I have never been so proud to be an Albertan. I look out across that sea of blue flags, and I see that today, going forward, should be known October 25th as Alberta Independence Day. It's time to end the tyranny of Ottawa and keep our money at home to take care of our families, fund Alberta education, fund our hospitals, fund our doctors, fund our Indigenous people, and take care of Albertans. And there is only one solution, and that is to get Alberta the hell out of Canada and become an independent country. I want to thank all of you for coming out today. Again, I can't tell you how proud I am today to be an Albertan, to see all of you here standing for independence, standing up for your families, standing up for the future of your children and your grandchildren, and a prosperous future for this province. Thank you all so much for coming out. God bless all of you. God bless.
When you go outside, the problem is this mic is going to pick up both of us.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you're walking around, it's actually not good to have that. I probably don't need a mic. No. But I'll hold this. What I'll do then when people come up, I'll just do this.
Yeah, good idea.
And then when you're here, I'll do that. And then, yeah.
Oh, we're on. Hey, guys.
Oh, hey.
Hey, everybody.
We're live. Paul's Pizza, guys, everybody. We're live right now on location at Paul's Pizza for the fundraiser.
Let's go over.
This is it.
Hey, everybody, we're live. Hey.
We need to raise money.
Welcome to Paul's Restaurant, guys. We got everybody, both sides. Fill her up.
Set up, guys. You just click wherever you want to.
There you go.
Make sure you fill out all the information, because if you don't, then legally you have to give some information. Make sure you fill it all out.
Even the ones that
are tonight. So we're going to be interviewing them, and then you can decide which one you want to support, or if you want to support all of them. The maximum you can donate in total is $5,000. So that's albertatelethon.com. And we are here at a wonderful party. Look at all these people here. Hey, everybody. There's Tanya. Come on up with Tanya. And hang on a second here. Hi, Tanya. How's it going? I'm going to use just one microphone.
Sure, sounds good.
So this is Tanya Clements.
Hi.
Famous.
Or infamous.
What's your TPA called? And give us your plug.
Well, I have a TPA with Keith Wilson. It's called Let Alberta Decide. And our goal is try to reach the undecideds and anyone that's just disgruntled with the way that Ottawa has been treating Alberta historically, and reach out to them and be able to engage them in conversation.
Yeah, thank you so much for all the work you're doing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you too.
And
it takes a whole army of us.
I was following the expos today that you're making. 35,000 you've raised so far.
I think actually we're over 45,000 today. So John Bolton's telethon is incredible. This is amazing for Alberta.
It's incredible. Yeah. So, well, thank you so much. And I hope the other TPAs are making money too. And
yeah.
So, okay, what do you plan to do with the money exactly? People want to know where their money's going.
Well, some of our money is going towards our sign campaign right now. And we're doing like a hybrid of traditional campaign strategies, all the successful ones that you would typically see.
Okay.
But then we also have a very sophisticated behind the scenes digital strategy that is marketing and targeting that undecided group and trying to bring them into the conversation.
Yeah. Well, something I've been thinking about a lot is like how do we get through to the conservative who agrees with everything that we're saying, except they won't take it to the next step where independence is the rational thing? How do we communicate to those people?
I think that's actually where this referendum for a referendum is a little bit of like a blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
Because if you vote option 1 in this referendum, you are voting for the status quo and you take away all power that Alberta has in Confederation.
Yeah.
But if you vote for option 2, you're going to enable our provincial government with all the strength to negotiate from a position of power with our federal government.
Yeah.
So whether you are fully independent or you just want Alberta to have strength,
Yeah.
that's what option 2 is going to give you.
Yeah. It's like, okay, now that if we get a successful win on this, then we're sending Ottawa a message. And then I suspect they're going to come back with like their best possible offer to us.
That's what I would expect. And
what I hope.
maybe it'll be really enticing. I doubt that they're going to open up the Constitution to make the constitutional change we require, but they might come back with something really strong.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
At least we have some power then to force them to come back with an offer.
Yeah. Well, and I think that assuages a lot of people in the middle on this. We're like, okay, we don't know what if we're really ready to leave out of Canada yet, but send a message and see what we can get. And then at least in the real referendum, they know what they're voting for. Because then it's like Canada's giving us the best offer, and they're like, wait a minute, that's still not good enough. So then, hopefully then I want independence. I want freedom.
Yeah, and those of us that do support independence, we definitely will take that opportunity to try to bring them in to the independence side of the movement and speak to the merits of sovereignty.
Yeah.
But the first referendum question is just, if you're aggrieved and you feel it's unjust how we've been treated, you have to vote option 2.
Yeah.
And then it's our job to try to convince you that, pursuing independence is going to give us all the things that we've been asking for.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. So on the campaign trail, what are some of the big questions that people have been asking you?
They ask a lot about the uncertainty of the future. They're worried about that. And actually, when I talk to people, it usually comes from 2 places. It comes from fear of change, of uncertainty, and then a position of just really having a patriotism towards Canada and a love for Canada, as we all do. Like, we grew up with these ideals of what Canada was and is supposed to be to us. So that's where the hesitancy comes from. And then people are just concerned about how it's going to affect their personal and their family life going forward. So whether it's pensions or their paychecks or their job security.
Yeah. So
questions.
So fear and patriotism. That's what I've been finding with my YouTube videos as well.
Yeah.
Because I go around making videos and talking to people, right?
You do a great job.
And like, thank you. The patriotism argument confuses me, but when I think about the risk argument, like the uncertainty, it's like there's 2 ways to look at risk, right? There's the risk of changing, which is uncertain. There's going to be big changes, and there's going to be unforeseen things, if we're being honest, right? With independence. But then there's risks of staying, and we know what those are. Tell us what the risks of staying are in your mind.
And that's how I phrase it too, that the certainty of where Canada is headed is far scarier than any uncertainty of giving us a new nation and being able to carve our own path.
Yeah.
So we know how taxation is going to go. We know that our property rights are going to be continue to be chipped away at.
Yeah.
We know that our children and the next generations are going to have an increased affordability issue. So not going to be able to afford homes till well into their 40s likely.
Yeah.
We know where it's headed for Canada. So do we want to vote for the status quo, or do we want to empower our government for some change and some leverage?
Yeah, like 20 years ago, when I was 20, I bought my first house. The average age to buy a house was like 22, and now it's like 45. There's no hope for young people. Like, that's a risk of staying in Canada. If you vote Forever Canada, that's what you're voting for. We know the path we're on, and this is an opportunity to get off of it.
Yeah, think about if we could end the equalization payments and keep that money that we send out east that does nothing and comes back to us at all.
Yeah.
If we kept that where we are, and we also released the resource potential that our province has, what kind of future we could build for Albertans, what kind of services we could provide, classroom sizes, our healthcare, like the amount we could invest in our communities is astronomical, like it's limitless.
Yeah, I got a confession to make. So during the referendum on equalization, I voted to keep it.
Oh, really?
I did. And my rationale was I actually wanted to share with Canada. I'm like, I want to share. I'm like, that's fair. I love people in Canada and I want to share with them. But then what changed my mind on this now is like, they want us to pay, but then they won't let us develop our industry and our economy and our resources. They make policies that hold us back, and they spite us and they hate us. I feel like they hate us with all the policies that they put in place. Like, that changed my mind.
Yeah, I feel like that's the common sentiment of how Ottawa treats us. And it's not a grievance with Canada. We obviously love Canada, and we want to be good neighbors in the future. But the way that we've been treated by Ottawa is what compels us to pursue independence. And yeah, we have paid a lot into this confederation, and we've taken very good care of other nations, like monetarily. So why punish us? Why pass all these bills that hurt our industries?
Yeah, like that's the question. Why? Like, I don't see it. And that changed my mind. The reason I'm telling you this is because I think I was one of the people in the middle. I changed my mind on some things. I used to be much more centrist in my politics, but now I see our freedoms being eroded. I'm really concerned about free speech. I'm concerned about religious freedom. I'm concerned about the gun ban. And I see that independence is the only way to get our freedoms guaranteed.
And I think this actually it should be nonpartisan, because it should be about Alberta's future, not which side of the political spectrum you sit on. It becomes partisan just by people's nature, I believe. But it's not. It should be unifying to pursue self-determination and prosperity for us and for future generations. That should be a unifying principle. And maybe the pathway, we don't quite agree on it yet, but I can tell you option 2 is what takes us a step closer to achieving that.
Yeah, that's right. Because this is a live stream, repeat everything you said about your TPA, because people might just be logging in. So what's your TPA? Where can they go to support it?
So Keith Wilson and I have the TPA called Let Alberta Decide. You can go to letalbertadecide.com. It's on pretty much all the socials. Today, because of this telethon and all the support from Albertans and John Bolton taking the initiative to put this on, we've raised over $45,000 today, which is amazing. And I promise we will put that to very good use. And this is absolutely something that we can win.
Yeah. And so then you can go to albertatelethon.com, and then you can click on the link for
Let Alberta Decide, or you can click on the link for all the different TPAs. Like, you can donate to all the different TPAs up to a maximum of $5,000 per person, per corporation. So, yeah.
Oh, per person, per corporation.
Yeah, so a corporation counts as a single entity. So if you have a business, it can also donate $5,000 towards the referendum through TPAs.
So I could donate 5,000 personally, 5,000 with my company.
You can. If you're in the position to do that, you certainly can.
Yeah.
And you can donate $5, and that helps too.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I was just saying. Like, I'm looking at some of these Corey Morgan signs that are right here, and it's like they cost about $5 a pop, you know, and they're all working towards the same message, right? Yeah. So, you know, you donate $10, then you kind of paid for your sign, and you paid one for a free person for someone else. So, if you feel you can't give, you know, all that money, every little bit counts, right? So, if everybody gives a little bit, we can win this.
Well, it's just like the traditional telethons they used to have, like the ones for the Children's Hospital. And I remember growing up watching the Country 105 ones.
Yeah.
And people would donate $25 or $100, not thinking that they were actually going to make any change. But when enough people do that, you make substantial change.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, exactly. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Tanya. Thanks for all the work.
Thank you for all that you do too. Appreciate it so much. Yes,
all right.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thanks.
Okay, guys. So here's the next. I just want to check my sound quality first of all. Sound is still good. I think everybody can hear me. Come on over, Jason.
Somebody wants to see you. Hey, John, how are you?
Okay, we meet again.
Absolutely. It's nice and lively in here tonight, isn't it?
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, so give us the plug for your TPA.
Okay, so the Levine Show TPA, what we're doing is we're putting up billboards and lawn signs everywhere, large events with debates. We actually can just announce that we've got Stockwell Day and Bruce Party agreeing to do a debate. Wow. Stockwell for the Federalist side, Bruce for the Independent side. We'll be releasing that one in September. Wow. And we got a few more in the works. We're even trying to get one of the other TPAs on the other side to agree to sit down.
Yeah.
We've already had some communication, so I'm excited that we actually might be able to make that one work.
Yeah. Wow, so you agree to get Stockwell Day. So, because people always want to know, what is where's the money going if I donate to you? So you're answering that question. Continue answering that question.
About 80% of the money goes to lawn signs that we hand out all over Alberta. We were just up in Grand Prairie, Lethbridge, Medicine Hat. We're going all over Alberta to handle lawn signs. We have some here tonight as well. But about 10% of the budget has gone towards the billboards, the digital billboards in Edmonton. And the other 10% is about producing the events, booking the venue, getting the hotels, getting everybody involved. So roughly 80-10-10 is where we put the budget right now.
So like, as far as political things like this go, that's a really effective way to give their money. Like, you're using it effectively. And so I appreciate all the work you're doing here. So where can people go to donate?
They can go to levineshow.com/TPA. They also go to the albertatelethon.com. You'll find our donate button there as well. You can mail it to us. We take checks through the mail.
Yeah.
We do credit card. We do e-transfer. And then in-person events, we can take cash as well.
Yeah. Well, and there's a cash bucket floating around here. It was getting pretty heavy.
Well, that's good because we're up against a billion-dollar machine.
Yeah.
And that's just a meeting here in Canada. It's a trillion-dollar machine when you look at the globalist level of things.
Yeah.
They don't want people to have this kind of independence
Right.
because it's contagious.
Yeah.
When other countries and other places see what we're doing here, they're going to start doing that too.
Yeah.
So we talk about the CBC and the Canadian media being like 1.4 or 1.6 billion.
Yeah.
We're against a trillion-dollar machine that wants to keep the globalists all together.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and that's a really insightful point, is they don't want this to spread. But okay, the other side, they're not reporting their expenses, and Elections Alberta says they don't have to, and that's a big pile of BS. But here's the thing: we're raising money in small little groups like this, right? And events like this is truly grassroots. That's what gives me hope for independence. Like, it's the people supporting this, and like, look at how big this is.
$20 from thousands and thousands of people is how a lot of the grassroots movements happen.
Yeah.
This is what elected Trump. It was $20 at a time. It wasn't $20 million at a time. When it came to Brexit as well, that was a grassroots effort funded by 20 pounds at a time. And look what they were able to accomplish. When people get together and they feel the support from each other, they step up. And I mean, this is definitely one of our best days when it comes to the TPA fundraising.
Yeah.
We said lots of generosity. Keith Wilson donated to us today. We're very pleased that even amongst the TPAs, people are working together to get things done. Because at the end of the day, it's going to take a large army to get this done.
Oh, yeah.
Not one general, not one soldier. It's going to take a large army. We're seeing that even here.
Yeah, that's why I encourage people to donate a little bit to each TPA, actually, because it would be terrible, actually, if we piled it all into one TPA and they got way over. And then where does that money go if it goes over?
Well, I'm sure someone like Keith Wilson's team, they'll make sure they don't go over, because that can get you into a little bit of trouble. But at $607,000, that's a pretty sizable war chest. And they're going to probably be there in the next couple of weeks at the rate they're going.
Yeah.
But I like the idea of giving to a whole bunch of TPAs.
Yeah.
It's want people to remember that at $250 or below, your name doesn't pop up on the Elections Alberta website.
That's right.
But it also means you can go $250 per TPA.
Yeah.
And you still won't be on the website because it's by TPA. It's each individual TPA.
And then if you're under $50, then it's
50 or
completely
below.
anonymous. Yeah.
Yeah, 50 below could be a cash anonymous donation or even online at $50. Some people do $49.99. You can give us that last penny because it's at $50 or below.
Yeah.
You're good to go.
Yeah. And so what I've been telling people is these signs, they cost about what, $5 a piece?
5 to 7, depending on the quantity.
Yeah.
When you get into the thousands, it goes to the 5, and that's where we're at now.
Okay.
We distributed about 3,000 now. Just in the last 3 days, Grand Prairie, and I came all over Alberta. We gave away about 800 signs.
Wow.
So we're doing good. And I just want to let the viewers know,
Yeah.
we had some fantastic support on the highway in Rocky Mountain and in Rimbey.
Yeah.
There's so many people that would give the thumbs up or support.
Yeah.
They didn't honk because they may be a little bit too embarrassed or don't want anybody to know, but lots of support.
Yeah.
In Rocky Mountain, we even had a bus from the First Nations go by, and the driver gave us a honk and a thumbs up.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more support than the media will ever tell anybody right now. I tell you that.
Yeah. What do you think about, hey, Todd, come on over and say hi. Every time I see him, I say hi.
Yeah, Todd's a great volunteer of ours as well. He helps out when we're in Drumheller and Stettler and other areas. He's a good man right there.
But like that's a good example. Like all of these people here, they came out to show their support, and a lot of the people that I talk to, they actually say that they've never been engaged before. They've never donated or volunteered before until now.
Yeah.
And myself, I was kind of involved in politics more than the average person was before this. But I was really disillusioned. Alberta independence gives me hope.
It does. It gives us a lot of hope too. And people are worried that their name's going to be on a list, their bank accounts will be frozen. Keep in mind, unlike the convoy for the truckers, this is a sanctioned Alberta independence campaign run through Elections Alberta, which means it's not something that the government can step on. This is the regular campaign that any other election in Alberta would have. And we also don't have to submit your name if it's $50 or less. So if you're worried about your name being on a list, donate 50. Next week, maybe another 50. Next week, maybe another 50. And keep in mind, it is a sanction. We are registered as a third-party advertiser. So don't be afraid. The government won't step on your toes on this one.
Yeah. Well, and I think a lot of people are afraid of this, right? It doesn't take any courage to put a Canada flag up right now, because that's just the status quo, and this is still Canada, right? But like, it takes a lot of courage to put an Alberta flag or an Alberta sign up, or to donate, or to volunteer, or to even talk about it. And so what I find a lot of people that they accuse us, they say like, you're never gonna win, right? Like that's their argument, I guess. It's not an argument, but that's what they say. And it's like, once they see, like, look at all these people, you know, you say we're never gonna win, but look at all these people, you know, this is a good shot at winning.
I agree with that completely. And keep in mind that those people don't have any other argument. They're not providing us with a good reason to stay. They're not convincing me that this will be a place for my children to grow up in and be prosperous. They're not removing the criminal code that takes away the Bible from us. They're not actually stepping up and doing anything of positivity. So all they have is breaking windows, spray painting signs, and trying to convince us that we're just not going to win. But that's not the Alberta way. We came and prospered here when it was frozen land. There was no roads, and we built it and did it. So I absolutely believe that the courage is there, the conviction is there, and also Christ is on our side on this.
Amen. Christ is on our side. Put God first in everything. You're talking about the Albertan culture, perseverance, adversity. These are the things that make us stronger. And this morning I interviewed the guy from Cool Shit Wholesale in Red Deer. They smashed his windows, you know? And it's like they want to discourage us. But they're not going to discourage us. He's going to fix those windows, and I'm going to I made a video that's going to get published. It's going to get thousands of views, and that's going to make us stronger.
Well, yeah, they smashed his windows. That's about $2,000. But while we were there was about $7,000 worth of sales that happened. And everybody's going there now for all their merchandise. Even the TPAs are going there to pick up flags and things like that. So there's a Streisand effect. Like, he just brought attention to it. So now we want to support him all the way for sure.
Well, hang on. Where are the donation buckets?
Over there, the donation buckets. But I also reminded people that on the donation level, you have one of these TPAs not reporting anything. And he has on his website that says there's no limit. You can donate as much as you want. He's soliciting from outside of Alberta. Publicly, he's doing that. He's clearly not following the same rules that we are. And why would you register as a TPA and not report it? Because you don't want to show where the sources are, and you don't want to work within the limits. So those are the kind of things that we're up against. So
I'm wondering if there's some kind of legal recourse. Like, can somebody sue Forever Canada to force or sue Elections Alberta? Like, this is
in every revolution, there's a side that will always cheat, lie, and do the wrong thing. They will like put in spies and try and disrupt things because they can't win on the field. They can't win on the actual messaging. So they will do other things to do it. I don't want to say he's lying or cheating or stealing. I'll let the public decide on that one. But he's certainly not following by the same rules that we are, and he doesn't report the same way we do.
Okay, give us another plug for your TPA. This time, spell it out, because your name is Levine. Maybe we can't spell that. Spell everything out that might be hard to spell.
Absolutely. The Levine Show, THELAV as in Victor, IGNESHOW.com. And from there, you'll be able to support us. You can also go to albertatelethon.com and you'll find our link there as well.
And the link is probably in the description of this live stream. So please go and donate. Show your support for independence. Put your money where your mouth is. Thanks so much, Jason.
John, thanks for everything you're doing. God bless you. My children, thank you. And we're all going to fight for the same thing here. God bless you.
God bless you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Hey, we got somebody else coming in.
All right, come on over. Chris Scott.
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going?
What's that?
Oh, this is my microphone.
Is that a recording device?
It's a recording device. The government puts chips in there.
Are you a fan?
And then they can they can download the data from your phone, and they send it to the Chinese in the Communist Party.
Well, I don't know about the Chinese, but I want the government to know what I'm doing.
Okay, tell us more.
Well, I mean, I want them to know that we're advocating for self-determination. Yeah. That makes me happy. Yeah. I hope they're listening.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. You know, and this is the thing. I feel like I've crossed the Rubicon. I watched from the sidelines when all that COVID stuff went down, the Freedom Convoy. I watched from the sidelines.
Fun times.
And I said afterwards I was ashamed that I didn't do anything. Because I have friends that joined up and I didn't do anything. I was afraid. I was afraid that if
What were you afraid of?
I was afraid of getting in trouble with the government. You know, I didn't know about the bank accounts happening yet, but I was just afraid of everything. And now I'm like, I will never do that again. I'm going to stand up. This is the time to shine. I'm going to hold my shoulders up, and I encourage other people to do that as well.
You know, we're all afraid of something.
Yeah.
And I got to say, in January 2021, I was terrified of the government.
Yeah.
Like people think that I just was brave. It wasn't that I was brave. I was less scared of the government, what they might do, than what I knew was going to happen if I didn't stand up.
Yeah.
So I was, I thought about that, and then I had to make a decision. And part of the decision to stand up in civil disobedience was I also had to accept what I believed was inevitable, and that was I thought I was going to get crushed. I thought the government was going to destroy me, bankrupt me, fine me, put me in jail. And so I thought about these things, and I made peace with it, and I accepted it because I knew that I had to do something, right?
Yeah. And I find like we're in another situation. Like the trucker convoy gave me so much hope for Canada. I wanted in, I wanted unity, but now I want out, and this gives me hope. Right? Independence is the thing that's giving me hope. But plug your TPA.
I don't have a TPA.
You don't have a TPA?
No, I'm not a TPA.
Oh.
So I lead an organization called Let's Talk Alberta.
Okay.
We're not a third-party advertiser. We're not subject to contribution limits. We can take contributions from anybody, anywhere, at any time, and there's no maximum.
Oh, so but you're not allowed to say like go and vote this way or that way. Is that true?
No, I share my opinion and my political leanings and beliefs with people, and I invite them to have a conversation with me about it. Specifically, I invite people. Here's my message. I believe that Alberta independence is necessary and inevitable.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. In October, we're going to be asked a question of self-determination.
Yeah.
And that question, one way or another, is we're gonna pursue it or not, right? So if we know we're gonna be asked the question, I think we need to talk about these things. I want to make the best decision too.
Yeah.
So if somebody on the Forever Canadian side, the status quo side, if they believe that the current structure and situation within Confederation is the best for me and my family, I want them to tell me. Tell me that. Explain why. Change my mind, right? Because if they don't do that and they really believe it, I'm going to go into October and I'll make a decision based on the information I have now. That's why we need to talk.
So in your travels, what are some of the best arguments for Canada that you've heard? Or what are the angles that they seem to always take?
The best argument for Canada?
Yeah.
The most difficult one to challenge or debate is the emotional arguments. Oh, I'm Canadian. I'll always be Canadian. This is my country. I'm patriotic.
Yeah.
Patriotism. I've realized patriotism. It often blinds people to the failings of their nation, and it prevents them from doing something better. So the emotional one is difficult. The other one is fear of the unknown. Well, you don't know exactly what independence is going to be for Alberta. And you're right. I don't know if it's going to be better even, but I do know that we get to decide, and whatever we decide, we get to reap the benefits or suffer the consequence. And if there's a consequence we don't like, we can decide to change things and make it better. That's what it is for me.
Well, and you that whole risk argument, right? The uncertainty, the fear of the unknown. I think if we're honest, there are a lot of unknowns with independence, and that's like intellectually honest. But there's an uncertainty of staying, and so what are the risks of staying in Canada?
Well, what do we know? in the last 20 years, Canada has experienced, or Alberta has experienced, a net loss of approximately $150 billion in investment capital. In that time, we lost the flagship Canadian energy company, Encana. They left, and it wasn't because of
What company was that?
Encana. It wasn't because of independent sentiment. It was because of federal policy that Alberta couldn't affect that caused them to abandon their business in Canada.
Yeah.
Like, these are things we know. If you look at where our dollar is, our buying power has been plummeting. Inflation is going up. Social cohesion is disintegrating. These are things that we know, right? I know that if we don't do anything and we continue on that trajectory, 10 years from now, I'll be thinking back, and I'll be thinking we should have done something. Like, if you put yourself in your own shoes 20 years ago, and I know that's a tough thing to do, but just pretend you're 20 years younger, and someone came to you and said, in Canada, in your Canada, you're going to have to attend church secretly, illegally, because if the government finds you, they're going to throw you in jail. Or in your Canada, if you offend somebody, you're going to be fined or potentially jailed. Would you believe that?
No, I wouldn't believe that. I can't even believe we got to that point.
I know. Now you think, what's it going to be like in 10 more years or 20 more years if we don't stop what's going on right now? These are things we know. The unknowns about what is our currency going to be, what's the military going to be, all of those things, I don't know, but we get to decide, and that's the opportunity.
We get to decide. We Albertans have nothing but good ideas. Every Albertan I talk to is like, good idea after good idea, but they fall upon deaf ears. We have no power at this point. That, like, as a province of Canada, we are always outvoted. We're always at the behest of Ottawa. We have no power. And so independence is about asserting ourselves and deciding our future. Albertans deciding our future.
And even worse, sometimes we're the sacrificial lamb of Confederation. I mean, look at when Carney was campaigning, they were ready to sacrifice Alberta. Oh, we're going to turn off your oil, United States. And Alberta's like, pardon me, that's like 100,000 jobs. We're not just going to stop shipping oil to satisfy your trade war, right? Without even talking to us about it. So there's even more to it than just that.
Well, hey, Chris, thanks for all you do. How can we support you?
Buy a burger at the Whistle Stop. Yeah.
Well, okay, you also say in your talks that you're a capitalist.
I am.
So give us your plug.
So my website's whistlestoptruckstop.ca, which I did prior to becoming a sovereigntist advocate. I've got lots of stuff people can buy off there. I love it when people come to the restaurant and eat our food because it's delicious, and I love watching people enjoy their meals. That makes me happy. I also, Let's Talk Alberta is doing big things. We have been since we started back in February. We've been to, 60 or 80 or 90 different places in Alberta having these conversations. We have our advertising is encouraging conversation, right? Because the TPAs, they're putting lawn signs up, they're putting out ads to vote this way, vote that way. And the average Albertan, they don't know the facts. They don't know what to support. So our job is to have these conversations and hope that by the time the conversation's over, they know who they should support. And to support Let's Talk Alberta, you can go to letstalkalberta.com, click the donate button, no maximums. You can donate from anywhere. And what's the other one? And it doesn't count towards any personal limit, right? So you can do that. Or you can send an e-transfer to letstalkalberta@gmail.com.
Hey, thanks so much, Chris.
You want to see one of the things we're doing with our...
Oh, yeah. You guys, you want to watch this. Hey, Al, line up some more for me. Oh, okay. Hey, sorry.
So this is the type of thing that Let's Talk Alberta wants to do.
Show it to the camera. Right up close there.
This one?
Yeah, right in that one. That one.
This one?
Yeah. Look at that. That's the new Unity bus.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the real Unity bus.
Well, and when we say unity, what are we talking about? What are we unified towards?
Yeah.
What are Albertans unified for right now?
Yeah.
Freedom and prosperity. That's the banner we unify under. And as for the other side, the Forever Canadian third-party advertiser, they're the biggest one out there. I've actually started to agree with their lawn signs. I realize.
Send Ottawa a message.
Well, no, I agree with the Forever Canadian lawn sign.
Oh.
Because one of the things that Thomas Lukasik said to discourage people from exploring Alberta self-determination is that you'll lose your Canadian citizenship. but you can't lose your Canadian citizenship. You will always be forever Canadian. Just Alberta won't be part of Confederation.
I'm going to denounce my citizenship.
Well, here's why I won't.
Like, I'm just going to stop filing my taxes with Revenue Canada.
I'll tell you why I will keep my Canadian citizenship, because I consider it a huge blessing to live in a country where my voice can be heard and I'm free to express my political views, even when my political views are so big as to remove my province from Confederation. That's a blessing to me. And I do appreciate what Canada has offered me in that regards. I just don't agree with where they're going now.
Hey, that's well said. Thanks so much, Chris.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, have a great day.
You too.
We'll see each other again.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Cheers. Come on over. Angela, pleased to meet you. My name's John.
Nice to meet you.
All right. So, what's your TPA?
Alberta Women for Independence.
Awesome. So, and how can people support you and donate to you?
Well, you can go to our website. It's a really long website address.
Spell it out slowly for the live stream.
AB Women's Independence Network.com.
That's easy to remember. The AB Women's Independence Network.com.
There you go. Yeah.
Now, people always want to know where the money goes when they donate. So what are your projects? What are you doing?
Sure. So, our focus for the last year and a half before we had to register as a TPA has been education, and especially reaching out to women, inviting them to be a part of the conversation that we need to have in Alberta. And so we decided that we were going to stick with that same focus. So we are doing meetings all across the province. This week we have meetings in Medicine Hat, Red Deer, Grand Prairie, Fairview, and High Prairie.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's really spread out.
Yeah, it is. And we're just kind of, Kathy is up in Sherwood Park, so she's my partner in crime, and I'm down in the Southwest. And we're just kind of doing a conquer and divide, but sometimes we were able to come together. So we're doing meetings where we are inviting women especially to, like I said, get involved in the conversation. So we've got literature that we're handing out that they can share with their friends and family. We've been doing videos on each of the referendum questions. We've got lawn signs. Everybody wants a lawn sign. When we're at the meetings, we're handing out T-shirts as well. Sometimes we're handing out books if we can get a hold of them. So the whole focus is on making sure that we are informed voters, and just really kind of having a respectful dialogue. Like, even if people come to the meetings and they don't necessarily agree with what we're talking about, at least we're really fostering an opportunity to have respectful dialogue, to relearn that. That's something that people used to be able to do. They would sit around the coffee table or whatever, and they would go back and forth and share ideas. And unfortunately, we've lost that in our current society. And so our focus is on allowing people to experience that again and to realize it's okay.
Yeah.
We can have these really hard conversations. Yeah. We always do it over dessert. Yeah. That's kind of our tagline.
So if you come to the meeting, you get dessert?
You get dessert. These conversations need dessert. That's our tagline. Yeah. So yeah, it's just a real great opportunity to come together, have that community, have these discussions. And yeah.
Well, what you said about how we've lost this in society, I'm perplexed by that, because it actually feels like that. We talk over social media, we talk past each other, right? And I feel like it's just shouting past each other. And when can you sit down with people and just have a reasonable conversation, And that's what I try to do with my channel as well. I have a channel, I talk to people, but I do find that most of the people who want to talk to me are men. And it's like, maybe it's because I'm a man, but so what are women, what's the perspective like? What do women say about this? Because it's a group focused on women for independence.
Well, politics can be kind of an ugly game. It can be there's a lot of blustering, a lot of ego, some aggression. For a lot of women, that's a turnoff. We're busy moms, we're busy grandmothers. Maybe we're the ones putting the bread on the table. And so we just don't have a lot of time for that. But we do have time to get together and to have these conversations. While the facts are really important and the facts support the idea of Alberta independence, that we could do this on our own, there is also an emotional aspect to this. What we are asking people to do is actually very difficult for some. A lot of our personal identity is tied up in our nationality. And so we're asking people to kind of step away from maybe how they've been for 30, 40, 50, 60 years and consider the possibilities of something new. And that takes time. You can't just throw facts at somebody who's struggling with that and say, well, what's wrong with you? No, it takes time, and you need to be able to process those feelings. And when you're sitting in a warm environment, as we try to foster, and you're sharing food and you're having that discussion, it's a lot easier to get past that than if you're just being bombarded by facts. And that's just the way women are. We're wired differently. And
So-
it's okay.
That's such a profound thing you say. It's like you're sitting around in a small group sharing food, and that just is the context for how you're going to have these deep political conversations. What a brilliant idea. Like, I'm so happy that you're doing that.
Yeah, and you know what? It is so fun. Like, we're just having an absolute blast with this. And it's like every time I leave a meeting, I'm just like, thank you, Lord. Like, I just feel like my community has just grown even more. And I know who my peeps are. And it's just this wonderful feeling. We have lost community. We have lost the sense of unity that we used to have, the sense of patriotism that we used to have. And so that is all part of this as well, right? That we are finding our people and surrounding ourselves with people who support us.
Well, like you said, that we're finding our people, right? And if like we're building a nation, these are our people here. And when you're finding our people, you're bringing them together, you're welcoming them into the community, and that's how we build our nation of Alberta.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing, and it just feels like there's this real vacuum, just because of the way things are in our society right now. I mean, social media, I'm sure, has a large effect on that, but also I believe that the idea of unity has been intentionally destroyed within Canada.
Well, diversity is the opposite of unity, kind of, isn't it?
It is, and it's supposed to be our strength.
Yeah.
But
Unity is our strength.
unity is our strength. I was going to say that. Diversity
is our
weakness. I mean, you can be diverse in different ways in that we don't have to be carbon copies of each other. And we can have, different life experiences or whatever, but you have to have something to unify yourself around. If you don't have that, you are not a nation.
Like a shared dream for the future, shared values, right? Shared culture. Alberta has a unique culture,
100%. Yes. We did a series, and I would recommend if people want something good to watch, we did a 7-part series based on a paper that Colonel David Redmond put together back in 2024, where he talks about the 6 national interests. And the first one is unity. And he says, if you are not surrounded or you are not unified by shared values, ethics, and beliefs, that's not shared culture, and that's not shared religion. It's shared values, ethics, and beliefs. So you have to find that commonality. Then you are a nation. He says, if you do not have those shared values, ethics, and beliefs, you are not a nation that will last.
And I think our parents had that, and we kind of had it, our generation, and like our kids, they don't have that. And so independence is about our kids and having what we know brought us together. But hey, Angela, give us one more good plug for your TPA, and then I'll keep moving on here.
Well, I just want to say thank you for all the support that we've received today. It is overwhelming. And I mean, Kathy and I have been doing this for a year and a half. out of our own bank accounts. We have never asked for donations. So it's really odd to us to ask for donations. But today is just overwhelming, the support. And oh my goodness, we pledge that we are just, every dollar to me is almost sacred. It represents a sacrifice that someone has made for their belief in Alberta independence. And when we spend those dollars, it is so carefully, because I keep that in mind, that that's what people have done. They have sacrificed for that.
Okay, so go to albertatelethon.com and donate to the Alberta Women's Independence Network.
Yes, Alberta Women for Independence.
Alberta Women's for
Yes.
Thanks, Angela.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hey, so guess what's up? What's up? We got a gentleman here that wants to make a challenge. So, hey, everybody! Can we have a second of your time, please? We got a gentleman here that would like to pose a challenge to the bar if he could. Go ahead, John. John, this is the bar. Bar, this is John.
Within the first 10 minutes of this telethon, Wade from Sylvan Lake put out a challenge. $200 is what he donated in cash. I was going to put out a challenge, but Wade beat me to it. So I came here today to put a challenge out to everybody in this bar. The donation jars are right over there. Okay, and one over there. I've got a $50 bill that I am going to put in the jar over there. Wade's got his up as well. So everybody in here, take a $50 bill, whatever you can, and let's fill those donation jars. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, Al.
So it's been a great night.
You should take over an interview here.
Take over an interview. I'd
Yeah.
like to interview you. Well, I can. I'm not that interested. Come on.
Have you shown the magnitude?
Oh, it's not.
Oh, I can't show it with this. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Excellent.
I'm Adam.
Hi, Adam. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Good. What brings you here tonight?
Yeah, you know, Alberta is a very financially attractive location.
Yes, it is.
And one of the big things that people are speculating and investing in is AI data centers.
Yeah.
Now, AI data centers has a lot of heat exhaustion.
Yes, it does.
And one purpose for that can be utilizing that to connect it to greenhouses.
Where is that?
Alberta can utilize this to grow tropical plants, vegetables, and fruits to boost the food economy.
Yes.
So that way we can diversify our economic output by not only being oil and gas, but also being an incentivized hub for tech data centers, and also for food, creating an availability for it, lowering the cost of living around food. And even that heat output could be utilized to also heat houses.
Yeah.
So it could be a very cool political campaign to push something like that.
Well, it could be. We're gonna have to keep up with the rest of the world, because the AI data centers are coming whether we like them or not. So we got to make sure we use them to our advantage, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's something that we can't really decide as far as an independent Alberta goes. But that once we become an independent Alberta, then we can decide how we utilize it and what we do with it, right?
Yeah.
Right now, we have to become an independent Alberta before we can even get the choices to do that.
That's right, because we have a lot of policies in Canada that prevent this kind of thing.
Yep.
But we can incentivize that politically if we were independent.
Absolutely.
And I think we have a lot of
time to go.
That's
Hey
right.
guys,
Thank
sorry to cut you off. Hey guys, we got 3 minutes left. Can we get a Yahoo? We are heading out. I can't really take this off, but there is a bunch of people over on the other side of the room as well that you've seen. And apparently, Vicky has to go. You want to talk? Vicky would like to say something.
Hello, everybody. I guess I'll get in front of the camera here. So I just wanted to give a quick shout out. There's been so much support today. I've loved watching all the speakers today, and I hope you are, putting out your donations and helping everybody out. But there are a few TPAs that have just formed recently, and I want you guys all to be aware, especially about the regional one. So we have a brand new TPA that's just started up in the Grand Prairie Peace River area. And I'm going to read it just so that I don't screw anything up. It's called North Alberta Strong. And they're a third-party advertiser that has come up in Peace River, Grand Prairie. And again, they're out there to educate and get people to understand why they need to vote for option 2 on October 19th. So I just wanted everyone to know that look on the Elections Alberta website regularly. There's going to be new TPAs popping up. Find the one closest to you and help support them.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
I would like to say to Vicky, what are your thoughts on tonight? Amazing turnout. And again, I've been watching online all day before we got here. So everyone's doing a fantastic job. I love seeing these donations coming in, and I love seeing my Freedom family, my Alberta Independence family.
It's been a beautiful day. We have people outside on the upper patio, lower patio, the restaurant's packed. The lounge is packed. It's the place to be. So what time is it?
It's time for us to go. So he's going to plug us off right now. We're going to be back in about an hour. Right now, we're going to pass it off to Derek Smith up in Edmonton, and we'll see what he can do while we're having some more fun here at Paul's Pizza. We'll see you back here in about an hour. Thanks, and have a great night.
Welcome. 3 months from today, you'll be asked to vote for option 2 on question 10 in the referendum. But a lot is going to happen between now and October the 19th. Let me put it to you this way. Over the next 3 months, the full weight of the federal government of Canada, the Liberal Party of Canada, and the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, will come down on Alberta to try to stop us from gaining our independence. Not only that, the full weight of the Conservative Party of Canada, its MPs, many of whom you voted for, and its leader, Pierre Poilievre, will come down on Alberta to try to stop us from gaining our independence. And a little closer to home, a woman you probably voted for and trusted will be campaigning against you for trying to get a better life for yourself, your children, and your grandchildren. Not only that, these parties have endless amounts of money. Throw in the mainstream media and the $1.4 billion of your money to the CBC, and this is a pretty steep hill to climb. But today, we can make a difference. Today, we can make a stand. Today, we can send a message to Ottawa. So far, third-party advertisers on our side are doing very, very well. We're outraising the other side, but we have hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they have millions and billions. If you can, over the next 12 hours, please contribute. Please donate to the third-party advertisers we'll be talking about today. It's the only way we can win this thing. Welcome to the Telethon for Independence. Now let's kick some ass.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Alberta Telethon. What a day it's been. The donations have been pouring in, absolutely flooding in. You guys have been doing a top job, but we need to step it up a bit tonight. The Fringe is here. The whole team is here. We have Tiffany, of course, my lovely wife and Friday night co-host. Mike is joining us in studio as well. And Keith, say hi to Keith. Keith's here.
Hi, Keith.
Keith, he's had a long day. He's a little tired, so we're not going to hold that against him. But we just had to make sure that we wrapped him up for you so that we knew it was Keith. Got a lot to talk about today. We got a lot to talk about in terms of the telethon. First, Mrs. Fringe, would you like to update us on the numbers?
Yes, I would love
some
to.
updates on the TPAs. What do we got? Give us.
So we've got Keith and Tanya are sitting at $60,000.
Wow.
We've got Corey is at $16,000, and Levine is at 11.5.
Oh, unbelievable.
Mhm.
The donations have been coming pouring in, and now the other TPAs are still doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
These are the updates we have for you. But folks, we can do better. Okay. I'm not going to be happy until we see at least Keith's astronomical $60,000 break six figures. We have to get that done tonight. This is the time to donate. And without that, let's not have fake Keith anymore. Let's bring in real Keith. It's bring in real Keith.
There he is. There he is. Better late than
We can't have
never.
a telethon
Excited
without
to
real
show.
Keith. You guys didn't really think we were going to do this without him, did you? Keith, welcome into the show.
Well, thanks for having me.
It's good to have you. Now, I want to get something clear as we talk to all Albertans right now. You must be in Alberta to donate. You can see at the bottom of your screen, albertatelethon.com coming in. The Fringe has a donation to make.
Yes.
And it's time we talk about that, because let's be honest, folks. I'm going to talk to you about Alberta. See, what Albertans do, what Albertans like to do, is Albertans like to dig into their pockets, and Albertans like to make sure that everybody gets their fair share when it comes to
Just trying to
independence.
count it as you go.
When it comes to making sure that we look after our province, we look after our future republic. Now's the time to dig in, folks. If you really want to support Alberta, if you really want to support your kids' futures, as you can see, I'm flushing my children's college fund out the window right now because I want a new republic, and I think Keith Wilson is the man to do that. So without further ado, I'm going to stop throwing money at Keith like a cheap stripper. There's $1,000 from Unacceptable Fringe for Keith Wilson and his TPA. Thank you so much to everybody in our amazing community who's helping contribute to this. Get into your wallets, folks. Now's the time to dig deep and show the world Alberta means business and that we're ready to get out of Canada. We're moving forward. Keith, we have to talk about this white paper. Racist term, by the way. It should have been a black paper or something, but let's talk about the white paper.
Sure.
Coming out at the end of the month.
Yeah.
Now, the white paper is going to be different, I understand, from the value of freedom. Because we were talking about that earlier in the telethon. What can people expect out of this white paper when it comes out?
Well, what the white paper is about is to answer people's questions about what happens after the vote for independence.
Okay.
What does life look like? How do we have continuity? How is it that when people are planning a vacation or a business trip, that the airlines still run? What happens with your mortgage? What happens with the ordinary things that you do every day in your lives? How will the continuity of business services, of contracting, of trade? So we've got some incredibly smart people that have come forward and helping with the Alberta Transition Council, the white paper, and it covers every aspect of continuity. It addresses those areas where the federal government currently has a role. And, you know, at a certain level, it sounds like a daunting task, but it's really not, because I've joked in some of my interviews that old Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld had an expression where he gave a press conference when he said there's known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns. We know each of the services and roles that the federal government currently provides. We know that they run a passport office, very poorly, I might add. We know that they have customs and borders agents at the airports and the border crossings. I could keep going. So we've identified all of the functions of the federal government. They set policy regarding currency. They regulate the banks. So the transition plan is to detail continuity after we vote to become independent. It's a transition plan to transition Alberta from a province into the newest, freest, most prosperous country in the world.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Awesome. I got some questions for you too, and these are very important questions. These are probably some of the most important ones that don't look at them. Okay. This copying the homework. No, this is honestly, I sat down, I spent time, I went really serious, and very important questions. Number one, pineapple pizza, yay or nay?
Yay.
Oh,
agreed.
We're going to break the chat.
Yeah. Okay. Well, right off the bat. Okay. Fail that one. Number two, is there any time where your TPA will be interested in purchasing a 1990 Winnebago, driving around creepily throughout Alberta, doing 4 a.m. purring videos?
No.
Okay. That's a good one. That's a good one.
That checks the box.
Okay. That's a good one. How's your TPA reports going?
Excellent. It's a huge task, especially given the number of donors that we have, and because the Elections Alberta went to the Smithsonian Institute and hired the computer coders from the 1990s to design their interface. So for every single box, you have to do a click, drop down, select, click down. So it takes a tremendous amount of time, but we've filed early every week, and we're going to continue to do that because we're not going to let these guys discourage us.
All right, I like that. You know, the old punch cards. Okay. Okay. What kind of pancakes do you like?
I don't like pancakes.
I'm more of a waffle person myself.
Yeah.
There you go. There it is.
We're not into fascist pancakes. We don't do fascist pancakes here.
And I got a last one for you. Do you, like I do, believe that John Bolton is a vampire?
I hadn't given that any thought. I hadn't heard that before. I think I need to do some research.
Dude never sleeps.
Never sleeps.
Doesn't sleep.
Hi, it's 2:45 a.m. and it's John here, and I've been up for the last 45 minutes. Got my big blue mug of coffee.
Sometimes a person can overanalyze things. I think you've just identified the obvious. I think it's clear.
Yeah, I think
there's no other explanation.
I think it's easier
The
than that.
facts are there.
I think what happens is it's more like, hi, it's John. It's 3 a.m. and I just said something offensive to my wife, so I'm in my studio filming a video for tomorrow. I think that's the way it goes. But hey, we're all doing our part for Alberta. I think that's great. Mrs. Fringe.
I do have some questions as well, more serious.
Not as good as mine.
I wrote them down. Critics raise fears about national debt share, currency, or military. How does the white paper address Alberta's leverage in negotiations, drawing on precedents like Norway, Sweden, or the Velvet Divorce? Sorry.
I got it. So there's a couple of questions in there.
Yes.
The first one is, how would Alberta address the debt in the negotiations, for example? Well, that's an open question, and it's still being worked on. And but what we have to keep in mind is a number of factors. First of all, in terms of how do you calculate what Alberta's share of the debt is? Do you take into consideration the fact that Albertans to date have sent over $300 billion more in tax and other contributions to Ottawa than we've received back because of the equalization program? So throughout the history of equalization, here in Alberta, we've sent $300 billion more to Ottawa than came back to Albertans. Okay. So if you give that as a credit, we might not owe anything, right? Just from the get-go. Another consideration is, well, our tax dollars went to build the new bridge from relatively new, from that goes to PEI. So what's 12% of the value of that bridge? Look at all of the different things. They built a garage at Rideau for the Governor General, and it was like $3 million or $30 million. Well, we get 12% of that. So in other words, it's not clear. Those are calculations. There's a number of ways to approach it. I've been litigating complex and a lot of high value cases in my legal career for over 30 years. And I'm very experienced in dealing with these kinds of negotiations. And what happens is the parties will both come up with a methodology of how to pick the number. And then the other side says, no, we don't agree with that. This is a better way. So it's not clear to me what the number would be. But the bottom line is Alberta has a lot of strength. And that's the second part of your question, our negotiating position. I've negotiated most commonly on behalf of landowners, farmers, and ranchers against multinational oil companies. So I'm used to an underdog position. In this negotiation between Alberta and Ottawa, Ottawa's the farmer. We're the oil company. And what I mean by that is we are the largest contributor of growth and GDP growth in the country. Our economy is super strong and is growing. We keep seeing these announcements like Meta, $13 billion for a data center and all these other things. That's the power of our economy when it's restrained, with Ottawa with its knee on our neck. Imagine what we can do when we get that knee off our neck and we can pursue our potential. But more importantly, for those of you who saw my debate, the second public debate with former Premier Kenney, he said something during the debate that just shocked me and made no sense. He said that if Alberta separates, the federal government might stop the flow of oil through the TMX pipeline to Vancouver, as well as through Line 5 and 9 to Ontario and Quebec. And if anybody was in the room, they would have saw me tilt my head and look very puzzled, because if we stop the flow, if for whatever reason the flow is interrupted to the Burnaby refinery in Vancouver, they run out of gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel in less than 11 days. Their economy comes to a screeching halt. Also, I did a detailed analysis and talked to experts. The same thing happens to in Ontario. The refineries at Sarnia get our oil. We also send different products through. That turns into gasoline, jet fuel, and diesel. You cannot run a car plant if the diesel highway trucks can't fill up with fuel. People can't, the 401 for once will be safe to drive on because there'll be nobody on it. And the Pearson Airport will function as it seems normally because no planes will go in anywhere because they'll have no jet fuel. And similarly, right up into Quebec. So if the federal government wants to be hostile and unreasonable and punitive, they're going to quickly realize, and I think they know they're bluffing. I think that's why they're putting such effort to counteract the independence movement. We have phenomenal power in this negotiation. And here's another huge fact. Think about this. Overwhelming majority of our overall economy, not just our oil, is north-south. Our largest trading partner, the driver of our economy, is the largest economy in the world, which is the largest market in the world, which is the largest market closest to us. If we lost the ability to trade with the United States versus lost the ability to trade with Ontario, and you had the ability to choose which one are you picking? Ontario, and it's a heartbeat. So we have phenomenal leverage in this negotiation. And I think you're going to see the other side fight even harder in the coming weeks and months to undermine the independence movement. All they've got is emotion and fear, because by every objective measure, our kids and grandkids will be way better off in an independent Alberta.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, they think they're going to scare us by shutting off the taps, but they're just be benefiting themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the oil, it's not like it's bananas.
No.
You know, like where we sell bananas and it's like, oh my God, they're going to be bad if we can't keep shipping them. It's like, okay, fine. It'll still be
We'll
here.
show you.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I have one more. So for the many Albertans who aren't fully sold on independence yet, but feel deeply concerned about their kids' and grandkids' future, rising costs, fewer opportunities, and watching Alberta's wealth and potential constantly held back by decisions made far away in Ottawa, what would you say to them about why choosing option 2 on October 19th, I was hoping that would happen, could open the door to more confident, prosperous Alberta, where our own resources, work ethic, and values finally build the kind of province we all want to pass on?
Well, I think we're going to have to try and get past the emotion of the patriotism, of the symbolism of Canada. I'm not planning on leaving Canada. Canada left me.
Yes, absolutely.
And here's another thing. We're not actually leaving Canada. And let me be precise about this, because some people might misinterpret what I'm saying and get mad at me, like you. I just saw the fist clench. And you're closest, so I got to be really careful. So let me see if I can get that fist unclenched. And it's this. We're not bringing in concrete cutters and jackhammers and dollies and house movers to lift Alberta up and move it somewhere
Which
else.
is what a lot of people kind of make it sound
Well,
like
but
that's
it
what's happening.
Intuitively, without thinking about it, does seem that way. We're always going to have British Columbia as our neighbor to the west, and Saskatchewan, and I mean Saskatchewan, if we go, is going to come, and so it'll be Manitoba to the east. But what's going to change is our relationship with the rest of Canada. We are exploited. We're treated as a colony. We have taxation without representation. We have taxation without representation. The laws that are made that affect us, that affect the safety of our community, the delivery of our healthcare, are made in Ottawa by politicians we can never elect. And that will always be the case. That's why Canada is structurally broken and doesn't work for Alberta anymore. So through independence, we're going to redefine our relationship with Canada. We're going to have one where our respect will be respect for us will be automatic, because we are the ones, the wealth creators. We're the hard workers. We're the entrepreneurs. We're the risk takers. And we have the third largest reserve of oil in the world. And we have one of the smallest populations relative to our oil reserves. So if you look at countries in the Middle East, where the government there also owns the oil, like the government here in Alberta owns the oil, even though they have a far higher population and not as much oil reserves as us, they have no income tax. They have free healthcare. They have free education. It is inevitable that in time, if our economy is freed and we can supply the oil and gas to the world that so desperately wants it, because we can get rid of these ideologues in Ontario and Quebec and who keep voting in the guys in Ottawa who are pursuing net zero, we'll be able to create the most prosperous country in the world. It's a fact.
Yep. So how do we change these people's minds who are still on the fence about moving forward with independence?
Well, you have different problems in politics. The biggest problem is actually getting people to even pay attention to you, right? It's we could do a little survey here and go walk down the street and bump into people, and a whole bunch of them wouldn't even, if you said, what's the name of the premier of Alberta? They'd go, Joe Biden?
Yep.
I don't know.
Yep.
What's a premier? Is that soccer team?
Yeah.
So, and of course there's gradients of that. So we've, at one of the key important aspects of our campaign, the campaign that Tanya and I are leading with Let Alberta Decide, letalbertadecide.com. Derek, is that where they can go to donate?
That is where they can go to donate.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
That is exactly where they can go to donate.
Yeah. So just to wrap up on this is that our campaign has so many different aspects to it. They're all targeted to those different groups. So we have a particular method of campaigning that we're unleashing to target that 21-year-old who's suddenly realizing how expensive it is to rent his or her apartment and going into a grocery store and looking with envy at that jar of pickles saying, someday I'm going to be able to afford that baby, right? And leaving with so few groceries compared to what they thought they would be able to afford. Yeah. Looking at their paycheck and seeing how much the gross amount was, like what their work was really worth, and how much they get and how much the government takes. I've said to some of my nephews who are in their 20s, I said, could you imagine working and that top number you keep? And they're like, no way, Uncle Keith, that would be awesome, right? So for each of the demographics, for the seniors who are worried about their pensions, for, you know, one of the hardest demographics for us to crack is actually parents who are like in their 40s and who have kids who are, 8 to 12.
Yeah.
Right. And both of them are working and have a good income and they go, life's pretty good for me. Why should I take the risk? So our campaign is multi-layered, is very dynamic, and it's very professional. And we're targeting each one of those groups through different methods.
Yes. Agreed. Okay.
You know, and that brings us to a very important point, and it's one that I want to address with the audience, because this is literally what we're discussing is the old phrase that I've been hearing for about the last year. You can't vote your way out of this. Alberta has been given a golden ticket in the sense that we finally have the opportunity to show that votes actually matter, at least in this province, and we have the ability to do so. The problem we're facing and what we're seeing today, and the reason for this telethon, folks, this is our only shot. Now or never is the only time to make the donations. Please, I know times are tough. I know people are struggling. Dig into your pockets, throw out a donation. And I'm going to tell you why. I started this YouTube journey a couple of years ago, back at the height of the pandemic, shortly around the times of the Freedom Convoy.
Yep.
Brought out a little ditty called How the Prime Minister Stole Freedom. And during the Emergency Act hearing, I went down to Ottawa. I met Keith Wilson for the first time in Ottawa, which is funny given that we live, very close to each other now. But when I sat down in this rental that they were staying in, and I talked to Keith, and we sat down, and he asked what got me involved in writing these books or taking a shot at Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. And I told him everything that our family had gone through. I told him about my kids staring at the TV asking, are the truckers going to get our lives back? Tamara Leach has quoted that was one of the times they thought maybe Canada could be saved. And I'll tell you, watching those trucks go past in Manitoba and the CB radios saying, thank you, truckers, for what you're doing, with all the kids cheering for them, I had faith that the nostalgic Canada that I once believed in still existed, that it could be saved and salvaged from this tyrant of a prime minister. Unfortunately, we saw how things unfolded. But as I told Keith this story about how my family dealt with the pandemic alongside my children losing their grandmother behind a wall because of the way the pandemic went, this man, after meeting me for less than 5 minutes, shed a tear. He showed emotion. And it was at that moment I knew that this man, despite what people say about lawyers, was the most trustworthy lawyer on the face of the planet. And he is a man that only am I happy to call a friend, but I trust his plan. I trust all of these TPAs and the plans that they have. And the best thing you can do right now is to reach in, support them, and support their efforts for Alberta. Support the efforts that hundreds and thousands of volunteers made over the winter while collecting signatures out in the freezing cold to ensure that Alberta could be free. If we don't win the vote October 19th, folks, the whole effort goes to waste. It's all for nothing. Not completely. This genie's never going back in the bottle, but we get one crack at this. Might as well do it right the first time. So head over to albertatelethon.com. All TPAs are listed there. Reach in, whatever you can afford, $1, $5, $10, $1,000 like we did on the show, folks. Get in there, support your local TPAs wherever you feel your money is going to be best used, and help them out. Let's get Alberta over the finish line. It's our only option right now. Let's vote our way away from this. Mike, you had a few things you wanted to talk about as well.
Yeah, a few more questions.
Oh, I definitely have a few more questions. Batman or Superman? Why?
There you go.
Both.
There you go.
Why?
Because they're both awesome and they're superheroes.
There you go.
There you go.
Both their mother's names was Martha.
Whoa. Okay. Okay, that's good. Okay. Okay, we talked about the pipeline stuff. Why no signs? What's going on with the signs for your TPA?
My Ford operating base in Calgary is sending me messages. Lawn signs, lawn signs. So if you go to our Let Alberta Decide website, you will see there's an announcement. We were putting it out on social media today. We have 3 sign locations set up for tomorrow at 3 different points in Calgary. You can go to the information. It'll give you the locations. Very easy to understand. We just sent out an email to a couple thousand people with that information as well. From 10:30 till 1 p.m. tomorrow, we're doing our small sign distribution. However, if you've driven through Calgary, one of the things you will have seen is that Stephen Carter has these very strange white and red signs that say,
he's such
stay,
a douche.
No to all the questions. And he's just data mining lists. He just wants people's names for his political party. But we currently have 100 large signs in production for Calgary. We have a sign making team. We have a workshop. We have an interesting strategy for how the signs are going to be designed because we're anticipating vandalism. And somebody on my team came up with a brilliant idea, which we won't share until you start to see it. And we also have volunteer teams that are going to be patrolling the signs regularly. And what we would like to achieve is that when a sign is vandalized or damaged, it will be replaced within 24 hours because that will send a message.
Yes.
When someone drives by, here's what we want to happen. Somebody drives by, they're an independent supporter, they're on the fence and not sure about us and they don't think we know what we're doing. All they see is the red and white signs. Now they're going to see these big, beautiful blue signs, 4x8s. And they're going to go, wow, they're up. And then they're going to drive by a few days later and it's going to be vandalized. And they're going to, oh yeah, I knew that was going to happen. And then they're going to drive by the next day and they're going to go, huh, it's been fixed. And then it's going to get vandalized again. And then they're going to drive by again and they're going to go, huh, it's going to be fixed. And then they're going to say to themselves, these independence people know what they're doing.
Yep.
And if they know what they're doing on this, maybe actually they got this whole thing right. It's a small example, but it's happening. But we do need volunteers. So if you are someone who is interested in volunteering with our large sign install and repair team and manufacturing team, please go to info@letalbertadecide.com. Send an email at info@letalbertadecide.com and give your name and information and what your skill set is and where you are. We're currently going to be branching out the large sign campaign. There's some tricks around the bylaws. I know a lawyer. He's working for free. I'm reviewing all the sign bylaws
Great lawyer.
right now. So once we know where we can and can't put signs, we're going to try and put them up in your hometown, sir, madam, and as well as Grand Prairie, Lloydminster, Red Deer, Lethbridge, Medicine Hat, all the major regional centers, to start showing the support. And, we've all experienced the fear that people have. And that in itself is a remarkable testament to how things have gone off track in Canada, that you need to be fearful of showing your political affiliation. But the bigger signs on where legally they can be put on common property, on public property, are safer because, you're not going to have a repercussion of putting it outside your home. So there's so many people that want to put them on their home, but they're concerned about it. So this overcomes that to show the level of support. But we're also doing a lot more than signs. We're going to be doing some really interesting stuff that's already in the works.
Awesome.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Is that not the perfect analogy for Alberta either, right? Something gets pushed back by vandalism and we just come back stronger and we show that we can take the hits and keep moving forward. I love it. I absolutely love it. That's the way this movement's been run, folks. And you guys have shown that with people getting cigarettes put out on their faces, coffee thrown at them, events shut down and canceled. Like a hydra, you cut off one head, we keep coming back stronger. Independence is the key to Alberta's survival. I think we're winning this fight. I think it's safe to say we're winning this fight. Keith, I know Nat and the guy kind of beat us to the punch earlier, but Tanya answered the question. So I want to ask you.
Sure.
What are you most hopeful for with an independent Alberta? What keeps you motivated to get an independent Alberta?
What's the Keith Wilson sales pitch?
Well, I know the entrepreneurial spirit of Albertans. I know our work ethic. I see it. This You know, if something knocks you down, brush yourself up, stand up and keep going. And it's true. It's from our roots. It's people who that approach to life appeals to them end up here. You don't have to be from Alberta to admire that work ethic, that cultural characteristic. So you combine that with some really simple things. We have incredible institutional infrastructure in place. You know, some people say, I think the premier did, and I was very disappointed when she did. And if she didn't, others have said it, which is, oh, well, it's going to be very expensive to build all of these things from scratch. We're not building anything from scratch.
It's already here.
It's already here. Do you think the people, we know, I don't have to be hypothetical, we know that the people who currently work at the passport office want to keep their job.
Yep.
We know the people that meet us at the airports that have the blue uniforms on and say Borders and Customs Agency, they want to keep their job.
They already know how to do it as well.
Exactly. So we want them to be able to go, if independence occurs on a Tuesday, I want them to go to the job on Wednesday and do the exact same thing they did on Tuesday. And over time, the new government of Alberta will improve things. But let me give more of a concise answer to your question. We have everything here that is needed to create the freest, most prosperous place in the world. And the only reason it is not happening is we have no control over our future. We are ruled by Ottawa. They use us, they abuse us, they reach into our pocket, they misuse the spending of money, and they're ideologically opposed to us, and they want to hold us back. And they are holding us back, and they have been holding us back. We have achieved the greatest economic growth in Canada, the greatest number of job creation, and the greatest level of investment, despite being pinned down with Ottawa's knee on our neck. So that future for my kids, grandkids, and yours of getting Ottawa off of our neck is something that brings joy to me, and it's completely achievable. And I think we're going to get there.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
So what you're saying is in an independent Alberta, we wouldn't have $160,000 food flights or braised beef and luxury butter.
I don't even know what luxury butter is.
Right?
Bougie butter?
Yeah, I don't even know what it is. It doesn't even sound good. Probably make you feel not so
Probably gross European
It's
cows.
velvety. It's my
it's probably gross
velvety.
European cows.
I worked in government in the in the 90s when Ralph Klein was premier, and he was going through a period of extreme cutbacks. And we went from having lunch meetings where catered food was coming in with fresh fruit shish kebabs and chocolate dipped strawberries, I kid you not, to lunch meeting, no food, bring a bagged lunch.
Yep.
And we all literally showed up with a brown bag.
And nobody complained.
We
I'm
didn't
sure.
complain.
Yeah.
And the waste that occurs in government is off the scale.
Absolutely.
Because it's not their money. They don't care. They're spending your money.
Yep.
You know, it was one thing my father always said, because we moved to Alberta in 1995. We lived in Alberta. My father was transferred out to Manitoba, moved back in 95, 10 years later. And when we came out, I was a teenager, and I asked him, why are we uprooting our lives and going out to Alberta of all places?
To meet me.
And well, that was one of them. But you know what he told me at the time was Alberta was booming. It was the mid 90s. The oil boom was huge. Entrepreneurs were coming in. Home business startups were at a highly successful rate. And he said, Alberta's the one province in the country that you can make a name for yourself and that you can get ahead no matter how high you want to go, as long as you're willing to get your hands dirty and put in an honest day's work. If you're looking for a job, you can find a job within a day. If you want to work your way up a corporate ladder, they will train you. They will actually help you get ahead because they want to invest in their own people. And at 15 years old, I didn't appreciate that. But as I grew throughout the province, as I spent my time in Alberta, that reigned true up until about the early 2000s. Once we started getting governments in that wanted nothing more to do than to use their names like a NASCAR driver to give contracts to their friends, scandalous spending, Trudeau happened. We all saw how things went there. I think it's very adherent at this point that Alberta understand those days can come back. When I talked earlier about the sentiment of what Canada used to be, If you were in Alberta anytime before the year 2000, following the National Energy Program, seeing those booming years, that can return tenfold in Alberta under a new republic. When you think about the teachers who are protesting right now saying, we need a raise, we need more money, we need smaller classrooms, how many schools could we build without the bureaucracy of the federal government and red tape? With the billions we're not sending in transfer payments, how fast could we build those schools? How many teachers would be clawing their way into Alberta to get a job because they're no longer paying federal income tax or GST? Same thing with hospitals, doctors. How many doctors would love an extra 30% on their paychecks?
I see Mike's note there. AISH benefit would benefit us.
AISH as well. You look at AISH and ADAP. Those on disabilities could finally start getting real funding. And those who are taking advantage of the system, folks, they would be removed.
Yep.
We would have a brand new program. The prosperous nation of Alberta would be a true marvel to behold. I think people from all over the world, let alone Canada, would be flowing in at an alarming rate. We would have to vet who's coming in. But nonetheless, as nice as that sounds,
that would be nice to just vet people who are coming in.
The idea of an independent Alberta for the last year, ever since I watched Pierre Poilievre lose the federal election, I was pro-Pierre. I thought finally we had a chance. Things can change. I was shown very quickly that the government can kind of set the system how they want it to in order to win their elections. There is no hope when it comes to being on that carousel. Now, if the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and hoping for different results, now's the time we do something different. Again, now's the time to donate. Head over to albertatelethon.com.
Yes.
Make your donations. Support a free and independent Alberta. One of the things I do worry about,
throw you a
Keith,
20 every time you say donate.
donate. Now, one of the things I do worry about, Keith, that we hear a lot being discussed, not only in the House of Commons, on the media, on the news, is we know Bruce Party's been talking about a lot, the Clarity Act. Now, we've seen the dust getting kicked up in the House of Commons when they talked about 50+1. We saw, and it's unbelievable, folks. It wasn't on my bingo card that Quebec would come to Alberta's defense.
Absolutely.
But when they start talking about the Clarity Act, when they start talking about can Alberta actually leave, I've heard many people saying, I think it's going to come down to a unilateral declaration of independence. We don't feel that Ottawa would honor the Clarity Act. No. We feel that this would get drawn out. Where do you see things going with the Clarity Act? And do you think it's going to take a unilateral declaration in order for us to get out?
So what we need to understand is that it was in 1998 that the Supreme Court of Canada released its decision. And by that, I mean the succession reference case that laid out the pathway for a province to vote on a clear question with a clear majority, and then that triggers a duty of good faith negotiation, and the province can become an independent country. 1998. In the year 2000, the Liberal government brought in the Clarity Act. So the Supreme Court of Canada laid out this roadway and put bridges on it and overpasses and so on to make it all possible, a legal constitutional pathway. What happened with the Clarity Act is it put barriers and roadblocks and detours in place. But the same day, the day after the Clarity Act was passed in the Parliament in the year 2000, the Quebec General Assembly passed Bill 99. And what Bill 99 was, the Quebec government saying, bugger off Ottawa, we're going to follow the Supreme Court of Canada decision. Your Clarity Act is unconstitutional. You don't get to decide whether a question is clear. You don't get to decide whether or not it's a clear majority. That's not what the Supreme Court of Canada said. The Supreme Court of Canada trumps the Parliament, which is a basic fact you learn in first-year law school. So they said, away with you, Ottawa. We're not going to follow it. Bill 99 was challenged and upheld in the Superior Court and the Court of Appeal in Quebec. So when you referred to a moment ago how Quebec came to our defense, which was about a month ago when the Prime Minister said, well, this referendum question in Alberta is going to have to be referred to the Parliament, the stream of Quebec politicians, both federally and provincially, came to the podiums and held press conferences, says, Alberta, ignore them. You have the right to decide. You have the right to democratic self-determination. The Clarity Act is unconstitutional. It's an improper attempt. They even said, one of the Quebec politicians said that it was a federal government overreach and authoritarianism. and she was correct. Okay. So the reality is that to the extent that the Clarity Act is inconsistent with the Supreme Court of Canada decision, which it is in many respects, and to the extent that it purports to give exclusive control and sort of veto power to Ottawa, it's unconstitutional. That's the approach that Quebec took back in 2000, and that's still the law there. So what I think should happen here, you've interviewed the Premier Smith, and she's talked about her Sovereignty Act here and defending Alberta's sovereignty within Canada. And that legislation, which I publicly supported and defended her when she introduced it many years ago, is there's a mechanism in there where the legislature here in Alberta can pass a resolution when they believe the federal government's intruding into provincial jurisdiction. This would be a perfect opportunity for the Premier to demonstrate her commitment to basic democratic principles, Alberta's sovereignty, follow Quebec's footsteps, pass a resolution in the legislature in the next session saying Albertans will decide whether the question is clear. Albertans will decide whether there's a clear majority, not Ottawa. Ottawa needs to stop playing this game. So to go to the final point that you raised, the legal obligation is of the federal government and the provinces to enter into good faith negotiations after a vote on a clear question with a clear majority. If we will invite them, the Alberta government will invite them into those negotiations. If they say, oh, no, we can't come because we haven't passed a resolution in the Parliament under the Clarity Act, we say, the meeting's still next Tuesday. We will be there. Yeah. And if they don't show up, then we say that's bad faith. And they say, oh, we want a court interpretation. We say that's bad faith. If you've got an obligation to negotiate in good faith, and we give them a period of days, just like I would in a litigation negotiation. I'm not going to play silly bugger forever with the other side. I'm going to say, all right, you got 60 days, or you got 90 days, or you got 30 days. And then we would reach a point. I think the negotiation should take 90 days because all of the things that we need to take over are known.
Yep.
Right. And the work of the Transition Council, we're identifying all those things. We're preparing term sheets and other things to help with the negotiations, to shorten the timeline. I think at some point the government of Alberta after the vote will say you've got 30 days. If we don't reach a deal, if you don't engage in good faith negotiations, we're going to use paragraph 155 of the Supreme Court of Canada decision. We're going to issue a unilateral declaration of independence for the new country of Alberta.
And where do you suppose that would lead us? Because a lot of people, and they're going to say it goes to MAGA, it goes to the United States. Do you think President Trump at that point, or any country around the world, would come up, call Mark Carney and say, well, I got to be honest. That Alberta government, they're really something, okay? And they just called a unilateral declaration of independence. They're wonderful. So we're going to recognize Alberta. Do you think that's going to happen? Or do you think that we're going to have more tumbleweeds to get over before Alberta can break away?
No, I think it's going to happen right away.
Okay.
Because government's an artificial construct.
Nice.
Right? I mean, try and touch it. They can't sit here in this room. I can touch this.
Yeah.
I can touch this fine man. But
that'll cost you.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's
I got money.
Donate.
So the point is that I think the negotiations, if we negotiate from our true position of strength, which respectfully is not something the Premier has done to date. She went into this negotiation over this pipeline like if she was in a poker game and she barely had a pair of twos. And the fact of the matter is she had 3 aces and 2 kings.
Yep.
Phenomenal leverage. So back to your specific question. I think what will happen, if they're going to be vindictive, Peter Lougheed, when he was Premier and was getting frustrated with the Liberals in Ottawa, the federal government, he announced that the government of Alberta, if the federal government didn't come to the table, would reduce the flow, didn't actually do it, would reduce the flow of 9 Line and 5 by 15%.
Yep.
And they came to the table and they amended the Constitution and put in Section 92A, which, by the way, the federal government completely ignores and overrides right now. So it didn't achieve much, but that's the structural problem. My point is, if they really want to be mean and unfair and vindictive, we have phenomenal leverage.
We can play
We
ball.
have direct control over whether or not 2 major sources of the Canadian economy can carry on tomorrow. which is the supply of energy to their localities. So I think we have tremendous strength. I cannot see a circumstance. Somebody said, "Oh well, the Canadian government would send in the army." Well, all right. I mean, let's just assume. I know
they're elbow cannons.
I know.
Okay.
We'd all put on safety glasses because they might throw tampons at us. I get it. You could get an abrasion on your eye. But assume we actually had an army that hadn't been destroyed like the Liberals have. What are they going to do other than, arrest me? Are they going to arrest you too? Are they going to arrest everyone?
I don't know. I'm guessing with my luck, they probably would.
Yeah. So
Gulag, we go, baby.
I'll be calling you, Keith.
Yeah. And
I'm doing black market tattoos.
And remember this. This is super important for everybody to remember. Is that in September of 2025, Prime Minister Carney announced that the government of Canada was giving international recognition to the unilateral declaration of the state of Palestine, of nationhood. They don't even have a defined boundary. At least Alberta has a defined boundary, a defined people, a defined culture, and a defined economy. So he's refreshed and renewed the concept that an identifiable region can invoke paragraph 155 of the Supreme Canada decision and engage in make a unilateral declaration of independence. And that the Americans and President Trump's going to say, "Well, Prime Minister, you remember you did this in September 2025. I'm doing it now."
Yeah, you did it back then. I don't like that you did that.
Yeah. So this is, and the next country to recognize will no doubt be Israel. And there's at least 20 other countries that are going to recognize. And the most important country to recognize us is our largest customer and the largest economy of the world that we supply the most of things to, and not just oil. And we know they're going to. So we're in a tremendous position of strength. And I think what will happen is we'll enter into a bilateral agreement with the rest of Canada for mobility and trade. I have a son in Vancouver. I still want to travel to Vancouver. People are going to, BC, we ship $30 billion worth of oil through the TMX pipeline. They ship $50 billion worth of goods through Alberta on our highways and rail lines.
I got a question about that. Why are we paying a toll to get our oil over there and they're not paying anything to transport through Alberta?
The equivalent, if they put a $1 toll on the pipeline, that would be an equivalent toll on one of the containers, the container ships that come in from Asia that unload at Prince Rupert and Vancouver. 80% of those containers, which is 900,000 of them, an equivalent value for us to do a reciprocal toll would be $900 per container. Wow. So that would be like $800 million a year just on their container traffic.
I can live with that.
If they want to play the toll game,
let's play.
Let's play. Exactly. We'll all be rolling in the dough. Yeah. So it's so weird how at least our governments have, and maybe Albertans have. We think we're the underdog in this somehow. We think that we've somehow we need to apologize and beg. We literally go to Ottawa, "Please, sir, may we work harder and generate more wealth so we can give more of it to you and you can tax us harder."
We've been treated as such for so long, and all the other provinces think we are as well.
Yeah. And we have so much strength, so much inherent natural strength, and it's time for us to exercise it. I don't want to treat any other province unfairly. I want to have adults in the room having a fair and respectful discussion. That's what we can achieve. That's what we're going to achieve.
And that's one of the things I always try to sell home on the independence talk was that, people say, well, you're landlocked. No, we're not. Absolutely. People say, oh, you'd lose all your trade with Canada. No, they need us. It's all that changes, folks. And this is why we keep pushing the easy conversation with your neighbors, your friends, everybody else. The status quo is all that changes. So it comes down to, is your life better than it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Could it be better? Can Alberta do better? Keith has said it before. Everyone said it before. The answer, plain and simple, folks, is yes. Let me ask you this, though, because when it comes to the negotiations, and my audience asks a lot, who would be upholding those negotiations? Because I'm not going to nitpick at Danielle Smith or get into the gossip circle about her, but a lot of people have been disappointed with her actions when there was a post that was out recently where people said, I miss the old Danielle.
Yeah.
And there was a clip showing her talking about our sovereignty, about Ottawa overstepping. And at one point in time, I felt like this is our female Ralph Klein, our female Peter Lougheed that's going to really stick the nails to Ottawa. And we've seen a 180 when it comes to the MOUs and even the formation of this question. Now, I have no problem with the question because I think it's fair. We poll all of Alberta. Do you actually want to leave? But when it comes to the negotiations, if Danielle Smith is in charge of those negotiations, is she going to kick the can down the road? Or is there a higher power over Danielle Smith with a successful vote to leave that can say, no, you're obligated to get us out of here?
Well, there's a couple things there. First of all, significantly, what the premier said when she's been asked is that when she's been asked what she will do if Albertans do decide to leave, and she has said she will respect the will of the people and suggested that she would facilitate those negotiations.
Right.
And you talk about a higher power. There is one. It's called the electorate. No politician has any power. They derive their power from each one of us, from each X that we put, from each hour that we volunteer, from each position we take on a constituency association board, from each donation that we make, from each door knocking that we do, from each sign that we put up during an election campaign. That's where their power comes from. And if enough Albertans speak, and I think increasing number of Albertans are discovering our worth, our value. And I think the leader of the province will reflect that. We need to take a strong position because we have a strong position. We will take a fair position, but that's not what's been happening to date. This pipeline agreement is an absolute fiasco. Mm-hmm. It's just incredible. It's unrecognizable that respectfully that a UCP government would support this agreement.
Yep.
It involves $40 billion of taxpayer money for the pipeline, for which no oil company has announced they will produce anything to put in it. No, the 10% interest by Pembina Pipelines it's not even a cash interest. They'll get a 10% share of it. They're not putting money up. The Pathways project, we fought net zero. This agreement entrenches net zero.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Our government just signed an agreement agreeing to net zero?
Yeah. And nobody else is. No other country is.
No, we're the only ones suckered into it.
Yeah, and there's no market for it. Nobody in Asia or the United States, which is the markets, possibly some foolish countries in Europe might pay more, but that's not where we're planning on sending anything because that's not how the whole market flows work for oil. So it's remarkable what's happened. You know, the Stampede events and announcements were a complete flip. You mentioned 180.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's 180.
Yeah.
It's not 10 degrees off course.
That's where
it's reversing.
The hard idea of understanding this. Like, if the pipelines that Mark Carney is supposedly offering, which will never get built, by the way, are so fantastic, why does it take the government investing in them to get them done? Why aren't companies investing?
Well,
why aren't we getting private investors?
At it.
Because they're bogus.
Yeah.
They're non-profitable. No company would invest in something that's going to be a money pit.
But let me drive a really important point home while we're on this. So I've just described $40 billion for the pipeline. We know it's going to be way more than that. They got to build a port facility.
Multiply by 4.
Could you imagine the huge tank farm? And go on Google Earth and look at where the Tawasin Ferry is, the Roberts Banks, and then it's the airport, and then it's Stanley Park and stuff. The protests and everything to stop that tank farm there are going to be off the scale. There's a First Nations right there. But let's assume it gets built. $40 billion. Then $25 billion for Pathways. All of this is around $70 billion once you round up a little bit. Mm-hmm. Just to put that in perspective, because we keep hearing about billions here, billions there. The entire budget of Alberta for delivering healthcare, education, our transportation, our roads, our bridges, our LRTs, all of the things that the province delivers is $70 billion.
Unbelievable.
And this announcement has been made. All goes on the taxpayer. We have an affordability crisis in Canada because it's been driven by inflation through out of control government spending, ridiculous taxation. This pipeline announcement makes all of those things worse. Now, the good news is an MOU is non-binding. All of these agreements that have been announced, including the Pathways agreement from last Monday, are non-binding. This UCP needs to do some soul searching. Its leadership needs to have an honest look in the mirror. And they need to say, all right, maybe we didn't get this right, and fix it before they sign the binding agreements and commit all of us. Yep. There's only one taxpayer to $70 billion of wasted money.
Yep.
Even more reason to support the cause, to donate today.
Well, I'll tell you what, folks. Keith hit it on the nail on the head when he said it's going to take a leader.
Yeah,
it is going to take a leader.
absolutely.
I don't know about you. I think there's.
I kind of like leader. I know lawyer over here.
When you guys are done this, like we will be throwing money at Keith Wilson like a cheap stripper.
Look, I've already said
this guy's available.
I've already said.
Okay, put
fake Keith down. We're not using fake.
Put that
Keith.
away. Put that away.
Fake Keith is retired. Here's the thing, folks. I'm not going to do it. You don't. I said it last night on stream. You don't want me in charge of Alberta.
No, he would be extreme.
Ruthless.
Yes.
It would go from
El Presidente.
Buenos Aires, El Presidente coming to you. We're going to build a wall around Alberta.
It would be
No,
so bad.
we need Keith in the driver's seat. I think he's the guy.
Absolutely.
He's going to lead us over the finish line, folks. And all of these TPAs are going to get us over the finish line. Head out now, albertatelethon.com. Again, reach into your pockets. I want to see records broken tonight. I want to see those massive, massive numbers. We want these TPAs flush with cash to ensure not only Keith, not only Tanya, not only Kathy Flett, not only Jason Levine, not only Corey Morgan, all of them.
Yes.
All of them can get us over the finish line when it comes to the October 19th vote. We literally have one shot, folks. Let's not waste it. Get over. Donate now and show your support.
65.
Yeah.
65K. There we go. Let's go. I want to see 6 figures by the end of the hour.
Is this
folks.
included?
Like by the end of the telethon, we gotta-
66.
There we go. That's what I like to hear. 6, 7. That's,
Dance.
Now, as we wrap up here, folks, we're going to be heading back to Airdrie for back
Is
to
it
Calgary.
Calgary?
Is it going back to Calgary for Max and John?
Okay.
I thought it was going. Sorry, my bad. I thought it was going into Paul's Pizza. Max and John will be headed back to Calgary.
John had to get back to his lair, I think.
Back to his lair. Back
coughing.
Yes, coughing.
He's taking all that money and running, I think. No, I'm joking. Folks, please, albertatelethon.com.
Yes.
Reach in, donate now. Do what you can to help out. Every dollar helps. I want to thank Keith Wilson for joining us in studio tonight. He's been busy as hell, folks, but it's good to have him in here. Everybody for setting this up, and John
Yes.
Bolton.
Everybody for joining today. It's been amazing.
The incredible work
so much.
everybody
Yeah.
has done.
Wow.
Amazing.
This was slapped together in such fashion, folks, and it's very heartwarming to see not only our YouTube community, but the multiple YouTube communities
Yes.
coming together, ensuring that these CPAs are
And everybody
well-funded.
behind the scenes making sure it went as smoothly as it possibly
Max, Critical Compass, everybody that's been behind
Everybody.
there. John
Yeah.
for putting this on, even though I still think he's a vampire, but that's
He
time.
totally is.
And Keith Wilson for joining us. This
Yes.
is huge. We got the boss man himself.
Of course.
Guys, donate to all the
The
TPAs.
future El Presidente of Alberta.
Questionable pizza choice.
I'll do his speeches for him. Hey, welcome, El Presidente has spoken.
How many medals can we get on his chest?
There will be no more MOUs, no more wacky pipelines. We're just going to get our leverage in place.
Remember this,
Sexy
momentum is power in politics, and we know who has the momentum. We know who's going to win.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alberta can do better, folks. Show it in numbers. Let's
we can
go.
do better.
Let's go.
You stood on those stone cold government steps, faith and freedom, loud and clear. Folding chairs and town hall stages spoke the truth they came to hear. They stood in line for hours, braved the cold and wind. You talked about their children and the mess we're living in. From the back row of the hall to the front row of the fight, you said if they're gonna hear us, it's gonna be tonight.
Come on, let's go. So that's going to be the battle cry for our movement.
Let's go. You came to sign on the freedom line. Ink on paper, hearts on fire. Every lane like gasoline, kicking up that rebel choir. Let me shake your hand. Thank you for your time. Fight voices, strong and true. You stepped up for Alberta. This one's for you.
I feel like I'm with friends here.
Yeah, and that's exactly correct. That's what the whole thing with all these events are for. People understand that they're part of a group of like-minded people that think and have the same ambitions and goals as they have.
You stare down that lens in your studio light. Coffee gone cold, face pale from the night. From the dark hours to the evening show, you hit go live and refuse to let go. Slow roll down from Edmonton, high beams cutting through. Northbound up from Calgary, every small town waiting on you. Truck stop coffee cooling between petitions in the rain. Call tables and gravel out sharpening every name. You came to sign on the freedom line. Ink on paper, hearts on fire. Every name like gasoline, kicking off that rebel choir. Let me shake your hand. Thank you for your time. Fight up voices, strong and true. You stepped up for Alberta. This one's for you. Again. You filled up clipboards in sleet and rain, roadside lots by the highway chain, and echoing halls where the floors were bare. You passed that pen like a whispered prayer. You came to sign on the frozen ground, heard your own heartbeat like a drum's low sound. Looked around, saw you're not alone. Countless souls fighting for a home. You came to sign on the freedom line. Ink on paper, hearts on fire. Every name like gasoline, kicking off that rebel choir. Let me shake your hand. Thank you for your time.
We've gotten by round 3. Now we're in the Stanley Cup final. And away we go. Thank you very much. God bless all of you.
For Alberta, and I raise this one to you. This one's for you. You stood that line.
Alrighty. Now I'm enjoying my internet people. Finally.
Are we back?
We're back in the house.
Welcome back. It's good to be here. John Bolton with you 11 hours after I was on earlier this morning, and it is really great to see you again. It's been a long day, but I'll tell you, it has been an exciting day. I'd like to thank everybody that made a donation today. I really appreciate it. And there's still time to go. We've got another hour of the telethon. We will be throwing it back to Paul's Pizza shortly. I'm going to be heading out there with my wife and all the people that have gathered out at Paul's Pizza. And if you want to go out, you still got some time, and I'd love to see you there. First off, before I move on to Paul's, you can make a donation. AlbertaTelethon.com, as Fringe said. Let's get the numbers up. We can still raise money. Generally, telethons make more money during the evening. And if you're out there and haven't made a donation, AlbertaTelethon.com, pick one of the TPA's third-party advertisers and make a donation now. Before I move on, I want to thank some people, but I want to thank the guy beside me. I said on a video I did earlier this morning on my channel that Max is like Cher, Prince, and Madonna. Most people don't know his last name. It's just Max, and everybody knows Max. I have to tell you that this would have been impossible without Max and Jager Gustafson. Jager for giving us this remarkable space we're in right now. Coming over here, helping out with the technology. But this guy right here was running around this afternoon and doing amazing work for about 6-7 hours yesterday. We lost the internet today. He was sweating buckets, running back and forth to get us back on. Max, thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm crying.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you. You know how much we appreciate you, right? You've been running around this province for what, a year? Going to every damn place in this province. You've been to every town here. We love you, pal. We love you. Thank you so much. You know that?
Well,
Everybody does. Thank you.
Yeah, and I also want to thank everybody who were watching. Some people. I wasn't expecting that. Anyways, I wanted to thank you everybody for watching all the social media accounts, and don't forget to get a last stretch for the telethon, because I'll tell you why. For someone who has, John Bolton was saying, who has been driving all over the place, countless oil changes, gas, and everything. What I can tell you is that in order to organize something like a town hall takes a lot of money. So how much money do we have here? Like, if you would look at the numbers here.
Well, we're well over $100,000 today. Money is still coming in. At the website, by the way, albertatelethon.com will live on until October the 19th.
Yeah.
But continue.
Yeah. So just give you an understanding, because we see all those numbers, those like 65,000 and all those numbers that you see there. Just to give you some perspective, for instance, if you organize, when Let's Talk Alberta organize their town hall meetings, their costs can go anywhere from $5,000 to $8,000, just one town hall meeting. So when those guys from, let's say, Let's Alberta decided to do a town hall meeting, when Jason Levine decides to do a town hall meeting, there are some costs attached to that. Even if you bring speakers from the outside, you have to bring, you have to bring people, like you have to pay hotels, even their planes, gas money, all those things add up. So you can easily get $5,000, $7,000 just for one town hall meeting. Yeah. So that's why it's important, as we are going through this process prior to October 19, to contribute as generally as possible. And I can tell you a story. Some people told me that who work at the government, even, who are not going to attend a town hall meeting because they fear about getting the loss, to lose their jobs. There are people who are who cannot just the reason why I'm doing those live streams is because I got people who tell me in part that they can't come because if their boss or their family finds out that they were in an independence town hall, they're gonna lose their job. Maybe they're gonna lose their jobs. I've seen people who lose their job just simply attending a town hall meeting. I've seen people who were discarding their families for the same reason, families breaking apart because of that. So a lot of the challenge that we have here as a community is to pass that those barriers, in fact. But I can tell you from the money perspective, it takes a lot of money to organize events like what Keith Wilson was saying, is that we're going to do this, going to protect the signs, going to replace the signs. That's another cost as well too. So when I see 65,000 people, $65,000 from what's the name? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Let Alberta Decide. I really think that this money will be gone in a month.
Yeah,
in a month. Yeah, and we're not even in August yet. So that's the priority. That's the importance to contribute to Alberta Telethon and all those TPAs. If you can't contribute right now, find somebody who can, because the uphill battle that we have is incredibly insane. Mm-hmm. Yes, we lost the stream at about 4:30 p.m. So we lost the stream because of an internet outage, but we've seen places where we have people who are legitimately physically attacking canvassers, who are attacking physical infrastructure like power lines and stuff. Like I think with Jeff Radd, sometimes they lose power and they were still counting.
And we had an attack in Red Deer last night where they wrote traitor on a sign and broke some windows. So this kind of stuff is happening.
Yeah. So the attacks are going to unfortunately continue as part of the game, as far as I'm concerned. And that's why we need to focus on contributing to those TPS, because that is in fact the war chest. as well too.
Yeah.
So we're going to wrap this up. I want to thank you everybody for organizing. Thanks for the guys from the Critical Compass. They've done an amazing job. All the podcasters as well who were sharing and patiently waiting for the streams to kick in, and for the technical side of things. And I want to thank you, John, for organizing all of this. It was a lot of work. I know what it is, and there's a lot of work that's seen around behind the scenes that you don't see necessarily. This is just the public facing side of things, but obviously this is the private facing ones. So well, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. And I'm going to Paul's Pizza in Energy. So
yeah, so I would like to thank all the hosts. I said early this morning that I asked people if they would be part of this, and every one of them said yes immediately. Nobody said I'll get back to you. They all said yes. Every one of them, all the people that were on today, they said yes as well. And it's been just such a joy working with these people. We are so blessed to know the people who are on here today. But I think every one of us that were on this stream today, I think Max would agree that we're blessed to know you because you're part of our movement. We would like to say thank you for contributing. There's still time. We need to win this thing. And we're going to need more money and more money and more money. It's hard to say that. But when it comes to politics, really, money really does do the talking. So if you can continue to contribute, AlbertaTelethon.com is up right now. We still got an hour left. We're heading to Paul's Pizza. Maybe you want to meet us out there. We're going right now. My friend Max, thank you very much. Thank you so much. And we will talk to you again soon.
see ya. My autistic or my internet autistic friends. I always keep saying all the time. I always say that. Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Being retarded means leading a full life. Retarded people go to work or school just like their neighbors and come back to a real home, a supervised home, right in the neighborhood where they belong. Being retarded never stopped anyone from being a good neighbor.
This is Bill Cosby. Now that everybody has told you about the dangers of doing drugs, I'd like to tell you about some of the benefits. Just imagine yourself unconscious, making a visit to a hospital emergency room, weeks in rehabilitation centers, nights in overcrowded prisons, spending more money than you can afford, ruining your health, hurting your parents, losing your loved ones, and most of all, destroying yourself. And remember what I say about doing drugs. I think you can say no.
I was overweight and looked terrible, but AIDS helped me lose 46 pounds. The AIDS diet plan helped me lose 28 pounds.
AIDS helps control your appetite so you lose weight, yet AIDS lets you taste, chew, and enjoy. And the appetite suppressant in AIDS is not a stimulant.
AIDS helped me to lose 18 pounds, and it doesn't contain anything to make me nervous.
Question: why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight without making you jittery.
Hello, faggot lovers everywhere. I have a message for you from Birdseye. Birdseye faggots will appeal to your whole family. They've made them with lashings of gravy, but they've gone easy on the spice because kids don't like them too spicy, apparently. Birdseye even suggests that people who don't like faggots could enjoy these. They live in hope. You know, they could be right.
Wow, Jay, some guys are sure in a hurry to get to the airport.
Guess he doesn't know about Hertz' new instant return. With Hertz, you don't have to rush to return your car. Because now Hertz gives you your receipt right at your car.
So you have everything you need to do your expense report.
I'll have your receipt right away.
It's too bad he didn't know about Hertz instant return.
Now at Hertz, you can rent a T-Bird for just $39.90 a day, or a Lincoln Town Car for just $44.90.
Smile, Darky, smile for me.
Darky toothpaste gives you a cool, fresh, tingling taste.
Smile, Darky, smile for me.
Darky with fluoride protects your teeth for clean, brighter smiles. Darky toothpaste, so fresh you can feel the difference all day long.
Smile, Darky, smile for me.
Darky toothpaste.
I told you to go to bed already, would you please?
I'm not tired!
I told you 5 times to go to bed.
Oh, come on, Jim, please.
Hey, come on, come on.
Is this what you had in mind when you asked me to marry you?
No. Remember when you first fell in love? It's something more like this. Keep it that way.
From the Mormons, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Have a drink of water?
This is crack, rock cocaine. It isn't glamorous or cool or kid stuff. It's the most addictive kind of cocaine, and it can kill you. What's really bad is nobody knows how much it takes. So every time you use it, you risk dying. It isn't worth it. Look, everybody wants to be cool, but doing it with crack isn't just wrong. It could be dead wrong.
We have ignition and liftoff. The winner, the teacher who will be going into space, Krista McAuliffe.
Share the excitement as New England's own Krista McAuliffe gets ready to make her dream come true.
The space lessons are very simple. We came up with the field trip in space.
Teacher in Space, a 1-hour special, Monday night at 8 on WBZ TV4, the station New England turns to.
Introducing the advanced car with the backward name. Introducing the 81 Isuzu. It gets incredible mileage and goes for a little over $5,900. When you make a car this good, it doesn't matter what you call it.
That's okay, kid. I can't say chivalry.
La Choy Kung Fu Theater.
La Choy for dinner?
Yes, America's favorite brand of Oriental food.
Mine too. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Yes, haha, good. Intruders? Not while I'm eating La Choy.
By the way, I invited the neighbors to dinner.
Then cook more La Choy. I think they've worked up an appetite.
La Choy, America's favorite.
Well, music lovers, when you've made as many comebacks as Gary Glitter, isn't it nice to know you can always come back to the great taste of Heinz lentil soup? Not off. Heinz soup. It's the taste people hunger for.
Hot kids, give it all you got. Hot kids, you kids are so cool and joy. Hey, Kool-Aid! You forgot the picture.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Kool-Aid is for hot kids like you. Kool-Aid is for hot kids like you.
You've got your sunrise, you caught a prize, you're making your Johnson. Party nights, summer whites, your friends and your Johnson. Rooster tails, water trails, your kids and your Johnson. Saturday nights, distant lights, your girl and your Johnson.
You and your Johnson, a way of life for over 50 years.
Reach out and touch someone. Reach out, call up and just say hi. Reach out and touch someone. Wherever you are, you're never too far. They're waiting to share your day. Reach out and touch someone.
Reach out and touch someone far away. Give them a call.
I have come many miles from inscrutable Orient to tell you of Chicken McNugget Shanghai. You get 3 chopsticks with every 9 or 20 piece pack. Perfect for a whole family. Also get 3 different Oriental sauces: satay, black bean, and Shanghai sweet and sour with every pack.
And as Confucius says, it's always a good time for the great taste of McDonald's.
1 or 2.
Mum, do I like mushrooms?
Billy!
I'll have them.
Faggots.
Ken? I'm the only one who's got it. Billy! Look, Katie, a big ape. Hey, my faggot!
Those are big ape.
Billy, you've got 5 seconds. Mum, this one looks like Uncle Roy.
Get on with your meal.
Mr. Brain's Faggots. A great meal all round.
I was a kid. I loved to wear bandages just to get attention. But now I use Band-Aid brand Clear from Johnson & Johnson. It's the bandage with the see-through strip, so people hardly notice I'm wearing a bandage at all, which is nice, because now that I'm grown up, I want people to notice me. Not my bandage.
Only Johnson & Johnson makes Band-Aid brand Clear. Clearly the best looking bandage ever. Help us help the party children.
I think the stream's over, guys. I don't know what happened here. We're hanging out. I didn't know the stream was over, so we're going to end the stream now. I want to thank everybody who came in before we get a copyright strike.
Exclusively.
Go make your donations. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. We'll catch you on the next one.